The asphalt shimmered beneath the pale moon as Andrea Douglas Brown rushed along the empty main road. Her stiletto heels tapped an irregular staccato beat on the quiet street, a testament to the considerable amount of vodka she'd had. The January night was biting, and the chill needled her exposed legs. The festive season had passed, leaving behind a hollow, sterile quiet. Darkened storefronts blurred past, interrupted only by a dingy liquor store glowing under a sputtering lamp. Inside, a man was slumped over a laptop screen, oblivious as she marched by. Andrea was propelled by such a fierce, burning anger, so determined to put distance between herself and the pub, that she didn't consider her destination until the shops gave way to grand homes set behind deep lawns. Above, the bony fingers of sycamore branches reached into a starless void. She paused, bracing herself against a brick wall to steady her breathing. Her blood pounded in her ears, and the frigid air scraped her lungs as she inhaled. Looking back, she saw she'd travelled a fair distance. Now positioned halfway up the sloping road, behind her, the street lay like a strip of molasses under the sickly orange glow of the street lamps. Descending to the dark and shuttered train station, the cold and the silence felt heavy, oppressive. The only sign of life was the cloud of her own breath crystallizing in the air. She adjusted the pink clutch under her arm and, after a quick glance to confirm her solitude, hitched up the hem of her short dress to retrieve an iPhone from her undergarments. The Swarovski crystals on its case sparkled dully in the lamplight. The screen displayed no service bars. Muttering a curse, she secured the phone back and unzipped her clutch. Inside was an older model iPhone, also bedazzled with crystals, though several were conspicuously absent. It too showed no signal. A thread of panic began to tighten in Andrea's chest as she surveyed her surroundings. The large houses were secluded behind tall hedges and wrought iron gates. If she could just make it to the top of the hill, she'd likely get a signal. To hell with it, she decided. She'd call her father's chauffeur. She'd invent some excuse for being on this side of the river. She fastened her small leather jacket, crossed her arms tightly, and resumed her climb, the older phone clutched in her hand like a protective charm. The growl of a car engine approached from behind. She turned, squinting into the blinding headlights that made her feel utterly vulnerable, illuminating her bare legs. Her fleeting hope that it was a cab vanished when she noted the car's low profile and the absence of a taxi light. She faced forward and kept walking. The engine's rumble grew louder until the vehicle was right upon her, its lights painting a bright halo on the pavement ahead. Several seconds ticked by, but the beams remained fixed on her. She could almost sense their warmth. She glanced back into the glare. The car had slowed to a crawl, maintaining a distance of just a few feet. A flash of hot, familiar fury washed over her as she recognized it. Tossing her long hair, she turned away and continued her stride. The car accelerated slightly, pulling alongside her. Its windows were impenetrably dark. A bass-heavy sound system thumped and crackled, the vibrations buzzing in her throat and making her ears tingle. She stopped dead. The car halted a moment later, then reversed those few feet until the driver's window was perfectly aligned with her. The music cut out abruptly, leaving only the low hum of the idling engine. Andrea bent slightly, peering into the blacked-out glass, but saw only her own tense reflection. She reached down and tried the door handle. It was locked. She slapped the window with her pink clutch and tried the handle again. "I'm not playing games. I meant every word I said back there," she yelled. "Either open this door or—" The car sat perfectly still, its engine purring. Or what? It seemed to mock. Andrea shoved her bag under her arm, flipped off the tinted window with a sharp gesture, and strode away, pushing herself up the final incline to the hill's crest. A massive oak tree stood sentinel at the curb, its broad trunk offering a sliver of cover from the approaching vehicle's beams. Andrea pressed herself against the bark, desperately holding her phone aloft, searching for a single bar of service. The night was a suffocating blanket, starless and heavy, the orange glow of the city clouds feeling close enough to touch. The car crept forward, a silent predator, and stopped just beyond her hiding place. A cold dread seeped into Andrea's veins. Peering from the tree's shadow, She took in the scene. Dense, unkempt hedges walled in the sidewalks on either side of the deserted street, which vanished into a murky distance. Then a glimmer of hope, a narrow passageway between two grand homes directly across the road. A small, weathered sign was barely visible. Dulwich, 1¼ miles. Try and keep up, she whispered to herself, a defiant spark in her fear. She drew a sharp breath and pushed off to sprint across the asphalt, but her foot snagged on a gnarled root erupting from beneath the pavement. A searing jolt exploded in her ankle as it gave way. The world tilted. Her purse and phone flew from her grasp as her hips slammed against the concrete curb, sending her sprawling into the road. Her head connected with the tarmac in a sickening, dull crack. Disoriented, she lay paralyzed in the blinding wash of the headlights. Then, darkness as the lights snapped off. A car door opened. She tried to push herself up, but the ground seemed to heave and whirl beneath her. A pair of legs in faded blue jeans entered her swimming vision, the expensive sneakers blurring and doubling. Instinctively she raised a hand, a pathetic expectation of help from a familiar shape. Instead, in one fluid, brutal motion, a hand clad in soft leather clamped over her nose and mouth, its warmth a grotesque contrast to the violence. Another arm locked around her torso, pinning her arms to her sides with terrifying strength. She was hauled upright, dragged to the car's rear door, and flung inside, landing awkwardly across the back seat. The bite of the winter night vanished as the door slammed shut, replaced by a sterile, artificial chill. Andrea lay stunned, her mind struggling to process the rapid horror. The car rocked as the figure settled into the front passenger seat. The definitive chunk of central locking echoed. She heard the glove box spring open, the rustle of something being retrieved, then a sharp snap as it was closed. The vehicle swayed again as the assailant climbed swiftly through the gap between the seats and dropped their full weight onto her back, forcing the air from her lungs in a painful gasp. In the next moment, a thin, brutal zip tie was cinched around her wrists, the plastic teeth digging deep into her skin. The figure moved down her body with an athlete's grace, muscular thighs now pinning her bound hands, as a roll of heavy-duty tape was ripped open with a jarring rasp. The agony in her twisted ankle flared anew, her ankles swiftly bound together. The cloying artificial scent of pine air freshener filled her nostrils, mixing with the sharp metallic taste of her own blood. Her nose was bleeding. That realization, a personal violation, ignited a flash of pure fury, cutting through the shock with a spike of adrenaline. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she spat, her voice trembling with rage. "Let me go, or I swear I'll scream this whole damn neighborhood awake." But the figure only adjusted its position, knees digging into her spine, squeezing the breath from her. A shadow moved at the edge of her sight. Then came the impact, something solid and unyielding crashing against the back of her skull. Pain and blinding white light erupted behind her eyes. The arm lifted and fell a second time, and the world dissolved into nothing. The street returned to its silent, empty state. The first delicate flakes of snow began their slow, spiralling descent, dusting the ground where she had fallen. The car, sleek and anonymous with its darkly tinted windows, pulled away almost without a sound, swallowed by the deepening night. Lee Kinney stepped out of the modest end terrace house he shared with his mother, squinting up the main road at the pristine layer of white. He fished a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of his sweatpants and lit one, the flame a tiny beacon in the grey dawn. It had snowed relentlessly all weekend, and it was still coming down, a quiet, ongoing effort to erase the messy history of footprints and tyre marks below. Forest Hill Station sat quiet at the base of the slope, deserted by the usual Monday morning crush of commuters heading into central London. They were most likely still at home, savouring an unplanned morning off curled up with their partners. Lee felt a sharp pang of envy. He'd been out of work since finishing school 6 years back, but the easy life of collecting benefits without strings was a thing of the past. The new government was tightening the screws, and now his unemployment check required full-time work in return. His assignment was relatively soft, a gardening job for the local council at the Horniman Museum, just a 10-minute stroll from his front door. He'd have loved to stay in bed like everyone else, but with no cancellation notice from the job centre, he had to go. A fierce argument with his mother had ended with her warning that if he didn't report for work, his benefits would be cut, and he'd need to find another place to live. A sharp rap on the window revealed her tense face, motioning him to get going. He responded with a rude gesture and started up the hill. A group of 4 teenage girls approached, dressed in the distinctive red blazers, short skirts, and knee-high socks of the local private school. They chatted in polished accents about their unexpected day off, thumbs flying over their phones, white earbud cords swaying against their jackets. They occupied the whole sidewalk and made no move to let him pass, forcing Lee to step off the curb into a grimy, half-melted sludge left by the snowplow. Icy water immediately soaked into his new sneakers. He glared at them, but they were utterly absorbed, shrieking with laughter over some shared gossip. Privileged snobs, he muttered to himself. Reaching the top of the hill, the clock tower of the Horniman Museum came into view through the bare elm branches. Snow had splattered against its pale yellow stone, clinging in messy patches. Lee turned onto a quiet street that ran alongside the museum's tall iron fence. The road climbed steeply, lined with increasingly large houses, pausing at the crest to catch his breath. Snow stung his eyes. On a clear day, the view stretched for miles across London all the way to the London Eye, but today a thick white haze had settled. He could barely make out the bulky outline of the Overhill housing project on the distant ridge. The small service gate in the fence was locked. The wind had picked up, driving snow sideways, and Lee shivered in his thin sweatpants. The grumpy old foreman in charge of the gardening team was nowhere in sight. Lee was supposed to wait for him, but the street was empty. After a quick glance around, he hoisted himself over the gate and dropped onto a narrow path between tall, dense hedges. Suddenly sheltered from the screaming wind, the world went unnervingly quiet. Snow was falling heavily now, quickly covering the crunchy footprints he left behind. The museum grounds covered a vast area, and the maintenance sheds were tucked away at the very back, near a high, curved wall. Disoriented by the blinding white blanket, Lee found himself deeper in the gardens than he intended, standing beside the ornate glass orangery. The elaborate structure surprised him. He backtracked, but within minutes was lost again, arriving at a fork in the path. How many times have I walked through here, he thought, exasperated. He chose the right-hand path, which led down into a sunken garden. Snow-dusted marble cherubs stood on brick pedestals, their poses frozen in time. The wind moaned softly as it wound between them, and as Lee passed he couldn't shake the feeling that their smooth, sightless eyes were tracking his every move. He halted, raising a hand to shield his face from the driving snow as he considered the fastest route to the visitors' centre. The groundskeeping team typically weren't permitted inside the museum itself, but the bitter cold was relentless and the cafe might just be open. To hell with the rules, he deserved to warm up like anyone else. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a text from the job centre stating his work placement was cancelled due to the severe weather. He shoved the phone back, his attention caught by the stone cherubs dotting the garden. Their heads seemed angled toward him now. Had they been facing that way before? For a moment, he pictured their smooth, pale heads slowly pivoting to follow his path. Brushing off the eerie thought, he hurried past their vacant stairs, focusing on the snow-blanketed ground until he reached a quiet clearing surrounding an abandoned boating lake. Pausing, he squinted through the swirling flakes. A faded blue rowboat rested in the middle of the frozen lake, surrounded by a perfect oval of untouched snow. At the far end stood a small decaying boat shed, the shadowy outline of another old boat just visible beneath its overhang. Snow was soaking into his already damp sneakers, and a deep chill was creeping past his jacket, settling around his ribs. To his own embarrassment, he felt a genuine spike of fear. He needed to get out of there. If he retraced his steps through the sunken garden, he could pick up the perimeter path and reach London Road. The gas station would be open. He could buy more cigarettes and a candy bar. He was about to turn back when a sound cut through the silence, a tinny, distorted noise coming from the direction of the shed. "Hey, who's there?" he shouted, his voice coming out shrill and anxious. Only when the noise stopped, then started again a few seconds later, did Lee recognize it as a cell phone ringtone. It could belong to one of his co-workers. The heavy snow made it impossible to distinguish the path from the water's edge, so Lee stayed close to the tree line as he carefully worked his way toward the ringing. It was an annoyingly cheerful little tune, growing clearer as he approached the boat shed. Reaching the low roof, he ducked down and saw a faint glow illuminating the shadows behind the small rowboat. The ringing ceased, and moments later, the light vanished. Lee felt a wave of relief, just a phone. Junkies and vagrants often climbed the walls at night, and the grounds crew was always finding discarded wallets, stripped of cash and cards, along with used condoms and needles. This phone was probably just another piece of trash, but then why dump a phone? You'd only toss a completely worthless one, right? He circled the little structure. The posts of a small jetty pierced the snow, extending under the shed's low roof. Where the snow hadn't accumulated, the wood was visibly rotten and splintered. Easing along the jetty and ducking under the eaves, he brushed past wispy cobwebs. Now, beside the rowboat, he spotted an iPhone lying on a narrow wooden ledge on the other side of the shed. A thrill shot through him. He could easily sell an iPhone at the pub. No questions asked. He nudged the rowboat with his foot, but it was locked in place by the solid ice. Moving past its bow to the opposite end of the jetty, he knelt down. Using his coat sleeve, he brushed away a powdery layer of snow, revealing the thick, clear ice beneath. In the deep, placid water below, 2 fish, mottled with red and black, drifted lazily. A chain of tiny bubbles rose from them, reached the underside of the ice, and then rolled apart in opposite directions. The phone's insistent ring shattered the quiet again, startling him so badly he nearly lost his balance on the slick jetty. That tacky ringtone echoed under the low wooden roof. Across the shed, the iPhone glowed against the far wall, resting on a narrow ledge of wood just above the frozen surface of the water, its bedazzled case catching the dim light. Lee moved to the old rowing boat, swung one leg over the gunwale, and planted his foot cautiously on the center seat, testing his weight while keeping his other foot firmly on the dock. The boat held steady. He climbed fully in. But even from there, the phone was still too far away. Driven by the vivid image of crisp bills thickening the pocket of his sweatpants, Lee hooked a leg over the opposite side of the boat and gingerly set his foot down on the ice. Gripping the boat's edge, he pressed down, half expecting a cold shock. The ice held firm. He stepped out, placing both feet on the frozen surface, ears straining for any ominous creak or groan. Silence. He took one small step, then another. It felt solid, like walking on a slab of concrete. The roof slanted low overhead. To grab the phone, Lee would have to crouch down low. As he sank into a squat, the screen's glow lit up the interior of the boathouse. He spotted a few old plastic bottles and bits of debris trapped in the ice, and then something else that made him freeze. It looked like the very tip of a finger. His pulse hammering, he reached out and gave it a tentative squeeze. It was cold, unnervingly rubbery. A dusting of frost coated the fingernail, which was painted a dark, vampy purple. He pulled his coat sleeve over his hand and scrubbed at the ice around it. The iPhone's light cast a sickly green hue over the frozen plain, and beneath it he now saw an entire hand, reaching upward where the finger protruded. What must have been an arm trailed away into the shadowy depths below. The ringing ceased abruptly, leaving a void of silence so profound it pressed against his eardrums. And then he saw her. Directly below where he crouched was the face of a young woman. Her eyes, swollen and milky brown, stared vacantly up at him. A clump of dark hair was frozen into the ice in a wild snarl. A lone fish drifted past, its tail fin gently brushing her parted lips, which were slightly open as if she had been caught mid-sentence. Lee jerked back with a strangled cry, surging upright only to smash his head against the low roof. The impact sent him sprawling backward onto the ice, his legs sliding out from under him. He lay there for a second, dazed. Then he heard it, a faint, high-pitched squeak, followed by a sharp crack. Pure panic seized him. He kicked and scrambled, desperate to get up, to put distance between himself and the dead girl, but his feet slid uselessly. This time the ice gave way completely, and he plunged into the paralyzing water. He felt her lifeless arms entangling with his, her cold, slick skin brushing against his own. The more he thrashed, the more their limbs seemed to knot together. The cold was a sharp, all-consuming agony. He choked on foul-tasting water, flailing wildly. By some frantic miracle, he hauled himself toward the edge of the rowing boat. He heaved himself part way out, retching, his earlier fantasy of selling the phone utterly forgotten. All he wanted now was to use it to scream for help. Erica Foster had been cooling her heels for a solid 30 minutes in the grimy reception area of Lewisham Row Police Station. She shifted on an unforgiving green plastic chair, one in a line of identical seats bolted to the scuffed floor. The chairs were worn shiny from years of accommodating nervous, fidgeting occupants. Through a large window, a view of the car park, the busy ring road, a drab office tower, and the vast shopping centre competed for attention through the swirling snow. A messy trail of melted slush cut a path from the main doors to the front desk, where the desk sergeant sat gazing at his monitor with tired eyes. He had a heavy, jowly face and was distractedly probing his teeth with a finger, pulling it out to examine whatever he'd dislodged before returning it to his mouth. The boss shouldn't be much longer, he offered, not looking up. His gaze travelled slowly over Erica, noting her slender build dressed in worn blue jeans, a thick sweater, and a violet flight jacket. It lingered on the compact rolling suitcase beside her boots. They exchanged a sharp look before each glanced away. The wall next to her was cluttered with community safety posters. One boldly advised, "Don't be a victim of crime," a message Erica found remarkably unhelpful plastered in the lobby of a suburban London police station. A door near the front counter emitted a buzz, and Chief Superintendent Marsh entered the reception area. His hair, cut short, had silvered since Erica last saw him, yet his tired eyes couldn't diminish his strong features. Erica rose and shook his hand. "DCI Foster, apologies for the wait. How was your flight?" he asked, his eyes briefly assessing her attire. "Delayed, sir, hence the casual clothes," she replied. "This dreadful snow is the worst possible timing," Marsh remarked, then turned. "Desk Sergeant Wolfe, this is DCI Foster. She's transferring from Manchester. I need you to allocate her a vehicle immediately." "Yes, sir," Wolfe acknowledged, "and I'll require a phone," Erica added. "Something older, if possible, with proper buttons. I can't stand touch screens." "Let's begin," said Marsh. He used his ID card and the door buzzed open. "Stuck-up bitch," Wolfe muttered once it shut behind them. Erica trailed Marsh down a narrow, low-ceilinged hallway. Telephones jangled, and a flow of uniformed officers and staff hurried past, their winter-pale faces marked by stress. The fantasy football chart on the wall gave way to an identical board displaying a gallery of portraits under the title. "Killed in the line of duty." Erica shut her eyes, reopening them only when she was sure it was behind her. She almost collided with Marsh, who had halted at a door labelled Incident Room. Through the slats of the glass partition, she could see the room was crowded. A cold dread tightened in her chest, and she felt perspiration beneath her heavy jacket. Marsh reached for the handle. "Sir, you were going to update me before," Erica began. "No time," he cut in. Before she could protest, he pushed the door open and gestured for her to enter. The incident room was spacious and open, and the 24 officers inside fell quiet, their attentive faces illuminated under the glare of fluorescent lights. Glass walls looked out onto corridors. One side housed a row of printers and copiers. The thin carpet tiles were worn into paths leading to these machines and between desks toward whiteboards covering the rear wall. As Marsh moved to the front, Erica swiftly tucked her suitcase beside a whirring photocopier and settled on the edge of a desk. "Morning, everyone," Marsh started. "As you're aware, 23-year-old Andrea Douglas Brown was reported missing 4 days ago. What followed has been a media frenzy. Just after 9 this morning, the body of a young woman matching Andrea's description was discovered at the Horniman Museum in Forest Hill. Initial identification comes from a phone registered to Andrea, but we still require formal confirmation. Forensics are en route, but this blasted snow is slowing everything down." A telephone began to ring. Marsh stopped. It continued, "Come on, people. This is an incident room. Answer the damn phone." An officer at the back grabbed the receiver and spoke in hushed tones. If the ID holds, we're investigating the murder of a young woman connected to a very powerful and influential family. We must stay well ahead on this. The press is already all over it. Careers are on the line. The day's newspapers were spread on a desk near Erica. Headlines blared, daughter of prominent Labour peer disappears, an Andy kidnapped terror plot. A third was most arresting, featuring a full-page photo of Andrea under the word, "Taken? This is DCI Foster. She's joining us from the Manchester Metropolitan Police," Marsh concluded. Every gaze in the room shifted to Erica. She began, "Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be," but was cut off by an officer with slick, dark hair. "Gov, I've been on the Douglas Brown missing persons case from the start. My team is running smoothly, following strong leads, and I'm in direct contact with the family. DCI Foster has extensive experience with high-profile homicide investigations," Marsh stated firmly. "But, sir, this isn't up for debate, Sparks," Marsh interrupted. "DCI Foster is taking lead. She's jumping in fresh, and I expect your full cooperation." An uncomfortable quiet fell. Sparks leaned back, his chair creaking, and fixed Erica with a look of pure contempt. She met his eyes without flinching. Marsh continued, "And I want this kept quiet. No leaks to the press, no station gossip, understood." A low murmur of assent rippled through the room. "DCI Foster, my office, now." In Marsh's top-floor office, Erica waited while he sifted through chaotic stacks of files on his desk. She looked out the window at the sprawling view of Lewisham. Past the shopping centre and train tracks, rows of red brick homes marched toward the distant green of Blackheath. The office was a study in controlled chaos, a far cry from the typical chief superintendent's orderly space. No model cars, no smiling family photos, just towers of paperwork, shelves overflowing with bulging case files, unopened mail, and yellowing sticky notes covered in his cramped handwriting. In the corner, his dress uniform was slung over a chair, a charging BlackBerry blinking red on the crumpled trousers. It felt like a cross between a college dorm and a command centre. Marsh finally found a small, padded envelope and handed it over. Erica ripped it open and pulled out her badge and ID wallet. "So I go from the sidelines to the starting lineup just like that?" she asked, turning the badge in her hand. "This isn't about you, Foster. You should be grateful." "Sir, I was told explicitly that upon my return, I'd be on desk duty for at least 6 months. No exceptions." Marsh gestured to the chair opposite his desk. "When I called you in, this was a missing person case. Now it's a murder. Do I need to remind you who the victim's father is? Lord Douglas Brown, the defence contractor and former cabinet minister. Let's leave the politics out of it. Since when have I ever cared about politics, sir? Andrea Douglas Brown vanished on my watch. Her father has applied considerable pressure. He's a man with the influence to make or break careers. I have a meeting with the Assistant Commissioner and a representative from the Cabinet Office this morning. So this is about protecting your career," Erica said, the words hanging in the air. Marsh shot her a sharp look. "I need a positive ID on the body and a suspect, quickly." "Understood." Erica paused, choosing her next words carefully. "Why me, though? Am I the convenient scapegoat, set up to fail so Sparks can swoop in and save the day? I think I have a right to know. Andrea's mother is Slovak. So are you, I thought. Having an officer she might relate to could be beneficial. So I'm a public relations move. If you want to see it that way, I also know you're an exceptional officer. You've had recent difficulties, yes, but your record speaks for itself. Please, sir, spare me the compliment-critique-compliment sandwich," Erica said flatly. "Foster, the one thing you've never learned is how to navigate the politics of this job. If you had, we might be having a very different conversation right now." "Yeah, well, I have principles," Erica retorted, holding his gaze. The room fell silent again, the distant hum of traffic filtering through the window. Marsh sighed, the sternness leaving his face for a moment. "Erica, I brought you in because I believe you deserve a second chance. Don't make me regret it. Don't talk yourself out of this before you've even started," Marsh said. "Yes, sir," Erica replied. "Now, head straight to the scene. I want to report the moment you know anything. If it's Andrea Douglas Brown, we'll require a formal identification from the family." Erica stood to leave. Marsh's voice softened. "I never had the opportunity at the service to express how sorry I was about Mark. He was a fine officer and a good friend." "Thank you, sir." Erica's eyes dropped to the floor. Hearing his name still felt like a physical blow. She clenched her jaw, fighting back the sting in her eyes. Marsh cleared his throat, his professional demeanour snapping back into place. "I'm counting on you for a quick resolution. Keep me updated on every development." "Yes, sir," Erica said. "And DCI Foster?" "Sir, lose the weekend clothes." Erica located the women's locker room and changed quickly into the forgotten uniform of her old life. Black pants, a white shirt, a dark sweater, and her long leather coat. As she shoved her civilian clothes into a locker, a crumpled newspaper on a bench caught her eye. She pulled it over and flattened the pages. The headline screamed, "Daughter of prominent Labour peer missing," above a large photo of Andrea Douglas Brown. The woman was stunning and poised, with long brown hair, full lips and bright eyes. Tanned and wearing a bikini top, she stared confidently at the camera from the deck of a yacht, a brilliant blue sky and sparkling sea behind her. 2 sets of muscular male shoulders framed her, the rest of the men cropped from the shot. The paper labelled Andrea a minor socialite, a term Erica was sure the woman would despise, but at least they hadn't used the nickname Andy like the other tabloids. Interviews with her parents, Lord and Lady Douglas Brown, and her fiancé Giles Osborne all pleaded for her to make contact. Erica fumbled in her jacket pocket and found her old notebook. She scribbled down the fiancé's name and a quick note. Did she run? She stared at the words, then angrily scratched them out, nearly tearing the page. Tucking the notebook away, she went to pocket her badge but hesitated, feeling its familiar weight and the curve worn into the leather from years in her back pocket. She stopped at a mirror over the sinks, flipping the case open. The photo showed a defiant, confident blonde. The woman staring back now was gaunt and pale, with short, tufted hair showing grey at the roots. Her arm trembled slightly as she held the ID. She snapped it shut. A new photo request was definitely in order. Desk Sergeant Wolfe was waiting in the hallway. He fell into step beside her, his waddling gait emphasizing how much taller she was. "Your phone," he said, handing her a plastic bag containing a device and charger. "All powered up. A car will be ready after lunch, and you don't have one with actual buttons." Erica snapped, seeing the smartphone through the plastic. "It's got an on-off button," he retorted. "When my car is here, can you put this in the trunk?" she asked, nodding toward her wheeled suitcase. She moved past him into the incident room. The buzz of conversation died as she entered. A short, sturdy woman stepped forward. "I'm Detective Moss. We're working on getting you an office space sorted out," said the woman, her red hair wiry and her face a constellation of freckles that merged into larger patches. "All the incoming information is being posted on the boards, and I'll have physical copies delivered to your office once." "Just a desk is perfectly fine," Erica interjected. She moved to the whiteboards, which displayed a detailed map of the Horniman Museum grounds. Below it was a CCTV still of Andrea. "That's our last confirmed sighting," Moss explained, joining her. Taken at London Bridge Station as she boarded the 8:47 p.m. train to Forest Hill. In the grainy image, Andrea was caught mid-step onto the train carriage, one shapely bare leg leading the way. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated anger. She was dressed for a night out in a form-fitting leather jacket over a short black dress, with pink high heels and a matching clutch. "Was she alone when she got on?" Erica asked. "Yes," Moss confirmed, snagging a laptop. "I've got the full video clip right here." She balanced the computer on a stack of files and expanded the video player. The time-lapse footage showed a side view of the platform. Andrea walked into the frame and stepped onto the train, the entire sequence lasting mere seconds before Moss set it to loop. "She looks absolutely furious," Erica observed. "Totally. Like she's on a mission to give someone a serious talking to." Moss agreed. "What about the fiancé?" "His alibi is solid. He was at a charity gala in central London all evening." They watched the loop several more times. Andrea moved purposefully across the deserted platform and into the carriage, the only person visible. "This is our skipper, Sergeant Crane," Moss said, pointing out a young officer with close-cropped blonde hair who was multitasking furiously, talking on the phone, rifling through files, and attempting to eat an entire Mars bar in one go. From the corner of her eye, Erica saw Sparks hang up his phone, grab his coat, and head for the door. "Where do you think you're going?" she called out. Sparks halted and turned. "Forensics just cleared us to visit the crime scene. We do need a swift identification, in case that slipped your mind, ma'am. I need you to remain here, Sparks, Detective Moss. You're with me today, and you," she said, addressing a tall, handsome black officer taking a call at a nearby desk. "Detective Peterson," he said, briefly covering the phone receiver. "Right, Detective Peterson, you're with me as well." "So what am I supposed to do? Just sit around here doing nothing?" Sparks demanded, his voice tight. "Hardly. I need you to compile all CCTV footage covering the Horniman Museum and the adjacent streets." "We already have that," he interrupted. "Expand the parameters," Erica continued, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I want everything from the 48 hours prior to Andrea's disappearance up to the present moment. I also want a thorough door-to-door canvass initiated around the museum. Pull every available detail on Andrea: family, friends, bank records, medical history, phone logs, emails, and social media activity. Who admired her? Who held a grudge? I want a complete picture. Did she own a computer or a laptop? She must have. I want it secured." "I was informed we couldn't access her laptop. Lord Douglas Brown was very explicit about that." Sparks began. "Well, I'm giving you a direct order to obtain it," Erica stated flatly. The incident room had gone completely quiet. She pressed on. "And let me be clear, no one, and I mean no one, is to speak to the press or share information in any form. Do I make myself understood? I don't even want to hear no comment." Total silence. "Does that give you enough to do, DCI Sparks?" "Yes," Sparks replied, his glare icy. "And Crane, you'll ensure the incident room operations run smoothly." "Already on top of it," he said, finally swallowing the last of the candy bar. "Good. We'll regroup here at 4 o'clock. Erica exited, Moss and Peterson following. Sparks threw his coat down in frustration. "Bitch," he muttered under his breath, before dropping back into his chair. Outside, the world was blanketed in snow. Moss leaned forward, peering over the steering wheel at the slick road ahead. Erica settled into the passenger seat, with Peterson climbing into the back. The car pulled away from the curb, leaving the tent station behind for the quiet, frost-covered streets. The silence in the car was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic scrape of the windshield wipers. They dragged across the glass with a sticky, laboured sound, like they were smeared with something thick and granular. Outside, South London unfolded in a wash of sooty monochrome. Rows of tired terraced houses drifted by, their small front yards almost entirely lost under concrete slabs for cars. The only splashes of colour against the drab scene were the clusters of wheeled trash bins, black, green, and blue, huddled on the curb. As the road curved left, they joined the tail end of a queue of vehicles, snaking around the first loop of the one-way Catford giratory. Moss hit the siren, and a path slowly cleared as cars nudged up onto the sidewalk. A broken heater in the patrol car provided a convenient cover for Erica, letting her bury her trembling hands deep in the pockets of her leather coat. She told herself it was just low blood sugar, not the weight of the investigation. Spotting a pack of red licorice whips tucked above the radio, she broke the tense quiet. "You mind?" "Help yourself," Moss replied, accelerating through a narrow opening in traffic. The rear tyres slipped briefly on a patch of black ice. Erica pulled out a strand of candy, bit off a piece, and chewed. In the rearview mirror, she studied Peterson. He was leaned over an iPad, his tall, slender frame and youthful face giving him the appearance of a carved nutcracker soldier. He glanced up and met her eyes. "All right. Tell me about Andrea Douglas Brown," Erica said, swallowing the licorice and immediately reaching for another. "Didn't the superintendent fill you in?" Peterson asked. "He did, but let's pretend he didn't. I like to start every case with a blank slate. You'd be surprised what people assume you already know." "She's 23, Peterson began. "Did she have a job?" "No employment history on file." Why not? Peterson gave a slight shrug. Never needed one. Her father, Lord Douglas Brown, owns Samtech. It's a private defence contractor that develops GPS and software for government contracts. His net worth is around 30 million. Siblings, Erica asked. A younger brother, David, and an older sister, Linda. So they're all trust fund babies? Erica pressed. Sort of. Linda actually works, but it's for their mother. Lady Douglas Brown runs a high-end floral boutique for society events. David is finishing a master's degree. They had turned onto Catford High Street, where gritted salt made the driving easier. The car sped past discount stores, cash advance shops, and family-run markets with towers of unfamiliar fruits and vegetables threatening to topple onto the wet, slushy sidewalk. What about the fiancé, Giles Osborne? They were planning a huge summer wedding, Moss offered. What's his line of work? Erica asked. He owns an events company, high-profile clients, the Henley Regatta, corporate launches, fancy weddings. Did Andrea live with him? No. She still lived at the family home in Chiswick. That's West London, right? Erica confirmed, catching Peterson's nod in the mirror. Moss continued. You should see the place. They combined 4 townhouses, dug out a massive basement. The property has to be worth tens of millions. They drove past a tile store that appeared closed, its parking lot a pristine sheet of white, and then a chain restaurant where a worker in ear protection was slowly feeding a discarded Christmas tree into a wood chipper. The machine's growl resonated through the car windows before fading away, replaced by the sight of several dilapidated pubs. Outside one named the Stag, an elderly woman with hollow cheeks leaned against a flaking green door, smoking. Next to her, a dog had its head buried in a ripped trash bag, scattering old food across the snowy pavement. A sudden sharp laugh escaped Erica. Seriously, though, what in the world was a millionaire's daughter from Chiswick doing out here alone? This isn't exactly on the way to the ballet, is it? A sudden swirl of snow momentarily swallowed the police car, and as it thinned, the Horniman Museum emerged. The sandstone building stood flanked by tall yucca and palm trees, an odd sight under their thick coating of snow. Moss eased the car to a stop at the iron gates beside a young officer in uniform. Erica rolled down her window and he leaned in, a leather-gloved hand resting on the doorframe. Snowflakes whipped inside, clinging to the door's upholstery. After she flashed her ID, he advised, "Take the next left. It's a steep hill. We sent a salt truck up, but go slow." Erica gave a nod and raised the window. Moss turned left, and they began the climb. Nearing the top, a roadblock appeared, staffed by another uniformed officer. To the left of the police tape, a huddle of journalists bundled in winter gear watched their approach. Camera flashes immediately lit up the windshield. "Just perfect," Moss muttered, trying to shift into third gear. The transmission grated, the car jerked forward, and then the engine died. "Damn it!" she yelled, clutching the wheel. She hit the brakes, but they kept sliding backward. Erica saw the road falling away sharply in the rearview mirror. The photographers, sensing the spectacle, unleashed another volley of flashes. "Hard left now," Peterson shouted, already rolling down his window and twisting to look back. Erica braced against the dashboard as Moss wrestled the wheel, somehow steering the sliding car into a recently emptied parking spot by the curb where the snow had been cleared. The tyres found purchase on the bare asphalt, and they shuddered to a halt. "That was pure dumb luck," Peterson remarked with a wry smile, snow now dusting his short dreadlocks from the open window. "That was pure solid ice," Moss corrected, taking a deep, steadying breath. Erica unbuckled her seatbelt, unsettled to feel a slight tremor in her legs. They all got out as the photographers mixed mocking laughter with shouted questions about the victim. Snow drove at them sideways while they showed their IDs, and the tape was lifted for them to pass. Ducking underneath, Erica felt a familiar, grim comfort, the tape being raised for her, the weight of the badge in her hand once more. Another officer pointed them toward the iron gate leading into the museum grounds, a large white forensics tent now encased the boathouse, its base blending into the deep snow. A scene assistant waited with protective coveralls, and after suiting up, Erica, Moss and Peterson entered. Inside, floodlights glared off the snow and lit the rotten wood of the low roof. Peering under it, They saw 3 forensic technicians working meticulously under the scene manager's direction. A rowing boat gleamed on the small wooden dock, and a police diver in sleek black gear broke the icy surface with a splash, bringing up a wave of warm, stagnant pond odour. Debris and murky water swirled around him where ice chunks melted under the harsh lights. DCI Foster, a deep voice, said. For once, Erica had to look up at the tall figure who stepped from behind the boathouse. He pulled down his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face with large, dark eyes. His eyebrows were meticulously shaped into 2 perfect arches. Isaac Strong, forensic pathologist. He introduced himself. I know Moss and Peterson, he added, and they both nodded in acknowledgement. He led them around the outer wall of the boathouse to a metal stretcher placed along the back of the tent. Upon it lay the naked body of a young woman, the tattered and soiled remnants of a dress tangled around her waist. Below were the ripped pieces of a black thong. Her full lips were slightly open, and one of her front teeth was broken off near the gum. Her milky, unseeing eyes stared up at the sky, her long hair tangled with leaves and river muck. That's her, Erica stated softly. Moss and Peterson gave grim nods. All right, Isaac began, cutting through the heavy quiet. She was encased in the ice. My initial, and I stress initial, assessment is she's been submerged at least 3 days. The deep freeze hit 72 hours ago. Also, her phone was still functional upon discovery. A young employee here heard it ringing from under the ice. He passed Erica an iPhone sealed in an evidence bag, its case glittering with faux crystals. Do we know who was calling? Erica asked, latching onto the potential lead. No, the battery gave out right after we fished it from the water. It's been printed, but it's a soggy mess. Where's the man who found her? Paramedics have him in an ambulance near the visitor centre. He was in bad shape when our officers arrived. He fell through the ice right onto her. The shock caused him to lose control of his bodily functions, so we're prioritising clearing his DNA, Isaac explained. He moved back to the body on the stretcher. Facial bloating and neck ligature marks point to strangulation. Her right clavicle is fractured, he noted, using a gloved hand to carefully tilt the head. And we have patches of hair missing, approximately symmetrical near both temples. The attacker could have been positioned behind her, yanking her hair back, Moss suggested. Any signs of sexual assault? Erica pressed. I'll need a full examination. There are abrasions and scratches on her inner thighs, ribs and chest. He pointed to a series of red marks beneath each breast, then gently placed his hand over the rib cage to demonstrate the spacing of finger-shaped bruises. Lacerations on the wrists suggest her hands were bound, but not when she entered the water. There's also blunt force trauma to the back of her skull, and we recovered tooth fragments from the wooden post at the jetty's edge. We're still searching for the remainder of the tooth. She may have swallowed it. When she was reported missing, she was last seen in pink high heels with a matching handbag. Any trace? Moss inquired. Just the dress and underwear, no bra, no shoes, Isaac replied, carefully lifting one of the victim's legs. The heels of her feet are severely torn up. Dragged while barefoot, Erica concluded, wincing at the raw, shredded flesh. One of the divers did recover this from the lake bed. Isaac handed over another evidence bag containing a driver's license. They studied the photo in silence. That's a powerful image. It's as if she's right here, staring back at us from the other side, Peterson observed. Erica had to agree. Most ID photos looked dazed or startled, but Andrea's gaze was direct and self-assured. My God, Erica murmured, her eyes darting from the vibrant photo to the dirt-streaked, lifeless face on the stretcher. The contrast was a brutal punch to the gut. How quickly can you confirm the precise cause of death? I've given you the preliminary findings. I need to conduct the autopsy, Isaac replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Which you'll do today, Erica stated, holding his gaze. Yes, today, he confirmed. Outside the forensic tent, the grounds had fallen still. The snow had ceased, and a team of uniformed officers moved methodically around the frozen lake, their dark trousers dusted with white as they trudged through the drifts. Erica pulled out her phone and called Marsh. Sir, it's Andrea Douglas Brown, she said. A beat of silence followed. Damn it. I'm heading to interview the young man who found her, then I'll notify the parents, Erica said. Your preliminary take? It's murder, no question, likely involving sexual violence, strangulation or drowning. All current evidence is being routed to the team at the station. Do we have any potential suspects in the frame? Not at this time, sir. I'm already moving fast on this. We need to set up a formal identification with the family. The forensics team is heading directly from the scene to perform the autopsy, so I'll update you on the arrangements as they develop. Marsh began, "If I can inform the press we have a person of interest." "Understood, sir. Our initial step is speaking with the family. It's very likely she was acquainted with her killer. When she disappeared, there were no witnesses, no signs of a struggle or abduction. She might have arranged to meet someone right here." "Easy, Foster. Don't charge in there assuming Andrea was meeting up for some tawdry hookup." "I never implied it was tawdry. Keep in mind this is a prominent family who— Sir, I've conducted investigations before, I know, but be aware of who you're interacting with. Yes, a family in mourning, and I still have to ask the standard questions, sir."
You do. But that's a direct order. Tread lightly. Ending the call, Erica felt a flare of irritation at Marsh's tone. The entrenched class hierarchy was one aspect of British life she truly loathed. It seemed even in a homicide case, Marsh expected the family to receive preferential, delicate handling. Moss and Peterson exited the tent with a uniformed officer, and they started back past the frozen lake and through the sunken garden.
Erica couldn't shake the image of those stone statues, their empty gazes perhaps witnessing Andrea being dragged past. Her cries for help swallowed by the winter air. A burst of static crackled from the radio on the officer's shoulder. "Control to site, team. We've just located a small pink purse in a hedgerow along London Road." A distorted voice reported. "Which way is London Road from here?" Erica asked. "That's the main high street," the officer replied, gesturing beyond a line of bare trees. After months of desk duty, Erica's investigative instincts felt rusty, struggling to click back into place. Every time she blinked, the grim image returned. Andrea's battered body, the torn skin, those vacant, staring eyes. A murder case was a chaos of variables. A typical home could occupy a forensics unit for a week, but this scene was a potential 17-acre puzzle, with evidence scattered across public grounds and buried under a deep blanket of snow. "Have it brought to the visitors' centre, next to the ambulance," Erica instructed the officer, who hurried off. Soon she, Moss and Peterson cleared the hedgerows. Below a gentle, snow-dusted incline sat the modern glass structure of the visitors' centre. The courtyard out front was a mess of tyre tracks from an ambulance, its rear doors standing open. Inside, a young man in his early 20s sat huddled under a mound of blankets, his face ashen and his body trembling. A petite woman with similarly thick eyebrows, but a pinched, anxious face, stood guard by the doors. She watched intently as a crime scene technician, gloved hands moving methodically, catalogued the boy's soiled tracksuit, jumper and trainers into clear evidence bags. "I want a proper receipt," the woman insisted, her voice tight with worry. "And I want it in writing, listing everything you're taking." "Lee just got those joggers in November, and those trainers are brand new. We've still got 13 weeks of payments left on the catalogue." "How long are you planning to keep his things?" "All of these items are now evidence in a murder investigation," Erica stated as they approached. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Foster. This is Detective Moss and Detective Peterson." They presented their identification, and the woman scrutinized the photos with a hawkish intensity. "Your name, please," Erica prompted. "Grace Kinney. And my Lee hasn't done a thing wrong except show up for his job. Now he's half frozen from waiting out here. He'll have to call in sick, and they'll stop his wages." "Lee, can you walk us through exactly what happened this morning?" Lee gave a weak nod, his expression shell-shocked. He began to recount his arrival for work, describing how he'd followed the persistent ringing of a telephone, a sound that seemed eerily out of place in the quiet park, which ultimately led him to the horrific discovery under the ice. As he spoke, an officer appeared at the ambulance doors, holding up a clear evidence bag containing a small pink clutch purse. A second plastic bag held its own collection of items, 6 $50 bills, 2 slender tampons, a tube of mascara, a lipstick, and a small perfume spray. "Is that the dead girl's?" Grace asked, leaning in for a closer look. The officer swiftly moved the bag out of sight. "She's already seen it," Erica said sharply to the officer before turning back. "Miss Kinney, you need to understand this is evidence in a very delicate case, and—" "My lips are sealed, don't you worry," Grace replied. Though what a young girl with a fancy purse and a stack of 50s was doing in this neighborhood is anyone's guess. "What's your guess?" Erica pressed. "I'm not here to do your job." "But you don't need to be a genius to figure she was working the streets. Probably brought a client up here and things went south," Grace stated bluntly. Then she turned. "Lee, did you know that girl? Why on earth would my Lee know a prostitute?" We aren't operating on that assumption." Lee, wrapped tightly in his blanket, seemed lost in thought, his thick brows drawn together. "She was beautiful," he murmured almost to himself. "Even like that, under the ice. It was a terrible way to die, wasn't it?" Erica gave a somber nod. "I could see it in her face," Lee said softly, before seeming to drift. "Sorry, what did you ask? Did you recognize her?" "Lee, had you seen her around before?" Erica repeated. "No, never seen her," he answered. Peterson stepped in. "We believe she might have been at one of the bars on Main Street before she disappeared." "Which spots draw a younger crowd?" Lee just shrugged. "The Chain pub is packed on weekends. The Pig and Whistle. It's right up from the train station." "Do you go out much, Lee?" Peterson asked. Another shrug. "The Chain place, the Pig and Whistle, any others? He keeps his distance from those, don't you?" Grace said, shooting Lee a pointed look. "Right, yeah, I do. I keep my distance," Lee mumbled. Grace barreled on, seemingly unaware of Lee's growing tension. "This area used to be decent, not fancy, but nice. That ugly Chain pub was a lovely old movie theatre once. The real dives are the Glue Pot and the Stag. Let me tell you, if the whole world flooded and only those two bars were left above water, you wouldn't find me in either one. And they're crawling with immigrants. No offence, dear," she added, nodding at Peterson. Erica saw Moss fight back a smile. Grace, undeterred, continued her rant. "I walk down Main Street now and feel like a foreigner in my own country. Polish, Romanian, Ukrainian, Russian, Indian, African. And Lee tells me they're all at the unemployment office, hands out, taking whatever they can get. You should raid those Main Street bars. Plenty of them work behind the counter and sneak out on their breaks to collect benefits. But no, everyone looks the other way. Meanwhile, my Lee has to go out in all weather and work 40 hours a week for a benefits check that barely covers anything. It's a disgrace." "How long have you been working on the museum grounds?" Erica asked Lee, shifting focus. He shrugged again. "Did a 4-week stint before the holidays. And I suppose it'll be Lee's fault if he can't work now because some foolish girl went and got herself." "That's enough," Erica cut in firmly. Grace finally fell silent, momentarily chastened. "I suppose she's still somebody's daughter. Do you know who she is? We can't release that information yet?" This piqued Grace's curiosity. "It's not that girl, is it? The rich one who's missing? What was her name? Lee? Angela? Did she look like the girl in the paper?" Lee was staring blankly into the distance now, seemingly transported back to the chilling moment he saw the face through the ice. "As I said, we're still working on identification," Erica stated. "We'll contact the unemployment office for you, Lee, and explain the situation. Please remain in the area. We may need to speak with you again." "You think he's going to flee the country, do you?" Grace snapped. What a lovely thought, though. Around here, we'd probably be the only ones trying to leave. Erica, Moss and Peterson departed as the paramedics prepared the ambulance for departure. "She was quite a piece of work," Moss remarked once they were outside. Erica pointed out that the woman had provided more details than Lee. "We should look into those pubs she mentioned, the Glue Pot and the Stag. Is it possible Andrea visited one of them on the night she vanished?" A new wave of snow was falling as they left the museum, prompting them to abandon the squad car. They boarded the overland train to London Bridge, then switched to the tube toward Chiswick. The subway car was stifling and overcrowded, forcing the three to stand pressed together for much of the ride. Erica found herself wedged between her colleagues, Peterson's slender build on one side, Moss's more solid frame on the other. She longed for just a few minutes alone, some room to breathe and clear her head, Over 25 years in police work, she had delivered tragic news to countless families, but since facing loss herself, everything felt altered. The ache remained piercingly fresh. Now she had to brace herself to meet Andrea's parents, to witness that all-too-familiar anguish take hold. By the time they stepped out at Turnham Green Station, the snow had let up. Chiswick High Road presented a polished contrast to South London: clean sidewalks, freshly painted mailboxes, and tidy independent shops nestled among Victorian row houses with gleaming sash windows. Even the banks and supermarkets seemed to sparkle. Here the snow appeared brighter, almost pristine. The Douglas Brown residence stood on a broad, curved cul-de-sac set back from the main road. A grand Georgian home, its brickwork had been sandblasted to a soft, buttery hue free from years of city grime. It loomed over the neighbouring houses, though partly screened by tall trees in a small central park. Footprints crisscrossed the snow where a cluster of photographers lingered, cameras hanging from their coats, steam curling from their coffee cups. As Erica, Moss and Peterson approached the front gate, the group stirred with interest. Shutters began clicking, flashes glinting off the home's high-gloss black door. Erica drew a steadying breath and rang the bell. A melodic chime echoed inside. "Are you police?" someone yelled from behind them. "Is the body Andy?" shouted another. Erica shut her eyes briefly, feeling the weight of their presence. How dare they use Andy, a nickname even her parents didn't use? The door opened just a crack, and a small elderly woman with dark hair peered out. She raised a hand to shield her eyes from the flashing cameras. "Good morning. We need to speak with Simon and Diana Douglas Brown, please," Erica said, the three officers displaying their badges. They expected to be invited in, but the woman studied them from under heavy lids, the camera flashes catching in her dark eyes. "You wish to speak with Lord and Lady Douglas Brown?" "Yes. It's about their daughter Andrea's disappearance," Erica replied softly. "I am the housekeeper. Please hand me your identification," the woman said. "Wait here while I verify your credentials." She collected their IDs and shut the door. Another volley of camera flashes lit up the entryway. "Can you confirm if she was assaulted?" a voice called. "Is it murder? And if so, is it politically motivated?" yelled another. Erica exchanged a quick glance with Moss and Peterson, all three keeping their eyes fixed on the door. Seconds dragged by, the heat of the flashes almost palpable on their backs. "What does she think we're here for?" Moss muttered under her breath. "To pitch them replacement windows." Peterson kept his voice low. "Remember, Lord Douglas was caught up in that hidden camera scandal last year?" The news of the world had captured him on camera attempting to bribe a defence contractor from Tehran. Erica murmured, "The fake sheikh." She was about to elaborate when the door opened a bit wider this time, the frantic clicking of camera shutters swelling behind them. The small woman examined their identification before nodding. "These appear to be in order," she said, handing back the IDs and ushering them inside, closing the door firmly against the chill and the persistent photographers. They stepped from the narrow entry into a grand gallery where a polished wooden staircase, lined with a rich carpet, curved gracefully upward around 3 stories. High above, a round stained glass skylight cast a soft, colourful pattern across the cream-coloured walls. At the foot of the stairs stood a stately grandfather clock, its pendulum moving in a silent, steady rhythm. The housekeeper guided them down a corridor past a doorway offering a glimpse of a spacious kitchen outfitted in steel and granite, and past an ornate gilded mirror beneath which rested a magnificent vase brimming with fresh blooms. They were shown into a study with a view of the snow-blanketed garden. "Please wait here," the housekeeper instructed, giving them a final, appraising look before slipping out and closing the door. A solid dark wood desk sat beneath a sash window, its leather top holding nothing but a slim silver laptop. To the left, a bookcase covered the wall. To the right, a large leather sofa and 2 armchairs were arranged. The wall above them was a gallery of framed photographs featuring Simon Douglas Brown, whom Erica recognised from the media coverage of Andrea's disappearance. He was a compact, vigorous-looking man with penetrating brown eyes. The photos traced his career beginning with a full head of hair when his tech firm went public on the London Stock Exchange in 1987, then progressing, as his hairline receded, through a series of handshakes with the Queen, Margaret Thatcher, John Major, and Tony Blair. Erica noted that Her Majesty stood several inches taller than Lord Douglas Brown. 4 photos with Tony Blair underscored his involvement with the Labour government. 2 larger photos dominated the centre of the display. The first was an official portrait. Douglas Brown stood amid red carpet and wood panelling, draped in an ermine-trimmed robe. A caption noted it was taken at his investiture when he was knighted and became Baron Simon Douglas Brown of Hunstanton. The second photo mirrored the pose, but this time included his wife, Diana, petite and fine-boned beside him, in an elegant white gown. With her long dark hair, she resembled an older, more strained version of Andrea. "Where is Hunstanton?" Erica asked. "On the Norfolk coast. It has a quite nice sea life centre," Moss replied, leaning in with an utterly straight face. Peterson observed. "So his wife became Lady Diana?" "Yeah," Moss said dryly. "And it doesn't seem the title has brought her much luck either." "Is this some kind of joke to you two?" Erica snapped, her voice sharp. "I recall nothing amusing about Andrea's body being recovered from the ice." Moss and Peterson offered quick, sheepish apologies. An uncomfortable silence fell as the 3 turned to the final photograph. Lord and Lady Douglas Brown with President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. The Obamas loomed over the couple, who had stretched their smiles into expressions bordering on frantic glee. One could almost picture the unseen queue of lords, diplomats, industry titans, and their slender spouses waiting their turn for an identical snapshot, a fleeting moment immortalized on this shrine to status. They were startled from their contemplation by a soft cough. Turning, they saw Simon and Diana Douglas Brown standing in the doorway. Any prior judgment evaporated instantly for Erica. Before them stood simply 2 terrified parents. "Please," Diana implored, her voice trembling, "just tell us what's happening. Is it about Andrea?" Erica caught a familiar lilt beneath Diana's polished English, a trace of an accent that mirrored her own. "Please, have a seat," Erica offered. Diana took in their solemn faces and immediately covered her own with her hands. "No, this can't be happening. It isn't her. It can't be my child. Please, tell me it's not my baby." Simon moved to hold his wife. "I'm so sorry to have to tell you this," Erica began, her voice steady. "Your daughter was discovered early this morning on the grounds of the Horniman Museum in South London." Simon's voice was tight. "And you're certain it's Andrea?" "Yes," Erica confirmed. "Her driver's license was found on her, and a cell phone registered in her name was at the location. We are dedicating all available resources to determine how she died, but I must be up front. We believe the circumstances are suspicious. We believe Andrea was the victim of a homicide." "Homicide?" Diana broke away, collapsing onto a sofa near the bookcase, her face still hidden. Simon's normally warm complexion had turned ashen. "Andrea killed?" Diana whispered, then her voice strengthened with a raw edge. "Who would do such a thing? Who would murder my daughter?" Erica waited a moment before continuing. "I'm afraid the next step will require you to come to the mortuary for a formal identification." Silence filled the room, broken only by the distant chime of a clock from somewhere else in the large house. Diana finally lowered her hands and looked directly at Erica, her gaze searching. "Odkiel sti?" she asked, the Slovak words sharp in the quiet room. "Naradilla somsavinitra?" Erica replied automatically. Simon cut in, his tone firm. "No Slovak." "Not now. We'll speak English." Diana's stare was unwavering and hostile. "What is a woman from Nitra doing in my home to tell me my daughter is dead?" she demanded. "Like you, I've made England my home for far longer than I ever lived in Slovakia," Erica explained, keeping her voice even. "You are nothing like me," Diana shot back. "Where is the other officer, the one who was here before? Sparks, I will not have my daughter's case handled by some Slovakian Mrs. Douglas Brown," Erica started, feeling a hot surge of irritation. "It's Lady Douglas Brown," Simon corrected coldly. Erica's composure cracked. "I have served as a police officer for 25 years, a detective chief inspector for—" Peterson smoothly stepped forward, intercepting the tension with a quick glance at Erica. "I can assure you both, every possible effort is being made to find who is responsible," he said calmly. Erica took a breath. pulled out her notebook and found a fresh page. "If it's acceptable, Lady Diana, I would like to ask you both a few preliminary questions." "Absolutely not," Simon stated, his dark eyes turning to flint. "Can't you see the state my wife is in? We are in? I need to make calls. Where did you say your station was?" "Nitra is in Slovakia, but as I mentioned, my career has been here in England for decades." "I didn't ask for your autobiography," Simon snapped. "I asked if you are with the Metropolitan Police." "Yes, we're based out of Lewisham Row," Erica said. "Right. Well, I intend to make some calls, get a proper understanding of the situation. I've been in direct contact with Assistant Commissioner Oakley. Sir, with respect, I am leading this investigation. And I've collaborated with Commander Clive Robinson on multiple oversight committees and while I acknowledge that," Erica interjected, her voice climbing before she could stop it, "you need to understand that I am leading this investigation, and I need to ask you questions." The words hung in the air, too loud. Peterson quickly intervened. "Boss." "Can I have a word?" He glanced at Moss, who gave a slight, almost invisible nod. Erica felt heat flood her cheeks. "Boss, now," Peterson insisted. She stood and followed him into the hallway where he shut the door. Leaning against the wall, she focused on slowing her breath. "I know," she said first. "Look, I'm not coming at you, boss," Peterson said, his voice low. "You walked into a nightmare here. I get that. But you can't go on the offensive with the victim's parents. Right now, that's all they are, grieving parents. Let him flex his connections. We know how the process works from here." "I know, damn it," Erica muttered, pressing her fingers to her temples. "Just damn it. Why was the mother so focused on where you were from in Slovenia?" "Slovakia," Erica corrected, a bitter, sarcastic twist entering her tone. "It's a classic bit of regional snobbery back home. The folks from the capital, Bratislava, often think they're a cut above everyone from the smaller towns. I suppose some attitudes travel well, even across an ocean." "I imagine that's her background," Erica remarked. Peterson finished her thought. "And she believes that puts her above you." Erica took a slow breath and nodded, working to steady her simmering frustration. From down the hall, two maintenance men in coveralls were manoeuvring a massive Christmas tree toward them. They stepped apart to let it pass. The tree was brittle and browning, shedding a shower of dry pine needles onto the deep blue-green carpet as its branches scraped the walls. Peterson seemed to reconsider what he was about to say and change direction. "It's well past lunch. You look like you need a serious sugar hit," he observed, noting her pale complexion. "I know you're the boss, but how about you take a break? Meet us around the corner at a pub or a cafe?"
"I should go back in and apologize. Boss, let things cool down, all right? We'll gather what we can and then find you." "All right, but if possible, I'll make sure they handle the formal identification." "Yes. And we'll need Andrea's laptop and just get everything you can for now." Peterson gave a nod and returned to the study. Erica hesitated, feeling the weight of her failure. She had stormed in and was leaving empty-handed.
She considered having a look around the house, but the sharp-eyed housekeeper reappeared. "Shall I see you out?" she stated, more than asked. They followed the trail of fallen needles back to the grand front door. Once deposited on the step outside, facing the barrage of flashing cameras, Erica had to clamp down hard on her lip to fight back the tears. The daylight was softening into dusk when Moss and Peterson found Erica in a coffee shop on Chiswick High Road. She'd spent a maddening hour by the window watching the day, which had felt endless yet utterly unproductive, draw to a close. It was unlike her to charge into an interview and completely derail it, least of all with a victim's parents. The cafe, quiet when she arrived, was now lively with stylish solo customers and a cluster of well-dressed mothers who had claimed a corner with a fortress of high-end strollers. Peterson and Moss brought over coffees and sandwiches, sliding into the seats opposite her. "Listen, thanks for covering for me in there. I'm not sure what came over me. My judgment was just off," Erica admitted, her embarrassment palpable. "No worries," Peterson said, already unwrapping his sandwich and taking a large bite. Diana Douglas-Brown was out of line, but then, this isn't exactly her best day, is it? Moss agreed between bites. True, but I still shouldn't have. Anyway, what else did you learn? Erica asked, waiting as they finished chewing. Simon and Diana have no idea why Andrea was in South London, Moss reported. She had plans to go to the movies with her brother and sister David and Linda. They waited for her at the Odeon in Hammersmith, but she never arrived. Were the brother and sister home today? Yes. David was asleep upstairs. Lady Diana didn't want to disturb him. Disturb him? Isn't he in his 20s? Erica asked. Apparently, David had been up since the early hours, Moss explained. The family had been taking shifts watching the phones all night, hoping for a call. It seems Andrea has disappeared before. When? Is there a police record? No. They never filed a report. A couple of years ago she vanished for a long weekend. It turned out she'd run off to France with some guy she met in a bar. She only came back after maxing out her credit card. Did you get a name for the man she went with? Yes, a Carl Michaels. He was a student at the time. Nothing sinister, just a reckless weekend, made easier by Andrea's platinum visa, Moss said. A sudden sharp laugh from the group of mothers in the corner made Erica jump, a stark contrast to the grim conversation. How easily life goes on for some, she thought bitterly, the normalcy around her feeling almost like an insult. Did you see the sister, Linda? Erica continued. She came in with a tea tray. We honestly thought she was staff, Peterson said. Looks nothing like Andrea, more frumpy, a bit heavy-set. She works at her mother's flower shop. Erica leaned forward, her voice low. And how did she take the news? Moss shifted in his seat. She dropped the tray, but... He trailed off, exchanging a glance with Peterson. But what? Erica pressed, frustration simmering just beneath her calm exterior. She hated getting information filtered through someone else's perspective. Peterson cleared his throat. It felt a bit off, to be honest, like she was putting on a performance. But then, grief does strange things to people. Moss nodded in agreement, adding, that whole family seems tangled up in their own drama. Then again, show me a family that isn't. Throw a pile of money into the middle of it, and everything gets amplified. The sudden ringing of a phone startled the quiet room. It took Erica a second to recognize the sound as her own. She answered to hear Isaac's voice, explaining that the relentless snowstorm had delayed everything. The autopsy results wouldn't be ready until morning. I was really counting on a positive ID tonight, Erica sighed, ending the call. Peterson offered a silver lining. Might be for the best. Give Sir Simon a little more time to settle down. Did he say anything else? Erica asked. Moss didn't hesitate. Yeah, he's demanding Sparks be reinstated to lead the investigation. They finished their meal in a heavy silence, the only light coming from the slow crawl of car headlights outside, painting the endless snowfall in brief, stark flashes. By 7 that evening they were back at Lewisham Row, heading straight for the packed incident room. Officers filled the space, buzzing with the day's developments. Erica shrugged off her coat and moved to the array of whiteboards at the rear. All right, everyone. I know it's late, but let's hear what we have. From the back of the room, Sparks's voice cut through, laced with mockery. How did your visit with the family go, DCI Foster? Was Sir Simon thrilled to see you? As if on cue, Chief Superintendent Marsh yanked the door open. Foster, my office now. Sir, I'm in the middle of a briefing. The second you're done. He barked before the door slammed shut again. Sparks's nasty grin was illuminated by the glow of his monitor. So, I take it the meeting was a roaring success. Erica turned her back on him, focusing on the board. Photos of Andrea, Linda and David were pinned side by side. She was struck by the contrast. Andrea and David were strikingly attractive, while Linda appeared heavier with a sharper nose and a paler complexion than her siblings. It sparked a question. Are all 3 children biologically from the same parents? She asked, tapping the board with her marker. The room fell silent, caught off guard. Sergeant Crane looked up, surprised. We assumed so. Why would you assume that? Erica's tone was firm. Well, they just seemed so. Wealthy, privileged, Erica finished for him. Never forget, family is always our first circle of scrutiny. Don't let a fancy London postcode or a title blind you to that. Crane, dig into their backgrounds discreetly. Now, we know Andrea was supposed to meet David and Linda at the cinema last Thursday but never arrived. Where did she go? A friend? A secret rendezvous? Who was assigned to Andrea's personal life? A young officer in her 20s stood up. PC Singh, ma'am. She came forward and Erica handed her the marker. Andrea had been in a relationship with 27-year-old Giles Osborne for 8 months. They were recently engaged. He owns Yakka Events, a high-end party planning company based in Kensington. Yakka Events, Erica repeated. What does Yakka mean? It's an Aboriginal Australian word for work, Singh explained. His company bio mentions he spent a gap year there. So he learned to serve champagne and canapes from Aboriginal elders, did he? A faint ripple of laughter moved through the room. He's privately educated, from a wealthy family, and he has a solid alibi for the night. Andrea disappeared. Sparks couldn't resist interjecting. I already interviewed him last week. We know all this. What about her phone records? Her social media activity? Have those records been formally requested? Singh inquired. Crane nodded. I submitted the request this morning. We're hoping to have them within the next day. Standard procedure, Erica cut in, her tone sharp. Why wasn't this done the moment she was reported missing? Were we tiptoeing around a wealthy family's privacy? Sparks cleared his throat. The decision was mine. The family believed Andrea had simply left of her own accord. They were actively monitoring her social media and sharing that data with us. I saw no immediate cause for a full digital intrusion. Unbelievable, Erica muttered, shaking her head. She turned back to Crane. I want those records and any data from her phone's hard drive the instant they land on your desk. Her focus shifted to Sparks, her voice taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. Now you seem positively brimming with good cheer. Please enlighten us. What did the CCTV miraculously reveal? DCI Sparks leaned back, his chair groaning in protest. It's not a pretty picture, I'm afraid. 3 cameras along London Road were out of service until very recently. That leaves us with a complete blind spot around the train station forecourt and the entire stretch up to the Horniman Museum. The side streets, as you'd expect, are never covered. For the night of the 8th, we're essentially working in the dark. A low curse escaped Erica's lips. We have her getting off the train at Forest Hill Station at 9:06 p.m, Sparks continued, consulting his notes. She exits the platform and walks past the ticket office, which was unstaffed. Only a handful of other passengers disembarked with her. Can we identify them? They might have walked in the same direction. I've already got a team working on it, Sparks confirmed. What about the door-to-door canvassing? Sergeant Crane shifted forward. Not much to report, boss. A lot of residents were still away visiting family after the holidays. Those who were home were either asleep or claimed they saw nothing. Pubs? Erica pressed. The Chain Pub and the Pig and Whistle have cameras. She didn't enter either. There are 4 other establishments along the high street. Grace Kinney mentioned the Glue Pot and the Stag. We've checked them all, Crane said. Frankly, they're a bit rough around the edges. No staff at any location recalls seeing her that night. Pull the staff, wrote ours. Identify the regulars. Check again. She was dressed for a night out. The odds are strong she went into one of those places. Singh offered another angle. What if her destination was a private house party? Alternatively, did she stop at any convenience stores to buy cigarettes or a bottle of something? Crane shook his head. The shops have CCTV, but it's inconsistent. None of the clerks recognised her photo. We also checked the area around the house where her bag was recovered. Number 49, Erica said. Right, the homeowner is an elderly woman with significant memory issues and a live-in aide. Neither heard nor saw anything unusual. An uneasy quiet settled over the room. Perhaps your team should call it a night, Sparks suggested. It's been a marathon. Yeah. All right, Erica conceded, the fight momentarily draining from her. Regroup here at 9 tomorrow? We should have the autopsy findings and the digital records by then. After her officers filed out, Erica remained alone in the incident room. Her eyes travelled over the whiteboards, finally resting on Andrea's photograph. The young woman's gaze seemed to challenge her from the poster. 23 years old, Erica whispered to the empty room. Your whole story was still unwritten. For a fleeting, irrational moment, the smile in the photo seemed less innocent and more like a taunt. She was startled by the sudden vibration of her phone. Are you planning to keep me waiting all night? Marsh's voice barked through the receiver. "On my way up now, sir," she said, already moving toward the door. "So to summarize, your first day has yielded precisely nothing?" Marsh stated, his face flushed as he paced behind his desk. Erica had just finished outlining the day's limited progress. "It's the initial 24 hours, sir," she countered, keeping her voice level. "We have a confirmed identification on the victim, which I've managed to keep from the press. We've also identified several pubs where Andrea might have been seen on the night she disappeared." Might have been seen? What kind of progress report is that? "It means we are severely hampered by a major CCTV outage covering London Road and the station vicinity," Erica explained, her patience thinning. "We need time and dedicated personnel to keep pressing, to ask the right questions until someone remembers something. The team has been pushing through, particularly with the weather causing delays. And what exactly was going through your head, picking a fight with the Douglas Browns?" Erica drew a long breath, centering herself. "I acknowledge, sir, that my approach with the victim's parents was less than ideal." "You're damn right it was. I assumed Lady Diana might have found some connection, given your Slovak background." "That was precisely the issue. She considered me beneath her. Not fit to be running a murder inquiry. Listen, DCI Foster, you didn't join the force to win a popularity contest. There's a workshop I could enroll you in, managing public interactions. That's just it. We're not treating them as the public. It feels like Sir Simon is running this investigation." "He certainly acts like he is incidentally. Who informed you? Did he call you directly? Has he got your personal number?" "You're skating on very thin ice, DCI Foster," Marsh warned. He contacted DCI Sparks, who passed it along. "How considerate." Marsh fixed her with a stern gaze. "I went out on a limb to get you assigned to this case. I don't need your sympathy, sir. And if you're not careful, you'll be off it before you've begun. You have to learn when to hold your tongue. I brought you in because you're an exceptional detective. One of the finest I've worked with, though at this moment I'm re-evaluating that opinion. My apologies, sir. It's been a relentless day, brutal conditions, no rest. But you know I don't offer excuses. I will find the person responsible." "All right," said Marsh, his tone softening slightly. "But you will offer a genuine apology to the Douglas Browns. Understood, sir, and get some proper sleep. You look terrible." "Thank you, sir." "Where are you staying?" "A hotel." "Good. Now get out of here, and show up tomorrow with a clear head," Marsh said, dismissing her with a wave. Leaving the office, Erica was seething, angry at the reprimand, and furious with herself for the misstep. She returned to the incident room for her coat. Andrea's photograph dominated the whiteboard, her gaze defiant. The handwritten case notes swam under the harsh lights, and Erica rubbed her weary eyes. Everything seemed obscured, as if viewed through a fogged window. The details refused to come into focus. A fresh wave of fatigue and frustration hit her. She shrugged on her coat, switched off the light, and left. In the corridor she encountered Desk Sergeant Wolfe. "I was coming to find you. We've arranged a vehicle for you." "A blue Ford Mondeo," he said, offering a key fob, his heavy features more morose than earlier. "Thanks," Erica replied, taking the key. They walked toward the main entrance, Wolfe labouring to keep pace. "I didn't load your suitcase. I injured my back a while ago. Had to have surgery. It's just behind the desk." They entered the reception area. A gaunt, dishevelled woman was hunched over Wolfe's desk, using his telephone. She wore dirty, torn jeans and a stained parka jacket dotted with cigarette burns. Her long grey hair was pulled back haphazardly, and deep shadows circled her eyes. Two messy little girls beside her were squealing encouragement at a buzz-cut boy perched on Erica's suitcase. He wore grubby white sweatpants and was gyrating his hips, one hand on the suitcase handle and the other in the air, as if riding a mechanical bull. Wolfe rushed behind his desk and pressed the phone hook, disconnecting the call. "I was fucking talking." The woman snarled, browning, crooked teeth flashing. "Ivy, this is a police line," Wolfe stated. "Well, it ain't rung in 10 minutes. Be thankful the criminals had taken a break. Who did you need to call? I can place the call for you," Wolfe offered. "I know how to use a damn phone," the woman shouted. Erica eyed the stranger. "Who are you?" Ivy pulled the receiver away from Wolfe and gave Erica a long, appraising look. "Me and Droopy here go way back. Right, Droopy? That's what I call him, ugly son of a gun, isn't he? Hey, get off my bag, Erica said to the young boy perched on her suitcase. He was maybe 7 or 8 and paid her no mind, continuing to whoop and bounce on the luggage. Wolf wrestled with Ivy for the phone, finally prying it from her grasp. I deserve to use this phone. It's a local call and my taxes pay your salary, Ivy insisted. How exactly do you pay me? Wolf shot back. I've got a job. I pay taxes. That's what funds this place. Erica reached to remove the child, but he leaned over and clamped his teeth onto the back of her hand. The sudden sharp pain caught her off guard. Let go now, she said, struggling to stay calm. The boy looked up with a malicious grin and bit down harder. A bolt of agony shot up her arm. Reacting on instinct, Erica snapped her hand back, her palm connecting sharply with his cheek. He screamed, releasing her, and tumbled off the suitcase onto the floor. Who the hell do you think you are? Ivy snarled, lunging at Erica. Erica tried to sidestep but found herself pinned against the wall. Wolf grabbed Ivy just as a blade flashed, stopping inches from Erica's face. Ivy, come on, just settle down, Wolf said, struggling to hold her back by her arms. Don't you tell me to settle down, you fat ugly bastard. Ivy spat, her voice low and dangerous. You lay a hand on my kids and I'll slice you open, no question. I got nothing left to lose. Erica fought to steady her breathing as the switchblade edged closer. Wolf finally got a firm grip on Ivy's wrist, twisting the knife from her hand. It clattered to the linoleum, and he covered it with his foot. You didn't have to be so rough, Droopy, Ivy whined, rubbing her wrist. Wolf kept his eyes on her as he bent to retrieve the knife, finding the release to retract the blade. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The little boy and his 2 sisters, who moments before had been a chaotic menace, now just looked like scared kids, wary of what their mother might do next. Erica's anger dissolved into a hollow ache as she imagined the chaos of their daily lives. She looked at the boy who was clutching the back of his head. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What's your name? He flinched away from her. What excuse could she possibly offer that she'd had a rough day? She took in their grimy clothes and thin frames, a stark portrait of neglect. The scene was suddenly absurd, a tragic farce playing out in a fluorescent-lit police station. I want to file a complaint, Ivy announced with grim satisfaction. Oh, do you? Said Wolf, steering her toward the exit. Yeah, police brutality. Get your hands off me, brutality against a minor. You'll need to complete a form, Wolf replied evenly. Right before you spend the night in a cell for pulling a knife on an officer. Ivy's eyes narrowed. I don't have time for this crap. Kids, now! She threw a final venomous look at Erica, and her children trailed after her out the door. A blur of worn coats passed the window. Damn it, Erica muttered, leaning heavily against the front desk and examining her hand. A raised purple line of teeth marks was etched into her skin, dotted with blood and saliva. Wolf walked over to a box labelled Knife Amnesty and dropped Ivy's blade inside. He then fetched a first aid kit, placing it on the desk beside Erica. You know her? Erica asked. Oh yeah, Wolf sighed, soaking a sterile pad with antiseptic. Ivy Norris also goes by Jean McCardle, Beth Crosby, sometimes Paulette O'Brien. She's a bit of a local legend around here. He pressed the pad firmly against the bite. A sharp, cleansing sting spread across her skin, oddly paired with the comforting, minty scent of the solution. Wolf continued, his voice low. She's been hooked on drugs for years, works the streets, and her criminal record stretches on forever. There was a time she even offered a twisted package deal with her own daughter, if you catch my drift, before the girl overdosed. What about the fathers of those children? Erica asked. Those are her grandchildren, and as for fathers, you might as well pick a name at random from the phone book. Wolf peeled away the old dressing and began to cleanse the angry bite mark on Erica's hand with a fresh antiseptic wipe. Are they living on the streets? Wolf gave a grim nod. Could we get them into emergency housing, maybe a temporary bed? Erica pressed, the image of Ivy vivid in her mind, standing defiantly in the harsh car park lights, cigarette in hand, ranting at the empty air while the children cowered nearby, flinching at her sudden gestures. Wolf let out a humorless laugh. She's been barred from most of those places for trying to pick up clients right in the lobby. He finished by securing a large adhesive bandage over the wound. Thanks, Erica said, testing the movement of her fingers. As Wolf repacked the first aid kit, his tone turned serious. You know what I have to say next? See a doctor about that bite? You'll need a tetanus shot, and let's be honest, street kids, you can't be sure what they're carrying. I know, Erica replied, and I have to file a report, document everything. She threatened you with a blade, the boy bit me. Right, and I struck him. I hit a child, Wolf said, a hard edge to his words. Just do your job, I appreciate it. He gave a curt nod, settled back into his chair, and pulled out a file. Erica turned to look outside, but the space where Ivy and the children had stood was now empty. The cold outside was brutal, gnawing through layers of clothing. The facade of Lewisham Row Police Station was brightly lit, but the adjacent car park was swallowed by shadows. Rows of vehicles glittered under a crust of frost in the lamplight, while traffic moved sluggishly in the distance. A dull, persistent ache pulsed in Erica's hand. She aimed her key fob left, then right, clicking until a set of taillights flashed orange far across the lot. Muttering under her breath, she trudged through the deep snow, dragging her wheeled case behind her. After stowing it in the boot, she slid into the driver's seat. The interior was an icebox, though it carried the clean scent of a new car. She started the engine, locked the doors and waited for the heaters to chase away the worst of the chill before easing out of the space. As she neared the exit, her headlights swept over a figure on the pavement. It was Ivy, with the children clustered under her arms, their small bodies shaking violently. Erica pulled up alongside and rolled down her window. "Where are you headed, Ivy?" Ivy turned, a strand of greying hair whipping across her face in the wind. "What's it to you?"
"I can give you a ride. Why would we get in a car with a cop who hits kids?"
Ivy shot back, her voice dripping with contempt. Erica took a breath. "I was out of line. I've had a terrible day." "You've had a bad day. Try living my life, sweetheart." Ivy snorted, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed her features as she glanced at the girl's bare, goose-bumped legs. "Let me drive you." "The kids can get warm," Erica offered. Ivy's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What's the catch?"
"What do I have to do for it?" "Just sit in the car," Erica said. She fished a £20 note from her pocket. When Ivy reached for it, Erica pulled it back slightly. "You get this when I drop you off, provided there are no more knives and no more biting." Ivy threw a sharp look at the little boy, who nodded quickly. "Fine," she relented. She opened the back door and the children scrambled in, tumbling across the seat.
When Ivy settled into the passenger side, she brought with her a pungent, unwashed odour. Erica fought back a wave of unease at her proximity. "Seat belts, please," she said, thinking it was a practical precaution for everyone. "Yeah, wouldn't want to break any laws," Ivy chuckled sarcastically, snapping her belt into place. "Where to?" "Catford," Ivy stated. As Erica reached for her phone to pull up a map, Ivy cut her off. "For heaven's sake, I'll tell you the way. Turn left here." The car moved smoothly through the night. As the rhythm of street lights washed over the windshield, an unlikely quiet settled inside the vehicle, a temporary fragile truce between the police officer, the weathered woman, and her shivering grandchildren. "So, you have any children?" Ivy asked. "No," Erica replied, switching on the wipers as a light snow began to dust the windshield. "Are you a lesbian?" "No. Doesn't bother me. I've got no problem with lesbians. You can have a proper drink with one, and they're usually handy around the house. I gave it a go once, mind you. Didn't care for the taste." "Of what? Home repair?" Erica joked. "Very funny saying that. I'm considering giving the ladies another shot. I'd have to split the cash, but I'm getting right tired of the taste of cock." Erica glanced over at her. "Come on now, you didn't think I had a job at Macy's, did you? Where's home for you?" Erica inquired. "Why the hell should I tell you where I live?" Ivy jerked forward, but her seatbelt snapped taut, holding her back. "Easy now. You just mentioned being tired of the taste of cock. I figured asking for an address was the polite next step. Don't get smart with me. I know your type. Enjoy your work, do you? Got any real friends?" Silence hung for a moment. "No, I didn't think so. Never really off the clock, are you? Your lot would turn in your own mother. Turn left here?" Erica signalled and turned. I don't really have a place right now, she offered, deciding to trade a piece of her own story. My husband passed not long ago. I've been away and you lost your mind, yeah. No, but I came close, Erica admitted. My husband was stabbed years back now. Died right there in my arms. Take her right here. You're all right, though, aren't you? Nice job. Could have been a cop myself or something better, Ivy sneered. You know this neighbourhood well, then? Erica asked. Yeah, been here my whole life. Any bars you'd recommend? Any bars I'd recommend? She echoed, mimicking Erica's tone. All right, which ones do you know? I know them all. Like I said, been around here for years, seen places open and close. The nasty ones always stick around the longest. They drove past the Catford Broadway Theatre, its facade still lit up and advertising the Christmas pantomime. Let me out here, Ivy said. Catford High Street was empty. Erica pulled over by a crosswalk next to a Ladbrokes betting shop and a branch of Bank of America. There aren't any houses here, Erica observed. I told you I don't have a house. Where are you staying, then? I've got things to do. Come on, wake them up, Ivy snapped at the boy. Erica checked the rearview mirror. The two girls were asleep, heads leaning together. The boy stared back at her, his face pale. I'm sorry I hit you, Erica said. His expression didn't change. Leave it. Just give me the money, Ivy said, unbuckling and opening the car door. Erica fumbled in her coat and pulled out the 20. Ivy took the bill, shoving it into the folds of her parka. Before you go, Ivy, what can you tell me about pubs in Forest Hill? The Stag. There's a dancer there who'll do just about anything once her pint glass is full of dollar coins, Ivy said. And what about the glue pot? Erica asked. Ivy's entire demeanour shifted. Her eyes went wide. I don't know anything about that place, she said, her voice rough. You just said you knew all the bars around here. Come on, tell me about the glue pot. I never go in there, Ivy whispered. And I don't know anything. You hear me? Why not? Ivy paused, looking hard at Erica. You should get that hand looked at. Little Mike, he's HIV positive. She got out, slammed the door and disappeared between the storefronts, the kids trailing behind her. Erica was so fixed on Ivy's reaction to the pub's name that the warning about Mike didn't immediately register. She quickly opened her own door and followed them to the mouth of a damp alleyway. She peered down it, but it was too dark to make out any shapes in the shadows. Ivy, she shouted. Ivy, what did you mean you never go in there? Why not? Erica started into the alley, the glow from the streetlights fading fast. She felt something soft and wet give way under her shoe. Ivy, I can get you more money. You just have to tell me what you know. She pulled out her phone and switched on the flashlight. The narrow passageway was littered with used syringes, torn condom wrappers, and crumpled price tags. I'm looking into a homicide, she pressed on, her words hanging in the cold air. This girl was last spotted at the glue pot. Only silence answered her. She approached a towering chain-link fence, its top bristling with sharp metal barbs. On the other side, a patch of overgrown weeds and a few rusted propane tanks were barely visible in the gloom. She turned, scanning the shadows. Where did they disappear to? She muttered, frustration tightening her chest. Retracing her steps revealed no escape route, just the unbroken brick walls of the surrounding buildings. Returning to her car, she found the driver's door still ajar, the interior light chiming a soft, persistent warning. She slid back into the seat, a sudden doubt creeping in. Had she imagined the entire encounter, Ivy and those children? Then a sharp pulse of pain from the back of her hand, and the sight of the square bandage snapped her back to reality. She hit the door locks and pulled away, tires protesting on the asphalt. A fresh wave of adrenaline sharpened her focus. Ivy's sheer terror at the mention of that pub wasn't just nerves, it was a red flag. The hour or her own exhaustion didn't matter now. She was going to see the glue pot for herself. Erica navigated back to Forest Hill, parking her car a few blocks from the main drag in a hushed neighbourhood of tidy homes. The pub sat midway along the high street, a two-storey brick structure with a facade the colour of cheap burgundy. The glue pot was spelled out in flaking white paint, the final T whimsically and rather stupidly morphing into a cartoon paintbrush dripping over a pot of glue. It was the kind of tacky sign that made you question the owner's taste. 4 windows, 2 up and 2 down, were set into thick stone sills. The upstairs ones were dark. Below, one was boarded over with plywood, leaving its partner to emit a sickly yellow glow through a grimy net curtain. Despite the chill, the outer door was propped open with a brick. A handwritten sign taped to it advertised a dubious deal. Buy 2 glasses of house wine, get the rest of the bottle for free. Stepping inside, Erica passed through an inner door, its safety glass webbed with cracks, and into the bar. The place was nearly deserted. 2 young men sat at a formica table, cigarettes dangling from their lips, their eyes briefly tracking her movement before returning to their pints. A small dance floor was buried under a pile of stacked chairs, and the tinny sound system played a Magic FM jingle, segueing into the opening saxophone riff of Careless Whisper. She approached a long, low bar at the rear, framed by racks of upside-down glasses. A heavy-set young woman was perched on a stool, engrossed in a tiny portable TV showing Celebrity Big Brother. "Double vodka and tonic, please," Erica said. The girl heaved herself up without enthusiasm, grabbed a wine glass and pressed it against the optic, her eyes never leaving the screen. She wore a faded Kylie Showgirl tour t-shirt that strained over her ample bust and thick torso. She gave the shirt a tug, trying to cover more of her backside. "You here looking for a nanny childcare?" the girl asked, having apparently noted Erica's faint accent. Erica caught a trace of an accent in the girl's voice as well. Eastern European, perhaps Polish or Russian, but she couldn't be sure. The girl pushed the glass against the optic a second time. "Yes," Erica replied, deciding to follow the lead. The bartender pulled out a plastic bottle of tonic and filled the glass to the very brim. She plunked it on the bar and slid a small square of card and a cheap pen toward Erica. "It's £20 to put a card on the board. We put new ones up every Tuesday. That'll be $23.50 with the drink." Erica paid and took a seat, swallowing a large gulp of the warm, flat mixture. It was terrible. "Why didn't you send your husband to do this?" the girl asked, watching to see what Erica would write on the card. Erica snorted. "Like, I need my husband finding another excuse to drink." The girl nodded as if this was the most familiar story in the world. Drink in hand, Erica moved over to the small corkboard the girl had pointed out, mounted on the wall beside the bar. As she pretended to study the other ads, her mind was already racing, piecing together the fear in Ivy's eyes with the grim reality of this place. The stale air held secrets, and she was determined to pry them loose. The wall was a layered collage of handwritten cards, their edges curling, each one a plea in Slovak, Polish, Russian, or Romanian for construction labour, childcare, or au pair placements. Erica scanned the nearly deserted room. "Is it usually this dead in here?" she asked. The woman behind the bar gave a dismissive shrug, polishing an ashtray with a stained rag. "It's January, and there's no match on. My friend found her au pair from one of these ads," Erica said, settling back onto her stool. "Do you get many young women coming through? Girls looking for that kind of work?" "Sometimes. My friend mentioned a specific girl might be around, that I could find her here." The girl stopped her wiping and fixed Erica with a chilly stare. Erica took a slow sip of her drink before pulling out her phone. She found the photo of Andrea and turned the screen. "This is her." "Never seen her," the girl said, a little too fast. "Really? My friend was certain she was here just a few days back. I didn't see her." The bartender hoisted a wire crate of dirty glasses and made to leave. "I'm not finished," Erica stated, laying her police badge flat on the sticky bar top. The girl froze, then set the crate down with a clatter. When she turned and saw the ID, panic flashed in her eyes. "Relax. I just need answers. What's your name?" "Christina." "Christina?" "Just Christina," she insisted, her voice tight. "All right, just Christina. Let's try again. Have you seen this girl?" Erica pushed the phone closer. Christina glanced at Andrea's picture and shook her head so violently her cheeks trembled. "Were you working on the night of the 8th? It was a Thursday, just over a week ago." The girl pretended to think, then shook her head again. "Are you certain? She was discovered dead this morning." Christina began to chew on her lower lip. Are you the owner here? No. You just work here. Yes. Who is the owner then? Christina just shrugged, a gesture of practiced ignorance. Come on, Christina. I can get that from the brewery with one call. And let's talk about those men who were smoking earlier, blatantly ignoring the ban. Do you have any idea what those fines run? Thousands. Then there's this little unlicensed employment agency you're running. You just took £20 from me for a card. I could have a squad car here in minutes, and all of it would land on you. Tears welled in Christina's eyes. Her substantial frame shuddered as she began to sob, her face flushing crimson. She dabbed at her small, watery eyes with a corner of her apron. If you just answer a few questions honestly, Erica said, her tone softening deliberately, I can ensure you're treated as a cooperative witness, not a participant. Christina's crying hitched and she caught her breath. It's okay. Nothing's going to happen to you now. Please, look at the photo again. Was this girl here on the night of the 8th, last Thursday? She was kidnapped and murdered. Anything you remember could be the key to finding who did this. The girl looked down through puffy eyes at the image of Andrea. She was over there, Christina whispered, finally. In that corner. Erica turned to see a small table near the empty dance floor. She also noted, with a detective's automatic cataloguing, that the two men with their half-finished beers had silently vanished. You're sure it was her? Erica pressed, holding up the phone once more. Yeah, I remember because she was so pretty. Was she alone? Did she meet someone? Christina nodded. There was another woman with her, short blonde hair. As short as mine. Another nod. What else? They had a drink, maybe two. It was a crazy night, and then... Christina was getting agitated again, her fear palpable. Just tell me, Christina. It's okay. Then I don't know when the friend left, but when I looked over again, there was a man sitting with her. What did he look like? The woman gave another helpless shrug. Tall, dark hair. They were arguing. Tall and dark isn't much to go on. Can you be more specific? Erica asked, masking her mounting frustration behind a calm facade. This was the break she needed, but the description was uselessly broad. Making a swift decision, she pulled out her phone, not to show a picture, but to make a note, her mind already racing ahead to the next step. Christina, I need you to come down to the station with me. We need to create a composite sketch of the man and woman you saw with Andrea. Christina immediately shook her head, backing away. No, I can't. Erica pulled out her phone and dialed the duty desk. It began to ring. This could be the key to finding Andrea's killer, Erica pressed. I'm working and Christina stammered. I can have officers come here. We can handle it right now. The duty officer answered. This is DCI Erica Foster. I need a squad car and uniforms at the Gluepot pub on London Road in Forest Hill. Who's available to conduct a composite sketch? A sudden movement caught Erica's eye. Christina had bolted through a door behind the bar. Damn it, hold on, I'll call back. Erica vaulted over the bar and pushed through the doorway into a grimy little kitchen. An exterior door stood ajar. She stepped out into a narrow alley. It stretched away, desolate and empty in both directions. A faint snow had begun to fall, muffling all sound into an eerie quiet. Erica jogged both ways, but the alley was deserted. The windows of the houses overlooking it were dark, and the connecting streets were empty. The snow thickened, and a bitter wind whipped between the buildings. Pulling her coat tight, Erica couldn't shake the creeping sensation of unseen eyes on her. 2 uniformed officers were dispatched, but a thorough search proved futile. Christina was gone. The apartment above the pub was vacant, cluttered with broken furniture and junk. It was past midnight when the officers finally convinced Erica to call it a night and get some rest. They would stay posted at the pub and locate the landlord at first light. If Christina returned, they'd bring her in. Walking back to her car parked a few blocks away, Erica felt a deep unease. The streets were silent, every sound amplified, the mournful whistle of the wind, a faint chime from a porch. She felt exposed as if the dark windows of every house held a watching presence. From her periphery a shadow seemed to shift in a bay window. She spun around, but there was nothing. Just an empty, dark pain. Was her exhaustion playing tricks? She decided she needed a bed immediately and would find the nearest hotel. Unlocking her car, she slid inside and hit the door locks, sinking into the seat with a sigh and closing her eyes. Instantly, her mind catapulted her back. It's a sweltering day on a dilapidated street in Rochdale. Her heavy protective gear is glued to her skin with sweat. Crouched by a low wall, she shifts her weight, the facade of a terraced house baking in the heat before her. 2 officers are beside her. 3 more are positioned across the front gate. Mark is there, second in line. After weeks of surveillance, the layout of the house is etched in her memory. The bare concrete front, the overflowing trash bins, the gas and electric meter on the wall with its cover torn off. Through the front door, up the stairs, the door to the left on the landing leads to the back bedroom, the meth lab. A woman was seen entering with a small child. The risk is high, but they are ready. Erica had drilled the raid procedure relentlessly with her team of 8. But now, stationed outside, it was terrifyingly real. A wave of fear threatened to rise, but she forced it down. She gave the signal. Her team, clad in black, moved with silent precision, rushing down the path. The sun caught the spinning disk of the electricity meter, once, twice, its rotation almost keeping time with the heavy thuds of the battering ram. On the 3rd strike, the wood shattered and the door crashed inward. Then chaos erupted. Gunfire, the window above the meter exploded inward. Shots were now coming from behind them. Erica's head whipped around. The fire was coming from the nice house across the street, the one with the sash windows and brass numbers on the door. The interior walls were painted with faro and ball. The couple had seemed genuinely warm and unpretentious during the police surveillance. Everything clicked into place as Erica's gaze lifted to their upstairs window. A dark shape shifted behind the glass, then searing pain erupted in her neck, and the metallic taste of blood flooded her mouth. Mark was there in an instant, kneeling beside her. She tried to form the words to warn him, "It's behind you," but her throat gurgled with blood. In the frantic panic, the absurdity of it was almost laughable. Then came a sharp, wet crack, and the side of Mark's skull shattered open. Erica jolted awake with a sharp gasp, fighting for air. A strange, oppressive brightness surrounded her. She let out a long, shaky exhale. Only when she focused on the steering wheel did her surroundings snap into focus. She was back in the present, sitting in her car. A new blanket of snow had fallen, sealing the windows under a thick, white layer. It was the same old dream. She always woke at that exact moment. Sometimes it played out in grayscale, and Mark's blood resembled dark, spilled syrup. She breathed slowly, in and out, feeling her heart rate gradually steady as reality reasserted itself. Muffled voices and footsteps passed by the car, growing louder before fading away. The dashboard clock read nearly 5 in the morning. She'd slept for hours but felt no more rested. Stiff and chilled to the bone, she shifted in the seat, started the engine and winced as an initial blast of icy air shot from the vents. Once the car warmed, she flicked the windshield wipers on and watched as the road gradually emerged, pristine and white under the fresh snow. Noticing the bandage on her hand, she remembered she needed a doctor. But the urgency of last night's events pushed that thought aside for now. Andrea had been in that pub. Who were that woman and man she'd spoken to? And why had the bartender just disappeared? Having a real puzzle to solve made it easier to shove the nightmare to the back of her mind. Erica put the car in gear and headed for the police station. Lewisham Row Police Station was silent at 5:30. The only sound was a distant, rhythmic banging echoing from the direction of the holding cells. The women's locker room was deserted. Erica peeled off her soiled clothes and stepped into the vast communal showers, turning the water as hot as she could stand. She stood under the stream, savouring the heat, and as steam billowed around her, the old Victorian tiles seemed to dissolve, and with them her own weary presence. By 6, she was dressed in fresh clothes, alone in the incident room with a vending machine coffee and a chocolate bar. A photo of Andrea Douglas Brown stared back from the wall with a gaze that struck Erica as overly assured. She found her assigned desk, located her login details, and accessed the intranet. It had been 8 months since she'd last checked her work email, not by choice, but because she'd been locked out. Scrolling through, she saw messages from old colleagues, department newsletters, spam, and a formal notice to attend a disciplinary hearing. The irony almost made her smirk, being notified of a hearing via a system she'd been barred from accessing. With a swift drag of the mouse, she highlighted the entire backlog and deleted it. Only one new email remained from Sergeant Crane, sent late the previous night. Attached is Andrea DB's complete Facebook profile history from 2007 to 2014, along with records from her phone recovered at the scene. Crane, Erica opened the attachment and hit print. The printer by the door hummed to life, swiftly ejecting a stack of pages. She gathered the pile and took it down to the staff cafeteria, hoping for a proper coffee, but found it dark and closed. She pulled a chair into a corner, switched on the overhead lights, and began to pore over the printed record of Andrea Douglas Brown's digital life. The document stretched over 217 pages, tracing nearly a decade of Andrea's life from a naive 14-year-old to a sophisticated 23-year-old. Her initial entries painted her as a reserved girl, but that demeanour shifted noticeably once she began attracting male attention, her wardrobe growing decidedly more daring. Her Facebook timeline became a relentless stream of celebration and vanity, filled with countless party snapshots and self-portraits. She appeared surrounded by a rotating cast of attractive faces, rarely photographed with the same person more than twice, suggesting a life dedicated to high-end socializing. The venues she favoured were exclusive clubs requiring table reservations, and her photos consistently featured tables cluttered with empty champagne bottles. Notably absent was any meaningful online engagement with her siblings. Her older sister Linda would occasionally like a family-oriented post, as would her younger brother David, but these interactions were almost exclusively limited to the annual Douglas Brown vacations, first to Greece and later to a rented villa in Dubrovnik, Croatia. These holiday archives captivated Erica the most. Each August for 3 predictable weeks a pattern would unfold. Andrea would kick things off with wholesome family images. Everyone smiling over a restaurant dinner or gathered at a poolside cabana for a casual lunch in their swimwear. In these scenes Andrea, always in a bikini, would strike a calculated pose, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder as she delicately pushed food around her plate. Linda, meanwhile, would be slumped in her chair, plate heaped high, wearing an expression of mild irritation at the interruption to her meal. With each passing year, Linda's figure seemed to expand, and she persistently hid behind oversized t-shirts and leggings. David's transformation was more dramatic, evolving from a scrawny, bespectacled 13-year-old sheltered under his mother's arm into a strikingly handsome young man. Andrea displayed a clearer affinity for David, often dragging him into awkward one-armed hugs that left his glasses crooked. Photos of Linda and David together were almost non-existent. Their parents, Sir Simon and Lady Diana, offered nothing revealing in their perpetual practiced smiles, broad but entirely empty. There was Lady Diana in her swimsuit and wrap. There was Sir Simon in his unflatteringly high-waisted board shorts. As every holiday wore on, Andrea's focus would inevitably drift from family. Her feed would then become a gallery of local boys. The initial photos had a voyeuristic quality, capturing unaware groups smoking or playing shirtless football on the sand. But soon she would fixate on one particular boy, devoting the final week to an obsessive photographic study. Her type was clear, the troublemakers older, brooding, with muscular builds, tattoos and piercings. One standout image from the summer of 2009 showed Andrea perched on the seat of a massive Harley-Davidson, wearing a minuscule bikini and pretending to drive. The presumed owner, a dark-haired young man, was awkwardly seated behind her as a passenger. He had one hand resting on the back of her bikini bottom and held a cigarette, its burning tip perilously close to her sun-browned skin. Andrea stared directly into the lens with a look of utter dominion. Who was holding the camera for this one? Erica scribbled in the margin. She was so absorbed she hardly registered the clatter of the cafeteria shutters opening or the arrival of tired officers for breakfast. Utterly fascinated by the narrative unfolding, a new figure entered the scene in 2012, a friend named Barbora Kadosova. Slovakian? Erica noted beside the name. Barbora shared Andrea's dark, striking beauty and quickly became a constant companion. even joining the family holidays in 2012 and 2013. In Barbora, Andrea had seemingly found a perfect accomplice for her pursuits. Their search for men had evolved into a more polished pursuit, captured in photos with a series of dark-haired, well-built men in upscale nightclubs or beside luxury poolside lounges. Yet, Andrea appeared to have found a real friend in Barbora, sharing casual snapshots from their downtime where Andrea went without makeup and seemed far less aware of the lens. In truth, she often looked more appealing without the usual cosmetic armor, genuinely laughing with a relaxed smile. One particular image showed the pair side by side before a mirror, drowning in enormous knit sweaters that fell past their knees. The bulky sweaters had a distinctly grandmotherly vibe. Barbora's was adorned with embroidered kittens chasing yarn, while Andrea's featured a massive orange tabby cat lounging in a basket. The glare from a phone flash was caught in the mirror's upper corner. Beneath it, Andrea's sister Linda had fired off a comment, "Get out of my room, you absolute jerk." Andrea had liked the remark and replied with a smiley face. Then, toward the end of 2013, Barbora suddenly disappeared without a word, unfriending Andrea online. Erica scanned back through the pages to ensure nothing was omitted. After that point, Barbora didn't surface in a single photo again, not even a like on any post. Roughly half a year later, in June 2014, Andrea's own Facebook profile was deactivated. There was no explanation or farewell message to her contacts. Shifting focus to the phone records, Erica found them disappointingly mundane and sparse. Crane had labelled the frequent numbers, regular calls to Andrea's fiancé, Giles Osborne, to a neighbourhood Chinese restaurant every Saturday, and on 7 consecutive Saturdays before Christmas, votes phoned in for the X Factor. The remaining calls were to family, her mother's flower shop in Kensington, and her father's office. Notably, there were no calls on the evening she vanished, even though her phone was recovered at the crime scene. The records spanned just 8 months, beginning only in June 2014. A sudden clatter echoed as a coffee cup hit the stone floor and shattered. Erica glanced up, noticing daylight filling the room and the canteen beginning to buzz with activity. A check of her watch showed 8:50 a.m. Anxious not to be late for the briefing, she collected her documents and headed out. In the hallway, she encountered Superintendent Marsh. "I reviewed last night's log," he said, one eyebrow raised. "Yes, sir. Everything will become clear. I'm following a solid lead." "Which is? I'll cover it in the briefing," she replied, as they reached the incident room. Inside, the full team was gathered at their desks and quieted as she entered. "All right, good morning, everyone." First, credit to Sergeant Crane for obtaining a complete Facebook history and phone records for Andrea, quick work. Andrea was highly active on the platform, then deactivated her profile last June. Similarly, her phone records only extend back to June 2014. Why? Did she change her number? She met Giles Osborne around that same time, offered DCI Sparks. Exactly. So why would she change her number and shut down her profile simultaneously? Maybe she wanted a fresh start. "Some men aren't comfortable with a woman's past connections," suggested Singh. Sparks added, "She clearly used Facebook to meet guys. Once she got engaged, perhaps she felt it was unnecessary." "But these phone records are almost suspiciously routine," Erica countered. "Are we to believe that meeting her dream man made every other interaction obsolete, that her social life just switched off?" "I didn't say that," Sparks replied. "No, but it feels off. She made 0 calls the night she went missing. We need to dig deeper. Locate her previous phone and pull those records. Check if she had a second device we don't know about. Also, I want everything you can find on a woman named Barbara Kardosova, pronounced Kardoshova. She was a close friend of Andrea's from 2012 into 2013. Then she vanished. Did they have a falling out? Where is she now? We need to locate and interview her, and track down any former boyfriends as well. Andrea certainly had her share of admirers. See what you can uncover," Erica instructed the team. "But keep it low-key," Marsh added from the back, Erica continued. "I stopped by the Glue Pot pub last night. A barmaid named Christina positively identified Andrea being there the evening she disappeared. According to her, Andrea was first with a blonde woman who had short hair, and later a man with dark hair." "Will you bring this Christina in for a composite sketch?" Sparks inquired. She got spooked when I floated the idea, Erica replied. All right, what's her last name? Sparks pressed. I didn't get that far before she. Erica trailed off. Sparks gave a knowing smirk and a nod. Erica pressed on. Another local I spoke with, Ivy Norris. Sparks cut in. Good grief, I wouldn't trust a word from Ivy Norris. That woman is a notorious gossip and a magnet for drama. Perhaps, Erica conceded, but when I brought up the glue pot, Ivy Norris had a genuinely frightened reaction. I want a full workup on that pub, find that barmaid and interview the owner. I believe there's a connection to Andrea's case here, and we need to uncover it quickly before the trail goes cold. DCI, Foster, a moment please, Marsh interjected. Of course, sir. Moss and Peterson, you're with me today. We're collecting the autopsy results, and the Douglas Brown family is coming in for the formal identification, Erica directed. The incident room buzzed into activity as Erica followed Marsh to his office, closing the door behind her. The formal ID is scheduled for this morning, she confirmed, taking a seat. Yes, at 10:30, Marsh said. I'll be releasing the official statement then. Our press officer, Colleen, is excellent. We'll stress this is the murder of an innocent young woman. But we must be ready. The press will inevitably hunt for a political angle, Marsh noted with a sigh. They have papers to sell, Erica remarked flatly. After a pause, Marsh drummed his fingers on the desk. I need to understand the direction of your investigation, he stated. I'm looking for a killer, sir, Erica replied. Don't be glib, Marsh shot back. You were just in the briefing. This witness, Christina, places Andrea at the glue pot that night with 2 individuals.
I'm looking for them, Erica explained. And where is this Christina now? Marsh asked.
She vanished before I could get more details, Erica admitted. Was she aware you're police? Yes. Do you think she might have told you what she thought you wanted to hear just to protect herself? She's likely here illegally, terrified of deportation. She'd probably claim she saw Bigfoot playing darts if she thought it would help her. Sir, I believe this is a legitimate lead, and Ivy Norris, her fear of that pub was palpable. I read the duty log from last night, Erica. It says you struck her grandson, and then she pulled a knife on you. The boy bit me and I reacted poorly. That's not the point, sir. Ivy Norris knows this neighbourhood, and something about that pub frightens her. Did you know 4 people were beheaded last month at the Ramblers' Rest over in Sydenham? She's probably not eager for a pint there either, Marsh retorted sarcastically. Sir, Erica exclaimed. Marsh continued, his tone shifting from sarcasm to one of weary pressure. I've got the Assistant Commissioner breathing down my neck. I have to report to someone at the Cabinet Office with updates. They want guarantees that any unseemly or unverified details about the Douglas Brown family won't be dragged through the media. I don't control the media and I don't leak case details, you know that? Erica stated firmly. Yes, but I need you to. Sir, I need to do my job. Be direct. Are you telling me there are avenues I cannot investigate? Marsh's face tightened. No. Then what are you saying? I'm telling you to stick to the facts. We've had our suspicions about the glue pot for a while now, regarding their possible role in placing undocumented workers, and it's a known spot for solicitation. You'll need solid evidence before you go claiming Andrea Douglas Brown was there the night she disappeared. What if I locate that bartender and get a recorded statement with a composite sketch? Good luck with that. She's likely already stowed away in a truck headed for Calais by now. Sir, we have Andrea on camera. She did take the train to Forest Hill that evening, and her body was discovered near the High Street. Honestly, could it be any clearer that my theory has merit? Marsh sighed in frustration. All right, proceed, but with caution. Keep the investigation discreet. The media has its eyes on us. I will, sir, and I expect to be updated on everything. Is that clear? Yes, sir. After a final searching look from Marsh, she exited his office. The morgue's chill seemed to drain the last traces of warmth from Erica as she and Moss moved down the stark fluorescent hallway. At a heavy metal door, Moss buzzed the intercom. Forensic pathologist Isaac Strong admitted them with a soft, "Good morning," his demeanour radiating a quiet, methodical calm. His tall frame was draped in a crisp, immaculate white lab coat, a dark leather phone case visible in the breast pocket. He wore black skinny jeans and Crocs, his dark hair brushed back from a high forehead. Erica found her gaze drawn, once again, to his gentle brown eyes beneath finely arched brows. The autopsy room was a stark blend of modern steel and old Victorian tile. A line of stainless steel doors lined one wall, and 3 steel autopsy tables, each encircled by drainage gutters, occupied the centre. Andrea Douglas Brown rested under a white sheet on the nearest table. Her eyes were now closed, her hair washed and neatly combed back. The bruising had deepened into dark shadows, her face still puffy. Erica had hoped, for the family's sake, that Andrea might simply look asleep, but despite the careful cleaning, the body still bore the brutal evidence of violence. Isaac moved around the table and carefully drew back the sheet. Beyond the bruises and lacerations marking her naked form was the rough, precise stitching of the Y incision, tracing from each shoulder, meeting at the chest and continuing down between her breasts to the sternum. No water in the lungs, confirming she was deceased before entering the water, Isaac stated. The ice slowed decomposition, but note the skin blanching from prolonged immersion. Ligature marks on the neck and a fractured collarbone point to death by manual strangulation. The bruising pattern suggests a medium-sized hand, with no distinctive anomalies like missing fingers. He paused, letting the clinical facts settle in the cold air. Toxicology reports a high blood alcohol level along with trace amounts of cocaine. Her stomach was empty, she hadn't eaten for hours, containing only a broken front tooth, likely swallowed during the assault. He lifted a small plastic vial containing the tooth fragment to the light. I also discovered a residue on her mouth and teeth from an adhesive chemical common to most brands of masking tape. So she was gagged, Erica asked. It would suggest that. There were no signs of sexual assault. However, she did engage in anal intercourse very near her time of death, and the physical evidence indicates it was consensual. I swabbed for semen and blood but found none. There was, however, latex residue and a small amount of lubricant present. She used a condom, Erica clarified. Whoever was with her used a condom, Isaac corrected gently. But how can you be certain it was consensual? An awkward silence followed. Isaac explained, his tone shifting to one of weary, almost sarcastic precision, a stark contrast to his earlier calm. There is a significant, measurable difference between tissue response in consensual versus forced penetration. The body tells 2 very different stories. In this case, the story points to agreement. During consensual intimacy, the body typically remains relaxed. In contrast, a violent assault is marked by intense fear, struggle and panic, causing muscles to contract severely. This tension can result in significant internal tearing and bruising. In this case, the rectal lining showed no such trauma. Another possibility, though grim, is that penetration occurred after death. "Please, no," Erica whispered. "I really hope that's not it. It's a medical possibility, but I find it unlikely here," Isaac replied. "The attack was frenzied, almost bestial. He tore hair from her temples. Does that suggest someone who paused to use protection?"
Were any condoms recovered from the scene? Erica asked.
The area near the boathouse was scattered with them. The team is processing them, but it's a slow process. A heavy silence fell. "Do we think Andrea was the type to engage in anal sex?" Peterson ventured. Isaac frowned. "That's a loaded question. Maybe, but let's be real. Isn't it usually a certain kind of woman who goes for that?" Peterson pressed. Erica cut in. "I don't like where this is going."
"We have to consider all angles," Peterson insisted.
Moss leaned forward. "So what? Only so-called slutty girls are into it. Girls who ask for trouble." Erica turned back to Isaac. "Could this have been rough outdoor sex that turned deadly?" "My role isn't to speculate about the victim's life," Isaac stated firmly. "I determine cause of death. Look here, her wrists were bound with a plastic cable tie, cutting deeply into the skin. Her ankles were also tied, and the left ankle has a hairline fracture. This wasn't some kinky encounter gone awry. This was an abduction," Erica concluded. "She might have been with her fiancé earlier that day. God, we'll have to question him. Is there any other DNA evidence?" "If there was, the icy water likely destroyed it," Isaac said. After the briefing, there was a short wait before the Douglas Brown family arrived to formally identify Andrea. Moss and Peterson stepped out for a smoke, and Erica, though long quit, found herself joining them. They stood by a fire exit overlooking the back of an auto repair shop. Inside the garages, young men worked under the raised chassis of cars, illuminated by the glow of inspection pits. Erica had worked more rape and murder cases than she cared to count. Watching the mechanics, she wondered how many ordinary men skirted the edge of violence in their thoughts, how many restrained themselves, how many never faced consequences. The nicotine, unfamiliar after so long, buzzed in her veins as she exhaled into the chill. Everything hinges on who Andrea was. Did she know her attacker? She mused aloud. Was she lured into the museum grounds? Or did she go willingly? Peterson asked. We have almost nothing. No DNA. The security cameras were offline. Could that have been intentional? Moss suggested. The CCTV failure? An inside job? Someone with a grudge against Sir Simon or the family? That's more likely just budget cuts and faulty equipment, Peterson countered. And if this was a professional hit, why leave her phone and ID behind? That's sloppy. Unless they wanted her identified quickly to send a message, Moss offered. She attracted a lot of male attention. A jealous ex, perhaps? Erica proposed. It's possible, Moss agreed. But who? She was engaged. By all accounts, she'd been practically celibate since getting involved with Giles Osborne. We need to speak with him. Isaac appeared at the doorway, his expression sombre. The Douglas Browns have just pulled into the parking lot. Moss crushed the cigarette against the sole of her shoe, tucking the unsmoked half back into the pack with a grimace. This is the part of the job I truly despise, she muttered. Simon and Diana Douglas Brown arrived with their children, Linda and David. Erica found it unsettling to finally meet Andrea's siblings in person. She felt she already knew them intimately from countless hours spent scrolling through Andrea's meticulously curated Facebook life. Diana and Simon were dressed in flawless, sombre black, with Diana leaning heavily on her husband and son as if her legs might give way. David was a lanky figure in a stylishly fitted black suit and glasses, while Linda stood beside her father looking prematurely matronly in a severe A-line skirt and a heavy wool coat. All bore the puffy, red-eyed marks of recent grief. Good morning. We're ready for you just through here, Erica said gently, guiding them to the door of the identification suite. Simon placed a protective hand over his wife's. You both stay here, he instructed David and Linda, his voice thick. I'll handle this alone. We're here as a family, Dad. We do this together, David countered. His voice carried a surprising, resonant authority that clashed with his bookish appearance. Linda chewed her lip thoughtfully before giving a firm, silent nod of agreement. Erica led them inside. The room was a small, impersonal space holding 2 chairs and a wooden table adorned with a pathetically cheerful bunch of plastic daffodils. Please, take all the time you need, Erica said, directing them to the large glass viewing window. On the other side, a curtain was drawn. Erica noted it had been hung incorrectly. The faded yellow lining facing them, some threads already unravelling at the top. There was a grim irony to it. The dead were presented with the finished side, while the living were left staring at the messy seams, like unwanted spectators at a macabre show. Diana stiffened as a mortuary technician pulled the curtain back, revealing Andrea lying peacefully under a white sheet. A soft, golden light glowed against the wood-panelled walls of the viewing chamber. Erica had never shaken the sense that these identifications felt staged, almost performative. Reactions varied wildly. Some families stood in numb silence, while others were shattered by waves of anguish. She recalled one man who had hammered on the glass with such force it splintered. Yes, that's her. That's Andrea. Diana managed, her voice catching. She brought a crisp white handkerchief to her expertly made-up face, dabbing at her eyes. Linda didn't blink or look away. She merely tilted her head, her gaze wide with a dreadful, fascinated curiosity. David stared, jaw clenched, battling his own tears. It was Simon who finally broke, a raw, guttural wail escaping him as he collapsed. David moved to hold his father, but Simon shoved him away violently. Only then did David's own composure crack, his body folding as heavy sobs racked his frame. I'll give you some privacy. Stay as long as you require, Erica said softly, withdrawing. 5 minutes later, the family emerged, eyes raw and swollen. Erica was waiting in the corridor with Moss and Peterson. "Thank you for doing that," she said. "Would it be possible for us to speak with all of you later this afternoon? What could you possibly need to ask us?" Simon demanded, his bloodshot eyes now wary and tinged with humiliation. "We need to learn more about Andrea's life. It helps us understand if she might have known her attacker. Why on earth would she know a killer?" Simon shot back, his voice rising. "Do you think someone like Andrea associated with murderers?" "No, sir, I don't," Erica replied calmly. "But we are obligated to explore every avenue." "Where is Andrea's fiancé?" Moss inquired. "Giles understood we needed time alone as a family," Diana said, her voice fading as the reality of planning a funeral seemed to dawn on her. "I'm certain he will pay his respects in due course." They watched the family trudge slowly across the snow-dusted parking lot to a waiting sedan. As he climbed into the car, Simon Douglas Brown turned and fixed Erica with a long, piercing stare, his grief-reddened eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that felt like an accusation. Then the car door closed, and the vehicle disappeared into the swirling snowfall. Meanwhile, across the city, Yaka Events operated from a sleek modernist office building nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street in Kensington. The building loomed between two perfectly ordinary rows of townhouses, an architectural statement that seemed wildly out of place, like a modern art installation mistakenly dropped in a quiet suburb. Erica, Peterson and Moss were buzzed through not one, but two separate smoked glass doors before they reached the front desk. A young receptionist, absorbed in her computer and wearing earbuds, glanced up but offered no greeting, her fingers continuing to dance across the keyboard. Without a word, Erica reached over and plucked one earbud free. "DCI Foster," she stated flatly. "These are Detectives Moss and Peterson. We need to speak with Giles Osborne." "Mr. Osborne is in a meeting. If you give me just a second to finish this, I can schedule an appointment for you," the receptionist replied, making a point of repositioning the earbud. Erica leaned in again, this time giving the cord a firm tug that dislodged both earpieces. "I wasn't making a request. We are seeing Giles Osborne now." They presented their badges in unison. The girl's defiant expression didn't waver, but she picked up the desk phone. "And what is this concerning?" "The death of his fiancée," Erica said. As the receptionist dialed, Peterson muttered under his breath, "What did she think this was? A noise complaint about a loud party?" Erica shot him a warning look. Hanging up, the receptionist gestured vaguely. "He'll be right out. You can wait in the lounge." The lounge area was a study in calculated cool, with low-slung sofas and a minimalist coffee table artfully strewn with design magazines. A sleek, fully stocked bar anchored one corner, complete with a gleaming silver espresso machine and a lit refrigerator showcasing rows of craft beers. The wall featured a collage of photos from various Yaka events, predominantly featuring beautiful young people distributing glasses of champagne. "Yeah, with my hips, I'd never make the cut here," Moss whispered as they sat. Erica glanced over and was surprised to see a genuine, mischievous grin on Moss's face. Erica found herself smiling back, a rare moment of shared understanding. Giles Osborne appeared through another smoked glass door near the bar. He was a short, round man with slick dark hair combed to the side. His small, shrewd eyes were set close together above a prominent nose, his face tapering down to a nearly non-existent chin. He was crammed into a pair of painfully tight skinny jeans and a V-neck t-shirt that strained over his stomach. The ensemble was finished with a pair of absurdly pointed ankle boots, giving him the unfortunate appearance of a swollen garden gnome. Erica felt a pang of disbelief that this was the man Andrea had agreed to marry. "Giles Osborne," he announced in a polished, confident tone. "How can I help you?" After introductions, Erica added, "First, please accept our condolences." "Thank you, it's been a profound shock. Truly, I'm not sure I'll ever fully come to terms with it." He looked genuinely distressed, yet made no move to invite them further in. "Would it be possible to speak somewhere more private? We have a few questions," Erica pressed. "I already gave a very detailed statement to a DCI Sparks yesterday," he said, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of suspicion. It was a classic deflection, The kind people use when they're hiding more than just grief. We understand and we appreciate your cooperation, Erica replied, her voice steady. But this is a murder investigation. We need to be thorough and ensure no detail, however small, is overlooked. For a moment, Giles simply studied them, the suspicion hanging in the air like a bad smell. Then, as if flipping a switch, his demeanour shifted to one of accommodating hospitality. Of course. Can I offer you a coffee? We do an excellent macchiato." Moss accepted a cappuccino, Peterson nodded, and Erica gave a curt thanks. "Michelle, we'll be in the conference room," Giles called to the receptionist. He led them through a bustling open-plan office where a team of young, sharply dressed employees, none looking a day over 25, tapped away at their screens. The conference room housed a long glass table. A large plasma screen on the wall was mirroring a website, and Erica's eyes were drawn to the grid of thumbnail images. It took her a second to process what she was seeing. They were pictures of caskets, various models and finishes on display. Giles quickly moved to a laptop on the table and minimized the browser, the Yaka Events logo snapping back onto the screen in its place. "I can't even begin to fathom what Lord and Lady Douglas Brown are going through right now. I thought maybe I could start making some arrangements for Andrea's service," Giles Osborne explained, his voice strained. Moss responded, reminding him that Andrea had only been formally identified an hour prior. "But you had already identified her, hadn't you?" Giles pressed. Erica confirmed it with a quiet, "Yes." He shook his head, a hand rising to cover his eyes. "One never knows how to act with this kind of shock. It must look odd to you." His composure cracked and he stifled a sob. "Forgive me, I need a purpose. I need to do something. Organising things is what I do." "I still can't process that she's gone." Erica reached for the tissue box on the long conference table and offered him one. He took it with a muttered thanks, dabbing at his eyes. "I assume your event planning business is doing well?" Erica asked, steering the conversation as they all settled into chairs. "Can't complain," Giles said, regaining some of his professional tone. "There's always someone with a product to launch or a brand to shout about. The economy has its ups and downs, but the desire to communicate a big idea never really goes away. My job is to help amplify that message." Moss leaned forward. "And what message are you hoping to amplify with Andrea's funeral?" Before Giles could formulate a reply, the receptionist entered with a tray of coffees. "Thanks, Michelle, you're a lifesaver," Giles called after her as she left. He turned back to Moss, considering the question. "That's a very good question. I want people to remember Andrea for who she was. A beautiful, pure young woman, innocent with her entire future waiting for her." Erica let the description hang in the air, noticing Moss and Peterson exchange a subtle glance. "This is excellent coffee," Moss remarked, taking a sip. "Thank you. We handled the product launch for that brand," Giles said, a hint of pride returning. "It's all fully fair trade. The growers are paid well above market rates. Their kids get school placements. They have proper sanitation, clean water, comprehensive medical care." "Didn't realise my morning caffeine fix was saving the world," Peterson said, the sarcasm in his voice thick enough to spread on toast. Erica sensed the shared scepticism between her colleagues. They needed to keep Giles from realising their dislike if this interview was going to yield anything useful. "We're here today," Erica began redirecting the conversation, "to try and understand Andrea's life. We find that building a complete picture of the victim, including her final hours, is often the most effective path to finding who's responsible." "Of course," Giles nodded. "It was just a horrific shock." His eyes welled up again, and he angrily scrubbed at them with the crumpled tissue. "We were getting married this summer. She was thrilled. She'd already begun her dress fittings. She had her heart set on a Vera Wang, and I always made sure my Andrea got exactly what she wanted." "Her parents weren't contributing?" Erica inquired. "No. It's a Slovak custom. The costs are split between the families." "Are you Slovak? I think I detect an accent," Giles asked. "I am," Erica confirmed. "Married?" "No. Where did you and Andrea first meet?" "She started working for me last June." "Doing what?" "She was a promotional sampler, though I'm not sure she fully grasped the concept of work. I'd known Lady Diana for years through event collaborations. She mentioned her daughter was job hunting and showed me a photograph. That was all it took. Peterson jumped in. What does "that was all it took" mean exactly? Well, she was stunning, exactly the sort of girl we like to have, representing a brand, and of course I fell for her pretty quickly, Giles said with a weak, humourless laugh. And how long did she actually work for you before the relationship started? Peterson pressed. Not long. The falling in love part took a bit longer than the employment, to be honest. She worked one shift, handing out samples of champagne. She was dreadful at it, acted like a guest at the party, not staff. Drank far too much of the product herself, so that didn't work out. But, well, Giles' voice trailed off, and he looked suddenly irritated. Is any of this actually relevant? Shouldn't you be out there hunting for the man who did this? Erica picked up the thread. So it was a very fast-moving relationship. You only met 8 months ago, last June? Yes, he replied. And you proposed quite early on, as I've stated. It was love at first sight. Do you believe Andrea felt the same way? Moss inquired. Giles shifted in his chair, his discomfort palpable. Am I a suspect here? Why would you assume that? Erica countered. We're simply asking questions. But I've already been through all this. If you want the facts, I have a solid alibi for the night Andrea vanished. From 3 in the afternoon on Thursday, January 8th, until 3 the next morning, I was managing a product launch for Raw Spice on Beak Street in Soho. Afterward, my team and I returned to the office for a few drinks to unwind, all of it on security footage. We even went for breakfast at 6 a.m. at the McDonald's on Kensington High Street. More than a dozen staff members can confirm my whereabouts, and there's likely CCTV from those locations too. The doorman at my building saw me arrive home at 7 a.m. and I didn't leave again until noon. What exactly is Raw Spice? Peterson asked. It's a sushi fusion concept, Giles said, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Sushi fusion? I wouldn't expect someone like you to be familiar with that scene, Giles remarked. Someone like me? Peterson asked, reaching up to touch one of his short dreadlocks. No, that's not what I meant. Giles backtracked, flustered. I meant someone who might not move in central London circles, Erica interjected smoothly. That's all clear, Mr. Osborne. Please, call me Giles. We use first names here. Giles, are you on Facebook? Of course I am, he said, bristling slightly. I run an events company. Social media is essential. And Andrea? No, she was one of the few people I've ever met without a profile. I tried to get her on Instagram a couple of times, but she was hopeless with technology. It was almost charming, he thought, that old-world resistance in a digital age, a detail that had once endeared her to him. Erica stood and placed 2 printed screenshots on the glass table between them. Andrea did have a Facebook profile. She deactivated it in June 2014. Would that be around the time you two met? Giles pulled the papers closer, his confusion evident. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but his eyes lingered on one image. Andrea leaning against a handsome young man, his hand resting on her breast through a white halter top. Perhaps she wanted a fresh start, he offered weakly. So she wasn't truthful about her social media? Lie is such a strong word, don't you think? But why keep it from you? I don't know, Giles, Peterson cut in. Are you familiar with the Glue Pot pub in Forest Hill? No, I don't believe so. What is it? Just a pub, then I definitely don't know it. I never go south of the river, honestly. Andrea was last seen there on the night she disappeared. She was with a blonde woman, and later, a man with dark hair. Any idea who they might be? Did she have friends in South London around Forest Hill? None that I knew of. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to hurt her? Did she owe money? No, Giles insisted, a defensive edge to his voice. Between Sir Simon and myself, Andrea wanted for nothing. That night, she told me she was going to the movies with her brother and sister. I was actually encouraging her to spend more time with them. They weren't very close. Why not? Oh, you know how it is with wealthy families. Parents outsource the childcare. The siblings end up competing for scraps of attention. David and Andrea seemed to get more than Linda did. He paused, offering a thin smile. I was fortunate. I'm an only child. An image flickered in Erica's mind. Giles is a lonely, somewhat awkward child, perched by himself. Did you ever meet a friend of Andrea's named Barbara Cardosova? Erica slid a photograph across the table. Giles leaned forward to study it. No, I never met her, but Andrea mentioned her. Barbara dropped her quite suddenly, from what I understood. It was rather cruel. The incident occurred not long before I first met her. How familiar were you with Andrea's social circle? She didn't maintain many close friendships with other women. She would attempt to form bonds, but it often led to jealousy. She is remembered as exceptionally beautiful. Was your physical relationship with Andrea a consistent part of your engagement? Peterson inquired. What? Yes, of course. We had recently become engaged. Did you and Andrea have sex on the day she disappeared? What does that possibly have to do with? Giles began, his voice tight. Please, just answer the question, Erica pressed gently. I believe we may have that afternoon. But I truly don't see the relevance of our private life to her disappearance. This is outrageous. Giles's face was flushing a deep crimson. Did your sexual activities include both anal and vaginal intercourse? Peterson asked, his tone clinical. Giles shot to his feet, his chair clattering backward and his coffee cup tipping over. That's enough, get out now. This is a voluntary discussion and I am done. It is voluntary, Erica agreed calmly, but we need you to answer. Andrea endured a prolonged and vicious assault. Our questions have a purpose. What? Are you asking if we did something like that? No, absolutely not. I would never marry a woman who... Giles pulled at the collar of his t-shirt, the words choking him. I need you to leave. Any further questions will require my lawyer. This is deeply upsetting and inappropriate. The spilled coffee pooled at the table's edge before beginning a steady drip onto the carpet below. His anger deflated, replaced by a dawning horror. Was she raped? Was she badly hurt? He asked, his voice now a whisper as he crumpled, leaning on the table and weeping into his sleeve. We do not believe Andrea was sexually assaulted, but the attack was sustained and brutal, Erica said, her voice softening. Oh God, Giles breathed, scrubbing at his eyes. I can't even begin to picture what she must have suffered. Erica allowed a moment of silence to hang in the air before continuing. Giles, can you tell me if Andrea possessed more than one mobile phone? He looked up, confused. No, just the one, a Swarovski crystal iPhone. Sir Simon's office handles the bill. It's the same for Linda and David. Erica exchanged a glance with Moss and Peterson and they rose. We'll conclude here, Mr. Osborne. Thank you. I apologise for the difficult nature of our questions, but your cooperation is invaluable. Erica briefly touched his arm. We'll see ourselves out. They passed Michelle in the hallway as she hurried toward the conference room with a thick wad of tissues, casting a sharp, disapproving look their way. Once outside on the sidewalk, Erica turned to her team. Initial thoughts? I'll just say what we're all thinking. Peterson started. What on earth was she doing with him? The guy was completely out of his league. And I'm not convinced he truly knew her, Moss added. More likely, Peterson finished, she only ever showed him the version of herself she wanted him to see. By midday, the official confirmation of Andrea's death dominated every news channel. As Erica, Moss and Peterson arrived at the Douglas Brown estate, the crowd of photographers on the snowy lawn had swelled, trampling the slush into muddy ruts. This time, they were ushered directly inside without delay into a spacious drawing room with wide windows overlooking both the front drive and the expansive rear gardens. 2 plush cream-coloured sofas and several armchairs were arranged around a long, low coffee table. A white marble fireplace anchored the room, and a baby grand piano in the corner was nearly obscured by a collection of framed photographs. "Hello, officers," said Simon Douglas Brown, rising from the sofa to shake hands. Diana Douglas Brown remained seated beside him, her eyes red and puffy, her face stripped of its usual makeup. David and Linda sat apart, flanking their parents in a tense, silent tableau. Simon, Diana and David remained in their sombre black attire, but Linda had switched to a plaid skirt and a loose white wool sweater. Embroidered across the front, playful kittens chased balls of yarn. Erica recognised the sweater instantly from the Facebook photo where Andrea had worn it with Barbara. Thank you for agreeing to speak with us. Erica began taking a seat on the sofa across from the family as Peterson and Moss settled beside her. First, I want to apologize if my approach yesterday seemed abrupt. It was never my intention, and I'm truly sorry if any offense was taken. Simon appeared, taken aback by the apology. Of course, think nothing of it, and thank you, he replied. Diana echoed the sentiment with a raspy, yes, thank you. We're hoping to learn a bit more about Andrea's daily life, Erica continued. Would you mind if we asked a few questions? The family nodded in unison. Erica turned her attention to David and Linda. We understand Andrea had plans to meet both of you on the evening she went missing? That's right, Linda confirmed. We were supposed to meet at the Odeon in Hammersmith for a movie. Which film was it, Erica asked. David merely shrugged, glancing at his sister. Gravity, Linda supplied. Andrea had been talking about it for weeks, saying she couldn't wait to see it. Did she give any reason for cancelling?
She didn't cancel, Linda corrected, a hint of old frustration in her voice. She just never showed up. Erica nodded. We have a witness who placed Andrea at a pub in South London called the Glue Pot. Does that name mean anything to any of you? A collective shake of heads answered her. That doesn't sound like Andrea's sort of place at all, Diana murmured, her voice distant and slightly slurred. Could she have been meeting someone there? Did she have any friends in that area?
Good heavens, no, Diana insisted. Andrea went through friends like tissues. Linda interjected, giving a sharp little toss of her head to flick her short bangs from her eyes. Linda, that's unkind, her mother protested feebly. But it's true. There was always some new person she'd met at a bar or some exclusive club. She had memberships everywhere. She'd be obsessed with them one week, and then they'd be completely cut off the next, excommunicated for some tiny slight. Such as, Erica pressed. Oh, looking better than she did in a photo, or chatting with a guy she had her eye on, or maybe just talking about their own life a bit too much. Linda, her father warned, his tone low. I'm just telling them the truth. No, you're disparaging your sister who can't defend herself any more. Simon's voice faded into a heavy silence. Moss leaned forward. Did you ever go out with Andrea to these bars and clubs? No, Linda said flatly, the word hanging in the air. When you mention memberships, what exactly do you mean? Memberships to private clubs. Probably not the sort of places you'd frequent, Linda added, her eyes scanning Moss's practical attire. A flicker of a smirk appeared, then vanished. Linda, Simon chided again. Shifting on the sofa, her posture awkward, Linda muttered, Sorry, that was rude, and repeated the nervous hair-flicking gesture. Erica made a mental note of the possible tic. No problem at all, Moss said warmly. This is just a conversation. We're only trying to gather information that might help us. I can have my secretary compile and email a list of the clubs where Andrea held memberships, Simon offered, eager to steer the discussion back on course. Peterson turned to Linda. Linda, you work at a florist, is that right? Linda's appraisal of him this time was noticeably different, more approving, as if she were seeing him properly for the first time. Yes, it's my mother's shop. I'm the assistant manager. She paused, then asked bluntly, Do you have a girlfriend? Ah, no, I don't, Peterson replied, slightly flustered. What a shame, Linda said, though her tone lacked real conviction. We have some beautiful arrangements coming in for Valentine's Day. Shifting focus, Peterson addressed David, who had sunk deep into the cushions, the collar of his sweater pulled up over his mouth. What about you, David? I'm working on my master's degree, he mumbled. Where? Here in London at University College. What's your field of study? Architectural history. He's always wanted to be an architect, Diana said, her voice swelling with pride as she placed a hand on his arm. He immediately pulled his arm away. For a heartbreaking second, Diana's composure seemed to crumble before she stiffened her spine, a flash of defiant resilience replacing the grief, as if she was silently deciding she would not break. Not here, not now. Erica gently redirected. When was the last time you saw Andrea, David? The afternoon before we were supposed to go out, he said, his voice barely audible. Did you spend much time with Andrea socially in London? No, David said, finally lowering his sweater collar. His expression was one of weary resignation. Her scene was more Kardashian bling. Not really my thing. The comment, delivered with a dry, almost sarcastic edge, cut through the room's tension, highlighting the vast unspoken gulf that had existed between the siblings. I'm more of a Shoreditch person, you know, David said, leaning back in his chair. Peterson raised an eyebrow. The bars and clubs over there. David nodded, and Peterson added, I actually live in Shoreditch, bought a place right before the market went crazy. Linda looked at Peterson with an expression that suggested she found him particularly delicious. David continued, Exactly. Once my trust fund clears, I'm getting my own spot there. David, his father said, a warning in his tone. What? He asked. I answered. A subtle tension settled over the room. Simon and Diana exchanged a brief, loaded glance before silence fell. Moss steered the conversation back. Linda, you're a florist. David is a student. What was Andrea doing? Andrea was engaged to be married, Linda replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Enough, Simon roared, slamming a hand on the table. I will not tolerate this sniping, filling the air with poison. Andrea is dead, murdered, and you're sitting here taking cheap shots. Hey, that was all Linda, David said defensively. Of course always my fault, always Linda. Simon ignored their bickering, his voice dropping to a pained whisper. Andrea was a radiant girl. She didn't just enter a room. She illuminated it. She was beautiful and sensitive, and a light has gone out in our world. The family dynamic shifted visibly, drawing them closer together in their shared grief. Erika gently interjected. What can you tell us about Andrea's friend, Barbara Kardasova? Diana dabbed her eyes. She was the closest thing to a best friend Andrea ever had. She even joined us on a family vacation to the coast one summer. They were inseparable for a while, and then she just disappeared, Andrea said. Barbara moved away without a word. Do you know where? No. No forwarding address. She stopped answering Andrea's emails, Diana said. Don't you think that's strange? Obviously it was odd. I believe she came from a difficult background. Her mother was ill. But then people have a way of disappointing you, don't they? Could they have had a fight? It's possible, but Andrea, she was honest. She would have told us. Andrea believed Barbara had grown jealous of her. Erika consulted her notes. Andrea's phone records only go back to June 2014? Yes, she lost her previous phone, Simon explained. She'd had that one since she was a teenager, and you replaced it for her? We did. Do you have the number for that old phone? Simon's posture stiffened. Why would you need that? Just routine procedure, is it? I think 8 months of records would be sufficient. A flicker of unease crossed his face. Did Andrea have another phone? No. Is it possible she had one without your knowledge? The question hung in the air. Well, no. The family oversees her trust. She used credit cards primarily. We would have seen a purchase, but why would she? Her old number would still be very helpful. Simon held Erika's gaze for a moment before relenting. Fine. I'll have my assistant pull the records. Before Erika could continue, Diana broke down. I don't understand why she would go all the way across the river, then for some monster to take her. My baby, she's gone. Her words dissolved into hysterical sobs. Simon and David moved to console her, while Linda merely fiddled with her hair and picked at her sweater, looking profoundly bored by the display. Officers, that's quite enough for now, Simon said firmly. Erika struggled to mask her frustration. Would it be possible to see Andrea's bedroom? Now? Your team has already been through it. Please, it would assist the investigation, Erika pressed. I can show them, Dad. Linda offered brightly, standing up. Follow me. They left the living room, passing the still distraught Diana. David gave his sister a faint, weary smile before turning back to their mother. On their way out, they passed the grand piano, its surface a gallery of framed smiles, the Douglas Brown family, frozen in happier times, all beaming for the camera. Andrea's bedroom was spacious and elegantly decorated, matching the refined style of the rest of the home. 3 tall sash windows lined one wall, offering a view of the lawn below where members of the press were gathered in a restless crowd. Linda entered first and strode directly to the windows, peering through a narrow gap in the blinds. The photographers immediately sprang to life, their cameras clicking rapidly. With a sharp, frustrated motion, Linda pulled the blinds shut, plunging the room into a dim, shadowy light. "Those vultures," she muttered. "We're practically prisoners in our own house." David keeps complaining. He can't even step onto the terrace for a smoke. Father says it would create the wrong impression. The heavy blinds blocked most of the daylight, casting the bedroom in a somber gloom. Linda reached over and switched on a lamp, its warm glow illuminating the area around the largest centre window. Beneath it stood an expansive, polished wood desk, its surface meticulously arranged with an impressive collection of cosmetics. A large jar held an array of brushes and eyeliners. Bottles of nail polish were lined up in a rainbow of shades. Powder compacts were neatly stacked, and rows of lipstick tubes stood at attention like little soldiers. Draped over the corner of the mirror was a colourful tangle of lanyards and concert passes. Madonna, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Rihanna, Robbie Williams, a testament to a life filled with music and excitement. Along the right wall ran a full-length wardrobe. Erica slid open the mirrored door, releasing a subtle cloud of Chanel Chance perfume. Inside hung a curated collection of designer clothing, predominantly short skirts and dresses, while the floor was nearly hidden by a pile of stacked shoeboxes. "So Andrea received a regular allowance?" Erica inquired, gently sifting through the garments. "Once she turned 21, she gained access to her trust fund just as I did," Linda replied. "David, however, still has to wait, which has led to some tension." "What kind of tension?" Erica pressed. "Males in our family must wait until their 25th birthday to access their funds," Linda explained, a hint of smugness in her tone. "David is a typical 21-year-old. He dreams of spending his money on fast cars, parties, and impressing girls. Ironically, even with less to spend, he's more thoughtful than Andrea ever was. He still manages to give me nicer birthday gifts." Linda brushed her fringe from her forehead and crossed her arms over her sweater, which was adorned with a pattern of tiny kittens. Moss shifted the focus. "What do you spend your money on?" "That's a rather personal question, and I don't believe I need to answer it," Linda retorted sharply. Beside the wardrobe stood a neatly made four-poster bed, dressed with a blue and white blanket. A row of well-loved stuffed animals was arranged carefully on the pillow. On the wall above the bed hung a faded poster of One Direction. "She'd outgrown them, really," Linda commented, noticing their gaze. "She said they were just boys and she preferred actual men." "But she was engaged, correct?" Erica prompted. Linda let out a short, humourless laugh. "What's funny about that, Linda? Have you actually seen Giles? If they were fattening ducks for foie gras, he'd be first in line for the corn. Why do you think Andrea was with him then?" "Really, officers, isn't it obvious? Money. He's set to inherit a massive estate in Wiltshire and a vacation home in Barbados. His parents are obscenely wealthy and aren't in the best health. They had him very late in life. His mother apparently thought he was a menopausal surprise." Moss steered the conversation back. Was Andrea ever unfaithful to Giles? Boys were constantly orbiting Andrea. They'd turn into pathetic, drooling messes around her. She absolutely thrived on that kind of attention. "But was she having an affair?" Moss persisted. "I have no idea what she was doing half the time. We weren't particularly close, but I did love her, and I'm completely devastated that she's gone." For a brief moment, Linda's defiant mask slipped and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What about you, Linda?" Moss asked gently. "What about me? Are you asking if I make boys drool? What does it look like?" Linda snapped, her defensiveness returning instantly. "I was going to ask if you have a boyfriend," Moss clarified. "That's none of your concern. Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "I'm married," Moss replied casually. "What does he do?" Linda inquired, her curiosity piqued. She's a teacher," Moss said breezily. Erica kept her expression carefully neutral, masking her surprise. "No, I don't have a boyfriend," Linda stated flatly. Peterson, who had been quietly observing, moved to the middle sash window. He bent down, trying to peer around the edge of the closed blind. "Can these windows be opened all the way?" he asked. "Do they have any kind of safety locks to prevent them from opening too far?" "No, they open fully," Linda answered, her eyes briefly lingering on Peterson as he leaned over, a faint, appreciative smirk touching her lips. Erica moved to stand beside him at the window, noticing the fire escape that descended to the street below. When Andrea was grounded, did she ever use this to sneak out and meet friends? She asked. Linda gave a dismissive shake of her head. My parents were never the grounding type. If we wanted to go out, we just used the front door like normal people. Erica raised an eyebrow. So you could come and go as you pleased? Obviously, Linda replied, her tone defensive. Erica knelt beside the bed, her eyes scanning the polished floor. Among the faint dust bunnies, one patch of wood appeared noticeably cleaner. She shifted her focus to the dresser, her hand hovering over the top drawer.
Linda, would you mind waiting outside for a moment? Erica requested. Linda's expression tightened. I thought this was just a friendly chat. Peterson smoothly intervened, stepping closer. Linda, do you have any photos of Andrea you could share? It might really help us understand her better. He placed a gentle hand on her arm, and a flush crept across her pale cheeks. Oh, yes, I think I have a few, she stammered, smiling up at him. As they exited, Erica shut the door behind them.
Moss chuckled. Good old Peterson taking one for the squad. What's up? Erica returned to the bed. Did forensics process this room when she was just a missing person? No, Moss said. Sparks came by for a quick look. I think Simon or Diana was with him, so it wasn't exactly a deep dive. Something under this bed doesn't look right, Erica stated. They both knelt, pulling latex gloves from their coat pockets. Erica lay flat and slid underneath, while Moss clicked on a flashlight, illuminating the space. Erica examined the suspiciously clean floorboard, her fingers tracing its edges. Using her car key, she tried to pry it up, but the board was long and the bed frame too low for proper leverage. After replacing it, she wriggled back out. With considerable effort, they each took an end of the heavy bed and dragged it out a couple of feet. Good grief, this isn't some flimsy flat-pack furniture, Moss grunted, straining. Once the space was clear, Erica worked the floorboard loose. In the cavity beneath lay a mobile phone box. She carefully lifted it out and opened the lid. The moulded cardboard insert was there, but the phone itself was missing. Instead, the box contained a small bag of white pills, a dark, cling-wrapped block resembling cannabis resin, a pack of large rolling papers, and a box of cigarette filters. Also inside were an iPhone 5S instruction booklet and a hands-free kit, still sealed in plastic. Lifting the cardboard insert, Erica found a small white receipt tucked at the bottom. It was printed on thin, shiny paper, one edge stained with a sticky yellow substance that had smeared the ink. The back was blank except for the words, "You're my baby X," scrawled in a childish blue script. It's a phone top-up voucher, Erica noted, turning it over. But only half the transaction number is legible, Moss observed. What is that gunk? Erica brought it to her nose. Dried egg yolk. Moss peered back into the box. What about the stash? Erica sighed. It's fairly standard, unfortunately. 6 tablets likely, ecstasy, an ounce or 2 of resin. That's personal use quantity. She paused, a new thought striking her. What if Andrea hadn't been using this escape route for parties, but for something far more solitary, like late-night walks to clear her head? Let's bag this and call in a CSI to give the whole room a proper sweep. Downstairs they found Simon and David seeing a doctor to the door. Is everything all right? Erica asked. Simon thanked the doctor and opened the front door. The man hurried down the path through a barrage of camera flashes, clutching his leather bag as he fled the chaotic scene. Peterson and Linda rejoined the group as Simon shut the door firmly. No, everything is not all right, Simon snapped, his composure cracking. My wife is experiencing severe trauma. I think it's time for you to leave. Erica held up a clear evidence bag containing the phone box and the drugs. We found this under Andrea's bed. Simon's face contorted in anger. What? No. Absolutely not, he hissed. My children do not do drugs. How can I be sure you didn't put this here yourself? Sir, the drugs aren't our focus. What we're looking into is the possibility that Andrea had a second phone. We found a mobile top-up voucher in this box, dated 4 months ago. Did you know about it? No. Let me see that. Sir Simon took the thin plastic evidence bag containing the receipt and examined it closely. David and Linda watched, their curiosity evident. "Whose handwriting is this? We haven't identified it. Could it be Giles's?" He attended Gordonston. He'd know the difference between your and your. How can you be certain this even belonged to her? It might just be an old box. Is it possible your secretary arranged a second phone for Andrea without your knowledge? Absolutely not, she would have told me, Simon stated firmly. He then turned sharply toward David and Linda. What do you two know about any of this? Was Andrea involved with drugs? Linda flicked her hair dismissively. We don't know anything, Dad, she said, with David shaking his head in agreement. All right, thank you, sir. Please contact us if you recall anything further. Meanwhile, I've arranged for a forensics team to examine Andrea's bedroom. What? Are you asking for my permission? I'm informing you that to advance this investigation and find Andrea's killer, a forensic examination of her bedroom is necessary, sir, Erica replied. You people just do whatever you want, don't you? Simon snapped. He stormed off to his study, the door slamming shut behind him. Back at the car on Chiswick High Road, Erica's phone rang. It was DCI Sparks. I'm at the glue pot. It's about that e-fit you wanted from the witness, Christina. Yes? Did you locate her? Erica asked, a flicker of hope rising. No. The landlord says no one named Christina works here. Where did you find him? He lives in a flat just a couple of doors down. Then who was the woman I spoke to? I questioned the bar staff. A girl matching that description named Christina does occasional cash-in-hand work, covering shifts. One staff member had an address for her, so we checked it. It's a bedsit near the train station, but it's completely empty. Who owns it? Erica pressed. The landlord lives in Spain. According to him and the letting agent, it's been vacant for 3 months. So this Christina was either squatting or provided a false address. Damn. Get forensics into that bedsit for fingerprints. Right now. She's our only witness who saw Andrea with that unknown man and woman. They returned to Lewisham Row Station just after 5. The team in the incident room seemed weary, but the aroma of coffee brought tired heads up from their desks. Grab a cup, and there are donuts, Erica announced, having stopped at Starbucks on the way back. The team stretched and began to gather. Crane approached from the CCTV review station, rubbing his eyes. You're a lifesaver, boss. Real coffee, he said. Please tell me you have good news about the London Road CCTV coverage, Erica asked hopefully, offering him the donut bag. We've been cross-referencing bus schedules and routes. We've requested CCTV from TfL for all buses that travelled London Road, past the museum and station. The night Andrea vanished. Many black cabs also have cameras now, so we're tracking those down, but the bus footage won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Crane's hand hovered over the pastries. Go ahead, Erica urged, and he took one. Keep the pressure on, time isn't on our side. I assume you've all heard about our disappearing barmaid, Christina. The team nodded, chewing thoughtfully. What about Andrea's phone and laptop? Any interesting data recovered? Erica continued. Not much. We recovered most of the photos already on her old Facebook profile. The rest is just an endless stream of Candy Crush Saga games. She seemed pretty obsessed with it. Her laptop seemed to be used mostly for gaming and iTunes. The iPhone recovered from the scene was practically empty, no photos, no videos, and hardly any texts. Chief Superintendent Marsh leaned into the incident room doorway. DCI Foster got a moment. Of course, sir. Moss Peterson, can you fill everyone in on what we discovered under Andrea's bed? Erica replied. She finished the last bite of her donut and followed Marsh to his office, where she updated him on the mobile phone box with the receipt found under the bed and the barmaid from the glue pot, who had seemingly vanished. When she finished, Marsh gazed out the window into the dark night. Just make sure your team doesn't burn out. All right, Foster. Marsh seemed somewhat more at ease. Erica suspected it might be due to the morning's headlines, which had shifted focus away from police progress and toward the tragedy of Andrea's death. For now, the story centered on a vibrant young woman whose life had been brutally cut short. The press office has done an excellent job steering the narrative, Marsh remarked, almost as if reading her thoughts. Is that what we're calling it these days? Steering the narrative? Erica asked with a dry smile. Look, there's even a mention of you, he said, reading from the paper. The investigation is led by DCI Erica Foster, an experienced officer who successfully prosecuted serial killer Barry Payton. She was also recognized for her high conviction rate in honor-based violence cases within Manchester's Muslim community. And they used a decent photo, the one from Payton's trial. Why not just hand them my home address while you're at it? Erica snapped. It's been a few months since I got a letter from Barry Payton. He did send one congratulating me on getting my own husband killed, though. A heavy silence fell. I'm sorry, Marsh said quietly. I thought you'd appreciate the recognition. I wasn't thinking, forgive me, Erica. It's fine, sir. It's been a long day. HR has been on my case. They say you still haven't provided a current address. Marsh shifted topics. So now you're running errands for human resources. You're also required to see a doctor. You were exposed to bodily fluids last night, he added, nodding toward the now soiled bandage on the back of Erica's hand. For the first time she recalled what Ivy had said about the little boy being HIV positive. It startled her how little she felt about it. I haven't had the time, sir. For which? Seeing a doctor or finding a place to live? I'll see a doctor, Erica stated. So where are you staying? Marsh pressed. We need to know how to reach you. You have my mobile number, Erica. Where are you staying? An uncomfortable pause hung between them. I don't have a place yet. What did you do last night? I worked through. You're leading a major murder investigation. Pace yourself. This is only day 2. If you keep this up, what shape will you be in by day 7? There won't be a day 7, not if I can help it, Erica said defiantly. Marsh handed her a card. It's for a walk-in clinic. Also, my wife Marcy has the flat she inherited from her parents. The tenants just moved out. It's near the station and would save you the rental paperwork. Stop by my house later if you're interested. You can pick up the keys. Okay, thank you, sir. I have more work to finish here first. Try to come by before 9 if you can. I aim for an early night during the week. When Erica returned to the incident room, PC Singh met her, triumphantly waving a sheet of paper. Simon Douglas Brown's secretary just faxed over the contract for Andrea's old phone, the one she reported lost in June. We've requested the call records from the network. They should arrive first thing tomorrow. I think that calls for another donut, Erica said, shaking the bag and offering it around. And what about that top-up receipt from the box under Andrea's bed? Crane held up a receipt. This came from a cost-cutter near London Bridge, he explained. It's got a date and time stamp. I just spoke with the store manager. He's pulling the CCTV footage, but he only archives it for 4 months. So we're cutting it close. Still, we might get lucky. Excellent work, Erica said. Crane smiled and helped himself to a donut from the open bag on the table. Moss raised an eyebrow. Aren't we saving one for DCI Sparks? Erica's grin was quick. I think he's plenty sweet already, she quipped, drawing a round of laughter from the team. She was finally feeling at home in the incident room, buoyed by the easy banter and shared purpose, but she could see the fatigue in everyone's eyes. They'd been pushing hard for too long. All right, everyone, that's it for tonight. Get some rest, she announced. A chorus of "Good night, boss" followed as they gathered their things and filed out. Soon the room was quiet, leaving Erica alone with the case. She picked up her desk phone and dialed the number Marsh had provided for the drop-in clinic. A recorded message informed her it was closed and would reopen at 7 the next morning. Hanging up, she absently picked at the grimy bandage on her hand, flinching as the adhesive tore from her skin. Beneath it, the bite marks from the boy were healing quickly, leaving only a faint arc of pale scabs with minimal bruising. She tossed the old plaster in the trash. Turning back to the evidence boards, the earlier surge of momentum had completely vanished, replaced by a deep weariness. A dull headache began to pulse at the base of her skull. She studied the collage of maps and photographs, Andrea's smiling driver's license image beside the grim crime scene photo, her hair tangled with leaves. Normally Erica could grasp the shape of a case early, but this one felt like it was unravelling in every direction, contradictions multiplying like unchecked cells. She needed sleep, and to get it, she needed a bed. Leaving the station, a sudden hunger gripped her. She detoured to a small Italian place in New Cross and, surprising herself, devoured an enormous plate of spaghetti carbonara, finishing with a hefty slice of tiramisu. It was just past 9 when she finally turned onto Marsh's Street, a quiet tree-lined avenue in a well-to-do part of South London. Parking, she found number 11. A wave of relief washed over her seeing the house dark. She'd much rather book a hotel than feel like a charity case. Through the large, curtainless bay window, she could see straight through the living room to Hilly Fields Park and the distant glow of the city skyline. She was about to retreat to her car when a sudden rush of water cascaded down an ornate iron drain pipe. A light flicked on in a small upstairs window, and Erica found herself squinting in the sudden square of illumination. Marsh peered out, spotted her, and offered an awkward wave. She waved back and waited by the front door. When he opened it, he was wearing tartan pyjama bottoms and a faded Homer Simpson t-shirt, drying his hands on a pink Barbie towel. "Sorry, sir, I know it's late," Erica said. "No, it's fine, it's bath time." "I like your towel," Erica said dryly. "Not my bath time, It was a joke, sir." "Ah, right," he grinned, just as a shriek of laughter echoed from within. 2 little girls with long dark hair came tearing into the hallway. One wore only a pink jumper, underwear and socks. The other was identically dressed, but her tiny jeans were pulled around her ankles. She wobbled forward, lost her balance, and landed with a soft thud on the wooden floor. For a moment she just looked up at Marsh with wide brown eyes, deciding whether to cry. A dark-haired woman in her mid-30s rushed in after them. She wore relaxed powder blue jeans and a simple white top that accentuated her curves. Flecks of soap suds still dotted her forearms where the sleeves were pushed up. Her beauty mirrored that of her twin girls. "Oh, sweetie," she remarked, resting her hands on her slender hips. "Did you have a little tumble?" The child, convinced the situation was dire, scrunched her features and let out a loud cry. "Erica, hello, welcome to the chaos," the woman said with a warm smile. "Marcy, hi, you look amazing," Erica replied. Marsh lifted the sobbing girl, kissing her tear-streaked cheeks. Marcy gathered the other twin who was studying Erica intently and settled her on a rounded hip. "That's sweet of you. My entire beauty routine is chasing these two around." Marcy brushed a stray strand of hair from her smooth complexion. "If you're coming in, could we shut the door? All the warm air is escaping."
"Of course, sorry,"
Erica said, stepping inside and closing the door. "This is Sophie," Marsh said, holding the now sniffling girl. "And this is Mia," Marcy added. "Hello," Erica offered. Both children gazed at her silently. "My, you two are just adorable." Erica had always felt more at ease with hardened criminals than with small children. They unnerved her a bit. Sophie's tears subsided and she joined her sister in staring. "I'm sorry, this seems like a bad moment," Erica said.
"Not at all,"
Marsh assured her. Marcy took Sophie, balancing a girl on each hip. "All right, my loves, say good night to Erica." "Night-night," they chimed in tiny voices. "Good night," Erica replied. "It was lovely seeing you, Erica," Marcy said as she turned and walked away, her confident stride noted by both adults. "Can I pour you some wine?" Marsh asked, turning back. "No, thank you. I actually came about your offer, the apartment." "Right, come on through. But shoes off, please." Marsh headed toward a door down the hall while Erica struggled with her boots. She followed the wooden floor chilly under her socks, making her feel oddly exposed. The kitchen beyond was cosy and rustic, with a long farmhouse table. A red agate radiated warmth from the corner. The refrigerator by the door was plastered with vibrant abstract paintings held by magnets. A similarly bold piece hung above a wooden hutch. "That one's Marcy's," Marsh said, noticing Erica's glance. "She's really gifted, just doesn't have much time for it now." "Did she do the ones on the fridge too?" Erica asked, immediately wishing she hadn't. "No, those are the twins' masterpieces," Marsh replied. A brief, uncomfortable pause hung in the air. "Well, here's everything," Marsh said, passing her a large envelope from the counter. "The flat isn't far, Foxbury Road in Brockley near the station. The contract is month to month, so we can adjust as needed. Just send a cheque over in the next few days." Erica opened the envelope and took out a set of keys, relieved this was a straightforward arrangement. "Thank you, sir." "It's getting late," Marsh noted. "Yes, I should head out and get settled," Erica agreed. "Oh, one more thing. Sir Simon reached out to Colleen in media relations. He wants to do a press appeal while Andrea's story is still in the headlines." "That makes sense. It's a smart move. We are organising it for tomorrow afternoon to catch the evening news and the morning papers." "Very good, sir. I'm hoping to have more leads by tomorrow that we can use." Outside, Erica walked back to her car, leaving the inviting warmth of Marsh's home behind. She lowered her head and pressed her lips together, fighting back tears. That kind of life with a loving partner and children had once been within her reach. She'd even postponed it several times, much to Mark's frustration. Now it felt permanently out of grasp, a quiet ache settling in her chest as she drove away into the night. The stillness of Foxbury Road settled around Erica's car as she turned onto it. Brockley train station flashed by, its platform a bright, empty strip before a train shot out from under a footbridge, rattling toward the heart of the city. She continued past a stretch of terraced houses, finally spotting the flat at the far corner where the road bent sharply. A parking space sat open right outside, but her brief victory evaporated when she spotted the residents-only sign. She'd need a permit, to hell with it, she decided, pulling in anyway. The communal door pushed open against a drift of accumulated junk mail. A timer-controlled hall light hummed softly as she lugged her suitcase up the narrow stairs. The top-floor flat had a neighbour directly opposite its door. Inside, the air was frigid, the heating clearly off for some time, and the lights were dead. A long, cold search with her phone's flashlight finally led her to the electrical panel, hidden in a hall cupboard. With a click, the lights flickered on. The first door off the hall revealed a small, clean, all-white bathroom with just a shower stall. Next to it was a modest bedroom furnished with a pine double bed and a rickety IKEA wardrobe. Another of those blotchy paintings hung above the bed. Erica lit a cigarette and squinted at the canvas's bottom corner, finding a small signature, Marcy St. Clair. With the cigarette clamped between her lips, she yanked the painting from the wall and shoved it behind some plastic buckets in that same hall cupboard. At the end of the hallway was a combined living room and kitchen, tiny, modern, and decorated in that generic, assembly recorded style. Generic was exactly what she needed right now. Rummaging through cupboards for an ashtray and finding none, she settled for a teacup. A coffee table and a small blue sofa sat by a bay window. Erica sank into the sofa, looking across at a dusty, unplugged TV, its cord and antenna coiled on the floor. She turned to the window, gazing into the blackness, her own weary reflection staring back from the glass in the sparse room. Finishing her cigarette, she crushed it out in the teacup and immediately lit another. Several houses down, where the road curved into a tight bend, a figure dressed head to toe in black crouched in an alleyway, merging with the shadows. This observer watched Erica in her lit window as she exhaled a plume of smoke that wreathed the bare bulb above her. "I expected more of a challenge," the figure mused. "But here she is, DCI Foster, lit up like a Christmas tree and putting herself on display." The newspaper photos had shown a woman with a fuller, more vibrant face. The woman in the window looked gaunt, drained, almost childlike. Erica stared out, resting her head on her hand, the cigarette's ember glowing near her cheek. "Can she see me?" The figure pressed back into the darkness. "Is she watching me watch her?" "Don't be ridiculous. She's not that sharp." She was probably just staring at her own sorry reflection, wallowing in self-pity. Foster's assignment to the case had been an unwelcome surprise. A quick online search had revealed her former reputation in the Manchester police as a rising star, promoted to Detective Chief Inspector at 39, after nabbing a youth club caretaker who'd killed 6 girls. But that killer had practically wanted to be caught. "She won't catch me. She's officially a has-been, a total screw-up." After all, she'd gotten 5 officers killed, her own clueless husband among them. The figure allowed a cold smile, noting how Erica now lit a third cigarette in quick succession, a telltale sign of her fraying nerves. They've given her this case expecting her to fail. She's the perfect scapegoat. The cold was deepening by the minute, promising another bitter night. Yet staying close, observing DCI Foster, gave her a strange thrill. Headlights swept the top of the road, and she pressed herself deeper into the alley, holding her breath until the car passed. A sleek black cat padded along the wall's edge, pausing when it spotted her. "We're practically twins," she murmured, easing forward in her gloves to offer a gentle stroke. The animal accepted the touch. "Good kitty, that's it." The cat held her gaze for a moment before springing silently over the wall and vanishing. She studied her own leather-clad hands, turning them over, working the fingers. "I endured Andrea's cruelty for years, but I never truly believed I'd go through with it. To actually live out the fantasy of squeezing the life from her in the days after, she'd grown almost arrogantly confident that Andrea would stay hidden beneath the ice. Winter would fade, spring would thaw, and the rot would finally strip away that beautiful mask, revealing what she really was. But the body was found after just 4 days. Still perfectly preserved, a door slammed in the distance. Glancing up, she saw the light in DCI. Foster's window was now dark. Foster had left her flat and was heading to her car. A slow smile spread across her face. She ducked low and retreated swiftly, dissolving into the alley's shadows. Erica always found solace in driving. It wasn't about the car. Nothing fancy required, just a secure, warm space. Cruising the deserted South London streets, the vehicle felt more like a protective shell, more like home than her actual apartment. She averted her eyes slightly as she passed Brockley Cemetery, the headstones catching the gleam of streetlights. The car skidded a little to the right, a reminder to ease off the gas. The daytime thaw had refrozen after dark, leaving the roads treacherously slick. She switched her phone to hands-free and called the station. Sergeant Wolfe picked up, and she requested a list of the shadiest pubs in the vicinity. "Mind if I ask why?" he said, his voice thin through the speaker. "I'm in the mood for a drink." A beat of silence. "Right, there's the mermaid, the bird in the hand, the stag, the crown. Not the Weatherspoons one, the other crown, up on Gant Road. That's about to lose its license. And, of course, the glue pot. Thanks, DCI Foster. Keep me updated on your location, if you need backup." Erica ended the call. She spent the next 3 hours touring some of the grimiest pubs she'd encountered in her career. The squalor and the drunks didn't unsettle her. It was the sheer despair etched on the faces propping up the bar, the hopelessness of those hunched in corners or feeding their last coins into slot machines. More jarring was how these places sat cheek by jowl with wealth. The dismal mermaid shared a wall with an Indian fusion restaurant boasting a new Michelin star, its bright windows showcasing well-dressed, laughing diners. Outside the bird in the hand, Erica handed £20 to a hollow-eyed girl begging with a baby, then glanced next door at a chic wine bar full of polished women and their affluent partners. Did no one else see this glaring contrast? Near midnight, she reached the Crown on Gant Road. It was an old-style pub with brass lamps over a red facade. A lock-in was in full swing, but she gained entry by slipping a crisp 20 to the guy at the door. Inside was packed, loud and rowdy. The air inside was thick with condensation and the heavy scent of spilled beer, body odour and cloying, inexpensive fragrance. The crowd was a bit rough-looking, though everyone had clearly dressed in their finest for the occasion. Erica was still puzzling over the reason for the gathering when she finally spotted her target. Ivy was perched on a low bar stool near the back, right beside a blinking slot machine. Next to her sat a hefty young woman with dark roots, stark against bleached hair and a silver stud in her lip. Erica edged her way through clusters of people who already seemed thoroughly intoxicated. Reaching Ivy, she saw the woman's pupils were blown wide, her eyes now just unsettling dark voids. "What the hell are you doing here?" Ivy slurred, her gaze unfocused. "Just need a quick chat," Erica yelled over the din. "I bought all this," Ivy retorted, waving a hand vaguely at the scene. Erica noticed several stuffed shopping bags gathered around the stool legs. "This isn't about that," Erica said. The girl beside Ivy scowled. "Everything okay, Ive?" she asked, leaning close, but keeping her eyes locked on Erica. "Yeah," Ivy mumbled. "She's getting the next round." Erica handed the girl a $20 bill, mentally tallying how much cash she'd shelled out tonight. The girl pushed herself off the stool and disappeared into the press of bodies. "Where are the children?" Erica asked. "Who? Your grandchildren?" "Upstairs. Sleeping. Why, you want to smack 'em around or something?" Ivy's tone was suddenly viciously sarcastic, a sharp turn from her earlier bleariness. "Don't be like that. Well, take a number, sweetheart. They've been driving me up the wall all damn day." The bitterness in her voice was palpable, a raw nerve exposed. "Ivy, I need to ask you about the glue pot," Erica said, settling onto the recently vacated, still warm stool. "What?" Ivy struggled to concentrate. "The pub we discussed. The glue pot on London Road." "I don't go there," Ivy slurred. "I know you don't. Tell me why." "Because... Please, I need more. Why not? Piss off." Erica produced another 20. Ivy's eyes swam. Then she snatched the bill and shoved it under the waistband of her grimy jeans. "All right. What do you want to know? The glue pot." "Bad place. Bad man. Real bad," Ivy said, shaking her head slowly as if trying to dislodge a memory. "A bad man?" "Yeah." Ivy's eyes began to drift upward, her focus turning inward to some private horror. Her head jerked to the side. "Ivy, the bad man. What's his name? He's poison, I'm telling you. Did you hear about the girl who died? Andrea." Erica pulled out her phone and found the photo. "This is her. Her name was Andrea. She was lovely, with dark hair. Do you think Andrea knew this man?" Ivy managed to fix her eyes on the screen for a second. "Yeah, she was pretty." "You saw her? A few times? You saw this girl at the glue pot?" Erica pressed, holding the phone closer. "I was pretty once too." Ivy's eyes rolled back and she started to slump sideways. Erica caught her and propped her back on the stool. "Stay with me, Ivy. Look at the picture again." Ivy stared blankly. The worst ones are always the best, aren't they? You let 'em do anything even when it hurts, even when you don't want to. Her voice trailed into a miserable whisper. Erica glanced toward the bar and saw the girl with the pierced lip wasn't ordering drinks. She was talking intently to a group of men and they kept glancing over. "Ivy, this is crucial. Are you talking about Andrea? Did she meet this bad man at the glue pot? He had dark hair. Please, I need anything, a name." Ivy drawled, a bubble of spit forming and popping on her lip. She ran her tongue over her chin, revealing a glimpse of decaying teeth. "I saw her with him and some blonde piece of work. Stupid girls both in way over their heads with that bastard." "What? A dark-haired man and a blonde woman? Is this police business?" A new voice cut in. Erica looked up to see a large, bear-like man with thinning reddish blonde hair. "I didn't invite her," Ivy chimed in helpfully. "She's a cop." "No," Erica said firmly. "This isn't official. Then I want you to leave," the man stated, his tone deceptively calm and low. "Ivy, if anything comes to mind or you notice something, here's how to reach me." Erica retrieved a pen and a small piece of paper from inside her leather jacket, quickly wrote down her cell number and slipped it into the pocket of Ivy's jeans. The man then took hold of Erica's arm. "Pardon me," she said, pulling back. "What exactly are you doing? Who do you think you are?" "I'm the owner. Everyone here is a guest, and the drinks are on the house." "You are not invited, which means I have to ask you to leave, or I'm the one breaking the law." "I told you this isn't an official call, but it could become one very quickly," Erica countered. The man replied flatly, "This is a funeral gathering, and we have a strict policy against officers here." "What did you just call me?" Erica asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. A short man with odd elfin features approached them. "Did you know my mother?" he demanded. "Your mother?" Erica clarified. "Yeah, that's what I said. My mother, Pearl, and you are. Don't you dare ask me who I am at my own mother's wake. Who the hell are you?" "So this wake is for your mother, Pearl?" Erica verified. "Yeah, and what are you going to do about it?" Erica scanned the room. The crowd was beginning to pay attention. "Take it easy, Michael," the landlord interjected. "I don't like her attitude, this tall, snobby witch." Michael sneered, looking her over. "You need to settle down, sir," Erica said. "Sir, are you mocking me?" No, I'm a police officer, Erica stated, producing her identification. What's a cop doing here? You told me you handled this. I did handle it, Michael. This officer is just on her way out. There's a cop in here, shrieked a thin, red-haired woman who had hobbled over, wearing only one pink slipper. A glass shattered, and then two men began to brawl. The red-haired woman hurled her pint at Erica and made a taunting come-on motion with her fingers. Erica suddenly felt arms wrap around her waist. At first she thought it was an assault, but the landlord had lifted her clear off the ground as people shouted insults and spat in her direction. Using his considerable size and strength, he hauled her through the angry crowd and behind the bar. "Get out of here! Go through there, to the kitchens." "The back door opens to the alley," he instructed, bracing an arm to hold back the patrons trying to squeeze through the service opening. A glass bottle exploded above Erica's head, smashing a liquor dispenser. At the other end of the bar, the woman who had thrown the drink lifted another hatch, and people flooded behind the counter, rushing toward Erica. "Go," the landlord yelled. He shoved her through a set of foul-smelling curtains. She stumbled down a poorly lit hallway, knocking over stacks of chip boxes and tripping on a crate of empty bottles. The blaring music did little to mask the sounds of chaos and breaking glass from the bar. She could see the landlord being jostled as he tried to barricade the doorway. Erica found a door leading into a kitchen coated in grime and thick grease, and at the rear she pushed open a fire exit. The cold night air hit her beer-soaked skin, which was already turning sticky, and she found herself in a narrow alley. Erica sprinted toward the main road, past the steam and noise pouring from the bar's windows, and reached her car, which was thankfully still parked out front. She got in and sped away, tires squealing. A wave of relief and exhilaration washed over her, adrenaline coursing through her veins. And then it hit her. Ivy was still inside that pub. Ivy had seen Andrea with the dark-haired man and the blonde woman. Had Ivy been at the glue pot the night Andrea disappeared? Did this mean the bartender there had been telling the truth after all? The next morning, upon arriving at the station, Erica was summoned to Chief Superintendent Marsh's office. She entered the office with the signed lease and a cheque for the rent, only to find DCI Sparks already seated across from Marsh, a look of smug satisfaction plastered across his face. "Sir?" she asked. Marsh didn't waste a second. "What in God's name were you thinking, storming into the Crown last night?" Erica glanced between the two men, her expression guarded. "I was on my best behaviour. I stuck to orange juice. This isn't a joke. You crashed Pearl Gadd's wake and caused a monumental scene. Are you familiar with the Gadd family? Should I be? They're a collection of low-level criminals who run a major trucking operation across southern England. They also happen to be cooperating with us." Cooperating, sir. Shall I clear a desk for one of them in the incident room?" "What's your tone?" Sparks was doing a poor job of hiding his amusement, observing their exchange with his chin propped on his hand. Erica noted with a flicker of disgust how he'd let the nails on his index fingers grow unusually long. "Sir, if this is a reprimand, I'd prefer to receive it in private. You don't outrank DCI Sparks, and he's here regarding the investigation. You're meant to be collaborating. I assume your little trip to the Crown was part of your detective work?" Erica paused, then deliberately took the empty seat beside Sparks. "All right, if this is a formal briefing, let's have it. Enlighten me about our esteemed associates in the South London underworld." Sparks finally lowered his hand. "The Gadds have been providing us with intelligence for the past 8 months. Information we hope will lead to the seizure of millions in counterfeit cigarettes and alcohol. And what's their compensation?" Erica pressed. Marsh cut in, his voice tight. "I don't think I need to draw you a picture, DCI Foster. We're operating on a razor's edge down here. Do you have any concept of the delicate ecosystem in South London? In exchange for their help, we've been selectively overlooking certain activities, like after-hours lock-ins. Then you come barging in last night with your badge and your northern attitude." "They told me it was a wake, sir. It was a bloody wake." "Fine, I apologise. It seems the methods here are a bit more flexible than what I was used to in Manchester." Sparks interjected with infuriating calm. "Our methods aren't different. We simply verify our intelligence thoroughly before we make a move." "What are you implying?" Erica shot back, her temper rising. "I'm talking about last night."
Are you absolutely certain about that?
Enough, Marsh roared, slamming his fist on the desk. Erika forced her anger and her deep-seated dislike for Sparks back down. Sir, my visit to the Crown had a purpose. It yielded new information about Andrea's killer. Marsh sank into his chair. Go on. I now have a second witness who saw Andrea at the glue pot on the night she died. She was speaking with a tall, dark-haired man and a blonde woman. This witness strongly suggested Andrea might have been involved with the man. Who is this witness? Ivy Norris. Sparks rolled his eyes dramatically toward Marsh. You're having me on, Ivy Norris. Also known as John McCardle, Beth Crosby, Paulette O'Brien. Sir, she was genuinely frightened when I pressed her about this man, Erika insisted, cutting off Marsh's inevitable agreement. It wasn't an act. And given the phone packaging we found under Andrea's bed, I believe she had a second mobile, one she kept secret. I think she had a circle of friends, or perhaps a relationship. She hid from her fiancé, Giles Osborne. The call records from Andrea's old phone, the one she reported lost last year, came in overnight, Sparks announced, deliberately shifting the focus. No, I believe she had a current secret phone, Erika countered. We found a top-up voucher purchase just 4 months ago with the box. She was using it. That proves nothing. It could have been for a friend. Sparks dismissed with a wave. Regardless, back to the records we actually have. I reviewed them last night, and some rather interesting details have emerged. What details? Erika asked, her gaze locked on him. Erika scanned the call log, cross-referenced with Andrea's Facebook messages. One name stood out. Marco Frost, she said. Sound familiar? Marsh glanced at her. Yeah, an Italian barista Andrea dated briefly. Works at a coffee shop in Soho, right? Sparks gave a curt nod. He made hundreds of calls to her old number over 10 months, starting in May 2013 and ending March 2014. Why wasn't I informed the phone records had arrived? Erika's tone was sharp. They came in late. Figured you needed your rest? Sparks replied flatly. Sparks, just continue. Marsh cut in, his voice weary. Right? I reviewed the initial interview with the Douglas Brown family from when Andrea first disappeared. They mentioned Marco Frost. She dated him for about a month early in 2013, then ended it. The calls started after that. He showed up at their house multiple times, refusing to accept it was over. Sir Simon eventually had an officer speak to him about his obsessive behaviour. Erika felt a flare of frustration. Why was this not brought to my attention sooner? My notes were in the file. I never received them. They were there. Enough, Marsh interjected, rubbing his temples. Let's keep this professional. Go on, DCI. Sparks. Sparks took a breath. So, I shifted to Andrea's new phone. We know there's little there, but she did check email. It was flooded with electronic invites to parties and club events. We've seen them, hundreds. She had memberships with numerous private clubs, Erika confirmed. Sparks pressed on. Among them was an e-invite for a fancy burlesque show at the Rivoli Ballroom on Thursday, January 8th, the night she vanished. It was organised by one of her clubs. Andrea had multiple invites for that night across London. She was on countless lists, Erika counted. She'd also made plans to meet her siblings at the movies. But the family themselves said she was unpredictable, changed her mind constantly. It wouldn't be unusual for her to ditch one plan for another, Sparks argued. Erika had to concede the point silently. Sparks continued. The Rivoli Ballroom is directly opposite Crofton Park train station. On a map, that's fairly close to Forest Hill Station, just under 2 miles apart. Both require a train from London Bridge, but they're on different lines. What if Andrea, who rarely used public transport, boarded the wrong train? That could explain why she was dressed up, yet ended up in Forest Hill. A heavy silence settled in the room. Erika could see Marsh processing the information. And I saved the best for last, Sparks said, a note of triumph creeping in. Last night I contacted the organiser of that burlesque event. He sent over their mailing list. Marco Frost was on it. He received the same invitation. This gives us a direct link. Marsh stopped pacing, his expression intense. This is promising, very promising. My immediate question is, where is Marco Frost now? I don't know. I've been working through the night to compile this, Sparks said, a defensive edge returning. Erica leaned forward. Look, Sparks, we've had our disagreements. I want this to be a solid lead as much as anyone. But a shared invitation on a list of 3,000 people isn't a motive. What evidence places Andrea at the Rivoli ballroom? Her body was found less than half a mile from Forest Hill Station, where she disembarked. Marsh resumed his pacing, deep in thought. Erica pressed her point. I now have 2 witnesses who place Andrea at the Glue Pot pub that night. One witness who has since disappeared, and the other a drug-addicted prostitute with a history of alcoholism, Marsh stated bluntly, not breaking his stride. The doubt hung in the air, thick and challenging. But, sir, I believe Ivy Norris is garbage, Sparks cut in. One of her favourite hobbies is leaving a mess on the squad car hoods in the parking lot. Sir, you have to admit we have 2 separate paths here, Erica pressed. If you consider mine shaky, then you must see that Sparks's theory is built entirely on circumstance. I believe we could use this afternoon's press conference to ask the public about Andrea being spotted with that couple at the glue pot. Marsh shook his head. DCI Foster, we're handling individuals the media is desperate to crucify. Lord Douglas Brown, his entire family, and Andrea herself, who isn't even here to defend her reputation against these insinuations. Sir, it's not an insinuation. Sir, the glue pot is a well-known spot for sex workers, Sparks added. It's been raided multiple times. Some guy even got prison time for running a child exploitation ring in the apartment above. I'm with Sparks on this, Marsh stated. Anything we release about Andrea Douglas Brown will be immediately distorted and torn apart by the press. We need rock-solid facts. What if I can bring Ivy Norris in for a formal statement? She's not credible. She's given false accounts in the past, Marsh replied. But, sir, that's enough, DCI Foster. You will work with DCI Sparks to follow the lead concerning Marco Frost and Andrea both receiving invitations to that party at the Rivoli ballroom. Understood? Yes, sir, Sparks said with a grin. Erica gave a tight nod. All right, you can go, Sparks, and wipe that smile off your face. A young woman is still dead. That hasn't changed. Sparks looked properly scolded and left the office. Marsh studied Erica for a long moment. Erica, try to develop something resembling a personal life. I encourage initiative, but you need to follow procedure and keep me in the loop. Take an evening off. Maybe even wash your clothes. Erica suddenly became aware of the dried, tacky beer stains still on her leather jacket from the night before. Have you seen the doctor yet? Marsh added. No. Before you leave tonight, I want you to visit our on-duty physician. That's an order. Yes, sir, Erica said. Here's the lease for the apartment. Good. How was the place? Everything all right? It's fine? When Erica stepped out of Marsh's office, Wolf was leaning against the corridor wall, waiting. I didn't report you. He got a call from the landlord at the Crown. Then he demanded the sign-out log from the front desk. It's fine, thanks. As Wolf headed off to change and go home after a long night shift, Erica found herself wondering, with a cold clarity, just how many other figures from London's shadowy underworld had Chief Superintendent Marsh on speed dial. By late morning, the incident room at Lewisham Row was a hive of controlled chaos. Phones jangled, printers hummed, and officers moved with urgent purpose. Erica and Sparks were seated with Marsh and Colleen Scanlon, the no-nonsense police media liaison, hammering out details for the press appeal. So I'll do my introduction, then we hand it over to Sir Simon, Marsh said. I think he wants a teleprompter for this. Can we arrange that? That shouldn't be an issue. We'll need his finalised speech within the next 2 hours to have it formatted and loaded, Colleen replied. OK, Marsh continued. So Sir Simon will say Andrea was an innocent, vibrant 23-year-old with her entire future before her. Then her photo appears on the screens behind us. She never harmed a soul, never brought anyone pain, and yet here I stand, a father shattered by grief, pleading for witnesses to a horrific crime, the murder of my daughter. Wait, should that be an horrific crime? Actually, Anne would be grammatically incorrect there, Colleen explained, slipping into a lecturing tone. It's a frequent error. You only use it before a word starting with a vowel sound. What we need, Erica interjected sharply, is for this press conference to feel like a genuine, straightforward conversation with the public. Let's not get bogged down in a grammar lesson, Marsh cut in sharply. All right then, a horrific crime, Marsh stated. Erica felt a sharp pang of frustration. This press conference was being constructed around evidence she considered flimsy, and the team she thought had her back was now championing Sparks's shaky theory with unsettling enthusiasm. She had to concede that to an outsider, the Rivoli ballroom angle sounded far more solid. A wave of self-reproach washed over her for acting alone, chasing down leads at the glue pot with Ivy Norris and the barmaid. She should have brought Moss or Peterson. Glancing over, she saw them both on the phones, deep in the hunt for Marco Frost. Turning the Frost theory over in her mind, a flicker of uncertainty surfaced, but it was quickly smothered by a stubborn, gut-deep conviction. That instinct screamed that she was right about Andrea meeting the dark-haired man and the blonde in that pub. Even if her two witnesses were flawed, was it really plausible they'd both be unreliable in the exact same manner? Both Ivy and Christina lived messy lives on the fringes of the law. For them, the easiest path was always silence, a claim of seeing nothing. Erica was pulled from her thoughts by Marsh's voice. DCI Foster, your thoughts? Should we reference the Tina Turner video? Colleen's in favour. Come again? The Rivoli ballroom? Colleen interjected, a hint of a know-it-all smile playing on her lips. It's a historic venue. Tina Turner filmed her private dancer video there in '84. A fun fact like that sticks in the public's mind, makes the appeal memorable, gets people talking. Erica blinked, momentarily thrown. She did? Yes. So do we include it with the venue photo? Colleen pressed with a reluctant nod. Erica looked down at the draft itinerary. And where precisely are we saying Andrea was in Forest Hill? Her bag was found on London Road. Media appeals require a simple, clear narrative, Colleen explained, her tone veering into condescension. Multiple locations confuse people. They need a single, clean story. I am familiar with the process, thank you, Erica retorted, her patience thinning. But this appeal is a prime chance to gather intelligence. This approach glosses over critical clues about her disappearance. We acknowledge she may have been in that area, Marsh stated firmly. But we lack concrete proof, no CCTV, no witnesses. The killer likely used a car. He could have tossed that bag from a window on London Road. I am fully aware of the details of my own investigation, sir. Erica shot back, her voice tight. An hour later they were done. Erica had capitulated, agreeing to a press conference script that erased any mention of the glue pot and minimised the significance of London Road. Stepping out, she headed for the vending machine where Sergeant Crane was retrieving a frothy cappuccino. All right, boss. We've got the bus footage from TfL and statements from a couple black cabs that were on London Road. He reported, blowing steam from his cup. Let me guess, nothing useful. Crane took a gulp and shook his head. But this Marco Frost is a ghost. Last known job was at the Café Nero on Old Compton Street. And he's long gone. His mobile's disconnected too. Keep digging. Maybe he ran off with Barbora Cardosova. Erica mused, a dark, sarcastic edge entering her tone. The frustration of the meeting was curdling into a cynical weariness. Crane chuckled. That's one for the board, boss. Just add it to the ever-growing list, she said flatly, feeding coins into the machine for a strong espresso. Back at the incident room on Lewisham Row, the stage was set for the live appeal, which would broadcast across major news networks. 6 uniformed officers had been brought in, poised to answer the flood of calls they hoped would follow. An hour earlier, Erica, Sparks, Marsh and Colleen had departed Lewisham Row for the Thistle Hotel near Marble Arch, where the police appeal was scheduled. Meanwhile, Moss and Peterson used the time before the event to pursue their prime suspect, Marco Frost. They started with address and payroll details from the Café Nero on Old Compton Street, where he was once employed, but that trail went cold. Marco had left the job a year prior. Checking his parents' address also proved futile, as both had passed away within 6 months of each other the previous year. Marco had been renting a flat with them, but had since relocated. Moss, just obtaining a new number from the former landlord, learned Marco was now staying with an aunt and uncle. Moss dialed, and the uncle picked up after only a few rings. The conference room at the Thistle Hotel was vast and devoid of windows, its floor swallowed by an endless patterned carpet. Rows of chairs facing a modest platform were nearly filled with members of the press. Cameras at the ready, technicians adjusted lights while a few television journalists rehearsed their segments. 2 large flat-screen televisions on stands flanked the room, displaying muted live feeds from BBC News and Sky News, both bearing banners announcing an imminent live press conference concerning the murder of Andrea Douglas Brown. On the platform, a long table held small microphones spaced at intervals. A hotel staff member moved along it, setting a glass and a carafe of water at each place. Behind, 3 video screens displayed the Metropolitan Police logo against a white background. Erica always felt a twinge of discomfort at this dance between the police and the media, one day shunning them as intrusive fabricators, the next orchestrating a press conference that felt like stage theatre. Right on cue, Colleen appeared and asked Erica to come to the staging area for makeup. "Just a bit of powder to cut the shine," she said, though her glance at her watch hinted it might take considerably more effort to make Erica presentable for live broadcast. It's almost impressive, really, how these events turn tragedy into a production, complete with foundation and practiced pauses. A smaller adjacent room had been arranged for police and family. Sofas were grouped together and a table offered water and orange juice. Marsh sat in his chief superintendent uniform, while a young woman applied foundation with a triangular sponge. Beside him, another worked on DCI sparks. Both officers were deep in conversation with Simon and Diana Douglas Brown, who sat opposite. Andrea's parents were again dressed in black. Simon did most of the talking while Diana clutched his hand, nodding and dabbing her eyes. They looked over and Erica gave a respectful nod. Diana returned it, but Simon turned his attention back to the officers. "They'll be done in a moment, then it's you," Colleen said. Erica moved to the table under a window overlooking the sluggish traffic circling Marble Arch. Just then, Linda and David entered through the rear door and approached. "Hello," Erica said, pouring water. "Hi," David replied, extending his glass for her to fill. He wore jeans and a royal blue sweater, his complexion pale. Linda had on a long black skirt and a bright red sweater with a moulded plastic panel depicting a line of thin white cats on hind legs wearing can-can dresses, above which was written, "We're doing the cat-cat." The outfit struck Erica as jarring and oddly out of place. Colleen returned to say they were almost ready. "I hate wearing makeup too," Linda remarked, pouring herself a glass of orange juice. David took a sip of water.
You won't be on television, he remarked. Did you know Jimmy Savile never wore makeup on TV? He insisted people see the real him. Linda brushed her bangs from her eyes with a quick flick. A truly awful irony, isn't it? Erica simply nodded, unsure how to respond. "I wrote to his show when I was 7, Linda went on. I wanted him to arrange for me to visit the Disney studios to draw a cat for an animated film. You know how they create those movies with thousands of slightly different drawings." "I'm certain DCI Foster understands animation," David said, rolling his eyes toward Erica as if sharing a private joke. "I never got a reply, of course. Even Jimmy Savile turned me down," Linda added with a hollow laugh. David snapped, "For God's sake, can you try to act normal? You show up in that ridiculous sweater making these awful jokes." He slammed his empty glass on the table and stalked off, making Linda jump. "It wasn't a joke. I really did want to visit the studios," she said, her cheeks flushing as she nervously pushed her hair back. Erica was relieved when Colleen arrived to escort her to the makeup artist. Near the door to the main conference room, Marsh and Sparks stood with Simon and Diana. The makeup artist worked quickly on Erica, and just as she finished, a young technician with headphones approached to announce they had 2 minutes. Erica's phone rang. "Sorry, you need to turn that off. It interferes with the audio," he said. "I'll just be a moment," Erica replied, seeing Moss's name on the screen. She stepped over to the window to answer. "Boss, it's me," Moss said. "Are you with the superintendent and Sparks? I've been trying their phones." "Their phones are off. Something about the microphones and sound interference," Erica explained, realizing she had been Moss's third call. "We've located Marco Frost. He lives with his uncle in North London." Erica could see the press conference was about to begin. Moss continued. Marco Frost was in Puglia, Italy, until 2 days ago.
He went with his aunt and uncle for an extended Christmas holiday to visit family. They drove the uncle's car. The uncle runs a convenience store near Angel, and they brought back a huge amount of olive oil, cured meats, and so on. So Marco Frost has an alibi, Erica said, feeling a surge of anticipation. Yes. He even used his credit card overseas. He couldn't have killed Andrea. Colleen appeared at Erica's side. We have to go, DCI Foster, and you need to turn that off now, she insisted. Good work, Moss, is it? This means we're back to square one regarding who killed Andrea. Well, there goes that theory. I have to go, Moss. I'll talk to you later, Erica said, ending the call. She powered off her phone as she saw the others heading toward the conference room. Simon entered first, followed by Marsh, then Sparks. So Marco Frost didn't kill Andrea, Erica thought. Sparks's theory has just collapsed. The conversations she'd had with the barmaid at the glue pot and with Ivy prickled at her mind. Andrea had been seen with a dark-haired man and a blonde woman. They were still out there. Whoever did this was still free. Marsh, Sparks and Simon had now entered the press conference. Diana remained on the sofa, crying again, comforted by Linda and David. We need you in there now, Colleen hissed at Erica. Just then Giles Osborne hurried through the back door, bundled in a heavy winter coat. He rushed over to Diana, unwinding his scarf and apologising for his lateness. Did I miss the appeal? He asked. Diana shook her head, tears still streaming. Now, DCI Foster, Colleen urged. Erica made a decision, one that would set in motion a chain of events with profound consequences. She took a deep breath, smoothed her hair and walked into the press conference. Back at Lewisham Row, Moss, Peterson, Crane and the rest of the team were huddled around a large flat-screen television. The BBC News channel transitioned to its live coverage, the screen filling with the press conference. Detectives Sparks and Foster were seated beside Chief Superintendent Marsh at the long table, with Simon Douglas Brown looking pale and exhausted beside him. Simon delivered his prepared statement, his image alternating with the now familiar driver's license photo of Andrea and a newer, happier snapshot from a family beach vacation. In that holiday picture, everyone smiled for the camera against the ocean backdrop, though Linda's expression held its usual stubborn frown. Inspector Foster was correct. It's a very moving presentation, Crane remarked. But it feels polished, like a staged performance of sorrow. Will it actually make someone pick up the phone? On screen, Simon concluded, just as Chief Superintendent Marsh leaned toward his microphone to speak, Erica reached over and calmly pulled it toward herself. She looked directly into the lens. The circumstances surrounding Andrea's disappearance are complex, and we need the public's assistance. We are urging anyone who saw Andrea on the night of Thursday, January 8th, to come forward. We believe she was at the Glue Pot pub on London Road in Forest Hill, South London, between 8 p.m. and midnight, speaking with a dark-haired man and a blonde woman. We also believe she may have been walking up London Road toward the Horniman Museum, where she was later found. Any detail, no matter how minor, could be crucial. Please contact the incident room. The number will appear shortly. Back in the incident room, Peterson turned. Was that part of the plan? Absolutely not, Moss replied. The broadcast showed a flustered Chief Superintendent Marsh, momentarily lost, shooting a sharp glance at Erica before reclaiming the microphone. We would like to add that this is a significant lead. We also have information suggesting Andrea may have been heading to a party at the Rivoli Ballroom near Forest Hill Station, where she exited the train that night. Marsh stated, his tone growing more assertive but lacking smoothness. A tense pause followed. Good grief, he's butchering it. Now it sounds like he's inventing things, not Foster, Moss muttered. The camera angles jumped awkwardly between the panel and the press corps before finally settling on Marsh, who managed to regroup and deliver the remainder of the scripted appeal, ending with a reminder that officers were ready to take calls. The broadcast then switched back to the studio anchor. The incident room contact details displayed largely behind her. She repeated the appeal, naming both the Glue Pot and the Rivoli Ballroom, apologising for having only a stock image of the latter venue. At Lewisham Row, the detectives exchanged uneasy looks just as the first phone lines began to light up and ring. The instant the live feed cut, Erica was on her feet, her pulse racing in her ears as journalists streamed toward the exits. Simon Douglas Brown wheeled on Marsh, his eyes blazing. What the hell was that? He seethed, his voice low and furious. I thought we had an agreement on how this was supposed to go. He cast a desperate look at the departing media. Marsh and Sparks rose immediately. Detective Chief Inspector Foster, Marsh commanded, his voice tight. My office, now, Erica, drew a sharp breath and stepped away from the stage, the voices fading into the background as she moved quickly across the thick carpet. She pushed through the rear doors of the conference hall, found a stairwell and hurried down 3 flights before emerging into a damp side alley. Pausing to steady herself, she felt the cool rain on her skin. There would be fallout for her actions, of course, but hadn't she always lived by her principles? This was for Andrea, who couldn't speak for herself. It was the right thing. She began to walk, merging with the bustling crowds on Oxford Street, the weather barely registering. Yet the solid conviction she'd felt just minutes ago was already dissolving. She should have stayed. By leaving, she'd handed them the narrative. They were deciding her fate without her in the room. She halted abruptly. Rain hammered the pavement. Commuters flowed around her, annoyed at the obstruction during the evening rush. Going back now would seem like a retreat. She started moving again, carried by the human current. Unseen, a few paces behind, a figure kept pace. It was the same observer who had watched Erica at her window, now dressed not in black but in ordinary street clothes, a hood obscuring their face. The crowd thickened near Marble Arch Station, the figure closing the gap until only a broad-shouldered man in a spotted raincoat stood between them. Erica, one of the few without a hood, walked with her head down, the collar of her leather jacket turned up. She concerns me. She visited that damn pub and asked questions. She knows more than I assumed. Was all that anguish just an act? Until today I thought she was broken, the hollowed-out shell of a good detective. The figure drew nearer. She's alone. Grieving, potentially suicidal. So many are. I'd enjoy surprising her, catching her off guard, watching the light fade from her eyes. But there's another appointment to keep first. The flow of people stalled at Bond Street Station. Erica shifted under the shelter of an awning as the crowd pressed in. In that tight crush, a slender white envelope was slipped neatly into the pocket of her jacket. Moments later, the bottleneck eased. The figure melted away into the stream of commuters, just another person in a hurry. Stepping out at Brockley Station, Erica was disoriented by the ordinary afternoon scene. The street was active. A mail van paused by a postbox. A young postal worker emptied the box, heaving a full sack into his van. Across the way, a cafe had 2 women sitting outside, wrapped in coats, their cigarette smoke mingling with steam from their cups. A waiter with a lip piercing cleared their table, earning a burst of laughter. Erica rummaged in her bag for her own cigarettes. Her hands trembled as she lit one. The anxiety that had begun on the train ride home had now tightened into a hard, palpable knot in her chest. Erica's heart hammered against her ribs, and the world seemed to swim before her eyes as if viewed through a smudged lens. Nearby, the charming server continued his effortless, flirtatious banter with a customer. A sudden voice cut through her haze. Oh, no, 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 love, absolutely not. She turned to see a portly man in a railway uniform standing close, his grey hair and moustache giving him a weary authority. "Pardon me," Erica managed. "Fancy £1,000 fine, do you?" he asked, not unkindly. Disoriented, she stammered. "What?" he explained. "Smoking's banned on station grounds. Here's a simple fix. Just take 1 step forward. Go on." Bewildered, Erica complied, moving onto the smooth asphalt of the roadside. "There, see, problem solved. You're off station property now," he said, pointing at her feet. She murmured an uneasy okay, and only as he walked away, muttering under his breath, did she grasp he'd meant to help her. The moment was lost. Stumbling away, she took a frantic drag from her cigarette. Her pulse raced even faster. At the cafe, the women were now laughing over a wine list, with the same handsome waiter. Down the street, an elderly man spun a rack of greeting cards outside a corner shop, while 2 women laden with shopping bags moved slowly past, engrossed in their conversation. Erica gripped a low brick wall to steady herself. A stark, almost sarcastic truth dawned on her. She was utterly clueless at being ordinary. She could examine a corpse or interview a violent predator without flinching. She'd been spat on and had knives pulled on her. Yet the simple act of existing in everyday society, alone and friendless, terrified her. The sheer audacity of what she'd just done, hijacking a major murder investigation's press briefing, crashed back over her. What if her theory was completely wrong? She hurried toward her apartment, dizziness mounting and a cold sweat beading beneath her collar. Inside, she collapsed onto the sofa. The room began to tilt, and a fuzzy greyish blotch crept into the edge of her sight. Blinking did nothing. The blur moved with her gaze. Her stomach clenched violently. She barely made it to the bathroom before retching into the toilet. Kneeling on the cool tile, she vomited again, then flushed and rinsed her mouth at the sink, gripping the porcelain as the floor seemed to rock beneath her. The face in the mirror was ghastly, eyes sunken, skin a sickly pale green. The blurry patches were expanding, merging into a cloud at the centre of her vision until her own reflection dissolved into a smear. What was happening? Using the wall and door frame for support, she staggered back to the living room and lunged for the sofa. Her central vision was now completely flooded. Tilting her head, she relied on her peripheral sight to locate her leather jacket slung over the armrest. Fumbling in a pocket, she found her phone, still powered off from the conference. A roar of blood filled her ears as panic surged. "I'm dying. I'm going to die alone here." She pressed the power button, but the screen showed only a spinning icon as the device booted up. Defeated, she slumped forward, her face buried in the couch cushions. A powerful drilling headache was forming at the base of her skull. This had to be the onset of a migraine. She realized, just as the room gave one final violent whirl and everything plunged into blackness. Later, Erica felt herself drifting upward from a deep void, groping toward a distant, persistent ringing. The sound grew louder until, with a sudden pop in her ears, it was right beside her head. Her cheek was pressed against something soft that smelled faintly of old grease and tobacco. Her knees ached against a hard wooden floor. Pushing herself up on her heels, she lifted her head and recognized the unfamiliar contours of her new flat. Her phone was still ringing. Night had fallen, the streetlight casting a pale glow through the unadorned window. Her phone lit up and buzzed on the coffee table before going quiet. A dry mouth and a pounding headache pulled her from her stupor. She pushed herself up, unsteady, and moved to the sink, gulping down a full glass of water. As she set the glass aside, the memories rushed back in a torrent. The only small comfort was that her vision had finally cleared. When the phone rang again, assuming it was Marsh, she answered just to get it over with. A voice achingly familiar came through. "Erica, is that you?" She fought back the tears. It was Edward, Mark's father. She'd forgotten how much his warm Yorkshire-tinged voice resembled his son's. "Yes, it's me," she managed. "I know it's been ages," he said. "Well, I'm calling to say I'm sorry." "Why are you sorry?" "I said things I wish I hadn't." "You had every right, Edward. I can hardly stand to look at myself most days." A sob broke from her, followed by hiccups, her words tumbling out in a messy confession to the man she'd once loved like a second father, apologizing for failing to protect his boy. "Erica, love, it wasn't your fault. I got a copy of the hearing transcript," he told her. "How? I requested it. Freedom of information, they really put you through it." "I deserved it." "I should have looked harder, should have verified everything 3 times over," she began. "You can't spend your life on should and could, Erica. I'll never forgive myself. If I could just go back, if only." "I would never," she said, swiping at hot tears with her hand. "All right now. That's enough of that, not another word, or there'll be trouble," he said, the attempt at humour falling a bit flat. A quiet pause hung between them. "How are you?" Erica asked, instantly regretting the pointless question. "Oh, keeping busy. I've taken up lawn bowling. Never thought I would, but you have to fill the time. I'm a decent bowler for an old codger." His voice faded. "Erica, love, there's a headstone now. I've had the stone set for Mark. It looks proper." "It does?" said Erica, closing her eyes. She pictured Mark below the earth and, with a dark curiosity, wondered what remained of him now. Just bones, she thought, bones in a good suit, and you're welcome to come see it. Any time, love. When do you think you'll be coming home? Home. He still called it home. Erica had no idea where home was anymore. I'm back at work, I'm in London, she said. Oh, right, I will come, but right now I have to work. That's good, love. What sort of work are you doing? He asked. Erica couldn't bring herself to say she was tracking a vicious murderer. She wondered if he'd caught the press conference on the news. I'm with the Met Police, a new unit. That's good, lass. Keep yourself occupied. When you get some time off, I'd love to see you. I'd like that. I drive by your old house quite a bit. A young couple's renting it. They seem nice, though I haven't gone knocking or anything. Not sure how I'd explain who I am. Edward, everything's in storage. I didn't get rid of anything. We should go through the boxes. I'm sure there are things. Let's take it one step at a time, said Edward. How did you get this number? Erica asked, suddenly aware she was on her new phone. I called your sister. She said you'd been crashing on her sofa. She gave me the number. I hope that's all right. Of course it is. Sorry, it's the cop in me, always trying to piece things together. I just want you to know, Erica, that you're not alone. I know folks weren't kind up here, and you can't blame most of them, but you lost him too. Edward's voice wavered. He continued, I just hate the thought of you being by yourself. You've got me, love, for what it's worth. Thank you, Erica whispered. Well, this'll be costing me a fortune calling London, so I'd better go. It's good to hear your voice, Erica. Don't be a stranger. You too, no, I won't. A click, a beep, and he was gone. Erica pressed a hand to her heart, drawing a shaky breath. A sudden wave of heat washed over her, forcing her to blink rapidly against a sting of tears. Her phone vibrated once more in her palm. Moss's name flashed on the screen. Boss, what's your location? He asked. I'm at my apartment, she replied. You need to brace yourself. We've got another victim. This one was pulled from the water at Brockwell Park. Do we know who it is? Erica asked, her voice tight. We do. It's Ivy Norris. The Brockwell Park Lido in Dulwich sat just under 3 miles from the Horniman Museum, the site of Andrea's grim discovery. Erica sped past the illuminated clock tower, its face reading 10:15. Fat raindrops exploded against the windshield, quickly escalating into a torrential sheet. She switched the wipers to their highest setting, peering through the chaotic blur. 2 uniformed officers materialized near a cordon at the Lido gate. Erica braked sharply and stepped out into the roaring deluge. DCI Foster, she yelled, holding her badge aloft. The officers lifted the tape for her. The park and its swimming pond were summer havens for swimmers and families. But on this rain-lashed January night, the place felt desolate and grim. Moss and Peterson arrived right behind her, carrying a powerful flashlight that cut a path along the wet concrete past a shuttered concession stand and a pavilion with flaking paint. They reached a clearing where the darkness was almost absolute. A distant crack of thunder echoed, and a flash of lightning briefly revealed the vast, empty swimming pond. Ahead, the glowing shape of a large forensic tent stood out. A path of plastic sheeting led along the churned, muddy bank. 3 scene-of-crime officers in white coveralls were kneeling in the muck, hurriedly casting a set of footprints. A CSI met them at the tent flap. They suited up quickly as the rain drummed a relentless rhythm on the canvas overhead. Inside, under the harsh glare of halogen lights, lay the motionless form of Ivy Norris. She was on her back in the mud, which was a brown, smeared chaos around her, coating her clothes and skin. Please stay on the platforms, instructed a CSI, pointing to the series of boxes placed around the body to protect the ground beneath. They moved carefully from platform to platform until they stood beside her. Ivy's greasy hair was swept back from a sallow, waxy face, frozen in the same wide-eyed terror they had seen on Andrea. Her nose was a ruined mess of clotted blood. She wore the same coat and sweater Erica had seen her in days before, but she was naked from the waist down. Her legs were a heart-breaking sight, painfully thin, a roadmap of old scars, fresh bruises and needle tracks. Her pubic hair was grey and tangled. A camera flash popped, filling the tent with a brief, blinding light and an electronic whine. Isaac Strong stood silently on one of the platforms, giving them a grim nod. "Who found her?" Erica asked. A bunch of teenagers. They climbed the fence on a dare. Where are they now? Your team has them in the community center across the street. We've already collected their DNA for elimination. Did they witness anything? Nothing useful. It was pitch black. One of the boys literally stumbled over her body and fell. Moss looked down at Ivy, her expression somber. That kid must be traumatized. Her nose is shattered. The cheekbone likely is too, Isaac said, crouching and gently adjusting the collar of Ivy's sweater. There are significant ligature marks on her neck. I also suspect 4 broken ribs. I'll know more about internal trauma after the post-mortem. She was carrying £100 in cash. The notes were folded and tucked inside her bra. So we can probably rule out a random mugging, Moss ventured. Talk about a silver lining. Here was a woman beaten and dumped, yet her cash was left untouched. Some killers twisted priorities. I won't be drawn on motives until I've completed my examination, Isaac replied carefully. But when a victim is left with money, it generally suggests robbery wasn't the objective. Something else was. Sex, for instance. The initial examination confirmed the presence of semen. Moss noted that Ivy had been a known sex worker, and Peterson suggested the money might have been a lure. Isaac, however, was firm in his correction. We cannot assume consent based on her profession, he stated, pointing out the severe bruising around her pelvis. Erica's gaze moved to Ivy's missing arms, a cold dread washing over her until Isaac clarified. Her arms are bound behind her back, he said. An assistant carefully lifted the body, revealing arms pulled tight beneath her, slick with mud and gravel. Isaac wiped a gloved finger across her wrists. You can see here. They were secured with an industrial-grade plastic zip tie. Noticing Ivy's bare, swollen feet with their broken veins and grimy toenails, Erica asked about her shoes. Recovered from the mud, Isaac replied. He then tilted the head, revealing angry, hairless patches at each temple dotted with dried blood. The hair appears to have been pulled out by the roots. The photographer's flash illuminated the almost translucent skin of her forehead, tracing the blue veins beneath. Andrea's hair was pulled out too, Erica murmured. Peterson inquired about the time of death. The core temperature suggests it wasn't long ago, Isaac explained, but the freezing rain complicates things. I'll need to run more tests. Peterson updated the group that officers were conducting door-to-door inquiries and a grid search. As the photographer continued his work, an assistant sealed Ivy's hands in plastic evidence bags. Isaac moved to a makeshift bench and returned with a clear bag. These are her personal effects. A set of keys, 6 condoms, roughly $140 in cash, a credit card belonging to a Matthew Stevens, and a phone number written on a scrap of paper. "That's your number?" Moss said, giving Erica a pointed look. A wave of guilt hit Erica. "I spoke with her recently about Andrea's case. She had information but was terrified. I told her she could call me." Her voice faded, the weight of the lost lid settling in. Peterson asked if Ivy had tried to call. "I don't know. I need to check my phone," Erica admitted, realizing she hadn't looked at it since before the press conference. She stepped out through the tent partition for a moment, only to see a figure approaching along the riverbank. It was DCI Sparks. "What are you doing here? This isn't your unit," Erica said. "Chief Superintendent Marsh has appointed me as the new senior investigating officer." Sparks announced, a poorly concealed smugness in his tone. "Now? At 11 o'clock on a murder scene?" Erica countered. "You should answer your calls. The super has been trying to reach you," he retorted. "I'm not finished here. I'll speak with Marsh in the morning," Erica insisted. "My instructions are clear. I am the SIO and I'm ordering you to leave the scene immediately." "You're ordering me?" "That's correct. You are to leave now. DCI Sparks, I've just assessed the scene and there are critical details," Erica began, but Sparks cut her off, his voice rising. "I'm in control here, and I'm ordering you to step aside." Isaac, with Moss and Peterson behind him, emerged from the tent. "With all due respect, DCI Sparks, forensic protocol grants the pathologist ultimate authority at a crime scene. DCI Foster entered as this IAO, and I will complete my briefing and examination with her in that capacity. You are currently risking contamination. If you want to stay and watch, you'll need to follow protocol, suit up and keep quiet." DCI Sparks started to speak, but Isaac met his gaze with a cool raised eyebrow. silently challenging him. There will be a briefing tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp at Lewisham Row to reorient the investigation. Make sure you're both there on time, Sparks told Moss and Peterson, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then fixed Erica with a stern, lingering stare before turning and marching off, a uniformed officer at his side. Thanks, Erica said to Isaac. I didn't step in for gratitude. Police politics don't interest me. My only concern is keeping the scene intact so you can do your work and find the person responsible, Isaac replied. Erica stripped off her crime scene coveralls, which were sealed for lab analysis. Seeking cover from the relentless downpour, she ducked under the chipped paint of the old pavilion roof. She lit a cigarette and listened to her voicemails. 4 were from Marsh, each one angrier than the last. Simon and Diana Douglas Brown were reportedly appalled that Erica had commandeered the press conference for her own purposes, and Marsh agreed. He demanded she report to him first thing in the morning. His final words were a warning. Avoiding my calls will be viewed as another act of defiance and a direct challenge to my authority. The last message in her mailbox began with heavy static. She heard cursing, then the distinct clatter of coins dropping into a payphone slot. Yeah, it's Ivy. Ivy Norris. Give me some cash and I'll tell you what you need. I need 100 quid. 3 quick beeps sounded, more swearing followed, and then the line cut out. Erica replayed it. The call was time-stamped 7 hours earlier. She dialed Sergeant Crane, who answered with tired resignation. Crane, it's DCI Foster. Are you still at the station? Yeah, boss, he said, weary. What's up? How did the appeal go? We got 25 calls. They've slowed down lately. Waiting to see if they run the number again on the evening news. Please tell me something useful came in, Erica said, hopeful. 14 are the usual cranks and time-wasters. They confess to every crime on TV. One guy still claims he killed Princess Diana. We have to vet them all, which takes time. Another 10 were journalists just fishing for info. That's 24. The last one was from Ivy Norris. She called a couple hours after the appeal aired. We traced it to a payphone at the Crown pub. She was pretty hard to understand, but gave her name and insisted on speaking only to you. Did you get her message? I tried calling, but you didn't answer. Yes, she tried me too. We'd just found her body. Damn, Crane breathed. Exactly. Look, I'll be in early tomorrow. Let me know if anything else comes up. Boss, what? I've been instructed to pass all new information directly to DCI Sparks. Understood, but the Ivy lead, it feels personal as well. Of course, boss. Erica ended the call as Moss and Peterson walked over. She told them about Ivy's message. She's cried wolf so many times before, Moss remarked. It was only a matter of time before she ended up dead. They're preparing to move the body. The forensic team needs to secure the site quickly. This rain is going to make things difficult, Peterson added. I assume we report to DCI Sparks now. Seems that way, Erica confirmed. A heavy silence fell. Both detectives looked visibly let down. All right, I'll see you both soon then, Erica said. Back in her car, she sat in the dark, the rain hammering on the roof. Moss and Peterson drove past their headlights, briefly flooding her interior before leaving her in darkness again. Ivy's death left a bitter, unsettling feeling in the air. She withdrew her hand from her coat pocket and switched on the vanity light. The bite marks were already becoming faint, the wounds closing up quickly. What had Ivy been up to? Had someone drawn her out to the Brockwell swimming pool? Did she go along without a fight? And what would become of her grandchildren now that she was gone? Erica turned the key in the ignition and steered the car out into the downpour. The person in the shadows leaned forward, tearing off the heavy wool mask, and was violently sick. The vomit struck the dark pond water with a sharp, ugly splash, a sound that cut through the drumming rain falling in sheets upon the surface. Purging after a kill was typical. Then the figure slumped onto the sodden ground, savouring the feeling of the rain. Tracking Ivy Norris had been simple. At her age, she was predictable, found loitering under a street lamp at the end of Catford's main road. She'd looked worse than ever, with what smelled like old vomit staining the fake fur trim of her coat and dried blood around her nose. Name's Paulette, you want a quick visit or the full service? Ivy had said, her eyes brightening when the luxury sedan pulled up next to her. She only got a proper look at the figure when she slid into the passenger seat and the door locks clicked shut. "Hello, Ivy. I need something from you," the figure had said, voice calm and even. Ivy began to beg and panic, apologizing, promising it would never happen again. The words pouring out in a frantic jumble, flecks of spit hitting the car's pristine dashboard. "I'm telling you, I had to talk to that detective. She threatened me. Said she'd have my kids taken away. All she knows is that Andrea girl was with some guy with dark hair and a blonde girl, and I ain't saying another word." The figure then extended a gloved hand, offering Ivy 2 crisp $100 bills. "What do you want me to do?" Ivy had asked, hesitation in her voice. I can't say if she was just so worn down by life, or if she held on to a sliver of hope that I'd let her walk away afterward, but she took the money. Ivy didn't question how isolated the spot was, and when we arrived, she let me bind her hands behind her back. She didn't even think to suggest a safe word. "Just not my face," she'd muttered. "I know I'm no prize, but it's easier if you leave my face alone." That's when I lost it and hit her in the face. She didn't look shocked, just let down. When I did it again, harder, she seemed to accept her fate. Just one more letdown in a life full of them. I tore clumps of her hair out, broke her nose. The only time she looked truly startled was when my hands had been around her throat for over a minute. That's when she understood she was dying. In the distance, across the wet expanse of Peckham Rye Park, a police cruiser raced by, its siren wailing. The figure lay hidden in the thick brush beside the pond, relishing the cleansing feel of the rain. My car is parked a few streets over, but I can't retrieve it yet. Not now, when morning comes, when I feel clean again. Erica remained awake for hours. She lay there, listening to the rain hammering incessantly against the window pane. She couldn't shake the mental picture of Ivy, those empty eyes stretched wide with terror, as if still fixed on her killer's face. Erica found herself wondering what that face was like. Was it aged or youthful? Dark-haired or light? Was the killer someone obviously menacing, or just an ordinary person who faded into a crowd? She had no memory of finally falling asleep. She opened her eyes to find a soft light seeping through her bedroom curtains. Morning had broken, and for the first time in recent memory, her sleep had been empty of dreams. She pushed the curtain aside and saw the rain had ceased, but the sky was a washed-out grey. It was daylight. Reaching over to the nightstand, she picked up her phone to check the time. It was on the charger, but completely dead. She swore under her breath, walking into the living room to see the digital display on the stove was also dark and blank. She pulled open the small door that concealed the electrical panel, removed the splotchy painting Marcy had made, and toggled the main power switch back and forth. Nothing happened. Glancing out the front bay window at the deserted street below, she realized she had no idea what time it was. Stepping out her front door, she crossed the landing and knocked on the door opposite. After a moment, she heard the sound of a key turning, bolts sliding back, and the rattle of a security chain. The door opened just a crack, revealing a small elderly woman with a cloud of white hair peering out. "I'm so sorry to disturb you," Erica said. "Could you possibly tell me the time? Who are you?" "Why do you need to know?" the woman asked, her voice thick with suspicion. "I'm your new neighbour. I believe we've lost power, and my only clock is on my mobile, which has also died." The old lady tugged back the thin sleeve of her cardigan and squinted at a small gold watch digging into the flesh of her wrist. "It's 10:20 past, she announced. 10:20 in the morning?" "Yes." "You're absolutely certain?" Erica asked, a wave of dread washing over her. "Yes, dear, I'm the one wearing the watch," the woman replied, a hint of dry humour in her tone. She flicked her hallway light on and off to demonstrate. "My electricity seems just fine. I suspect you need to feed your meter, dear. The previous tenants fell terribly behind on their bills. The police even showed up once, though. Why they'd waste their time chasing unpaid utility bills is beyond me. Then again, your landlord is supposedly a rather high-ranking officer, so I'd tread carefully." Erica arrived at Lewisham Row Station, breathless, at 11:15. Desk Sergeant Wolfe was at the front counter. He came around to her side. "DCI Foster, I've been instructed to take you in to see Chief Superintendent Marsh immediately. It's urgent. I know where his office is. Erica snapped. She made her way to Marsh's door and knocked. He opened it himself. "Come in and sit down," he said, his voice icy. Assistant Commissioner Oakley was seated in Marsh's own chair. Marsh had been demoted to a side chair beside his desk. The office had been hastily straightened. The corner of a Christmas card was visible, sticking out from a slightly ajar cupboard door. "Good morning, DCI Foster. Please, have a seat," Oakley said, his tone calm and precise. He was impeccably dressed, his uniform sharp, his grey hair perfectly parted. His skin had a polished tan sheen. He reminded Erica of a sleek fox, not in a physical sense, but in his cunning and meticulous grooming. She recalled reading that foxes fed the finest diets sport the glossiest coats. As Erica sat, she noticed Marsh pulling on a pair of latex gloves. "May we see your mobile telephone, please?" Oakley asked. "Why? You were the last person to receive a call from the murder victim, Ivy Norris. The voicemail and your handset are now evidence in this investigation." His tone brooked no argument. Erica retrieved the phone and handed it to Marsh. "It isn't switching on," Marsh said, turning it over and pressing the power button. "The battery is dead," Erica explained. "This is your designated work phone and it's dead?" Oakley inquired, his eyebrow arched. "I can explain. Please read out the serial number," Oakley interrupted, ignoring her. Marsh worked swiftly, removing the back of the phone and reciting the number as Oakley noted it down. "You can access my voicemail independently, without the physical handset," Erica offered, as Marsh placed her phone into a new plastic evidence bag and sealed it. Oakley paid her no mind, opening a file instead. "DCI Foster, do you understand why you are here?" "I believe so, sir. I'm less clear on why you are." 3 days ago, Desk Sergeant Wolfe filed an official report. It details an altercation between you and Ivy Norris's 7-year-old grandson, Matthew Paulson. "Ivy Norris, whose body was discovered last night. I'm aware, sir. I was among the first responders at the scene," Erica stated. "Wolfe's report indicates that during the incident in this station's reception area, you struck the boy on the back of his head." The Assistant Commissioner glanced up from the file. "What's your response to that?" he asked. Erica met his gaze. "Does the report mention that the boy bit my hand during the incident?" "Why were you so close to the child in the first place?" Oakley inquired, leaning forward. "He had planted himself on my suitcase and refused to move," Erica explained. Oakley leaned back in his chair, tapping his pen thoughtfully. "A 7-year-old boy attacked you. Were you injured?" "My hand was cut," Erica confirmed. "Yet there's no follow-up in the report. Standard procedure would require a medical examination to document the injury. Did you see a doctor?" "No." "And why not?" "It wasn't serious. Unlike some, I prefer focusing on actual police work over paperwork." "Perhaps not serious to your health, but such omissions can become serious for a career," Oakley remarked. Erica glanced toward Marsh, who remained silent. Oakley continued flipping through the file. "We reviewed CCTV from the reception area. It shows the entire confrontation where Ivy Norris threatened you with a knife, which was resolved by the desk sergeant. However, 6 minutes later, you appear in the car park. The footage shows Ivy Norris and her 3 grandchildren entering your vehicle." He slid a clear photograph across the desk showing Ivy and the children beside Erica's car. A subsequent image captured Erica extending something through the open window, followed by one of Ivy and the children getting inside. It was bitterly cold. I took pity on them and offered a ride. "What were you handing to Ivy in that photo?" "Money." "You gave them a lift? To where?" "To the main street in Catford. And then?" "I dropped them off at their requested location." "Which was?" "Near a Ladbrokes betting shop. Ivy didn't want me to see her home. They got out and disappeared between the buildings. Got out, or fled. What transpired while they were in your car? Was there any further physical altercation?" "No." "You were then seen with Ivy Norris 24 hours later, allegedly harassing her at a private gathering." "It was an informal gathering in a public space, sir. I wasn't harassing anyone." "Are you aware the landlord of the Crown filed a formal complaint regarding police harassment?" "Is that so? Was that in between his duties as a police informant or part of them?" "I would advise extreme caution, DCI Foster," Oakley said coldly. These allegations are accumulating in a troubling manner. Your phone number was discovered at the crime scene on Ivy Norris's body, along with £100 in cash. This photo shows you giving her money. I gave her my number and asked her to contact me with any information. We have a transcript of the voicemail she left on your phone. She stated, and I quote, "If you can give me money, I'll tell you what you need to know. 100 minimum should do." Wait, you've already accessed my private voicemails. Are you implying I murdered Ivy Norris? Erica looked to Marsh, who averted his eyes. "We are not suggesting you murdered Ivy Norris, DCI Foster," Oakley said. "However, this evidence paints a portrait of an officer who is, frankly, a concern perhaps operating outside appropriate boundaries." He paused, letting the weight of the statement hang in the air. "Sir, you know how it works. We all have informants. We meet, talk, sometimes exchange a little money for information. But I did not give Ivy Norris £100. DCI Foster, I must remind you that paying for information is not official policy," Marsh interjected, his voice tight. Erica couldn't help a short, disbelieving laugh. Marsh's tone sharpened. "You also directly disobeyed my order regarding the official press statement. You intervened, unapproved and off script." She'd used her position to voice a reckless theory. The potential fallout was impossible to gauge. "A theory? Sir, I have a solid lead. Andrea Douglas Brown was seen with an unidentified man hours before her death. This was corroborated by a bartender and by Ivy Norris. A bartender who has since vanished, and a witness who is now deceased," Assistant Commissioner Oakley replied, his composure grating. "Do you have a personal issue with Lord Douglas Brown?" "Absolutely not. His company's defence contracts are a sensitive subject, influencing policy across multiple government branches, including our own. My only objective is to find who killed Andrea Douglas Brown and Ivy Norris. Am I really the only one pointing out the glaring parallels between these two cases?" "So you are officially connecting the murders?" the Assistant Commissioner asked. "For the record, sir, this is not the direction of our current investigation," Marsh interjected, his voice lacking conviction. Erica took a breath. "Yes, I believe they are connected. Pursuing this angle is our best chance to identify the killer." "I must reiterate, this is not our operational focus," Marsh stated. "Then what exactly is our focus?" Erica demanded, locking eyes with him. DCI Sparks paraded a prime suspect for a grand total of 3 hours before a rock-solid alibi appeared. "You would be aware, DCI Foster, had you attended the 8 a.m. briefing," Marsh said. "I had a power outage at home. My phone was dead. I received no alerts. Check my record. This is a first-time occurrence." A heavy silence filled the room. "How are you holding up, DCI Foster?" Personally, Assistant Commissioner Oakley inquired. "I'm fine. Why is that relevant?" Erica countered. "The events of the past few months would strain anyone. You led a 12-officer drug raid in Rochdale. Only 7 returned. I don't need you to recite my personnel file to me," Erica said. Oakley continued. "You proceeded with inadequate intelligence. You seemed eager to act then, just as you do now. Can you not see how this could be perceived as impulsive?" Erica's knuckles whitened as she gripped the chair arms, fighting to stay calm. The Assistant Commissioner pressed on. 5 officers died that day, including, tragically, your husband, D.I. Mark Foster. You were subsequently suspended. It appears an opportunity for reflection was missed, and suddenly Erica was on her feet, leaning across the desk to snatch the file. She ripped it in two and tossed the pieces back. "This is nonsense. I took initiative yesterday because I believe Andrea was with individuals who have critical information. Simon Douglas Brown objected, and now he's puppeteering this entire investigation." She stood there, trembling slightly from the outburst. Assistant Commissioner Oakley leaned forward, adopting a rehearsed official tone. "DCI Foster, I am formally suspending you from duty, pending an investigation into your conduct and a new psychiatric assessment of your fitness to serve. You will surrender all weapons, official identification, and department vehicles. You will remain on full pay and report for evaluation by a police psychiatrist when directed." Erica bit down hard on the inside of her cheek, the metallic taste of blood helping her stay silent. She handed over her badge. "All I want is to catch a killer. It seems you both have different priorities." She turned and left. Sergeant Wolfe was waiting in the corridor with 2 uniformed officers, his expression sheepish. "I'm sorry, we have to escort you out," he said. As they walked toward the front entrance, she passed the incident room inside. DCI Sparks was at the whiteboards, addressing the team. Moss and Peterson glanced up as Erica was led away, then quickly averted their eyes. "Erased from the picture," Erica muttered to herself. At the front desk, Wolfe requested her car keys. "Right now?" she asked. "I'm afraid so," he replied. "You've got to be kidding, Wolfe. How am I supposed to get home?" "I can have an officer drive you," he offered. "Drive me?"
No thanks.
Erica snapped, dropping her keys on the counter and striding out of Lewisham Row Station. On the bustling ring road, she scanned for a bus or taxi, finding none. She started walking toward Lewisham Station, rummaging in her bag for cash, but finding only credit cards. Digging through the clutter in her leather jacket pockets, old tissues and general debris, her fingers brushed against a small, stiff square. She pulled out a pristine white envelope, thick and high quality, blank on the outside. Turning it over, she slid a finger under the flap. Inside was a single folded sheet. She froze on the sidewalk, traffic whizzing past. It was a printed newspaper article about the raid where Mark and 4 colleagues died. One photo showed the path to the Rochdale house, littered with sheet-covered bodies, blood and shattered glass. Another captured police helicopters airlifting 2 fatally wounded officers. A grainy black and white image depicted a blood-soaked, barely recognizable officer on a stretcher, a hand with limp fingers raised, the last photo of Mark alive. Scrawled above it in red marker were the words, "You're just like me, DCI Foster. We've both killed 5. In the following days, the media narrative around Andrea's murder shifted. Erica's press conference statement sparked an increasingly critical reaction. It began with whispers about Andrea's past relationships, then erupted into blazing revelations of her numerous lovers, highlighting her relationships with both men and women. By week's end, the tabloids were a bonfire of exposure. One ex-boyfriend, a self-described performance artist, sold his story, releasing stills from a video showing explicit acts, including Andrea bound and whipped in a dungeon while wearing a transparent plastic dress and a ball gag. Though pixelated, the images left little to the imagination. The broadsheets condemned the tabloids' tactics while fanning the flames with their own commentary. Right-leaning papers seized a new angle to attack Simon Douglas Brown, subtly implying Andrea might have brought her fate upon herself. Talk about blaming the victim, as if a complicated personal life somehow justifies murder. Erica spent 4 isolated days in her new apartment, trying to unpack. She got the power turned on and watched the media circus unfold from her couch. She went for a medical checkup at Lewisham Hospital, explaining her exposure to blood and bodily fluids as a police officer. They took blood and urine samples, scheduling a follow-up test in 3 months. The sterile, impersonal visit made her feel utterly insignificant. Back in the quiet of her flat, she kept studying the note, puzzling over how it ended up in her pocket. Was she cracking up? How could she have missed someone slipping it in? She retraced her steps over the prior days. It could have been anyone, anywhere. For now, she kept it sealed in a clear evidence bag. Part of her knew she should turn it in, but a stubborn instinct told her to hold on to it. The silence of the new rooms was oppressive, broken only by the distant city hum, making the memory of that red ink feel all the more accusatory. The morning air was sharp on the 5th day, as Erica stopped by the newsstand across from Brockley Station. Her routine of grabbing the papers was shattered by the Daily Mail's front page. A bold headline declared, "Top cop yanked from Andrea murder probe." The article laid out a damning narrative. Following a string of high-profile missteps in the Andrea Douglas Brown investigation, DCI Erica Foster had been suspended, pending a full review. It cited accusations of erratic conduct, leaking case details to the press, and the catastrophic mishandling of confidential informant files, a lapse the paper suggested directly led to Ivy Norris's death. A grainy photo snapped through a car window outside the Horniman Museum when Moss's vehicle had slid on ice showed Erica with a startled expression. One hand reaching out, the caption beneath it simply read, "Disgraced, Detective." Erica tossed the paper back onto the rack and walked away. her purchase forgotten back in her quiet apartment. The silence felt heavier than usual. She brewed a pot of strong coffee, the rich aroma doing little to settle her nerves, and turned on the television. The BBC News channel was just rolling into its hourly headlines. Andrea Douglas Brown's face filled the screen, followed by the announcement that police had arrested a man named Marco Frost in connection with her murder. The report shifted to the news anchor. Marco Frost, 28, was initially cleared by investigators, but was later found to have fabricated an alibi about being overseas at the time of the killing. Footage showed a handsome dark-haired man in handcuffs being escorted from a modern apartment building by 2 uniformed officers. He kept his head bowed as they guided him into a waiting police car, a hand placed protectively on his head before the door closed and the vehicle pulled away. The scene then cut to a press conference outside New Scotland Yard. Standing beside Commander Marsh was Simon Douglas Brown and Giles Osborne. Marsh addressed the cameras. Early this morning, officers executed a search warrant at Marco Frost's residence, uncovering disturbing material related to the victim. We believe the suspect had cultivated an unhealthy fixation on Andrea Douglas Brown in the months preceding her abduction and murder. Simon Douglas Brown stepped forward, his face drawn, fingers nervously adjusting his suit jacket. I want to express my gratitude to the Metropolitan Police for their perseverance in what has been admittedly a challenging investigation. I have complete faith in the new team leading this inquiry and thank them for their relentless work in pursuing my sister's killer. We remain committed to assisting the police in any way we can. Thank you. As the news moved on to the next story, Erica's mind was racing. She snatched up the cheap, prepaid phone she'd acquired the day before and dialed Lewisham Row. Detective Wolfe answered. "It's Foster. I need to speak with Sergeant Crane." "Ma'am, I'm really not supposed to. Please, it's urgent." After a brief pause and a click, Crane came on the line. Erica didn't waste time. There can't possibly be enough solid evidence on this Marco Frost to justify an arrest. "Give me your number." "I'll call you right back," Crane said tersely, then hung up. 10 tense minutes crawled by. Erica was just convincing herself she'd been politely dismissed when the phone finally vibrated in her hand. Crane's voice was hushed, a background hum of wind suggesting he was outside. "Sorry, boss. Gotta be quick. I'm on my mobile, and it's colder than a witch's kiss out here in the car park." "Frost lied about Italy. We only nailed him after sifting through a mountain of CCTV from London Bridge Station the night Andrea disappeared. He caught a train on the Forest Hill line just 20 minutes after she did. Now, we've got no camera putting him at the actual scene, but he's sunk himself with the lie and by roping his aunt and uncle into a fake alibi. It could still be a terrible coincidence, Erica countered, her detective's instinct bristling at the circumstantial nature of it all. "Maybe," Crane conceded, but his girlfriend out in Kent gave him another story that's now fallen apart. The lie gives us a motive. They're pushing hard on this, boss. It feels like they just want a name to give to the press." The line went dead, leaving Erica alone with the grim echo of his words and the cold dregs of her coffee. "We have him in custody for the next 72 hours. What about the Ivy Norris homicide?" "That's been transferred to Vice," Crane replied. "Listen, boss, the evidence isn't lining up with your angle." "Angle, is that what we're calling it now?" Erica shot back. Crane stayed silent, and over the line she could hear the steady rush of traffic just beyond the station parking lot. "You doing all right, boss?" "I'm perfectly fine. Make sure everyone knows that. I'm certain the whole department has seen the headlines by now. I had no idea about your husband. I'm sorry. Thank you. Is there anything I can do?" "You can keep me updated, even if it means you have to stand out in that freezing parking lot until you're numb." Crane chuckled. "I'll keep you in the loop as much as possible, boss." "Deal." "Thanks, Crane," Erica said. She ended the call and immediately grabbed her coat. It was time to go see Isaac Strong. Early evening found Isaac in his office next to the morgue, with Shirley Bassey's performance album providing a soft backdrop. He was settling in to draft his autopsy report on Ivy Norris, savouring this quiet moment. The low office lights and his favourite music offered a peaceful counterpoint to the grim reality of his work, the cutting, the weighing of organs, the meticulous search for evidence, and the reconstruction of a life's violent end. A cup of peppermint tea sat steaming by his monitor, a single mint leaf still circling in the hot water. A soft beep sounded and a CCTV window flashed on his screen showing DCI Erica Foster waiting in the hallway. She glanced directly up at the camera. After a brief hesitation, he buzzed her in. "Is this an official visit?" Isaac asked, meeting her at the lab door. "No," Erica said, adjusting the strap of her bag on her shoulder. She was dressed in jeans and a sweater, her face bare of makeup and etched with fatigue. Her eyes scanned the gleaming stainless steel surfaces. "Officially, I have no business being here. I've been pulled from the case. Right, no badge, no department car. I'm just a regular citizen tonight." Isaac studied her for a moment. "How about a cup of tea, then?" He led her back to his office, where the girl from Tiger Bay was now playing. Erica sank into a comfortable armchair beside his desk, while Isaac moved to a kettle in the corner. His orderly office was packed with bookshelves. An iPod glowed within a Bose Sound dock. One shelf, distinct from the medical texts, held a collection of fiction, mostly crime thrillers. "You don't actually read police procedurals in your free time, do you?" Erica asked. Isaac turned from the kettle with a dry laugh. "No, those are complimentary copies from the publisher. I consulted on a couple of the DCI Bartholomew novels. How does peppermint tea sound? I try to steer clear of caffeine." "Sounds perfect. I should have done the same today," she says, after downing 4 coffees. A small mint plant sat on the sill of a narrow, high window. Isaac rotated the pot and plucked a few fresh leaves. "My ex-partner is Stephen Linley, the author of the DCI Bartholomew series." "Oh, is that, 'Oh, I'm gay,' or 'Oh, how strange to be with a crime writer'?" "Neither, really." Isaac dropped a leaf into a cup just as the kettle whistled. He poured the water. "Actually, it is a little strange," Erica mused, accepting the steaming cup. "Dating someone who writes crime thrillers. He modelled one of his forensic pathologists after me, then killed the character off when we split up. How beaten in a homophobic attack and left in the Thames. A grim reminder that the pen can indeed be mightier than the sword," Erica said, taking a careful sip. Isaac swiveled his desk chair to face her. Ivy Norris had 2 distinct semen samples in her vaginal cavity. Her arms showed ligature marks, and the cause of death was manual strangulation. The perpetrator had only just left the scene. She hadn't been gone for even an hour. "Any hits from the DNA database?" "We processed both semen samples. No matches yet." Erica gave a slow nod, her eyes drifting almost unconsciously to the back of her hand. "Is that a bite?" Isaac inquired. "Yes, from Ivy's grandson. Ivy's toxicology and blood panels are back. She was a heroin user and HIV positive. It's entirely possible she passed it to the boy." Erica took a sip of her tea. "He broke the skin when he bit me. Then I'd strongly recommend getting tested." Isaac scribbled a number on a scrap of paper and passed it to her. "This is the clinic I use. It's discreet, efficient, and confidential. The virus can take several months to become detectable, so you'll need follow-up tests." "Thank you. What's your next move?" "A formal disciplinary hearing, a psychiatric review, a full medical, certainly. If the test comes back positive, I'll face that if I have to. Right now, fear of dying isn't at the top of my list." The music had stopped, leaving a quiet calm in the room. Isaac studied her, wrestling with a decision. "Don't walk away from this investigation," he finally said. Erica shook her head. "I think the investigation has walked away from me. I've been reviewing my old cases. There were 3 autopsies, Eastern European girls all likely trafficked here. Each was raped and strangled. Hands tied, dumped in London's waterways, with hair pulled out and lower clothing removed." "When?" Erica asked, leaning in. "The first was March 2013, the second that November, the third in February 2014. Almost a year ago now." "Why was this never connected?" Erica demanded, her voice rising. "Sometimes the bigger picture gets lost in the details." Tragically, all 3 were working as prostitutes, willingly or not. Their deaths just blurred into the statistics. Another dead sex worker. Just another day. The cases were never formally linked and remain unsolved. So a destitute Eastern European prostitute gets strangled, and it's just another sad story. But the young daughter of a wealthy family meets the same fate. And suddenly it's a front-page crisis, Isaac finished. Exactly. Why didn't you bring this up sooner? Something about Ivy Norris's death triggered the memory. Andrea is different, of course. She wasn't assaulted. But those other three were found in advanced decay, and they were in the sex trade. The sexual violence may not have been part of the murder itself. Ivy was also a prostitute and had 2 different semen samples present. Her killer might not have raped her either. My God, Erica breathed, standing up abruptly. This changes everything. We now have 4 deaths potentially connected to Andrea's case. And I did pass this information to DCI Sparks as soon as I pieced it together. When was that? Yesterday morning. What was his response? I haven't heard back. I believe his focus is entirely on his primary suspect, the Italian young man. He should at least be verifying Marco Frost's whereabouts for those dates. Good Lord, can I see the files? No. I debated telling you. I'd decided against it. Then you appeared and, well, I have a decent read on people. His gaze shifted to his shelf of crime novels. A decent read on everyone except romantic partners, apparently. Please, Isaac, let me see them. I'm sorry I can't. What the press has done to you is appalling, but you need to step back. You need to be strategic. Can't one of your colleagues access the information? Maybe, and you're really not going to tell me anything else? He pulled a notepad toward him. I'll give you their names and dates of birth. But this cannot trace back to me. Understood? You have my word, Erica said. Isaac observed Erica on the security feed as she rushed down the hallway, the list of names held tightly in her hand. He silently wished she would honour the commitment she had made. Upon returning to Brockley Station, Erica headed directly to a nearby coffee shop. She ordered a black coffee, opened her laptop, and began an online search. With the names and dates she possessed, information on the young women surfaced quickly. The first was Tatiana Ivanova, a 19-year-old from Slovakia. Her remains were discovered in March 2013 by a solitary swimmer at the Hampstead Heath ponds. An unseasonably warm early spring had accelerated decomposition. News outlets featured a photograph of Tatiana from a dance competition. She wore a sparkling black leotard with silver fringe, one hand confidently on her hip. Cropped from the image were the other members of her troupe. With her dark hair and youthful features, she possessed a striking beauty. The second victim was 18-year-old Mirka Bratova, originally from the Czech Republic. Her body was recovered 8 months after she vanished, in November 2013, found by a park warden near the sluice gate of the Serpentine Lido, adrift among fallen leaves and debris. The press photo showed a dark-haired, lovely young woman cradling a black kitten on a sunlit balcony, with anonymous apartment blocks stretching into the background. Karolina Todorova, also just 18 and from Bulgaria, was the third. A morning dog walker found her body by a lake in Regent's Park in February 2014. The published image was a photo booth strip. Karolina wore a low-cut white top for a night out, a vivid pink streak in her dark hair. Another girl, presumably a friend, hugged her in the picture, her face deliberately blurred. Erika felt a surge of frustration. The news coverage was sparse, almost dismissive, offering frustratingly few details. Each report did note, however, that all 3 girls had initially come to England to work as au pairs before they had, as the articles blandly stated, fallen into prostitution. Erika scoffed inwardly at the phrase, fallen into, as if it were a simple misstep into a puddle, not a terrifying plunge orchestrated by predators. Had it been a gradual slide, or were they deceived from the start? Lured by promises of a better life, a decent job, a chance to learn English, promises that turned to dust. She looked up from her screen. Outside the cafe window, rain was sheeting down, drumming loudly on the awning where a small crowd had gathered for shelter. She took an absent-minded sip of her coffee, finding it had gone cold. A familiar hollow feeling settled in her chest. Erika, too, had left Slovakia at 18 to become an au pair. She recalled the grim Bratislava bus terminal on a bleak November morning, the damp air that seemed soaked with the grief of countless farewells. Her English had been minimal. The family in Manchester was tolerable. The children were kind, but the mother regarded her with a chilly disdain, as if her Eastern European origin made her less. The suburban street felt oddly menacing, and the house was thick with marital tension. They had refused her request to go home early when her mother fell ill with liver cirrhosis, that first Christmas. Then, 18 months later, with 3 days' notice and no concern for where she might go, they let her go. I was one of the lucky ones, she thought, the irony bitter. Her path had been difficult, but it hadn't ended in a park pond. Did Tatiana, Mirka and Karolina stand in a similar terminal, hugging their families goodbye, hearts full of the same fragile hope? Did they also watch their homeland shrink from a bus window, knowing that leaving was the only visible path to a future? Erica's gaze drifted back to the blurred face of Karolina's friend in the photo booth strip. Somewhere, that friend was living with a ghost, and somewhere 3 sets of parents were living with a silence no rain could ever wash away. The parents had no idea their daughters would never come home. What unfolded after those girls reached London? How did they end up trapped in that life? Erica felt the tears come hot and fast, and when the waiter approached for her empty cup, she turned sharply, scrubbing at her eyes with a furious hand. She was done with crying. It was time to do something by the following afternoon. Erica had hit a wall. Every civilian avenue felt closed. She was in her kitchen staring into a fresh cup of coffee and wrestling with her next move, when a distant ringing broke her concentration. It took her a second to place it as the doorbell. She headed down to the building's shared entrance. Moss was on the step, her expression unreadable. "Making house calls now?" Erica asked. "You make me sound like a door-to-door saleswoman," Moss replied with a dry smile. Erica moved aside to let her in. The flat wasn't set up for company. She hastily cleared a stack of dirty plates from the sofa and a mug overflowing with cigarette ends. Moss didn't remark on the mess, just sat and slid a backpack from her shoulders. "Tea?" Erica offered. "Please, boss. I'm not your boss anymore. It's Erica," she said, dumping the plates in the sink. "Boss works better. First names would be strange. I wouldn't want you calling me Kate." Erica paused, a box of tea bags in her hand. "Your name is Kate Moss?" She turned, looking for the joke, but Moss gave a resigned nod. "Your mother actually named you Kate Moss when I was christened Kate," the other considerably skinnier. "Considerably," Erica laughed, despite her mood. "Exactly. The considerably skinnier Kate Moss wasn't a household name yet." "Milk?" Erica asked, grinning. "Yes, 2 sugars," as Erica finished preparing the tea. Moss spread paperwork from her backpack across the cleared coffee table. Erica brought over the mugs and a packet of biscuits. "Now that's a proper cuppa," Moss said after a sip. "Where'd you learn to make tea like this? Not back home, surely?" "No. That was Mark, my husband. He was a stickler for the ritual. My father-in-law too." Erica's voice softened, then trailed off. Moss looked immediately regretful. "Damn. Sorry, boss. Look, everyone at the station hated reading about, well, you know, and we didn't know how to." "Talk about Mark." "I have to start saying his name. When you lose someone, they vanish twice, once from the world and again from every conversation. It started to feel like he'd been erased." She shook her head, a hard edge returning to her voice. "So, why are you here, Moss?" "I think you're right about something, boss." Isaac Strong forwarded some old case files. Sparks is refusing to see a connection, but 3 other young girls were killed in a similar way to Andrea and Ivy. All found in water, hands tied, hair cut from their heads. Strangled, evidence of assault. They were all in the same line of work. "I'm aware of those cases," Erica said. "There's more. That phone box under Andrea's bed." Crane ran the IMEI number scribbled on it. "It matches the IMEI for Andrea's old iPhone, the one she reported stolen." Crane pushed the network providers with that number. They confirm the handset is still active and pinging towers. "I knew it." "So she reported it missing but kept it, just swapped the SIM," Erica said, a spark of vindication in her eyes.
"Right. The last signal for that phone was traced near London Road on January 12th, Moss said. Someone stole it and is using it."
"No," Moss said, pulling out a large, detailed map and unfolding it with a rustle. The signal originated from a storm drain running about 20 feet underground. It starts near London Road. follows the train line toward Forest Hill Station and continues on in the direction of Honor Oak Park. Erica leaned in, her eyes scanning the intricate lines of the map. A cold, focused determination settled over her, pushing the earlier grief aside. This was the thread to pull. Moss continued, pointing at the map spread across the coffee table. This storm drain is a primary channel. With all the recent snowmelt and heavy rain over the past week, a massive volume of water has saturated the ground and would have surged through that entire system. Carrying anything caught in the flow, like a phone, Erica finished, her tone flat. Right. And the phone's battery is long dead by now, I assume. Nothing is pinging. It's an iPhone 5S. Erica confirmed, tracing a finger along the red line Moss had drawn from London Road to Honor Oak Park. The network data indicates it can broadcast a faint signal to cell towers for about 5 days after the battery dies. That window has closed. The line covered just over 1.5 miles of urban landscape, so the idea is that when Andrea was taken, the phone was tossed or fell into a drain. Exactly. But it's not a theory DCI Sparks or Chief Superintendent Marsh are interested in hearing, Moss said, a note of frustration creeping in. They're convinced Marco Frost is their guy, and with pressure from Oakley and the others, they're pushing for a quick conviction. They went through his laptop. It's full of Andrea. Photos, unsent letters, Google searches tracking her movements. Erica stood and moved to the kitchen to put the kettle on. This is significant, Moss. But why come to me? I was there for Marco's questioning. The obsession was clear. I'll give them that. But something feels off. He doesn't strike me as having that kind of violence in him. And physically, it's a mismatch. Isaac showed us the handprint evidence from Andrea's body. Marco has huge hands. Call it a hunch, but it's more than that. You don't believe he did it. I have serious doubts. This phone could completely redirect the investigation, Erica insisted, returning with 2 mugs. You need to get a team into that drain at the very least to look. Under whose authority? Moss countered. I don't have any. Your hands are tied. The cost, the manpower, who would sign off on that right now? Every resource is being funneled into prosecuting Marco Frost. Erica sipped her tea, thinking, is anyone else on the team sceptical about Marco? Moss nodded. Peterson, Crane, a few others. We made copies of the files on the earlier cases. Tatiana Ivanova, Mirka Bratova, Karolina Todorova. He passed over the folders. Erica opened them, her eyes moving over the crime scene photos. Each girl lay on her back, exposed from the waist down, their dark hair wet and clinging to pallid skin. A shared, frozen terror stared back from their open eyes. Does he leave their eyes open on purpose, do you think? She murmured. Possibly. If it's the same killer, how does Andrea fit this pattern? She's from a different world. Maybe the killer stepped out of his comfort zone? Andrea was a different type, Moss offered, only because she had money. Look at them. They're all similar. Dark hair, beautiful, attractive figures. A sudden sharp memory surfaced for Erica, a fleeting glimpse of Andrea at a charity gala months before, laughing under crystal chandeliers, a world away from these grim files. Do you think Andrea was working as a prostitute? You saw the tabloid speculation. She didn't need the money. I think for her, sex was primarily about the thrill, Erica said. The thrill of the chase, Moss concluded. What if Andrea became involved with the man doing this? She was drawn to dangerous, charismatic types. But what about Ivy Norris? Erica pressed, her tone shifting from analytical to one of pointed skepticism. Her death had the same hallmarks, but she breaks the pattern. She wasn't young, she wasn't attractive in the conventional sense like these other victims. So much for a consistent type. Maybe the profile is just a convenient fiction. Maybe the connection isn't about appearance, Moss persisted. The common thread is prostitution. What if Ivy saw Andrea with the killer, maybe in a pub near the high street, and she was silenced because of it? Moss had no immediate answer. Erica suddenly realized how dark the room had become. The sun had fully set. She crossed to a kitchen drawer, retrieved a folded note, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Moss. Damn, where did you get this? Moss asked, picking it up. I found it in my coat pocket. When? Right after I was suspended. Why didn't you turn it in then? I am turning it in now. Moss looked from the note up to Erica's face, his expression grim. I know, Erica said, her voice low and steady. It means we have a serial killer, one who got close enough to slip this into my pocket. Should I call for a car to be waiting? Moss offered. Erica shook her head. They already think I'm unstable. I've been ordered to a psych evaluation. Claiming I have a stalker would just add fuel to the fire. She saw the concern on Moss's face. I've received my share of vile letters over the years. But were any of them ever delivered by hand? Moss pressed. I'll be fine. Let's concentrate on our next move, Erica insisted, steering the conversation back. All right. Crane is comparing the timelines with Marco Frost's known whereabouts, but without precise times of death, it's shaky ground, Moss admitted. That phone is everything, Erica said, her voice low and intense. Andrea might have been in contact with him. There could be numbers, messages, emails, photographs. We have to retrieve it. We need authorization for those resources, Moss pointed out. Then I'll talk to Marsh, Erica stated. Are you sure that's wise? It seems like a risk, Moss cautioned. We go back a long way. An old flame? Moss asked, raising an eyebrow. Good grief, no, Erica said with a short laugh. We trained together. I'm the one who introduced him to his wife. That has to be worth a little goodwill, and if it isn't, well, what exactly do I have left to lose? Chief Superintendent Marsh was contemplating his second creme brulee with a mix of devotion and regret. He was thoroughly full, but the desserts were irresistible. He took the ramekin firmly and broke through the brittle caramel with his spoon, savouring the crack. Marcy had begged for a kitchen torch last Christmas, swearing she'd make him this every week. She'd come surprisingly close to keeping that promise. He glanced at her, illuminated by the dining room's candlelight. Seated beside him at the long table, she was engrossed in conversation with a round-faced, dark-haired man whose name Marsh simply could not recall. He'd been listening all evening for a clue, but Marcy hadn't uttered it. Forgetting the name of her art class instructor was a surefire way to ensure a solitary night, and Marsh desired her intensely. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her flowing white dress hinted at the curves beneath. His gaze swept over their other three guests, finding them decidedly plain in comparison. A middle-aged woman wearing bright red lipstick, who somehow managed to look both dishevelled and refined. An elderly man with a wispy beard and long fingernails, who Marsh was certain attended only for a free meal, and a slender, effeminate man with a dull brown ponytail. They were debating the merits of Salvador Dali. Marsh was pondering the etiquette of offering coffee while dessert plates were still occupied when the knocker struck the door with force. Marcy turned to him with a questioning frown. "Don't get up, I'll see to it," he said, rising. Outside, Erica knocked again, impatient. Light spilled from the drawn curtains of the large bay window, and the sound of laughter filtered out. The hall light flicked on, and the door opened to reveal Marsh. DCI Foster. To what do I owe this visit? He looked unexpectedly casual and handsome in beige chinos and a blue shirt with rolled sleeves. "Sir, you haven't been answering my calls. I need to speak with you," Erica said, clutching a stack of files. "Can it possibly wait?" "We have guests," Marsh replied, his eyes dropping to the paperwork. "Sir, I believe the murders of Andrea Douglas Brown and Ivy Norris are connected to 3 others. Young women discovered under identical circumstances to Andrea. These killings have occurred at intervals since 2013. All were dumped in waterways around Greater London." Marsh shook his head, his exasperation palpable. "I don't believe this, DCI Foster." "Sir, they were all young Eastern European girls," Erica interjected, flipping open a file to reveal the crime scene photo of Karolina Todorova. "Look at her. She was 18. Strangled, her hands bound with plastic, her hair torn from her temples, discarded in the water like trash."
"I want you to leave," Marsh said, his voice cold and final. She ignored him, pulling out 2 more photographs. Tatiana Ivanova, 19, and Mirka Bratova, 18. Both strangled, hands bound in the same precise manner, hair torn out, bodies left in water, all within a 10-mile radius of central London. Even the victim profile matches: dark, long hair, an hourglass figure.
Sir, DCI Sparks has had this case file for 2 days. The connections are glaring, obvious even to a rookie just out of the academy. A door down the hall swung open, releasing a burst of laughter. Marcy approached the front door. "Tom, who is it?" she asked. Then her eyes landed on the photo Erica held up. Carolina partially clothed and decaying in murky water. "What's happening?" Marcy demanded, her gaze darting between Erica and Marsh. "Marcy, please go back inside." "I'm handling this," Marsh insisted. "Let's hear what Marcy thinks," Erica countered, opening another folder and lifting a large, stark photo of Mirka Bratova's body laid out lengthwise, her face frozen in terror. Leaves and debris clung to her pallid skin. Her pubic hair was tangled with dried blood. "How dare you? This is my home," Marcy cried, covering her mouth. Erica didn't flinch. "This girl was only 18, Marcy. She came to England believing she had a job as an au pair. Instead, she was forced into prostitution, undoubtedly raped repeatedly, then taken and brutally strangled. Time flies, doesn't it? How old are your daughters now? They'll be 18 before you blink. Why is she here? Why isn't this being handled at the station?" Marcy shouted. "That's enough, Erica," Marsh roared. "He isn't handling it at work." Erica fired back. "Please, sir, I know there's a trace on a phone belonging to Andrea Douglas Brown. Give me the resources to locate it. That phone holds secrets about Andrea's life, things she kept hidden. I believe that information could lead us to her killer and to whoever did this to these girls. Look at their pictures again. Just look. What is this, Tom?" Marcy pleaded. "Marcy, go inside, now." Marcy took one last horrified glance at the photographs before retreating into the living room. A wave of laughter spilled out, then was abruptly cut off as the door closed. "How dare you, Erica? No, sir, how dare we? This isn't about me. Yes, showing up at your home is out of line. It's completely inappropriate. I can live with being called every name in the book. What I can't live with is what was done to these girls. Can you really sleep tonight knowing we didn't try everything? Remember when we first joined the force? We had no authority. You have that authority now, sir. You to hell with it. Bill me for the search team. Fire me at a tribunal. I genuinely don't care at this moment. But look at these." "Just look." Erica thrust the photos forward again. "Enough," Marsh shouted. He slammed the front door shut, and Erica heard the locks engage. "Well, at least I tried," she murmured to the photographs. She closed the file, placed it carefully back into her bag, and stepped out onto the rain-slicked street. The figure had appeared in the alleyway opposite Erica's apartment as darkness settled, just before D.I. Moss exited the front door and drove away. What was that stout little lesbian doing there? This was an unexpected twist. Observing DCI Foster's routines had become something of a compulsion. The relentless rain made it easy to follow her, hood up, head down, with 3 different waterproof jackets rotated from a backpack. The secret to blending in is not to try too hard. Everyone is so damned self-absorbed. The figure's eyes lifted to Erica, who stood at her window, smoking, lost in thought. What is she pondering? And why was that other officer, Moss, visiting? DCI Foster is supposed to be off the case. Suddenly, Erica moved away and shut the blinds. Moments later, she emerged from her building, bag in hand, heading toward the train station. The figure withdrew, sprinting silently back down the alley to a waiting car, then pulled out onto the main road, fighting the urge to speed, focusing instead on moving slowly, acting normal, disappearing into the flow of traffic. Erica was just approaching Brockley Station when the vehicle swung into the station entrance. Another car began to pull out of a parking spot ahead, and the driver seized the chance to stop, observing Erica as she crossed the footbridge to the platform on the other side. The departing motorist finished manoeuvring out and gave a wave of thanks. The figure behind the wheel flashed a grin and waved back, then accelerated back down Erica's street, past her darkened apartment, and parked several blocks away. With the engine quiet, the figure sat for a moment, picturing the rear of DCI Foster's building. A tall brick wall curved around the back of the property, with a narrow alley running alongside. The conversion from a single house into flats had left the back facade a jumble of mismatched windows, drain pipes, and gutters. Climbing out, the figure retrieved a backpack from the trunk. This wasn't the plan for tonight, but circumstances have shifted. Just observing from a distance isn't cutting it anymore. On the walk back to the flat, a pair of commuters passed by, absorbed in their own discussion, completely unaware. At the building, the figure hoisted onto the perimeter wall, having already mapped the route to the top floor, shuffle carefully along the wall to the rear, step onto a windowsill, grip the downpipe, hook a leg onto a higher ledge, and climb using the pipe for support. The stone sills were smooth. The figure paused, breathless from the effort. So far, so good. Use the lightning rod for balance, leverage against a stout gutter pipe, and then navigate 3 more offset windows, like a morbid game of hopscotch. Reaching the bathroom windowsill left the figure drenched in sweat. The window was locked as anticipated. Beside it, however, was a small extractor fan. It was a flimsy, poorly installed model, pressing a gloved palm over the square plastic vent grill. The figure gripped the edges and yanked. A sharp crack sounded as it came free, revealing a silver ventilation duct inside. An arm was pushed through, leather-clad knuckles meeting the inner plastic housing of the ventilator on the bathroom wall. One hard punch knocked it loose, sending it swinging and scraping against the wall on its wire. From a side pocket of the backpack, the figure pulled a straightened coat hanger wire and fed it through the duct. After a few clumsy tries, the wire finally caught over the interior window handle. A soft click followed as the latch released. Moving swiftly, the figure crawled through headfirst, hands landing on the closed toilet lid. I'm in. The thrill was immediate, a stark contrast to the passive watching from afar. The bathroom was compact and plain. Opening the medicine cabinet revealed a box of tampons, a tube of yeast infection cream, and a dusty expired package of waxing strips. How utterly pathetic. She hauls around an old packet of waxing strips. What a sad little life. Gathering the items, the figure moved into the sparse bedroom. The air smelled neutral, impersonal. Sometimes a woman's space carried an intriguing, exotic scent. Others could be repulsive. All this one offers is stale smoke, the ghost of greasy food, and a faint trace of drugstore perfume. The figure pulled back the bed covers, arranged the contents from the bathroom cabinet neatly on the sheet, and smoothed the covers back into place. In the living room, the only light was the orange haze from a street lamp. Scattered across the coffee table among dirty mugs and an ashtray were police files. A gloved hand lifted one, and rage boiled up. There were photographs of Mirka Bruftova. Mirka Bruftova alive, and then Mirka Bruftova dead, bloated and decaying in the water. DCI Foster knew. She'd pieced it together, and that plump little lesbian was helping her do it. A sound echoed from the landing, the groan of a floorboard underfoot. The figure moved silently to the apartment door and pressed an eye to the peephole. An elderly woman with snow-white hair had reached the landing. She shuffled close, her face distorting grotesquely in the fisheye lens after a moment of listening. She turned and retreated to her own door. A sharp, urgent need to escape, to vanish and regroup, seized the watcher. DCI Foster has left me no choice. She has to die. Back in her own apartment, Erica stood under a scalding shower for a long time. Wrapped in a towel, she sat on the edge of her bed, mentally replaying the disastrous evening. The recollection offered no comfort. She moved to plug in her phone, then froze. Pulling back the duvet, she found the entire contents of her medicine cabinet arranged neatly on the sheets. She sprang up and checked the bedroom window, locked, with a sheer drop to the alley below. In the living room, everything appeared normal. Blinds drawn, files and coffee mugs cluttering the table. Passing the front door, she noted the absence of a mail slot. Had she locked it? She was certain she had. Returning to the bathroom, she opened the cabinet above the sink. It was completely empty. The window had been shut during her shower. This is exhaustion, she told herself. Just forgetfulness. You must have done this yourself. Noticing the thick steam, she yanked the cord for the small extractor fan. Nothing. She pulled again. Still nothing. Perfect, she muttered, swiping condensation from the mirror with her hand. Of course, Marsh had to be her landlord too. The last person she wanted to call. She turned off the light, gathered the items from her bed with a growing unease and tried to convince herself. But what about that note she'd received? How could anyone get in? They would need a key the next morning. As Erica tidied the flat and debated reporting a possible intruder, emphasizing the speculative nature of it, the mail thudded onto the mat downstairs. After sorting the neighbours' bills, she found an envelope addressed to her first piece of mail at the new address. It was a formal request from the Metropolitan Police, ordering her to attend a psychiatric evaluation in 1 week. "I'm not losing it, am I?" Erica said aloud, only half joking. As she returned upstairs, her phone rang. "Erica, it's Marsh. You've got a 6-hour window with the Thames Water crew. If the phone isn't found, that's the end of it. Understood?" A flicker of hope ignited in Erica's chest. "Yes, thank you, sir. The odds are virtually 0. Have you looked outside at this rain?" Erica watched the downpour lash the window pane. "I know, sir, but I'll take those odds. I've closed cases on less. You won't be closing this one. You're suspended, remember? Any evidence goes directly to DCI Sparks. Immediately." "Yes, sir," Erica replied. "Moss will handle the details," Marsh said. "Very good, sir. And if you ever pull a stunt like that again, showing up at my home, shoving those grotesque crime scene photos near my wife, it won't be a suspension. Your career will be finished. It won't happen again, sir." The line went dead. Erica allowed herself a thin smile. Behind every stubborn man is a woman who knows exactly which buttons to press. "Good for you, Marcy." Erica met Moss and Peterson at the site. The manhole accessing the storm drain was situated beside the cemetery at Honor Oak Park Church, just a couple of miles from her apartment. The old stone church stood a few hundred yards past the train station, solemn and watchful on its rain-soaked hill. The rain had finally let up, a thin sliver of sky showing through the clouds as Erica approached Moss beside a large Thames Water van. Peterson was distributing takeaway coffees to a crew in overalls. Moss made the introductions. "This is Mike. His team is running the search operation." Erica leaned in, offering her hand. Erica Foster, the crew wasted no time, quickly finishing their drinks before heaving the heavy manhole cover aside with a metallic scrape. "Good to have you here, boss," Peterson said, passing Erica a coffee with a smile. Mike led them into the cramped van, outfitted with monitors, a small shower stall and radio equipment. On one screen, a live satellite weather map displayed shifting patterns of dark grey over London. "This is what keeps us alive," Mike remarked, tapping the monitor with his pen. "These sewers carry both storm runoff and waste. A heavy rain can flood the tunnels in minutes, creating a surge heading straight for the river. Bet it was different before all this tech," Peterson said, gesturing at the screens. "We used sound," Mike replied. "If a storm was coming, we'd lift a cover a few inches and drop it. The clang would echo for miles, giving the guys below a heads up to get out fast." "Only guys work down there?" Moss asked, thinking of applying. Mike shot back with a grin. "Hilarious," Moss deadpanned. They stepped back outside. The clouds overhead were thinning, but a darker band gathered on the horizon. "Clock's ticking," Mike said, joining the 4 men who were securing harnesses to a winch above the open shaft. Erica peered down the hole where iron rungs vanished into utter blackness. "So we're after a phone?" Mike confirmed. "An iPhone 5S?" Moss said, lightly white, possibly black. She handed out laminated photos. Erica added, "It's been down there nearly 2 weeks. If you locate it, avoid direct contact. We need to preserve any evidence. Use these bags immediately." She distributed the clear evidence pouches. One of the younger crew members looked skeptical. "Let me get this straight. We're supposed to magically float this thing out of the muck?" Peterson stepped in, his tone shifting to one of grave sincerity. "Your help is critical. We're investigating the murders of young girls. This phone could be a major break. Just please try not to handle it directly." The mood among the crew shifted instantly. Helmets went on, lights and radios were checked with new focus. Gathered around the manhole, they watched Mike lower a gas probe. "Checking for toxins," he explained. "It's not just the obvious hazards. There's carbonic acid, explosive gases, hydrogen sulfide from decay. Your suit sensors are active, right?" They all nodded. "Seriously," Moss said, "wouldn't you all prefer a nice, quiet job stacking shelves?" The youngest of the team, already being winched down, called up, "The pay's better down here?" One by one, the men descended into the gloom, their helmet lights casting shaky beams over the wet, grimy tunnel walls. Erica exchanged a tense look with Moss and Peterson as they watched from above. "Like finding a needle in a haystack," Peterson murmured quietly. The lights below grew faint, then disappeared, leaving only a heavy silence behind. Mike settled into the surveillance van to monitor the team's progress. After an hour with nothing to report, they were all stomping their feet against the biting cold. Then a call crackled over the police radio. An armed incident at a supermarket in Sydenham, shots fired. "We're the on-call team today," Moss said, glancing at Peterson. "We have to roll. Marsh made it clear this sewer search wasn't a priority. You two go ahead. I'll stay and wait," Erica offered. Moss and Peterson hurried off, leaving her alone once more, acutely aware she had no badge and no real authority, just a woman lingering by an open sewer grate. She ducked into the van and asked Mike for an update. "Nothing. They're almost at the point where I don't want them going further. The tunnel network splits off in multiple directions toward central London." "Where does it all eventually end up?" Erica asked. "Sewage treatment plants scattered around the city. So the odds of a little phone turning up are practically zero," Mike finished. "It's not like a dog swallowing a diamond ring where you just wait for." "Yes, I understand," Erica cut in. She stepped back out, perched on a frosty tree stump and lit a cigarette. The old church towered above her in the gloom, and the distant rattle of a train echoed through the chill air. When the crew finally emerged an hour and a half later, they were caked in mud, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. They just shook their heads. "Like I suspected, it could be anywhere by now, maybe even out to sea," Mike explained. "The storm drains have been opened twice since January 12th. With that volume of water rushing through, nothing would stay put under that kind of pressure." "Thank you for trying," Erica said. "They tried," Mike corrected, nodding toward the exhausted men. "I told your boss this was hopeless, a complete wild goose chase." Erica couldn't help but wonder if that was precisely why Marsh had authorized the search in the first place. Trudging home through the rain later, she remained certain that finding Andrea's phone was crucial. She thought of the threatening letters she'd received and the unsettling items left in her bed. She felt like the only one who knew the police had the wrong man in custody. 3 agonizing days passed with no word from Moss or Peterson. Erica's initial drive and optimism faded, made worse by the stifling inactivity. On the 3rd day, as she braced herself to call Edward and finally face visiting her late husband Mark's headstone, her phone vibrated in her hand. "Boss, you won't believe this!" Moss's voice came through, charged with excitement. "Andrea's phone just surfaced." "What, in the sewer?" Erica asked, her grip tightening on a pen. "No, at a second-hand mobile shop in Annerley." "That's only a few miles away," Erica said, her mind racing. "Right." Crane had circulated the phone's IMEI number to local dealers, telling them to contact the incident room immediately if it turned up. He also dangled a reward, the cash value of a new unlocked iPhone 5S. That probably helped. "How did it get to Annerley?" Erica pressed. "A woman found it. All that rain and snowmelt last week caused the drains to overflow on the lower end of Forest Hill Road. The system was so overloaded that pressurized water burst up through the pavement, tearing through the asphalt. We think the phone got pushed up with it. She spotted it, and even in its sorry state, figured she could get a few bucks for it. And it's functional. It works?" "Not really. The screen is badly cracked. But we rushed it to the cyber team and they've bumped it to the top of their list. They're pulling everything they can from the internal memory." "Moss, I'm coming in." "No, boss. Stay put for now. If you're going to come down here, wait until you have a solid reason to storm in and read them the riot act." Erica started to argue, but Moss was firm. "Seriously, I promise I'll call you the second I know anything." He hung up. 6 long, tense hours later, Moss called back. The cybercrime unit had successfully recovered a substantial amount of data from Andrea's phone. Erica hailed a taxi to the location Moss had provided, meeting her colleague outside the central London cybercrime unit. The unit was housed in an unremarkable office building close to the Tower Bridge. They rode the elevator to the highest floor, stepping out into a vast, bustling, open-plan space. Every workstation was occupied by a tired-looking officer, each intently focused on a computer monitor, surrounded by disassembled phones, laptops, and tangles of electronic components. Along the rear wall, a line of rooms with darkened glass suggested private viewing areas. Erica felt a chill, imagining the grim content those officers had to review. A compact, good-looking man in a worn wool sweater greeted them by the water cooler, introducing himself as Lee Graham. He led them through the hive of activity to a large storage room lined with shelves, each holding bagged and sealed computers, phones, and tablets. As they passed one lower shelf, Erica noticed a laptop sealed in plastic, its surface marred by dark, dried bloodstains. Lee guided them to a cluttered desk in a corner where Andrea's damaged phone lay, its back removed, connected to a powerful desktop computer with dual monitors. "We managed to extract a significant amount of data from this device," Lee said, settling into his chair and adjusting a screen. The storage was surprisingly intact. Moss brought over 2 chairs, and they sat down beside him. "There are over 300 photos," Lee continued, 16 video files and hundreds of text messages spanning from May 2012 to June 2014. I processed all the photographs through our facial recognition system, which scans against national databases. It identified one match. Erica and Moss exchanged a look of anticipation. "Who is it?" Erica asked eagerly. Lee typed briefly. "It's not a who, but a whom. And surprisingly, it's a she," he clarified. "What?" both detectives said simultaneously. Lee navigated through a grid of small images and opened one, revealing a familiar face. "Linda Douglas Brown is in the police database?" Moss asked, incredulous. The photograph showed Linda and Andrea seated at a bar table. Andrea gazed confidently at the camera, looking flawless in a cream blouse, unbuttoned to reveal a deep cleavage adorned with a silver necklace. In stark contrast, Linda appeared flushed and dishevelled, her unkempt hair framing a face marked by a tipsy smile. She wore a high-necked black sweater embroidered with a pattern of playful poodles, a large gold crucifix resting against the fabric. Her arm was draped around Andrea's shoulders in a possessive, drunken hug. "Is this the victim's mother?" Lee inquired. "No, that's her sister. There's a 4-year age gap," Erica replied. The information hung heavily in the air for a moment. "Right. Well, I've pulled her criminal record. It's printing for you now," Lee said. He found them an empty desk in the main office, where they began reviewing Linda's file. "Good grief, Linda has quite the rap sheet going back years," Erica observed, scanning the pages. "Arson, theft, repeated shoplifting." Moss picked up the narrative. Between July and November of last year, Andrea's fiancé, Giles Osborne, filed 3 separate police reports alleging that Linda was harassing him and sending threatening communications. The logs indicate officers spoke with her after each complaint, but no arrests were made. Moss read aloud. The first report, from July 2014, detailed abusive emails from Linda, including one where she threatened to kill his cat before targeting him. A month later, Giles reported a break-in at his apartment where his cat was poisoned. Linda's fingerprints were discovered inside, but her lawyer successfully argued they could be from a recent dinner party Giles had hosted to celebrate his engagement to Andrea. Adding to the circumstantial evidence, CCTV footage placed Linda on a neighbouring street just minutes after the reported break-in time. She finally gave in and admitted she entered the house following the break-in to rescue the cat, which appeared to be in trouble when she saw it through the window. "Sounds like she's got one hell of a lawyer," Moss remarked. "Maybe, but there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove or disprove her story." The third incident was last October, when Linda did £8,000 in damage to Giles's office. She hurled a brick straight through one of the big glass panels. This time, they even had her on camera. The CCTV image was grainy and washed out, but it showed a heavy-set figure in a long coat. A baseball cap tugged low. As the person wound up to throw, the coat fell open, revealing a sweater underneath with a print of dancing poodles. Moss had brought her laptop in a bag. She set it on the table, booted it up, and inserted a USB drive containing the data from Andrea's phone. They waited through the familiar whirring and humming until the system was ready. A small light on the drive blinked to life, and then a rapid stream of photos began flashing across the screen. There was Andrea at various parties, countless selfies, a shot of her topless in a bathroom mirror, provocatively cupping one breast with her head tilted back. Then came a series from a night out at a bar, the same bar it seemed, as in the picture with Linda. "Stop, go back," Erica said urgently. "I can't pause it. They have to load in order," Moss replied. "Come on," Erica muttered, tapping her fingers as the screen hung on a blurry accidental shot of darkness before the photos resumed loading and finally finished. Erica began scrolling. "Okay, here we are. These are the most recent ones from the bar," she said. "Who do you think that is?" Moss asked, both of them leaning closer to the screen. A tall, broad-shouldered man in his early 30s was pictured with Andrea. He had very dark features, large brown eyes and a handsome, chiseled face covered in close-cropped stubble. The first few photos were selfies Andrea had taken, her body angled into his chest in every one. He was strikingly good-looking. "The dark-haired man," Erica said, her voice soft but charged. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Moss cautioned, though she sounded just as intrigued. Erica clicked through the images. They all appeared to be from the same event. The background was crowded with people at tables or on the dance floor. Andrea had gone picture crazy with this man, and he seemed more than willing to oblige. The poses started with them standing side by side, Andrea gazing up at him with unmistakable adoration. Then they progressed to him kissing her deep, open-mouthed kisses where a hint of tongue was visible, her red nails lightly scraping his stubbled jaw. All of these were taken on December 23rd last year, Moss noted, checking the timestamps. That photo of Linda with Andrea was from the same night. It's the same party. The image where the National Criminal Database had flagged Linda's face reappeared. "Looks like it's toward the end of the evening. They both seem a little worse for wear," Erica observed. "So Linda was there at the same time as this guy. He could have been the one who took this photo," Moss suggested. They continued through the gallery. After a gap of a few days, the next photos showed a bed with pale sheets. Andrea was lying with the dark-haired man, again holding out the camera to capture the moment. His chest was muscular and dusted with dark hair. Andrea had one arm curled beneath her bare breasts. The images grew progressively more explicit. A close-up of the man with Andrea's nipple caught gently between his teeth. A full frontal shot of Andrea, reclining on the bed with a smile. Then Andrea's face filled the frame, her lips wrapped around the base of the man's penis, his hand cradling her chin. His thumb, broad and solid, came to rest against the curve of her cheek. The next image was a stark shift, far from intimate. It showed Andrea and the same man on a cold December 30th, bundled in winter coats and holding hands on a public street. A well-known clock tower rose in the background. "Damn, that's outside the Horniman Museum," Moss stated. Erica's voice was tight. 4 days before she vanished. "Is this the man she was talking to in the pub?" Moss asked. "This could be the man who killed her," Erica replied. "Yet he has no record we can find. The national database didn't flag him." Moss studied the face. "He looks Eastern European, Russian, maybe Romanian or Serbian. His record could be overseas." "That's a problem without a name, and it could take forever," Moss sighed. Erica's eyes narrowed. "But we know someone who might have that name. Linda Douglas Brown. She was photographed the same night, in the same bar. Moss was ready to move. Should we bring her in now?" "Hold on," Erica cautioned. "Hold on, boss. She's clearly hiding something," Moss argued. "We have to be careful. The Douglas Brown family will have lawyers swarming the second we make a move. They've invested considerable money, from what I gather, to keep Linda's life perfectly tidy." Moss fell silent for a moment. Then her expression lightened with a sudden, almost playful shift. "You know what your apartment really needs, boss?" "What? Some decent fresh flowers?" A slow smile touched Erica's lips. "You're right. I think a visit to a florist is in order." Jocasta Floristry occupied a slender space between a refined jewellery shop and a sleek granite office building on Kensington High Street. Its display window was a hopeful, early spring fantasy. A carpet of real grass sprouted cheerful daffodils, tulips and crocuses in a riot of colour. Porcelain Easter bunnies lounged in the grass or peeked from behind giant speckled eggs and toadstools. Positioned prominently near the glass on a plush red velvet cushion was a small framed photograph of Andrea, smiling brightly. Moss reached for the door but noticed a small white bell and a neatly printed sign that read, "Ring for service." Erica pressed the button. After a moment, the face of a small, elderly woman with severely scraped-back hair peering at them from under heavy eyelids, the same woman who had answered the door at the Douglas Brown residence. She made a dismissive waving motion. Erica held the bell down again. The glass door swung open, amplifying the bell's ring and revealing its thickness. "What is it now?" the woman snapped. "We've spoken to the police. You have someone in custody." "We are preparing for a funeral?" She moved to slam the door, but Moss stopped it with her hand. "We'd like to speak with Linda, please, if she's available." "You have someone? What more could you possibly need from this family?" The woman repeated, her voice sharp. Moss kept her tone professional. "We're still building our case. We believe Linda can help confirm a few details, which could lead to a much quicker conviction." The old woman's eyes, darting back and forth beneath her hooded lids, gave her the appearance of a wary chameleon. Finally, she opened the door wider and stepped aside. "Wipe your feet," she ordered, glancing pointedly at the damp pavement. They followed her into a bright, open-plan seating area decorated in white. Dominating the back wall was an enormous clear glass conference table that seemed to glow with shifting colours. The walls were adorned with photographs of the florist's past work, lavish society weddings, high-profile product launches. The woman disappeared through a rear door, and shortly after Linda emerged, her arms full of yellow daffodils. She wore a long black A-line skirt and the collar of another cat-themed sweater. This one, featuring a large, sleepy-eyed tabby, peeked out from beneath a white apron. "My mother isn't here."
"She's taken to her bed,"
Linda said, her tone implying a critique of her mother's absence. She moved to the large table, laid the daffodils on the glass surface, and began sorting them into bunches. Erica and Moss approached and joined her at the table. DCI Foster's unexpected presence in the flower shop drew a sharp look from Linda.
"I read you were off the case,"
she said, her voice edged with suspicion. "You, of all people, should know better than to trust the papers," Erica replied evenly. "They called me a moon-faced spinster in one of the rags." "That's terrible, Linda," Moss offered. "Is it?" Linda snapped, her gaze hardening. She turned back to arranging a bundle of daffodils. Erica took a steadying breath. "During our last conversation, you were asked to share anything that might aid our investigation. You neglected to mention Andrea had a second mobile." Linda continued fussing with the flowers. "Well?" Moss prompted. "You didn't ask a question."
You made a statement,
Linda retorted flatly. "All right," Erica said. "Did Andrea own a second phone?" "No, I had no idea she did." The handset was reported stolen in June 2014, Moss cut in. But she kept the phone and used a prepaid SIM. "What is this?" Linda's laugh was brittle. "Are you working for the insurance company now?" "We've seen your record, Linda," Erica said, her tone dropping. "Assault, theft, fraud, vandalism. It's quite a list." Linda finally stopped moving the flowers. She looked up, her expression shifting. "That was a different person. I found my faith since then. We all have chapters we'd rather forget." "When exactly did this transformation occur?" Moss asked. "I'm sorry. You're still on probation. 4 months ago you caused thousands in damages to Giles Osborne's office. What was the reason?" A flicker of raw emotion crossed Linda's face. "Jealousy," she admitted quietly. "Andrea had found someone. I was still alone. It's not an excuse." "And how did Andrea and Giles respond to you stalking them?" I apologized. "We moved past it." "He even forgave you for the cat?" Moss said. "I did not hurt that cat." Linda's cry was sudden, her fist coming down on the glass tabletop with a crack. "I would never. Cats, they're wiser than people. If they could talk, they'd tell you everything." Her eyes glistened with furious tears. Erica shot Moss a warning glance. Pushing too hard was a risk. "Okay," Moss said, backing off slightly. She placed a photograph on the table beside the daffodils. "Do you recognize this man with Andrea?" Linda gave it a cursory glance. No, look properly, please. Linda stared at the image, then back at Moss. I don't know him. What about this one? Moss produced another photo. This one of Linda and Andrea together, smiling. Same night, same bar, he likely took this picture. Linda studied the second photo, her composure returning. She almost smiled. You see, Detective, your word likely says it all. I showed up just before last call. I'd been working here all night. Andrea was alone when I got there. Whoever she'd been with had already left. We had one drink to catch up before the holiday chaos. This man might have been there earlier, but our paths never crossed. Did she mention him? Andrea always had men buzzing around. I only agreed to meet if she promised not to drone on about them all night. You don't care for men? Men, Linda snorted, a trace of real humour breaking through. Two intelligent women can actually have a conversation without dissecting the male species, don't you think? What was the name of the bar? Erica asked. Contagion, I think. And Andrea's companion that night? I told you I don't know. Andrea's social circle was like a revolving door. Where was Giles? Probably long gone. He'd want to avoid running into me. Because you harassed him, trashed his office and killed his. Moss began. How many times? Linda shouted, her voice trembling. I did not touch Clara, her eyes filled with tears. She tugged at the sleeve of her striped sweater and wiped them away. She was a wonderful cat. She'd let me hold her. She wouldn't let many others, not even Giles. Then who poisoned her? I don't know, Linda whispered. She fished a crumpled tissue from her sweater pocket and rubbed at her eyes until they grew red and puffy. Moss set down the clear plastic evidence bag containing the letter Erica had received. What can you tell us about this? What is that? No, I don't know anything about it. Linda cried, fresh tears streaking her flushed cheeks. A voice cut in from the doorway. I think Linda has been quite cooperative enough. The Douglas Brown family housekeeper, her eyes heavy-lidded, had appeared and was moving toward them. If you wish to speak with her further, we can arrange a more formal appointment with the family solicitor present. Linda, Moss pressed, tapping the photo of the handsome man with Andrea. This individual is also a person of interest in the rape and murder of 3 young women from Eastern Europe over the last 2 years, and in the recent killing of an elderly woman. Linda's eyes went wide. The housekeeper extended an arm, ushering them toward the door. Linda, please call us if you remember anything at all, Erica said. Once they were back on the sidewalk, Moss shook her head. She either has no idea who that man is, or she's an exceptional liar. The only part I believed was about the cat, Erica replied. She didn't harm that animal. But we're not here to solve pet crimes. I think it's time we paid Giles Osborne a visit, Erica said. Let's see what he has to say about Linda and about these photographs. She's completely unhinged, Giles Osborne stated flatly. To the point where she frightens me and most of my employees. Moss and Erica sat in Giles's sleek glass office, which overlooked the cramped backyards of a line of row houses. A train rattled past behind them, and on a nearby industrial lot, 4 massive gas storage tanks rose, gleaming wetly from the rain. It seemed a strange choice to erect such a modern, elegant building with such a bleak vista. Giles looked exhausted, the skin of his face sagging, and Erica noted he'd lost a noticeable amount of weight in the 2 weeks since Andrea's body was discovered. The entire family is aware of Linda's issues. Giles continued, his tone weary. She's been the problem child for years, got expelled from every school they tried. When she was 9, she stabbed her teacher in the face with a compass. The woman lost an eye. So you believe Linda has psychological difficulties? Erica asked. You're making it sound intriguing. It's not. She's just mad. It's a boring, exhausting kind of madness. But when you mix in serious money and a powerful family, everything gets amplified. The real issue is Linda knows there are never any real consequences for what she does. Yet, Moss added. Giles gave a tired shrug. Sir Simon is always there to write a cheque or make a phone call to someone important. In the end, he bought the teacher a whole house. She lives upstairs and rents out the ground floor. Almost makes losing an eye worth it, wouldn't you say? An uncomfortable silence settled. Another train clattered by, its horn blaring. Sorry, that was cruel. I'm planning Andrew's funeral. I thought I'd be planning our wedding. I never imagined. He trailed off, staring at his computer. Linda is handling the flowers. She insisted on using her church in Chiswick. I'm just sitting here looking at a blank screen, trying to write something to say about her. You have to know someone deeply to write their eulogy, Moss observed. Yes, you do, Giles agreed quietly. Was Andrea religious? Erica asked, steering the conversation onto steadier ground. No. Is David? Giles let out a dry, humourless laugh. If every nun had a great figure and wore a low neckline, I'm sure he'd convert tomorrow. He's a normal young guy who likes girls, takes after his mother far more than. Linda? Moss finished for him. Yes, it's just him and Linda, Giles replied, dabbing at his eye. And Linda is a regular at church. Every Sunday, Giles confirmed, though I doubt the Almighty enjoys her twisted nightly prayers very much. Erica leaned forward. Has Linda visited your office often? She came once with Andrea, just to see the place. Then she turned up alone a few times. Moss took over. When was this? Last summer, July or August? And her reason for coming alone? She came to see me, and it became obvious very quickly what she wanted. She wanted to, well, she propositioned me. How did she make that clear? Moss pressed. How do you think? Giles snapped, his face flushing. He shifted in his seat, visibly uncomfortable. She pulled up her sweater, exposed herself, said no one would ever know. What did you do? I told her to get out. Even if she wasn't Andrea's sister, she's hardly. Hardly what? Let's be honest, she's not exactly attractive, is she? Moss and Erica held their silence. Giles continued defensively. It's not a crime to find someone. Unappealing, Erica offered. I wouldn't put it that harshly, Giles muttered. After that, things got ugly. She vandalized the office and, according to the reports, even broke in later and poisoned my cat. You've seen the files, then? They both nodded. Linda presented a real problem, Giles admitted. Sir Simon himself asked me to drop the charges. What choice did I have? Erica's tone softened, but her question was direct. Giles, I need to ask, were you aware that Andrea was seeing other men while you were together? He was quiet for a moment. I am now. And how does that make you feel? How do you think it makes me feel? He burst out, his composure cracking. We were engaged. I thought she was the one. Sure, she liked to flirt. I saw that, but I believed she'd settle down after we married. We were going to start a family. Have children, Erica clarified. Yes. I had no idea she had a roster of men. Getting involved with that vile Marco Frost was especially stupid. His obsession terrified her. He looked between them, a new tension in his posture. Do you even have enough to put someone away? Erica glanced at Moss, then placed a single photograph on the table. Mr. Osborne, would you look at this picture, please? He gave it a cursory glance. No, I don't recognize him. I didn't ask if you knew him. Look closely. This was taken 4 days before Andrea disappeared. Giles looked again, his expression souring. What am I supposed to see? Probably just another one of her admirers. What about this one? Or this? Erica laid out the series. Andrea in bed with the dark-haired man, naked and intimate and graphic sequence. What are you doing? Giles cried. Shoving his chair back and standing up, his eyes glistening. How dare you come here and abuse my cooperation like this? Sir, these were recovered from Andrea's second phone, Erica stated calmly. We're showing you for a reason. They were taken days before she vanished. Giles strode to the glass door, his back to them. Thank you, officers, but I came here today to remember Andrea, to write about her life for her funeral. And you bring this filth in here to tarnish her memory. He held the door open, a clear dismissal. Sir, we believe the man in these photos is connected to the murders of 3 Eastern European sex workers and an elderly woman, Erica explained, her voice steady. We also believe Andrea was with him the night she died. Giles paused, turning back. He saw the look exchange between the detectives. Wait, what about Marco Frost? I thought he was your suspect. Chief Superintendent Marsh and Assistant Commissioner Oakley assured me. This is one of several avenues we're currently exploring, Erica stated. So you genuinely have no clue who took Andrea's life, yet you show up here to pressure me based on a mere suspicion. Andrea was imperfect, she had her private struggles, but her core was about love, her entire desire was to love. Giles collapsed into heaving sobs, his hand pressed to his mouth. I can't endure this anymore. Just go. Erica and Moss returned to the table, collected the photographs and departed, leaving Giles to his grief. Back at their car, parked several blocks over, Moss let out a heavy sigh. Well, that went terribly. Erica glanced at her. My sentiment exactly, though I didn't say it. Moss shifted uncomfortably. I have to report all of this to DCI Sparks and Superintendent Marsh now. I'm aware. Do what you need to do. After Moss dropped her at her apartment, Erica entered a living room thick with silence. She flicked the light on, her own weary reflection staring back from the dark window. A sudden, irrational feeling of exposure made her switch it off again. Peering down into the empty street below, she found no movement, only a profound quiet that seemed to mock her stalled investigation. She was no nearer to the truth, and the prospect of getting her badge back felt more distant than ever. The following 2 days saw Moss and Peterson tied up in court, providing testimony for the Sydenham supermarket armed robbery case. With Marco Frost formally charged for Andrea's murder, much of the original task force had been reassigned. Erica remained in a frustrating limbo awaiting her disciplinary hearing. A morning call from Marsh broke the stillness. "Did you and Moss pay visits to Linda Douglas Brown and Giles Osborne?" he demanded. "Yes, sir. I've received complaints from both. Sir Simon is threatening an official grievance. So you take their calls but ignore mine," Erica thought, biting back the words. "Sir, I was there strictly in an advisory capacity to Moss. I wasn't asked to present my ID in either instance. Don't be clever, Erica. You're aware we recovered Andrea's second mobile?" "Yes," Moss filed her report. "And you withheld evidence. That note you received, but that note, sir, could have originated from numerous sources. Consider your old colleagues in Manchester. There's still significant resentment aimed your way." Marsh paused, his tone softening slightly. "That was uncalled for. Look, Erica, you need to drop this." "What, sir? Have you even looked at the photographs?" "I've seen them. I read Moss's report thoroughly. It practically had your voice all over it. It proves precisely nothing. You have zero grounds to connect this individual to the deaths of Andrea or Ivy, or Tatiana or Carolina or Mirka." She shot back. "What you've accomplished is angering powerful people and, metaphorically speaking, disrespecting Andrea Douglas Brown's memory." "I didn't take those pictures. She had a secret phone, for heaven's sake. Everyone has secrets, Erica. Consider this conversation off the record." "It always is, sir. And I'm reminded daily that I am off the record. Suspended. Then be sensible. Enjoy the full pay. My advice is to lay low and stay quiet. If you do, I have it on good authority you'll be reinstated next month." "Lay low until what?" "Until Marco Frost is convicted for a crime he didn't commit. Your orders." "Come from whom?" she interrupted sharply. "From you, Assistant Commissioner Oakley, or Sir Simon Douglas Brown?" Marsh was silent for a beat. "Andrea Douglas Brown's funeral is tomorrow." "You are not to attend. I don't want to hear you've been poking around anywhere else. And if you are reinstated, I will personally ensure your transfer to a station a very long way from here. Is that clear, Crystal, sir?" The line went dead. Erica sank back onto the sofa, fury simmering. She cursed Marsh, then turned that frustration inward. Had she truly lost her grip? Were her instincts failing her? A firm, quiet no echoed in her mind. Her resolve hardened. Lighting a cigarette, she took a long drag before heading to her closet, her thoughts already shifting to the sombre task of selecting appropriate funeral attire. Erica stirred in the pre-dawn darkness, the first cigarette and bitter coffee already a ritual at the front window. The day loomed a gauntlet she had to run with grace. By the time she stepped from the shower, a little past 9, the sky held a stubborn slate-blue pallor. It felt wrong. This procession for someone so young, even the morning seemed to be dragging its feet. Rummaging through her suitcase for funeral attire, the grim irony struck her. Most of her clothes were already a somber palette. Her fingers found the sleek black dress at the bottom, the one from the Manchester Metropolitan Police Christmas party over a year ago. The memory of that day washed over her. The languid afternoon with Mark, the intimacy, the bath he'd drawn, scented with sandalwood oil. He'd perched on the tub's edge, sharing wine and easy conversation as she soaked. When she'd zipped the dress that evening, it felt tight, and she'd complained. He'd just wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close, and whispered that she was perfect. She'd felt so proud on his arm, warmed through by that certainty of being loved. Now, in the sparse, damp bedroom, the same dress hung limply on her thinner frame. She shut her eyes, straining to feel the ghost of his embrace, the solid comfort of him beside her. Nothing came. She was utterly alone. Opening her eyes to the mirror, she whispered, "I can't do any of this without you. Not life, not any of it." Then, clear as day, his old retort for her dramatics echoed in her mind. "Get off the cross, someone needs the wood." A wet laugh escaped her. "Right? I really need to pull myself together, don't I?" Dabbing her eyes, she dug out a makeup bag, dusty from neglect. She wasn't one for much, but a touch of foundation and lipstick provided a mask. Staring at her reflection, she asked herself why she was here, again defying direct orders. For Andrea, for Carolina and Mirka, for Tatiana, and for Mark. His killer, like those of the girls, remained free. The Church of Our Lady of Grace in St. Edward on Chiswick High Road was a bleak, industrial-looking structure of red brick, more akin to an old pump house than a place of worship. A bell tolled in its plain tower, a lonely sound against the relentless traffic. Across the road, Erica watched the mourners arrive. A hearse shone dully, its back window a mosaic of colourful flowers. Through the gaps in the cars, she spotted Simon, Giles and David in their dark suits, distributing programmes at the doors. The crowd was well-dressed and predominantly older than Andrea had been. At one point, 3 former members of Tony Blair's cabinet emerged from a sleek Mercedes and received a hearty handshake from Simon. A small, permitted cluster of photographers stood at a respectful distance on the sidewalk, their shutters clicking softly, a story that needed no embellishment. A young life ended. People gathered to mourn. This wasn't the end, of course. Marco Frost's trial loomed, promising a sordid rehashing of details. But for today this was a period, a closing. A polished BMW pulled to the curb. Marsh and Assistant Commander Oakley got out, followed by their wives, all in solemn black. They hurried to the church doors, stopping briefly to exchange words with Simon and Giles, and to embrace David, who appeared fragile even though he stood taller than both his brother and father. The final arrivals were Andrea's mother, Linda, and an elderly woman with hooded, weary eyes. A long black car eased to the curb, and Linda hurried out, circling to the far door to assist Diana onto the pavement. Both women were strikingly slender, dressed in sleek, elegant black. Linda was enveloped in a loose dark wool coat that hung like a tent, a heavy wooden crucifix resting against her chest. Her plain brown hair was trimmed in a severe, bow-like style, and her face, free of makeup, glistened with perspiration despite the cool air. Photographers clustered nearby, their cameras whirring and clicking. Diana and the older woman lowered their heads, but Linda lifted her chin and stared directly into the lenses, her expression defiant. Erica waited a few moments longer until it seemed the last of the mourners had entered, then crossed the street and slipped inside the church. She found a spot at the very back, on the end of a crowded pew. At the front, resting on a raised platform before the altar, was an ornate wooden coffin adorned with a cascade of white blooms. The Douglas Brown family occupied the first row. As the organ's final notes faded into silence, Erica saw Diana twisting in her seat, searching the hushed congregation with a frantic gaze. The vicar, in crisp white vestments, stepped forward and paused as if awaiting a cue to begin. Instead, Simon gave a slight shake of his head. He then bent close to Diana beneath the wide brim of her hat, and the two conferred in whispers. Linda leaned in from the other side, joining the hushed discussion. Erica understood at once. David was not in his seat. Linda then stood up, fully visible to the entire assembly just feet from Andrea's coffin, and placed a call on her mobile. The vicar waited awkwardly beside the altar. Linda spoke a few terse words before the call apparently disconnected. She redialed and thrust the phone toward her father. Linda, Simon said, gesturing for her to come closer. She let out an exasperated huff, stood her ground for a moment, then finally stalked over. Simon took the phone, and his side of the conversation quickly grew heated. Though Erica couldn't distinguish the words, his angry tone echoed in the sacred space. The congregation began to stir restlessly, the uncomfortable scene clashing sharply with the serene, flower-draped casket. Abruptly the murmuring ceased. Erica shifted to get a better view just as she heard faintly from her seat near the door the sound of a mobile phone ringing. Simon stood and moved toward the side aisle, phone pressed to his ear. Seizing the moment, Erica rose and quietly exited. Outside, the church was hemmed in by dense rows of houses and storefronts, leaving only a narrow courtyard at the front and a slim path of flagstones along one side, which ended at a high brick wall. There, leaning against the wall with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, was David. He tucked his phone inside his suit jacket as Erica approached. "Need a light?" she offered, pulling out her own cigarettes and lighter. He studied her for a beat, then leaned in, sheltering the flame with his hands as he drew deeply, the cigarette tip glowing to life. Erica lit one for herself and took a slow drag. "You all right?" she asked, returning the pack to her coat pocket. David was gaunt, his cheeks hollow. His skin had a warm, honeyed tone, dotted with a faint scattering of acne beneath his cheekbones. Yet his features retained a clear handsomeness, sharing the same deep brown eyes and full lips as Andrea. He squinted through the smoke at Erica and shrugged. "Why aren't you inside for the service?" Erica pressed. He let out a short, bitter laugh. "It's all a performance. My parents orchestrated this whole polished, pretentious tribute that has nothing to do with who Andrea really was. She was messy and loud, completely unrefined, with the attention span of a gnat. She was such a wonderful person, a genuine joy to be with. I despise that cliché about someone lighting up a room, but in her case it was absolutely true. Why did it have to be Andrea and not?" His words faded, and a look of guilt washed over his face. "Linda, no, that's not what I meant. Though I suspect Linda is so starved for attention she might actually find the idea of a brutal murder appealing. It would certainly make her social media profile more exciting than I arrange flowers and adore cats." David's composure broke, and he began to weep. "Damn it, I promised myself I wouldn't need these," he muttered, fishing a small packet of tissues from his coat. "Listen, David, you'll hate yourself later if you don't go inside. Believe me, you need this closure. Another tired phrase, I know, but it fits." David wiped his eyes and pulled out another tissue. "Why are you even here?" he asked, his voice thick. "To pay my respects, same as everyone else. My parents hold you responsible for all the press attention." "And what's your take on that?" "I think Andrea was always transparent about seeing men, about enjoying her life. She wasn't hiding anything." "What about Giles? He wanted a showpiece wife, a pedigreed partner to freshen up the family line, too much into marrying among his relatives. He must have noticed he's a bit odd." "Odd? You know, like carnival odd." "I see, sorry, I'm being a jerk." "You've earned the right today, of all days," Erica replied. "Yeah, and you caught the guy, Marco Frost." Erica took a slow drag from her cigarette. "You don't actually believe he's the killer, do you? How's your mother holding up?" Erica asked, shifting gears. "If you're going to change the subject, pick a better question." "You don't strike me as clueless," David said, inhaling deeply.
"Fair enough,"
Erica said, producing a copy of the photo showing Andrea with a dark-haired man at the bar. "Have you ever seen this man before?" "Smooth transition," David remarked dryly. "David, please." "This is important," Erica pressed, studying his reaction. He took the photo, his lip caught between his teeth. "No, you're certain? Yes. Linda was also there that night." "Well, I wasn't," David stated firmly. "I don't believe this," a voice cut in. Erica turned to see Simon striding across the courtyard, his head cocked, brown eyes blazing. Diana wobbled behind him on high heels, her hat and sunglasses revealing nothing. "Have you no respect?" Simon demanded, closing the distance until his face was inches from hers. She held his gaze, refusing to back down. "David, what are you doing out here?" Diana's voice wavered as she joined them. "I was asking David if he recognized this man, someone I believe is connected." Erica began. Simon snatched the photo, crumpled it into a ball and hurled it to the ground. He seized Erica's arm and yanked her across the courtyard. "I'm sick of you meddling in my family's affairs," he shouted. Erica tried to wrench free, but his grip was iron, dragging her relentlessly toward the street. "I'm trying to help you to find the truth for Andrea," Erica insisted. "No, you're doing this to boost your own grubby career. If I see you near my family again, I'll have a restraining order. My lawyer says I have every right." They reached the curb just as a taxi slowed. Simon flagged it down, jerked the door open and shoved Erica inside, her head cracking against the frame. "Get this bitch out of here!" He snarled at the driver, tossing a £50 note through the window. Erica stared back at him through the glass. His eyes were pure fury. "You all right, love?" the taxi driver asked, glancing in the mirror. "Just drive," she said. As the cab pulled into traffic, Erica watched Simon Douglas Brown glowering from the sidewalk. David was walking slowly back toward the church entrance, his mother's arm linked with his. Erica rubbed her bicep beneath her leather jacket, the ache from Simon's grip already a deep, throbbing reminder. Several hours later, Erica arrived at Brockley Crematorium. It was tucked away on a quiet residential street, just a short walk from her apartment. She made her way up the curving drive, flanked by towering pines, until she spotted Sergeant Wolfe waiting just beyond the glass entrance of the crematorium. He was bundled into an awkward, too-tight suit, his round cheeks flushed from the chill. "Appreciate you making it, boss," he offered. "It felt right to be here," she replied, linking her arm through his as they stepped inside. The chapel was inoffensively bland, the kind of place designed for function over feeling. Faded crimson drapes and carpeting lined the space, and the rows of wooden pews showed their age with nicks and scratches. Up front, resting on a panelled platform that concealed a conveyor system, sat a modest cardboard casket. An Indian social worker of middle years occupied the front row with Ivy's 3 grandchildren, who had been scrubbed and dressed for the occasion. The girls wore identical blue frocks, and the little boy was swallowed by a suit too big for his small frame. All 3 fixed Erica and Wolfe with the same guarded, distrustful glare they seemed to hold for everyone. Toward the rear sat a handful of other mourners. The hefty woman Erica remembered from the pub with Ivy, accompanied by a gaunt, sharp-featured woman whose brassy yellow hair was starkly contrasted by several inches of dark roots. Just behind them was the proprietor of the Crown. His ginger hair was slicked down neatly, and he looked just as formidable in a well-tailored suit. He gave Erica a slight nod as she and Wolfe took seats near the doorway. A priest stood and moved briskly through a polite, generic service, repeatedly referring to the deceased as Ivy Norton. After a recitation of the Lord's Prayer, Erica was taken aback when Wolfe rose and edged past her. He approached the lectern, settled a pair of reading glasses on his nose, drew a steadying breath and began to speak in a voice softer than she'd ever heard from him. "When I'm gone, release me. Let me go. I have so many things to see and do. You mustn't tie yourself to me with too many tears, but be thankful we had so many good years. I gave you my love, and you can only guess how much you've given me in happiness. I thank you for the love that you have shown, but now it is time I travelled on alone, so grieve for me a while. If grieve you must, then let your grief be comforted by trust. It is only for a while that we must part, so treasure the memories within your heart. I won't be far away, for life goes on, and if you need me, call and I will come. Though you can't see or touch me, I will be near, and if you listen with your heart, you'll hear all my love around you soft and clear. And then, when you come this way alone, I'll greet you with a smile and a welcome home." When he finished, Erica found her eyes stinging with tears, and a surprising flash of irritation followed. It was a lovely, heartfelt gesture, but she had braced herself for a straightforward, sombre ceremony. Wolfe's words had unexpectedly cracked something open inside her, pulling her into an emotional space she had firmly intended to avoid. As he returned to the pew and caught sight of her damp cheeks, he gave an uncomfortable nod and quickly moved toward the exit. Gentle music filled the air, and Ivy's coffin began its slow mechanical journey toward the parting curtains, which whispered shut behind it. Wolf was waiting near a ring of barren flower beds outside the main doors when Erica joined him. "You okay, boss?" "I'm fine. That poem, it was really beautiful," she managed. "Oh, I just dug it up online. It's called To Those I Love and Those Who Love Me by Anonymous." Figured Ivy deserved a proper send-off. He mumbled, clearly embarrassed by the attention. "You two coming to the wake?" a voice called out. They turned to see the landlord from the Crown approaching. "There's a wake?" Erica asked. Well, more like a few pints. Ivy was a regular. Erica's attention was diverted by the two women, one stout, one slender, standing beneath a tree in the memorial garden, sharing a cigarette. "Give me just a second," she told Wolf, already striding toward them. She fished the photograph of Andrea and the dark-haired man from her bag as she closed the distance. "You've got some nerve," the larger woman sneered as Erica reached them. "I just need to ask you," Erica began, but the woman cut her off by throwing her head back and spitting directly into her face. "You've got some nerve sitting there crying those fake tears when you practically killed Ivy. You witch." The woman stormed off, leaving the dishevelled blonde staring in shock at Erica. "Right. And we don't know a thing," she added, glancing at the photo before following her larger friend. Erica dug in her bag for a tissue and dried her face. Returning to the main hall, she found Wolf had vanished, but the pub landlord was lingering. "Your friend got a call and had to dash," he said. "Fancy a drink? You honestly want me back in your pub after what happened last time?" "Who knows, I guess I have a thing for complicated blondes." He gave a lopsided grin and shrugged. "Come on, you owe me. I got you out of a tight spot. As flattering as a wake pickup line is? No, I need to get going." "Suit yourself," he replied. "Is that who you're looking for, George Mitchell?" Erica froze. "What? That picture," he said, nodding toward it. "What's George done now? You know this man." He let out a short laugh. "I know of him. Wouldn't call him a friend, though." Erica lifted the photo. "This man is named George Mitchell?" "Yeah." "And now you're making me nervous. He's not someone you mess with. This isn't going to land on my doorstep, is it?" "No. Do you know where he lives?" "No, and that's all I'm saying. I don't know anything else. We never had this chat, all right? I mean it." "All right," Erica said. Any thought of a drink was gone. She watched him leave the crematorium, get into his car and drive off. Erica turned to look back at the low, solemn building surrounded by perfectly kept lawns. A thin plume of dark smoke rose from a tall chimney. "Go on, Ivy. Now you're free," Erica whispered, a surge of adrenaline cutting through her fatigue. "I think I just found the monster who did this to you." It was just past 10 p.m. Erica had left messages for Moss, Peterson, Crane, and even Wolf. No one had picked up at Lewisham Row, and her calls to their mobiles went to voicemail. They probably had actual lives, unlike her. After the funeral, she'd gone straight to a coffee shop and scoured the internet for George Mitchell, but found nothing useful on the one she needed. Back at her flat, she went to the fridge for more wine, only to find the bottle empty. A wave of exhaustion hit her. She needed sleep. Erica turned off the light, took a long, hot shower, and immediately missed the spacious bathroom in her old house, now rented out, along with her furniture. Her comfortable bed, even the garden. The cheap extractor fan was useless. She wiped the steamy mirror with her towel, deciding that if she heard nothing by morning, she'd go straight to Lewisham Row Station, after trying Peterson and Moss one more time from bed, leaving urgent messages about having a name for the man in the photo. She turned off the light, frustrated and alone. Just before midnight, Erica was asleep. The last train commuters had passed by, and the street outside grew quiet. A pale orange glow from the street lights seeped into the living room. Erica turned over in her sleep, unaware of the bathroom ventilator fan as it came loose from its fitting with a soft pop, and began to sway gently, scraping against the wall. She woke abruptly in the dark. Her clock glowed 0013. She adjusted her pillow and was about to drift off again when she heard a faint creak. She held her breath, It came again. A few seconds later there was a rustle of paper from the living room. Then the quiet, deliberate sound of a drawer being opened. Erica's gaze swept the room, desperate for anything she could use. The space offered no real defense, but then she spotted the bedside lamp, a solid metal piece with the heft of a small club, moving with deliberate slowness, never letting the door leave her sight. She leaned down and gently pulled the plug from the wall. Holding her breath, she coiled the cord around the lamp's base. A faint creak sounded just outside her bedroom. She tightened her grip on the lamp and slipped off the bed. Another creak echoed, this one farther down the hall, retreating. She froze, listening, silence. She padded softly to where her phone lay charging on the floor, powering it on, and cursing herself for never installing a landline. Another creak. This one seemed to come from near the bathroom. A part of her wished the intruder would simply see nothing worth stealing and leave. As she crept toward the door, placing her bare feet carefully on the wooden floor, her phone erupted with its cheerful start-up chime. The sound sliced through the quiet. Idiot. What a stupid mistake. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Silence followed, then the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching her bedroom, no longer stealthy, but heavy and confident. The door exploded inward. A figure clad head to toe in black lunged at her, a black leather-gloved hand closing around her throat. Eyes glinted through a balaclava. The sheer strength shocked her. She felt her windpipe being crushed. She fumbled for the lamp, but it slipped from her fingers and thudded onto the bed. The attacker shoved her backward, maintaining that vise-like grip. Erica kicked out wildly, but the figure pivoted, pinning her legs with a hip. She clawed upward, trying to grab the mask, but sharp elbows drove painfully into her upper arms, pinning them down. The hands tightened. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Drool escaped her open mouth, trailing down her chin. Blood felt trapped in her pounding head as the pressure increased, a relentless squeeze that made her skull feel ready to burst before she ever suffocated. Her attacker was eerily quiet, unnervingly calm. Only the rhythmic breathing and the faint tremor in the straining arms gave any sign of effort. The pain became unbearable, thumbs grinding into her trachea. Black spots bloomed in her vision, spreading and merging. Then her doorbell rang. The grip on her throat tightened viciously. The last of her sight began to fail. The bell rang again, longer this time. A bang sounded on the door and she heard Moss's voice. "You in there, boss? Sorry it's so late, but I need to talk." This was it. She was overpowered. Her fingers flexed, brushing against the cool metal of the lamp beside her. Darkness was flooding her vision. With a final, desperate surge of energy, she pushed against the lamp. It shifted slightly. Moss knocked again, harder. Erica gathered every last ounce of strength and shoved. The lamp slid off the bed and crashed to the floor, the bulb shattering. "Boss!" Moss shouted, hammering on the door now. "Boss, what's going on? I'm breaking this door down!" Suddenly the pressure on her neck vanished. The figure fled from the room. Erica lay gasping, fighting to drag air into her brutalized throat and down to her lungs. A heavy thud shook the door as Moss threw his weight against it. Erica choked, heaved, and as a trickle of oxygen finally reached her system, her vision swam hazily back. With a will she didn't know she possessed, she crawled to the bed's edge and tumbled onto the floor, feeling slivers of the broken bulb bite into her forearm. She scrambled toward the doorway, past caring if the attacker was still nearby. Another loud thud, Moss ramming the door with his shoulder. On the third impact the frame cracked and splintered, bursting open. "Jesus, boss!" Moss yelled, rushing to where Erica lay on the floor. She was still choking, hands at her throat, blood from the gash on her arm running down her skin and smeared across her chin. Her face was ashen as she slumped back against the doorframe. "What the hell happened?" "Just my arm," Erica managed to rasp out. "Someone was here." Moss sprang into action, calling for backup. In minutes, Erica's apartment was swarming with officers, followed by a CSI team who took samples from under her nails and her neck before informing her they'd need to take all her clothing. The elderly neighbor had been hesitant to open her door to Moss initially, but the sight of police, paramedics, and forensic personnel flooding the stairwell changed her mind. Now dressed in white coveralls, Erica watched as her home was sealed off as a crime scene. In the neighbour's front room, 2 paramedics bandaged her arm as she sat on a small sofa. Above them, a pair of budgies chirped and pecked inside a cage mounted high on the wall. "Oh my, would you like some tea?" the woman offered while the medics worked. "I don't think hot liquids are advisable right now," the male paramedic said gently. Erica caught her reflection in an ornate mirror above the fireplace, angled to show the entire room. Her throat was swollen with vivid red marks, the whites of her eyes were pink and watery, with a distinct red spot in the corner of her left eye. "You've ruptured a small blood vessel there," the paramedic confirmed, shining a penlight. "Can you open wide for me? I know it hurts, but as wide as you can." Erica swallowed with difficulty and complied. The light probed her throat. "Good. Now, keep your mouth open and try to make a sighing sound." She attempted it, but started to gag. "Easy now," he soothed. "I'm not seeing signs of a fractured larynx or upper airway swelling." "That's positive, right?" Moss asked from the doorway. The paramedic nodded. "How about a nice cold drink? I have blackcurrant squash in the fridge," the old lady suggested, standing by in a long robe, a tidy row of blue hair curlers visible under her net. "Just some plain water, please," the female paramedic said, then turned back to Erica. "Any other injuries besides the arm?" Erica shook her head, wincing. "Stay put for now, boss. I'm going to check in with the team at your place," Moss said before leaving. "We'll be downstairs shortly. That arm will need stitches," the female paramedic added, securing a pressure bandage. After they packed up and left, the neighbour returned with a small glass of water. Erica took it gratefully, sipping gingerly, but coughed and choked. The woman hurried over with a tissue. "Try again, dear. Just tiny sips," she said, holding the tissue beneath Erica's chin. Erica managed another small sip, the liquid burning on the way down. "You know, when I first moved here in 1957, everyone knew each other," the woman reminisced, her tone shifting from concern to a weary, almost sarcastic edge. "We left our doors unlocked, a real community. But these days, hardly a week passes without news of a robbery or a break-in. See the bars on my windows. I even wear a personal alarm." She tapped a small red button hanging around her neck. A knock sounded at the door. The woman excused herself and returned moments later. "There's a tall black gentleman saying he's a police officer," she said cautiously, ushering Peterson into the room. "Geez, boss," he said, his face etched with worry. Erica offered a weak smile. "You're his supervisor?" the woman asked. Erica shrugged, then nodded. "You're a police officer?" "She's a detective chief inspector," Peterson clarified. "We've got a ton of officers conducting door-to-door inquiries, but so far, nothing. Whoever did this is long gone." "My goodness, and to think this happened to a detective chief inspector. What hope is there for the rest of us?" The person responsible must have been utterly fearless. "And what exactly are you?" the elderly woman inquired of Peterson. "I'm with the police," he replied. "Yes, dear, but what's your rank?" she pressed. "Detective Inspector," Peterson stated. "You know who you remind me of?" the woman continued. "That show with the black detective. Luther," Peterson offered, working to keep his expression neutral. "Oh yes, Luther. He's marvellous. Has anyone ever mentioned you bear a slight resemblance?" Despite the grim circumstances, Erica managed a faint smile. "People like you usually do," Peterson remarked dryly. "Oh, thank you," the old lady beamed, completely missing his implication. "I do make a point of watching quality television dramas, none of those so-called reality programs. What rank is Luther, then?" "I believe he's a DCI. Listen." "Well, if he can manage it, I'm sure you can too," she said, giving his arm a reassuring pat. "Would you mind giving us a moment, please?" Peterson asked. With a nod, she finally moved away. He rolled his eyes heavenward. Erica attempted a grin, but it sent a sharp pain through her jaw. "Good grief, boss, I'm so sorry," Peterson murmured, pulling out his notebook and flipping to a fresh page. "Was anything taken?" Erica shook her head, then gave a slight, pained shrug. She was limited to nods and headshakes as Peterson ran through the standard questions, but beyond describing the assailant as tall and powerful, she could provide no useful details. "It's humiliating," Erica managed, her voice a raw whisper. I should have. She weakly mimed, yanking off a mask. Boss, it's all right. Everything's clearer after the fact, Peterson reassured her. Moss re-entered the room, holding the casing from the exhaust fan. They used the ventilation duct to get inside, she reported. It was, I'm not certain, but I believe it was a man. Erica rasped. Boss, forensics will be working through the night here. Do you have somewhere safe to go? Peterson asked. A hotel, Erica croaked. Absolutely not, Moss interjected firmly. You're staying with me. I have a spare room, and I've even got some clothes you can borrow. No offense, but you look like you're headed to a 1990s nightclub. Erica tried to laugh again, wincing at the pain. In a strange, twisted way, she felt a grim sense of satisfaction. He had come for her. She was getting closer. The figure raced down Camberwell High Street, a torrent of silent screams and fury boiling inside the car. Speed limits a forgotten concept. I was inches away, inches. Nostrils flared, eyes blurred with hot, angry tears. The escape from DCI Foster's apartment had been a nightmare. A desperate, scraping slide down the building's rear wall, a frantic grip giving way, a brutal impact on a brick ledge before a final crumpling heap on the sidewalk. The physical agony was irrelevant. It was fuel. The figure had just kept running, bursting from the alley into the sodium glow of street lights, soaked in sweat, fear and pain merging into one last insane surge of adrenaline. Foster had been right there. The light in her eyes was just beginning to fade, and then a set of red traffic lights suddenly loomed in the windshield. Slamming on the brakes, the car shrieked to a stop, slightly overhanging a crossroads near a corner pub. A crowd of college students flowed off the curb, parting around the vehicle, laughing and pointing. Damn it, the mask is still on. A few students thumped the trunk as they passed. A cluster of young women peered curiously through the windshield. Calm down, take it off, blend in, act like another dumb kid. With an exaggerated motion, the figure ripped off the balaclava and made a series of silly, cross-eyed faces at the students through the glass. The manic energy must have been palpable because the group of girls shrieked and recoiled, while one young man stumbled forward and vomited beside the passenger door. The light turned green. The accelerator was punched to the floor, tires screeching as the car lurched forward, speeding toward the Oval and Blackfriars Bridge. She saw nothing she couldn't have. My face was covered. It was covered. The initial fear curdled into a cold, hard anger. She stole the kill from me. Moss drove Erica to Lewisham Hospital. There, doctors took x-rays of her throat and carefully closed the gash in her arm with 12 neat stitches. The doctor insisted on a week of complete rest, with strict orders not to speak. It was well past 4 in the morning when Moss finally drove them home. The adrenaline that had sustained Erica was long gone, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that made her limbs feel heavy. She was still trembling slightly as she followed Moss through the front gate of a tidy townhouse in a quiet neighbourhood. The door was opened by a blonde woman holding a little boy in blue pyjamas, his hair dark against the fabric. He woke up, so I thought you could say a quick hello before I tuck him back in, the woman said softly. Moss took the boy into her arms as they stepped inside, planting a loud kiss on his cheek. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and offered a small smile. This is my wife Celia and our son Jacob. Moss introduced them in the warm hallway. Celia's friendly hi, Erica was tinged with uncertainty as she took in Erica's bruised neck, red-rimmed eyes and the stark white crime scene coveralls. Jacob studied her with a solemn expression. Are you an astronaut? He asked. Erica managed a faint smile, and the shared laughter eased the tension. No. Erica's voice was a painful rasp. Probably no bad guys in space. Must be nice and quiet up there, Celia offered kindly. I'm just going to settle this one. Please make yourself comfortable, Erica. Would you like to shower? Erica nodded gratefully. Kate, could you grab a towel from the linen closet while I put Jacob down? Say good night, Jacob. Night-night, he murmured with a drowsy grin. The guest room is ready and I've turned on the space heater, Celia added before leaving with Jacob. Moss gave them both a kiss. Once alone, Erica perched awkwardly on the sofa edge. Lovely family, she whispered hoarsely. Doctor said no talking, remember? But thank you. We're very lucky. Jacob arrived a few years back. Celia carried him. We always talked about having a little girl, too. One each, you know? It's just work always seems to get in the way. Erica tried to say something, but it came out as an indistinct croak. What was that? Moss asked. Frustrated, Erica shook her head and forced the words out, her throat protesting. Don't wait too long with kids. Moss nodded thoughtfully, then fetched 2 glasses of orange juice from the kitchen. Erica's equipped with a straw. You look like you could use the sugar. They drank in a comfortable silence for a moment. I had the night shift run George Mitchell through the system. No hits. Erica swallowed with difficulty and shook her head. Boss, someone just tried to kill you. You really think it's connected? Erica felt utterly spent, unsure if it was shock or pure fatigue and beyond caring. She just wanted to sleep. She nodded wearily. Shower? She asked, glancing down at the coveralls. Absolutely, boss, Moss said, her gaze lingering on Erica with a mix of concern and sympathy. Under the hot stream of water, Erica stood for a long time, her bandaged arm held carefully out of the spray. She breathed in the steam, hoping it would soothe the raw ache in her throat. Afterward, dressed in borrowed pajamas, she faced the bathroom mirror. Her eyes were swollen and pink, her throat so puffed up it distorted her features. She searched the medicine cabinet, but found only basic pain relievers and a bottle of nighttime cold medicine. She had hoped for something stronger, for sleep aids or something to quiet her racing mind. Swallowing a dose of the medicine was agonizing. When she finally left the bathroom, the house was dark and still, illuminated only by a small nightlight in the hall. Pausing outside Jacob's slightly open door, she watched him sleep peacefully beneath a blue blanket. A mobile turned slowly above his bed, casting soft, shifting shapes on the walls to the gentle sound of a lullaby. The contrast was stark. Moss faced danger daily, walking among people armed with weapons and hatred. Yet here in this quiet room, Jacob's world was perfectly safe and simple, defined by his 2 mothers, his toys, and the slowly spinning mobile with its soothing melody winding down the night. For the first time, Erica wondered whether any of it truly mattered. You take down one criminal, and a dozen more seem to spring up in their place. She retreated to the small bedroom at the rear of the house, crawled into the narrow bed, and pulled the blankets over her head, willing sleep to come. But each time her eyes closed, the same terrifying image returned, a figure towering above her, hands closing around her throat. A blank woolen mask, with only a pair of gleaming eyes visible in the dim light. Was it mere coincidence that Moss had arrived at her door exactly when she did? Why had she been the one to survive? Mark had been a far better person, kinder, more patient, an exceptional officer. He had built a meaningful life and contributed so much good, with the potential for even more. Why was he gone while she remained? Erica spent several days with Moss and Celia. Initially, sheer exhaustion allowed her to sleep, but soon the physical pain in her throat and arm, the maddening inability to speak, and the stifling confines of the tiny back room became overwhelming. Celia was endlessly thoughtful, delivering trays of soup and stacks of magazines, while young Jacob visited after school. He even brought his portable DVD player a couple of times, and they sat together on the bed watching Despicable Me and Hotel Transylvania. All the while, the details of the case churned relentlessly in Erica's mind. She revisited the discovery of Andrea's body beneath the ice, then the meeting with her family, Simon and Diana, whose hectic lives kept them at a distance from their children. Linda and David were complete opposites, each having a vastly different relationship with Andrea, and neither knowing what their sister had been doing the night she disappeared. They had no idea why she went to that grim, dangerous pub in South London to meet George Mitchell and the still unidentified blonde woman. Then there was Ivy Norris, who had spotted Andrea and her companions that night entirely by chance, just as the bartender Christina had. Neither witness was alive to tell the whole story, and then there were the 3 other murdered girls. Out of respect, Erica refused to label them simply as prostitutes. Was there a connection to Andrea, to Ivy, or were they just in the wrong place at the wrong tragic moment? And what of Marco Frost, whom DCI Sparks had latched onto as the prime suspect, based on circumstantial yet persuasive evidence linking him to Andrea? The case details twisted and knotted in her head like a hopelessly tangled string game. Somewhere, a crucial piece was missing, something that could tie the man who attacked her to all the other deaths. In her dreams, the assailant returned, but this time, as his hands tightened around her neck, she managed to reach up and yank off the balaclava. The face beneath changed each night. George Mitchell, Simon Douglas Brown, Mark, David, Giles Osborne, even Linda. In one particularly haunting dream, when she tore the mask away, it was Andrea's face, exactly as she had looked in death, eyes wide, teeth exposed, long dark hair soaked and tangled with leaves. As the days dragged on, Erica heard nothing from Marsh. Moss was tied up with court dates and other cases, only managing brief conversations in the evenings. The police database had turned up nothing on George Mitchell, and searches of voter rolls and financial records came back empty. There was a single faint lead, a tiny hair follicle recovered from Erica's sleepwear, possibly from her attacker. But when it was run through the DNA database again, there was no match. On the fourth morning, her throat had healed enough to allow speech. Erica knew she couldn't hide forever. She had to return to her own apartment. She thanked Celia and hugged Jacob goodbye. He handed her a drawing he'd made. Erica in a white spacesuit, boarding a UFO with a group of minions, blasting off into the stars. It captured her surreal state of mind perfectly. The car ride back was quiet. Erica dressed in the borrowed clothes Celia had given her. Moss watched her from behind the wheel, his expression tight with concern. "You okay, boss?" "I'm fine," Erica replied, though the words felt hollow. "So what's the plan?" She let out a slow breath, staring out at the passing city. "Right now, I'm going to collect what's left of my things from the flat. Then I'm heading to my father-in-law's place." "And the investigation?" Moss pressed. "Your only job is to find George Mitchell. He's the linchpin in all of this. Everything else is just noise." "But what are you going to do?" he asked, pulling the car to a stop outside her building. A dry, humorless laugh escaped her. "What can I do? I'm officially suspended. The smart move is to sit quietly, play the good little soldier, and hope I get my badge back at the hearing with some shred of professional pride intact. Frankly, I couldn't care less about pride, but without that badge, I'm powerless." She unbuckled her seatbelt. "Thanks for the ride. I mean it." "Want me to come up with you?" "No, get back to the station. Focus on the case. I'm not dropping this, boss." Moss vowed, his voice firm. "I know you won't. But you have a family to think about. Protect them first." With that, she slipped out of the car. The flat was a wreck. A fine layer of black fingerprint powder coated every surface, and a strip of yellow police tape still hung limply across her doorframe. In the bedroom, she paused. The duvet was rumpled, and for a chilling moment she could see the ghostly impression of two bodies, the shallow dip of her own form and the deeper, aggressive depressions where his knees had driven into the mattress. She yanked the covers straight, erasing the phantom shapes. Moving with a grim efficiency, she hauled her suitcase from the closet and began to pack. The bathroom was no better. The mirror was smudged with powder, and a square of tape covered the hole where the extractor fan had been removed as evidence. She didn't linger. Wheeling her suitcase behind her, she made for the train station. The day was crisp and clear, the sunlight feeling oddly intrusive. On an impulse, she stopped at a coffee kiosk across from the station entrance. "Need any sugar, or are you already sweet enough?" The barista, a young man with a friendly smile and a silver lip ring, winked as he took her order. "Definitely need the sugar today," Erica said, managing a faint smile. "Coming right up," he replied with a cheerful nod. She watched him work, and when he handed over the cup, their fingers brushed briefly. "Have a better one," he said. The small, normal human interaction was a strange comfort. Coffee in hand, she crossed to the station. "Morning. You won't be lighting up on my nice clean platform, will you?" A ticket officer called out cheerfully as he opened his booth next to her. "Given it up," Erica said, pulling out her credit card. She requested a one-way ticket to Manchester Piccadilly. "Good on you, love," the officer said, closing the transaction window with a click. He offered another grin before heading back into the station flow. Her ticket slid into the metal tray. On the nearly empty platform, she pulled out her phone and called Edward. He answered on the third ring, his voice warming instantly when he heard hers. She explained she was on her way, apologizing for the suddenness. "Not at all. I'll just need to air out the spare room," he said, sounding genuinely pleased. "Call when you're close, and I'll have the tea waiting. It might only be for a few days. You stay as long as you need, Erica. No questions asked." She ended the call as the train appeared in the distance. Tipping back the last of her now lukewarm coffee, she was scanning for a trash bin when her phone rang again. "Boss, it's me." Moss's voice was rushed, tense. "They've let Marco Frost go." The train roared under the footbridge, a streak of colour and noise. "Released? On what grounds?" Erica demanded, her pulse quickening. His solicitor finally dug up some CCTV from a newsagent's shop in a place called Michel de Ver. The train was slowing, its details coming into focus. Erica could see the blurred faces of passengers behind the windows. "Where is Michel de Ver?" she asked, a familiar electric thrill of a lead sparking in her gut. "About an hour south of London Bridge. Marco's second alibi was that he was headed there on the night of January 8th. We never had anything to corroborate it. Michel de Ver station is tiny, no cameras. It's been the theme of this whole mess. No useful footage anywhere." The train doors hissed open and a wave of commuters surged forward. "But this shop's camera shows Marco Frost pausing outside to light a cigarette at 8:50 p.m. that night. The walk from the newsstand to the station takes 35 minutes, which confirms he did get off the 8:10 p.m. train from London Bridge." As the train doors chimed open and commuters flowed past Erica, Moss went on. "That places Marco Frost over an hour and a half outside London, right around when Andrea went missing. Catching the last train back to the city that night would have been nearly impossible. He's cleared, passengers finished boarding. The conductor waited on the platform edge, eyes on the digital clock counting down to departure. "Now Marsh is in full panic mode," Moss said. The Crown Prosecution Service was boasting to the press about nailing Andrea's killer, and a duty solicitor making one call to a newsagent for their security footage just blew the whole case apart. "You still with me, boss?"
"I'm here," Erica replied.
The conductor's whistle cut the air. "Step back if you're not boarding," he shouted, motioning her behind the yellow line. She glanced into the carriage. A seat waited just inside the door, warm air spilling out. The doors lit up with a warning beep. "I thought you'd be thrilled about this, boss," Moss asked. "I am. It means I wanted to give you a heads up. I think Marsh is about to call you." The doors began to shut when a man in a leather jacket came barreling down the stairs from the footbridge. He hit the platform and lunged into the train just as the doors clamped on his arm. With a beep, they reopened to free him. A ping sounded from Erica's phone. Marsh was on call waiting. "He's calling now." "Okay, I'll let you go," Moss said. "Keep me posted." The doors started closing again. This was her final chance to board and head north. They sealed shut, Erica answered. "DCI Foster." "How are you?" Marsh asked, his voice strained and insincere. "I now know exactly what a chicken feels moments before the axe drops," she quipped. The train clicked and whirred, pulling away from the platform. "Sorry I didn't reach out sooner, it's been..." "Yes, I heard you had to release Marco Frost. Would you be willing to come to the station? We need to talk." Erica paused, watching the train diminish into the distance and disappear around a curve. "I can be there in 15 minutes, sir." She picked up her suitcase, glanced at the ordinary world she had almost stepped into, and hurried toward the station exit. Chaos greeted Erica at Lewisham Row Station's reception. 2 teenage boys slammed onto the concrete floor with a hollow thump and began rolling and grappling, egged on by a cluster of siblings and their young mothers. The larger boy scrambled on top of the smaller and started punching his face, the smaller boy's teeth already smeared pink with blood. Wolf waded into the scrum, backed by 2 uniformed officers. Erica ducked through the fray and was buzzed through the interior door by Moss. "Damn, it's good to see you back," Moss said as they started down the corridor. "Easy now. I was summoned, not invited," Erica replied, feeling a nervous thrill. "Well, Marsh is losing his mind," Moss explained. "That's what happens when you let outside pressures run an investigation." Erica noted. They reached Marsh's office. Moss knocked and they entered immediately. Marsh was pale, hovering over his computer watching breaking news scroll across the BBC website. Marco Frost released. Thank you, Detective Moss. DCI Foster, have a seat. I'd like Moss to stay, sir. She's been working on this while I've been. I'm aware of your investigations. A sharp knock came at the door and Marsh's secretary leaned in. Sir Simon Douglas Brown is on the line. Says it's urgent. Marsh ran a hand through his short hair, looking utterly harried. I'm in the middle of something critical. Please take a message, and I'll return his call as soon as I can, Marsh said to his secretary, who nodded and shut the door behind her. Erica raised an eyebrow. Am I the critical meeting? She asked. Marsh moved to his desk and sat down, while Erica and Moss found chairs. He offered a strained smile. Listen, DCI Foster, Erica, the situation is regrettable. I acknowledge you may have received unfair treatment, and I will handle that appropriately. But right now, we are in a crisis. We're reacting instead of acting. I require every piece of information and every theory from your separate inquiry, which I assume will now become the primary investigation, Erica pressed. I'll determine that. Just tell me what you have, Marsh insisted. No, Erica stated flatly. No, sir. I will provide a full briefing and outline my hypotheses once you've returned my credentials and formally reinstated me as the senior investigating officer. Erica leaned back, holding Marsh's gaze. He began to protest. Who do you think you are, marching in here and... All right, I'll leave you to your conversation with Sir Simon. Give him my regards. Erica stood to go. What you're demanding is virtually impossible. There is a serious complaint pending against you, DCI Foster. I call nonsense. Assistant Commissioner Oakley was following Simon Douglas Brown's directive to sideline me. Matthew Norris has a lengthy record with juvenile detention. He's attacked multiple social workers, and for the record, when I struck him, his teeth were embedded in the back of my hand. If that's the hill this case dies on, so be it. But you'll be losing the one person who can actually find this killer. And trust me, I will be very vocal with the press about it. I won't fade away quietly. Marsh dragged a hand through his hair. Sir, Marco Frost just produced a solid alibi and made the entire department look like incompetent fools. Did DCI Sparks not think to run basic background checks? CCTV from a convenience store, for heaven's sake. And I'll also ensure the press understands there's still a murderer walking free, thanks to the efforts of DCI Sparks and that slippery character, Assistant Commissioner Oakley. Marsh looked like he might erupt. Erica met his glare without flinching. Put me back on the case, and I will catch this bastard, she said firmly. Marsh stood and walked to the window, staring out at the barren January view. He turned back, his voice tight. For God's sake, fine, but you are on an extremely short leash. Do you understand me, DCI, Foster? A faint, victorious smile touched Moss's lips. I understand. Thank you, sir. Marsh returned to his seat. Well, get on with it. What are your thoughts? Okay. We go public. Issue a new appeal. And if you can pull some strings, let's organise a televised reconstruction. We're going to take heat for the Marco Frost blunder, sir. You need to be prepared to saturate the media with everything we are doing, so they focus on that instead of everything we didn't do. Erica continued, We already celebrated catching the killer once. We can't do it again unless it's real. So we get ahead of the story, make George Mitchell our central focus. Flood the airwaves with his photo alongside Andrea's. We also need a fall guy. The press will demand someone answer for this disaster, and I know exactly the right person. Erica drew a steadying breath and pushed open the door to the incident room. DCI Sparks was standing at the front by the wiped-clean whiteboards addressing the despondent team. He looked furious and worn, his long dark hair tied back, grease spots visible where it met his collar. I will be speaking with each of you individually, and I will be asking difficult questions. We are going back to square one to determine precisely who failed to verify the most basic damn details of Marco Frost's timeline from boarding the train at London Bridge to... Sparks's voice trailed off as he noticed Erica enter, with Moss just behind her. So, you're here for your termination papers, Foster? DCI Sparks sneered, the other officers maintaining rigid expressions. Erica met his gaze evenly. Actually, I'm here for my badge, she replied, holding it up. Sparks looked momentarily thrown. Tell me, do you actually understand what the title Senior Investigating Officer means, considering I'm the only one in this room who holds it? Yes. He shot back, his composure slipping. Is there a point to this? We're in the middle of a briefing. SIO isn't a badge for seniority or a license to intimidate your team when things go south, Erica stated, her voice clear and firm. It's a title that means you take ownership of your mistakes. All of them. A ripple of tension passed through the silent room. Sparks blinked, his confidence visibly wavering. I don't follow. That's been the core issue, Erica said, stepping forward. I've been reinstated as the senior investigating officer. My first directive is for you to report to Superintendent Marsh's office. Immediately, DCI, Sparks. For a long moment, Sparks simply stared, the weight of the entire incident room's attention upon him. Then, moving as if in a daze, he collected his coat from his desk and walked out. The door hadn't fully shut behind him when Crane began to clap. The applause spread, growing louder, punctuated by Peterson's sharp whistle. Erica felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks and looked down, momentarily overwhelmed. All right, enough of that, she said, raising a hand. The noise subsided. I appreciate it, truly, but we have a killer still at large. She moved to the front whiteboard and pinned up photographs of Andrea Douglas Brown and George Mitchell. This is our primary suspect, George Mitchell. He was Andrea's lover and, we believe, her murderer. He is also the key suspect in the deaths of Tatiana Ivanova, Mirka Bratova, Karolina Todorova, and Ivy Norris. The room fell into a profound silence. Up to now, Erica continued, the media spotlight has been exclusively on Andrea Douglas Brown. Her face is everywhere, a national tragedy. Yes, she came from wealth and privilege, but she died terrified and alone. The other women, Tatiana, Mirka, Karolina, Ivy, they worked as prostitutes. I can assure you, that is not a life anyone chooses willingly. With different fortunes, any one of them could have had Andrea's opportunities. Their deaths were just as brutal, just as terrifying. She paused, letting her words settle. Crane began quietly placing the victims' photos on the board beside Mitchell's. I'm saying this because I need you to forget societal labels. Don't do what we so often do and categorize them by class. They are all equal, they are all victims, and every single one deserves our absolute and equal effort. Erica pointed again to Mitchell's picture. He is our extreme focus. He was in a sexual relationship with Andrea and was photographed with her just days before she vanished. I also believe she met with him, an unidentified blonde woman on the night she was taken. I want everyone to review the complete contents of Andrea's second phone, accessible on the intranet. Look at everything with a new perspective. There are no irrelevant questions. We find this man, and we break this case wide open. A unified nod passed through the team. This afternoon, Erica went on, we're launching a renewed public appeal. We're going out strong, naming George Mitchell as a person of interest. The goal is to generate new leads or force him out of hiding. She scanned the room, ensuring she had their complete focus. I also need you to concentrate on our other victims. The murders of Tatiana, Mirka, and Karolina are cold cases that were never connected. I want all evidence from those 3 investigations pulled and re-examined. Look for any links, any patterns. Did these women know each other? How and why? A knock at the door interrupted them. Colleen, the press officer, leaned in. Apologies, DCI Foster. I have a conference call with Reuters about to start. I thought you'd want to be involved. Of course, Erica said, turning back to her team. Right, everyone. Let's get to work. We need to stay ahead of this. For now, set Marco Frost aside. Erica stood and walked out of the incident room, just as the energy inside began to shift and build. The upcoming press briefing was a deliberate departure from the polished formal event held earlier at Marble Arch. This time, Erica had demanded it take place on the worn front steps of Lewisham Row Station, aiming for a raw, immediate feel that matched the urgency of their case. She had also firmly insisted that Marsh not be part of it, a decision that had sparked considerable friction. As evening settled in, Erica, Moss and Peterson faced the gathered reporters under the glare of portable lights, their silhouettes stark against the station's weathered wooden doors. Thank you for coming out tonight, Erica began, her voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. A forest of lenses pointed her way, with camera flashes punctuating the dimming light. Moss and Peterson remained motionless, their expressions fixed ahead. "I imagine many of you have already drafted your headlines and decided what this story is about," Erica continued. "But before you mentally file your copy, perhaps filled with easy accusations of police failure, or before you decide one victim's story is more valuable than another's based on background, remember why we're all here. We hunt criminals. You report on that hunt fairly. Yes, we use each other. We use the press to amplify a message. You sell newspapers and airtime. So today I'm asking for a partnership. Let me give you a real story to chase." She let the silence hang for a moment. "Marco Frost was released today due to a lack of evidence and a verified alibi. He is innocent. But that is not your headline. Your story is that Andrea's killer remains free. Our investigation, now refocused, strongly indicates Andrea's murder was not his first. We believe he is responsible for the deaths of 3 young women from Eastern Europe, Tatiana Ivanova, Mirka Bratova, and Karolina Todorova. Each came to London hoping for a better life, only to be trafficked and forced into prostitution to pay off fabricated debts. We also link him to the death of 47-year-old Ivy Norris. Now, you will see an image of our primary suspect. His name is George Mitchell." Meanwhile, back at the station, Chief Superintendent Marsh watched the live broadcast with Colleen. The feed showed Erica, Moss and Peterson squinting in the harsh light before cutting to Mitchell's photo. "This looks unprofessional. She's coming off like a stern headmistress," Marsh grumbled. Colleen gave a slight, knowing smile. "Of course, when a woman states her case with confidence, she's schoolmarmish," she replied dryly. Contact details scrolled along the bottom of the screen before cutting back to Erica. "If you have any information on this man, please use the number or email provided. All calls are confidential. Do not approach him if seen. Thank you for your time and your assistance," on screen. There was a brief pause before the shouted questions began. "Will Marco Frost receive compensation?" one journalist called out. The camera lingered on Erica's composed face as she prepared her reply, the weight of the unsaid hanging in the air. "The Crown Prosecution Service is treating this with the highest priority," Erica stated. Immediately, the reporters fired off another round of questions. "Is there a connection between these killings and Sir Simon Douglas Brown's corporate dealings?" "What we must all remember," Erica replied, her voice steady, "is that Sir Simon is a grieving father. His daughter was taken in a brutal way, just like the others. Every one of these young women has a family living with that emptiness. This entire inquiry has been slowed by debates over protocol. What we've learned is that Andrea's private life holds the key to finding who did this. I ask you not to cast judgment on her or her family." "God, I told you this was a mistake," Marsh muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Actually, it's brilliant," Colleen countered, not looking away from the television. "She's reaching them. This feels authentic, not like those staged statements before." Marsh shot her a skeptical look, but she was completely focused on the screen. The broadcast showed a wide shot of Erica, Moss and Peterson ascending the steps and disappearing into the police station before cutting back to the studio anchor, who turned to the on-scene correspondent for analysis. This is a decisive step by investigators who, after multiple weeks, still possess very little concrete evidence, the reporter noted. "With the suspect still free, the clock is undoubtedly ticking." "What clock?" Marsh scoffed, leaning forward. On screen, the correspondent continued, "Sir Simon Douglas Brown is confronting new newspaper allegations regarding his connections to arms agreements with Saudi Arabia. There are also whispers of a marital indiscretion." The anchor reappeared. "This press conference represents a significant shift in the police strategy." For weeks, the Metropolitan Police appeared to be following the Douglas Brown family's lead. Now, are they pursuing a legitimate line of investigation based on evidence the family might prefer to keep private? The scene switched back to the reporter outside the station. "I believe so. While this may strain relations between the police and certain powerful figures, it could very well restore a sense of credibility and independence to the force, which is essential for public confidence." "See, that's the narrative we need," Colleen said, already reaching for her phone. "I'll get that segment circulated." A bead of sweat traced a path down Marsh's temple, and he felt his phone buzz in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw the caller ID, Simon Douglas Brown. The last several days had been a blur of simmering anger. To have been that close only to be forced to retreat left a corrosive fury burning within. Not only had DCI Foster survived the attempt on her life, but she had returned to the case with renewed determination. She was back on the damn investigation. Watching the appeal from Lewisham Row, where Foster had publicly connected the murders, created a conflict. Part of the figure wanted to vanish, to begin again somewhere new, but another, stronger part felt a compulsive need to see it through. The link was made, but the police had no proof of that. The figure was certain. So as evening settled, the figure drove to Paddington Station, to the area where taxis queued and certain girls lingered. The girl looked puzzled when the car pulled over. She was standing further down a grimy service road used by cabs to turn around, and by those seeking discreet company. "Looking for a good time?" she asked by rote, her accent distinctly Eastern European. She shivered in the cold, dressed in thin leggings and a spaghetti strap top beneath a large, worn fake fur coat. Her features were sharp and pale, her straight hair hanging to her shoulders. Glittery eyeshadow framed her eyes and she worked a piece of gum in her mouth. She leaned against a dumpster, waiting. "I'm looking for a good time," the figure said, "but something more unique, something less ordinary." "Oh yeah," she replied, a hint of curiosity cutting through her practiced demeanour. "You know how it is. Rare things come with a higher price tag," she remarked. The shadowy figure leaned closer. "I'm familiar with your employer." She let out a dismissive laugh. "Sure, everyone says that. If you're angling for a deal, you can forget it," she snapped, starting to turn away. He murmured a name low and clear. She froze, pivoting back to the window, all traces of her earlier performance vanishing. Fear flashed in her eyes, stark against the shimmer of her makeup. "Did he send you?" she whispered, her gaze darting to the traffic speeding by. "No, but he's aware I send a steady stream of clients his way, so he'll understand when I get what I'm after." The girl studied him, her instincts sharp. "This wouldn't be straightforward. So you show up and name-drop my boss. What exactly are you asking for?" "I prefer settings outdoors," the figure stated. "Fine. And I enjoy when the girl acts terrified." "You want a rape scenario?" she said bluntly with an exasperated sigh. She glanced around, then tugged her top down, revealing her small, firm breasts. "That'll cost extra." "Money isn't an issue," he replied. She pulled her top back up. "Yeah, prove it." He produced a wallet, flipping it open beneath the glow of the streetlight. A neat stack of bills gleamed. 1,500. "And we use a safe word," she said, pulling a phone from her leggings. His hand shot out, covering the device. "Absolutely not. I want this to feel authentic, as real as fantasy allows. Don't tell a soul where you're headed. I have to make a call, an additional 500. Your boss doesn't need to know. No chance. If he finds out, any notion of a safe word goes out the window. All right, everything by the book. 2,000. The safe word is Erica." "Erica, that's right, Erica." She scanned the empty street, chewing her lip nervously. "Okay," she finally agreed. She opened the car door and slid inside. As they pulled away, the locks clicked shut, a sound he explained was just part of the game. Back at the incident room, a restless quiet had settled after the press conference. Officers moved about aimlessly, the sporadic ring of a phone doing little to cut the tense anticipation. Most calls were the usual dead ends from attention seekers. "For heaven's sake, you'd think someone would actually have useful information," Erica muttered, checking her watch. "I can't stand this waiting. I'm stepping out for a smoke." She had just reached the front steps of the station when Detective Crane appeared behind her. "Boss, you need to take this call," he said urgently. "Who is it?" Erica asked. "It's a young woman claiming to be Barbora Cardasova, Andrea's long-lost best friend," Crane explained. Erica hurried back with him and grabbed the phone. "Is this the officer from the television earlier?" asked a young voice, tinged with an Eastern European accent. "Yes, this is Detective Chief Inspector Erica Foster. Do you have information regarding George Mitchell?" "Yes," the voice replied, followed by a heavy pause. "But I cannot speak on the phone." "I can assure you complete confidentiality," Erica said, looking down at the withheld number display. She caught Crane's eye. He nodded, already working on a trace. I'm sorry, I will not talk on the phone, the girl insisted, her voice trembling. That's all right. Can we meet in person? Erica asked. Anywhere you feel comfortable? Nearby, Peterson was scribbling frantically on a notepad. He held it up. Get her to Combe to the station. Are you in London? Would you prefer to come to the station at Lewisham Row? No, no, no. The girl's voice edged into panic. There was silence. Erica looked to Crane, who mouthed that it was a prepaid, untraceable phone. Barbora, are you still there? Yes, I won't say more here. I need to tell you things in person. Meet me tomorrow at 11 a.m. Here is the address. Erica scribbled it down hastily, but when she tried to ask another question, the line went dead. Prepaid phone, boss. No luck tracing it, Crane reported. She sounded genuinely terrified. Erica said, slowly hanging up the receiver. Peterson leaned in, squinting at Erica's monitor. What's the meet location? He asked. Erica typed the address, and a satellite image filled the screen, a sprawling patchwork of fields and lonely roads. It's in Norfolk, she stated. Moss spun around from her desk. Norfolk? What on earth is she doing all the way out there? Before Erica could answer, her phone buzzed with Edward's name. Give me a second, she said, rising. Plot us a route, and we'll finalize the plan when I return. She stepped into the quiet hallway and answered. I'm guessing you're not on your way, lass. Edward's warm voice came through. Erica checked the time. 5:05. Guilt washed over her. You didn't wait at the station, did you? No. Caught you on the telly this afternoon. Figured unless you've sprouted wings, you wouldn't make it. The morning's promise felt like a lifetime ago. You handled yourself well at that press conference, Edward continued. Made me really feel for that lass, Andrea. The papers haven't been kind to her, have they? Thanks. It all just snowballed. I was literally about to board the train this morning and the job pulled you right back in. Yeah, Erica admitted softly. Listen, love, you do what you need to do. I'm not going anywhere. Moss appeared at the incident room door, gesturing urgently. I'm so sorry I have to go. Can I call you tonight? Of course you look after yourself. Catch this bastard and make sure he never sees daylight again. I will, Erica vowed. The line went dead. She stood for a moment in the silent corridor, repeating the promise to herself before squaring her shoulders and heading back in, wondering when or if she'd ever be able to keep it. The next morning, under a stubbornly grey sky, Erica, Moss and Peterson left London early to find Barbora Kardasova. Their previous searches had hit dead ends. Her national insurance number, passport and bank accounts had all gone cold over a year ago. With her mother gone and no other family, she was a ghost as they entered the Blackwall tunnel. A brief glimpse of sun was swallowed by steel wool clouds. We're looking for the A12 now, boss, Moss said once they crossed the river. Peterson, quiet in the back seat, was buried in his phone. After a quick fuel stop near Greenwich, where Moss stocked up on red licorice strings, the urban clutter of London melted away. The A12 stretched ahead, its surface cracked and neglected. The land flattened into a monochrome panorama of brown fields and skeletal trees. Near Ipswich, they turned onto a narrower road. It's eerie, Peterson finally said, breaking a long silence. Just this straight line through nothing. The wind howled across the open fields, rocking the car. They climbed a slight rise and crossed a metal bridge over a choppy canal, its banks lined with dead reeds that seemed to stretch to the edge of the world. Erica half expected the water to simply spill over into an abyss. This road's ancient Roman, Moss said around a mouthful of licorice. They used to burn witches out here, you know, Peterson added as a derelict windmill slid past the window. Moss shuddered. Give me overpriced coffee, Gridlock, and a packed Nando's over this emptiness any day. She cranked up the heat. How much farther? About 6 miles, Peterson reported, checking his phone. The scenery shifted as trees gathered close, forming a tunnel of bare branches overhead. Erica eased off the gas, spotting a scrubby pull-off with a lone picnic bench, a forlorn outpost in the vast quiet land. A wooden marker with the number 14 was nailed to a tree. She said picnic area 17, right? Erica asked. Peterson, checking his phone, confirmed. That's correct, boss. They drove on, the forest growing thicker around them. The narrow road curved past Area 15. then took a sharp turn where a dilapidated bench marked with a faded 16 stood in an overgrown clearing, its wood splintered and collapsing. Static crackled from the dashboard radio before Detective Crane's voice cut through. "Update your status." Moss keyed the mic. "We're approaching the location now. Skip. Should be there in minutes." "Keep the line open. That's a direct order from the super," Crane replied. Chief Superintendent Marsh had been thoroughly opposed to dispatching 3 officers to Norfolk on what he'd called a fool's errand. Erica had made her case in his office. "Sir, Barbara Kardasova was one of Andrea's closest friends. She claims to have information on George Mitchell." Marsh had leaned back, sceptical. Why come forward now after weeks of headlines? And why can't the local force handle this? You're committing a full day during a critical London investigation. Erica held her ground. "This is our best lead. We'll leave at dawn and maintain constant contact. I'm asking you to trust my instinct on this." He'd rubbed his eyes, exasperated. "She's using an unlisted number. We have no location for her." "Perhaps she doesn't wish to be found. That isn't a crime," Erica countered. With a tone of weary sarcasm, Marsh had muttered, "Life would be infinitely simpler if everyone were fitted with a GPS chip at birth. Think of the resources saved." Erica had offered a dry smile. "I'll be sure to suggest that to the next reporter I see." He'd waved her off impatiently. "Just keep me informed." The sky had darkened, forcing Moss to switch on the headlights. The woodland was a dense wall of bare, tangled branches. Finally, the sign for Area 17 emerged. They pulled onto a patch of bare earth where a bench had been removed, leaving 4 deep holes in the ground. Moss cut the engine and the lights, plunging them into a heavy silence. Erica opened her door to a cold gust carrying the scent of wet decay. She fastened her coat as her colleagues joined her. "What's the plan?" Moss asked. Erica consulted a crumpled note. She was very specific about meeting here. The road was deserted in both directions. Moss pointed, "There's a path over here." They pushed through a tight gap in the dead brambles, emerging onto a maintained walking trail beneath a high canopy of trees that curved away into the gloom. Erica briefly pictured this bleak corner in summer, transformed by sunlight and leaves, a stark contrast to its current eerie atmosphere. They waited for nearly 40 minutes, their solitude punctuated by radio checks from Crane in London. "This is a complete waste of time," Peterson grumbled. That woman was obviously... He fell silent at the sound of a snapping twig and the distinct rustle of disturbed leaves. Erica raised a finger to her lips. The undergrowth parted, and a woman with short blonde hair emerged. She wore a bright pink rain jacket and black leggings. In one hand she clutched a knife, in the other a small canister of pepper spray. She halted about 50 yards away. "What the hell?" Moss whispered. Erica shot her a warning glance. Barbara Karosova. I'm DCI Erica Foster. These are Detectives Moss and Peterson. Show me your identification." "Throw it over here," Barbara demanded, her voice trembling with a fear mirrored in her shaking hands. "Hold on," Moss began, but Erica was already reaching into her pocket. She produced her identification and tossed it across the clearing. It landed a couple of yards from Barbara. With clear reluctance, Moss and Peterson followed suit. Barbara collected the badges, never lowering the canister of pepper spray, and scrutinized them. "All right, you can see we're legitimate now. Please put the knife and the spray down," Erica instructed. Barbara carefully placed both items on the ground and approached them cautiously. Erica could now match the face to the Facebook photo she'd studied. It was still striking, but the nose was straighter and more refined. Her features were softer, and the long, dark hair had been replaced by a short, bleached crop. A dark-haired man and a blonde woman, Erica noted internally. "Why all this drama just for a conversation?" Moss pressed. "We could arrest you right now for that blade. It's well over the legal limit, and don't even get me started on the pepper spray." Tears welled in Barbara's eyes. "I'm terrified, but I have to speak with you. There are things I must say, or I'll never live with myself." "I was a fool to contact you using my real name," she confessed, her voice trembling. "I'm in the witness protection program." For a heartbeat, Moss, Peterson and Erica stood completely still. the only sound the wind rustling the high branches overhead. "I won't tell you my new identity," Barbara stated shakily. "No," Erica agreed, raising a hand. "Don't say another word about it." "Damn it, we should have seen this coming," Moss muttered. A faint electronic beep came from the open car window, followed by Crane's distant voice requesting their status and location. "We have to report this, boss. Protocol is clear. If a protected witness is exposed, we call it in immediately," Moss insisted. "You'll need a whole new life," Peterson added, barely masking his frustration. "Wait, please. There are things you need to hear," Barbara pleaded, her composure crumbling. "I reached out because I have to talk to you about George Mitchell." She swallowed hard, her trembling worsening. "I need to tell you his real name." "What is his real name?" Erica asked, her tone steady. Barbara took a ragged breath, the name seeming to fight its way out. "Igor Kuserov," she finally uttered. Peterson immediately turned toward the car and the radio. "Please, let me explain everything before you make it an official report," Barbara begged. Another tense silence fell, broken only by Crane's tinny, repeated query from the vehicle. "Peterson, tell him we're still on scene. Situation is stable, and Peterson, not a word about this until we've heard her out," Erica ordered. He gave a curt nod and jogged back to the car. "We don't want to know your new name or where you're living now," Erica assured Barbara. "I live far from here. I have more to lose than all of you combined, but I've decided it's finally time to talk," Barbara said, a new resolve hardening her voice. "If we head back a little way, there's a picnic area just up ahead." They followed her, leaving Peterson to manage the radio. After a brief walk, they emerged into a small clearing dominated by a weathered picnic table. The weak light struggled to filter through the dense canopy above. Erica noted, not for the first time that day, how a place that might be lovely in summer sun felt heavy and closed in under the grey, chilly sky. She pushed the observation aside. She and Moss sat opposite Barbara, the wooden table a barrier between them. Erica offered a cigarette, and Barbara accepted one gratefully from the pack. Her hands shook as she leaned in, shielding the flame Erica provided. Erica lit one for herself and Moss, and for a moment the three of them inhaled in silent unison. Barbara looked pale, as if she might be sick. She ran a hand through her short, cheaply bleached hair, which had a brittle, straw-like yellow hue. She took another steadying drag. "I first met George Mitchell, Igor Kuserov, 3 years ago when I was 20. She began, her voice unsteady. "I was living in London, working 2 jobs. One was at a private members' club in central London called Debussy's." She took another pull on her cigarette, the ember glowing in the dim light. "I worked shifts there, and at the same time I had a job at a cafe in New Cross called The Junction." The cafe was a lively spot, a real hub for local artists and writers. "That's where I first ran into Igor. He became a regular, and we'd always end up chatting. I found him incredibly handsome and witty back then, and I was genuinely flattered he wanted to spend his time talking to me. One afternoon at work, I was really down because my old iPod had died. It had all my favourite songs and pictures on it, stuff I couldn't get back. Igor was sweet about it, but I didn't think much more of it. Then, a few days later, when I came in for my shift, he was waiting for me with a gift bag. Inside was a brand new iPod, not some cheap replacement, but the top-of-the-line model that cost a small fortune. Moss leaned in. "And that's when things started with him?" Barbara nodded. The sky outside was deepening into dusk, a heavy cloud beginning to gather. "At the beginning he was perfect. I truly believed I was in love and had found my person for life." "What was your family's take on him?" Moss asked. "It was just my mum and me. She moved to England in her 20s, dreaming of a comfortable life, but then she got pregnant with me. Her boyfriend left, so she raised me alone. It was a struggle. When I was 10, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. It progressed slowly at first, but by the time I was 16, she needed full-time care. I left school and picked up jobs, mornings at the cafe, nights at a club, to support us." Moss gently steered the story. "How long were you two together? About a year?" "He did so much in that time," Barbara said, her gaze drifting to the window as if watching the memories play out. "He paid to have a special bathroom installed for my mum. He paid off my credit card debt. A faint, bittersweet smile touched her lips before it faded. She took a long drag from her cigarette, her expression darkening. Then a few months in, we went to a movie in Bromley. Some guys made crude comments about me when we were buying tickets. Igor got furious, but I told him to let it go. We watched the film, and I thought he'd cooled off, but when we left it was late and the parking lot was nearly empty. He spotted one of those guys walking ahead of us. When we got near our car, Igor just snapped. He went after him, punching and kicking like a wild animal. The boy fell, and Igor kept going, even stomping on his head. I was in shock. I'd never seen that side of him. I tried to pull him off, and he turned and hit me in the face too. Finally, he just stopped, out of breath, and walked away, leaving the boy lying there in the dark. Barbora's voice broke, and she began to cry. Moss offered a tissue from a small packet. Barbora took it, composing herself with a shaky breath. "And I followed him," she whispered. "We just left that boy between two cars. Igor made me drive his car home, even though I wasn't insured on it. In the car, he rummaged through my purse, found some makeup wipes and calmly cleaned the blood off his knuckles and his face. Then he dropped me off. I didn't see him for days, until he showed up with another expensive gift. My mum was so delighted to see him. I just accepted it and pretended nothing had happened." Erica's voice was quiet. "What happened to the boy?" Barbora only shrugged. A low rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, followed by a flash of lightning. Moss shifted the focus. "So where does Andrea fit into all this?" "A few weeks after I started working behind the bar at Debussy's, Andrea came in for a drink. It was a slow night, so we got to talking. She started becoming a regular, and we became friends. She'd complain about all the snobby, privileged girls she went to school with. When she found out I lived south of the river, she said she'd love to come visit sometime. She said it like it was some big, exotic adventure." Barbora gave a sharp, humourless laugh. "New Cross is just a 10-minute train ride from Charing Cross, you know." She paused, the memory tightening her expression. "No, Andrea never came to my house. She preferred the Junction, the cafe where I worked. She was drawn to the place, called it bohemian, loved that it was always filled with people who seemed to live freely, not trapped. I told her once that her own cage was just gilded, but I don't think she understood the word. She never really got it." "When did she finally reveal who her father was?" Erica asked. "Not right away," Barbora replied. "She made a huge secret of it at first. But as she spent more time at the cafe, she grew competitive with the other girls who flocked around the artists. She began to let it slip into conversations, little by little. And how did people react? Most were pretty indifferent, but George Igor, he took notice. The moment he found out, it was like a switch flipped. He really saw her then." Erica leaned in. "Did they have an affair?" Barbora nodded slowly. "It happened quickly. I was so caught up, so blind to everything back then." "Was he violent with you at that point, Barbora?" "Not physically, not yet. It was more about the threat, the control he had. But when I discovered the truth about Andrea, that's when he truly hit me for the first time." "Where did this happen? At home? A Sunday night?" "My mother was in the bath, and I don't even remember how it started, but I confronted him." Her voice grew quieter. "He punched me in the stomach so hard I was sick. Then he locked me under the stairs in that cupboard." "How long were you in there?" "Not long, but it felt like forever. I was begging because my mother was still in the bath, the water getting cold. I had to help her out. He said he'd only let me go if I promised never to mention him and Andrea again." "And did you promise?" Barbora shook her head faintly. Erica pressed on. "What happened after that?" "Things settled for a bit. It was almost normal then. One day, Igor showed up at our back kitchen door with a young girl. She couldn't have been more than 18. She was barely standing, dressed in skinny jeans and a tight t-shirt. Her face a mess of blood, some dried and some fresh, staining her clothes. She was sobbing. What was I supposed to do? I let them in, but Igor didn't want to help her. He dragged her to that same cupboard under the stairs, shoved her inside, and locked the door. He was furious, swearing he just wanted to find his phone, claiming she'd stolen it. The storm was drawing nearer, casting deep shadows under the tree. Erica kept her voice soft. What happened to the girl? Igor sent me upstairs and warned me to stay in my room. I heard her screaming and crying for what felt like hours. Then, suddenly, it went quiet. He opened the door and came to my mother's room. She smiled when she saw him, having slept through the whole thing. He asked for my large sports bag, the one I used for trips. I pulled it from the wardrobe and handed it to him. He was eerily calm. A few minutes later I went downstairs and saw him leaving with the bag slung over his shoulder. Moss already knew, but she asked anyway. What was in the bag? The girl, Barbora whispered. She was in the bag, and he just walked out. Erica's question was gentle. What did you do then? I cleaned the cupboard. There was blood and other things. Barbora's voice thickened with self-disgust. He came back later and told me I'd done well. He even gave me some money, and then we just carried on as if nothing had happened. But after that, he started telling me about his work, how he'd meet girls at Victoria Coach Station, how they came to work for him. To work as what? Prostitutes, Barbora said flatly. The more I learned, the more money he gave me. He even bought my mother a new electric wheelchair, one she could operate herself. She didn't need to be pushed around anymore. It altered the course of her entire existence. And where does Andrea fit into all of this? The stress was unbearable. I lost my appetite and my menstrual cycle stopped. Igor's gaze had shifted away from me entirely, so Andrea stepped into that void. She offered him that particular comfort. Was this happening during the family vacations you took with Andrea? Yes. Were you aware that Andrea later became engaged? Barbora gave a slow nod, accepting a fresh cigarette. Erica pressed on. And did Andrea have any knowledge about Igor? Did she understand the nature of his work? I can't say for certain. We never spoke of it. We were inseparable at the start, and there was still this strange closeness during those holiday trips with her family, but I had retreated into my own shell. I believe Andrea held on to this whimsical idea that Igor was a charming London rogue, straight out of one of those ridiculous gangster movies. How did you end up entering witness protection? Moss inquired. The young woman's remains were found in my suitcase several months afterward. Where was it discovered? At a waste site in East London. An old loyalty card with my name on it was tucked inside the lining. It brought the police to my doorstep. They told me they'd had me under surveillance for some time and that I could negotiate a deal in exchange for my testimony. And you agreed? I did. My mother had passed away just before all this happened. A small mercy. She never learnt the truth by that point. Igor had come to trust me. He wanted me to start meeting the girls at Victoria Coach Station. They believed they were coming to England for domestic work. He thought if I was there, they'd feel safe, and they'd get into the car without question. Igor was smuggling women into London for prostitution, Erica asked. Yes. Was he operating alone? No. It was a tangled web. There were other men involved and their partners too. Where were these women taken? How many were there? Moss questioned. I don't know, Barbora began, before her composure shattered into heaving sobs. It's all right, Erica said softly, extending her hand across the shadowy table. Barbora flinched and pulled her own hand back. What happened next? Erica continued. Was Igor arrested? He was. It went to trial, Barbora stated. Erica glanced at Moss. Even in the dim light, the shock was plain on her colleague's face. Trial? What trial? We have no record of any trial. What was the outcome? The prosecution's case fell apart. There wasn't enough concrete evidence. The jury was deadlocked. I suspect Igor managed to reach some of the other witnesses. He has connections everywhere. Barbora's expression went empty. I know how I must appear, the awful things I allowed to happen. I understand the kind of person I am, and it all started from loving a man, she whispered. Erica and Moss sat in heavy silence. When I saw those girls on the news, when you made your public appeal, I recognized one of them, Tatiana. I remembered when she first arrived in London. She was so full of hope, and I had to come forward. You have to stop him. Have you seen Andrea since then? Moss asked. Barbora shifted in her seat. Yes. Was it on the night of January 8th at a pub called the Glue Pot? Erica asked. It was. Was Igor with her? Absolutely not. I would never have gone near the place if he was. Was he there? He wasn't, Erica confirmed. Moss gave her a sharp look. What were you doing in London? You're supposed to be in protective custody. I travel to London every month to visit my mother's grave. I clean the headstone and bring new flowers. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to live as a stranger with a fabricated identity? I sent Andrea a text, thinking we could just have coffee. I know it was foolish, but she kept changing the meeting location, and I know I shouldn't have gone, but I was lonely for a familiar face. Moss struggled to hide her skepticism. We only met briefly. She was alone. She mentioned she was meeting a new boyfriend later that evening. It was as if our past never existed for her. She wasn't shocked that I'd disappeared and suddenly reappeared. She was utterly indifferent. What time did you leave the pub? I'm not sure, before 8 o'clock. I knew there was a train from Liverpool Street Station just before 9. And you didn't see anyone else there? No, Andrea said she was going to have another drink at the bar. There was a young woman working behind it. I almost warned her, told her to be careful. That could have been me once. But I kept quiet. Barbara, we'll need you to give an official statement, Erica said. Barbara fell silent for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice seemed distant, detached. I've been recording this whole time, she admitted, passing over her phone. There's more I need to say, but first I really have to find a restroom. Now? It's pitch black out there, Moss replied. Please, it can't wait, Barbara insisted, her tone growing urgent. Erica reluctantly agreed. All right, but stay close. We'll be right here. Moss fished a small flashlight from her coat. Take this. Barbara accepted it, stood and disappeared into the thick underbrush. Thunder growled more persistently overhead. A sudden flash of lightning briefly illuminated the clearing. I'm calling Peterson, Erica decided. Once she's back, we need to get moving. Take her to London. Her cover's blown now. That new identity is useless. I'm not even sure what the protocol is here. Good grief, boss. What about that trial? There's no trace of George Mitchell or Igor Kusarov anywhere. And when they ran his photo through the system, it came back blank. This doesn't feel right. It's getting stranger by the minute. Erica nodded, lighting a cigarette. First, we verify her new identity. Then we cross-check every detail she's given us. Just another tangled layer in the Andrea Douglas Brown murder, Moss remarked. Erica examined the phone, fumbling with the controls until Barbara's recorded voice played back softly. We have her statement. It's enough to bring this George Mitchell or Igor in for questioning. We'll need an address from her when she returns. Moss tried calling Peterson, but the signal kept dropping. It's no use, boss. I can't get through. Another rumble of thunder shook the air, followed by a brilliant flash that lit the sky. Forget that, Moss exclaimed. I'm not using a mobile with lightning overhead. Peterson can wait. Fine, calm down, let me try, Erica snapped. She attempted both phones, but neither would connect. The calls wouldn't even go through. A slow, uneasy dread began to settle over her. She's taking an awfully long time, Moss noted. The glow from Erica's phone washed over their faces. Almost in unison, they sprang up and headed in the direction Barbara had gone, ducking under a heavy branch and pushing through a tangle of dead brambles until they reached the open path. Rain began to slash down as they left the cover of the trees. Lightning flashed again, and there ahead stood a tall oak with sprawling limbs. A rope creaked as it swung, and at its end, suspended in a noose, was Barbara. Her body hung motionless, swaying slightly in the wind. The rain intensified into a roaring downpour, drumming on the canopy and churning the muddy track into a pale, blurred stream. Thunder rolled, and in the stark flashes of lightning they could see Barbara clearly, eyes open. The skin of her neck gathered tightly under the rope. Moss tried to climb the tree, but the slick bark and pouring rain made it impossible. "Stop! Come down!" Erica yelled over the storm. "It's too late, she's gone. Go back to Peterson and call for backup. I'll stay here. Are you sure, boss?" Moss shouted back. "Yes, go now," Erica ordered. Moss sprinted off into the trees and Erica was left alone. She paced back and forth in the mud, oblivious to the soaking rain, her mind racing. The deeper they dug into this case, the more convoluted it became. The storm felt directly overhead now. Rain roared and the air crackled with energy. Erica moved to shelter under the tree, placing the thick trunk between herself and the grim scene. Eventually the rain began to ease and the storm drifted away. She was still trying to find a signal when the distant wail of a siren reached her. A patrol car appeared far up the track, its headlights cutting through the gloom as it slowly navigated the waterlogged mud. 2 young officers stepped out, and Erica walked toward them, holding up her badge. Their eyes lifted to Barbora's suspended form. "You haven't disturbed anything? We need to secure this area," one officer stated. Erica's voice was flat. It was suicide. She was with us right before it happened. Hours passed before Erica, Moss and Peterson were permitted to depart. Barbora's status in witness protection had tangled the initial identification process. Darkness had settled by the time their car pointed toward London. During the drive, Erica and Moss relayed the grim details to Peterson. "Let me get this straight," Peterson said, his brow furrowed. "This Igor Kusarov is behind Andrea, those 3 Eastern European women, and Ivy, plus the victim at Barbora's house, the one in the duffel bag. He was arrested, stood trial, and yet he's a ghost in the system." Peterson pressed. "He isn't listed anywhere as George Mitchell," Erica confirmed. As if summoned, Crane's voice crackled over the radio with a static hiss. "Boss, we pulled an address for Igor Kutsarov from Council Tax. Kilburn, 37 years old, Romanian-Russian background. His married wife is Rebecca Kutsarov. They have a 5-year-old son. The house is in her name." "Good grief," Moss muttered. "How long has the marriage lasted?" Erica asked. 10 years, Crane replied. "Employment? He operates a landscape gardening maintenance firm. He's listed as director, but the company is under his wife's name. We're cross-referencing now to see if he had service contracts near where the victims were discovered." A brief silence hung on the line. "Should we pick him up?" Crane finally asked. Erica glanced at the dashboard clock, its green digits showing past 5. Peterson, anticipating her, said, "We're about 2 hours out from London." "No. Hold off on the arrest," Erica ordered. "I want us prepared. Deploy a surveillance team to his house immediately. Stay invisible. Do not let him spot you, but keep him in view at all times." "Understood, boss. We'll be at Lewisham Row in a couple of hours. Until then, I want everything on him. Bank records, emails, corporate holdings, any bankruptcies. Also run a full profile on the wife. I'd stake my pension he's using her name to hide assets. And prioritize unlocking Barbora Kardasova's new protected identity. It should be easier to access now." "We're already on it," Crane said. Then his tone shifted. "Are you lot all right? We heard she did it right in front of you." "We're fine," Erica said, her voice leaving no room for sympathy. "Now get off this channel and focus on Kusarov." Beyond the windows, the world had dissolved into an absolute black. The vast fields and marshes were swallowed by the gloom, no moon or stars to pierce it, only the tunnel of road carved out by their headlights. Erica felt a visceral pull to escape this desolate landscape, to leave behind the memory of that creaking tree. She craved the dense, noisy embrace of the city, where life pressed in and time moved forward. She reached up, flipping open the passenger visor mirror. The small light blinked on, revealing a smudge of dried mud on her cheek. In the reflection, she saw Peterson's eyes watching her from the back seat, his face illuminated in the sudden glow. "It never gets any easier, does it? Seeing someone like that," he said quietly. "No, it never does," Erica replied. She wiped at the mud with a crumpled tissue, then snapped the mirror closed, returning the car's interior to darkness. The rest of the journey passed in a heavy silence, each of them steeling themselves for the long night to come. Erica, Moss and Peterson reached Lewisham Row station just after 7. The relentless rain that had chased them from Norfolk now hammered the parking lot, forcing a sprint to the reception doors. Crane met them there, buzzing them through. Erica felt a surge of grim satisfaction seeing the full team still at their posts, the incident room humming with focused energy, evening everyone. "I assume Crane has filled you in?" she said, shaking water from her coat. A chorus of murmured affirmations and nods answered her. "Good, all right, what have you got for me?" An officer had retrieved a stack of towels from the precinct's basement gym and tossed one to Moss, Peterson and Erica, who accepted them with relief. Crane began his update. We pulled the records. The girl in the sports bag was identified as 17-year-old Nadia Greco. Her case went to trial at Southwark Crown Court. And, Erica prompted, drying her hair, this is where it gets strange, boss. The trial records are flagged as CMP closed material procedures. Erica stopped. Closed procedures? Why would a murder trial involving Igor Kuserov be classified like a national security case? No idea. Like I said, access is severely restricted. The transcripts are heavily redacted, names blacked out, Crane explained. How can we even be sure it's his case? Moss asked. The unclassified portions match our keyword search. The dump site and victim details were left in, Crane clarified. But the trial itself collapsed due to lack of evidence. Any arrest record for an Igor Kuserov or a George Mitchell? Erica pressed. Nothing. A broader search for Kuserov online shows several results scrubbed under data protection laws. If he ever had a record, it's been erased. The database is clean for both aliases. This stinks, Erica muttered, a cold feeling settling in her gut. We're staying on it, boss? What about Barbora Cardozova's true identity? Any progress? The courts are closed until 9 tomorrow morning. Witness protection operates on a separate sealed network. It's a wall. A heavy silence filled the room. Erica moved to the cluster of whiteboards, her eyes tracing the photos. Each victim, the last grainy CCTV still of Andrea boarding the train, the snapshot of her with the man now known as Igor Kuserov. A newer driver's license photo of Kuserov was pinned beside family vacation pictures of the Douglas Browns with Barbora, her hair still long and dark before she vanished into a new life. She turned back to the weary team. I know it's been a marathon, but we need to dig. I'm asking a huge favour. Let's push a few more hours. We go back to square one and comb through every detail of this case. Everything. Dinner and coffee are on me. We must find the link between Andrea Douglas Brown, Igor Kuserov, and these other murders. It might be the smallest thing we've overlooked. You know my rule. No question is too small to ask. Her tone shifted, becoming edged with a dry, almost sarcastic resolve. Now, with this trial being classified, we're wading into some seriously murky water. Don't hold back, especially regarding Sir Simon. He was untouchable before, that ends now. Barbora's statement will be on the intranet. So, who's in? Erica scanned the incident room. One by one, hands went up. Moss shot her a tired grin and raised hers, Peterson following suit. If I weren't such a cynical old bat, I'd hug you all. Thank you. Let's make these hours matter. The room buzzed back to life. Hey, where'd those donuts come from last time? Crane asked, balancing a stack of files. Krispy Kreme. Order whatever you want, Erica said. Where's Marsh? He clocked out early. Weekend off, driving his wife to some artist's retreat in Cornwall, Crane said. Didn't know he was into painting. Erica raised an eyebrow. He's just dropping her off. Sounds like he has plans for a quiet night in. He made it clear he's off duty. Under no circumstances. Of course, we hit a critical moment in the case, and he chooses to vanish on a little getaway. Should I try calling him? Crane offered. No, hold off on reaching Chief Superintendent Marsh, Erica replied, seeing a potential opportunity in his absence. The following morning found Chief Superintendent Marsh in a luxurious hotel room, the specific name forgotten, but he remembered it was somewhere deep in the countryside, with stunning views of Dartmoor. Marcy's head rested on his bare chest, and he was wrapped in that warm, satisfied haze. The scent and feel of his wife's skin was everything. Daylight now filled the room after a night of passionate intimacy, a rarity since the twins had arrived. The jarring ring of the bedside phone shattered the quiet. Marsh glanced at the clock, 9:30. He reached over, lifted the receiver, and simply dropped it back into the cradle. "Did you schedule a wake-up call?" Marcy mumbled. "Absolutely not," he said. You ignoring a call is the biggest turn-on." She purred, kissing him and letting her hand drift lower. The phone screamed to life again. Cursing, Marsh rolled over and yanked the cord straight from the wall socket. He turned back to her with a grin. "I believe you were right about here. he said, guiding her hand. Again, Chief Superintendent, she smiled. Suddenly, a frantic hammering shook their door. Apologies. Hello, it's the front desk, a voice called out. What in the world? Marsh exclaimed, just as Marcy was poised with the last condom from the packet. Tell him to get lost. This is our final one, Marcy insisted. The pounding resumed. Sir, sir, came the tremulous voice of what sounded like a very young desk clerk. I know your instructions were explicit, but there's an Assistant Commissioner Oakley on the line. On your telephone, sir. He stated there would be severe consequences if you don't answer. I'm just repeating his words, sir. Marsh launched himself from the bed, scrambling to plug the phone back in. Where the hell have you been, Marsh? We have a major situation. Oakley barked the moment Marsh answered. My apologies, sir. I had no idea it was you. One of your detectives, that Foster woman, descended on Sir Simon Douglas Brown's home at 5 this morning with an armed unit. She's taken him and his daughter Linda into custody. She's also apprehended Giles Osborne. You cannot be serious. I'm currently in Scotland Marsh on a badly needed holiday, and I have no desire to cut it short. I expect you to fix this immediately. I will, sir. You'd better. I don't appreciate being roused before 9 by a call from the Cabinet Office. Careers are on the line here, Marsh. Handle it. The line went dead. Marsh stood naked, the moment utterly ruined. He snatched up the phone again, demanding to be connected to DCI Foster at once. Marcy pulled the sheets tightly around herself, fighting back tears of frustration. Yet another romantic escape was being sabotaged by the demands of his job. Erica and her team were running on fumes after a nearly sleepless night. They had worked relentlessly into the early hours, synthesizing the new evidence until a breakthrough emerged around 1 a.m. What followed was a whirlwind of strategic planning. By 3, Erica had sent everyone home for a brief rest, ordering them to return at dawn to execute the first stage of her plan. Now, at 11 a.m., Erica sat with Moss, Peterson and Crane in the observation suite at Lewisham Row. 4 monitors were arrayed before them, each displaying a separate police interview room. On the first screen, Linda Douglas Brown paced anxiously. She wore a long, dark skirt and an oversized tea-stained white sweater adorned with a pattern of little black cats. In the observation suite, the monitors displayed 3 separate interview rooms. In room 2, Simon Douglas Brown sat with a rigid posture, his hands resting on the table. He had been roused from sleep by a tactical team, yet he appeared composed in dark trousers and a crisp blue shirt. On the adjacent screen, Giles Osborne presented a stark contrast in room 3, wearing tight green jeans and a garish tropical shirt, his gaze fixed upward. Crane noted he hadn't looked away from the camera for 20 straight minutes. Erica's attention, however, was locked on the 4th screen. Igor Kusurov lounged in his chair, seemingly at ease in athletic wear, his muscular frame evident beneath a white Nike shirt. His eyes, dark and assessing, periodically flicked toward the lens. He's the one who looks utterly unconcerned, Erica remarked. Let's start with him. Leaving Moss and Crane behind, Erica and Peterson entered the corridor, where they were immediately intercepted by Igor's solicitor, a thin man with a carefully trimmed mustache. He began voicing objections about his client's detention, but they moved past him into the interview room. Igor remained slouched, his expression one of bored amusement as he watched Erica take her seat. After the recording equipment activated with a prolonged tone, the formal introductions were made. Erica settled opposite Igor, deliberately organising her notes before meeting his gaze. "All right, Mr. Kusurov. Or do you prefer George Mitchell?"
Call me whatever you like,
he replied, a deep, accented voice carrying a hint of mockery. Then perhaps you can explain the need for 2 identities? Erica pressed. Are you with intelligence services? A spy bound by official secrets? Igor merely grinned and rubbed his chin. No, he said simply. His solicitor interjected, calling the questions ridiculous. On the contrary, they are entirely valid, Erica countered, her tone shifting from procedural to sharply pointed. Were you aware your client was previously tried for murder? The victim was Nadia Greco, whose body was discovered in a sports duffel bag traced to his former girlfriend. His DNA was at the scene, and his girlfriend testified against him, yet the trial ended without a verdict. She slid a photograph across the table, the image stark and unsettling. The solicitor glanced nervously at Igor, who shrugged. "Prove it, that's precisely the issue," Erica continued. "The trial records are now sealed under closed material procedures, a classification used only when national security is at risk. Does that sound like an ordinary case to you, Mr. Stevens?" The solicitor shifted in his seat, visibly flustered, while Igor's smirk remained as if the entire conversation was a mildly entertaining game. Erica concluded, "So you can appreciate how extraordinary this situation is. This level of restriction is typically reserved for matters of national security, not a standard murder trial for a client with no ties to that world." Igor stretched his arms overhead, his neck cracking as he rolled it from side to side. "Perhaps I have a bit of a James Bond look about me," he suggested with a smirk. Peterson's reply was icy. "No, that's not what comes to mind when we look at you. Don't be so grim, friend. Isn't there always talk about casting a black James Bond?" "Your chance might still come," Igor retorted, his tone dripping with false camaraderie. Peterson let the comment hang, then slid a photograph across the table. "Please examine this picture. Do you recognize this young woman?" Steffens interjected immediately. "I am advising my client not to respond." "Very well, then, how about these?" Peterson pushed another set of photos forward. The first showed Igor with Andrea Douglas Brown outside the Horniman Museum. The subsequent images grew increasingly intimate. "This is you with Andrea Douglas Brown. These were taken 4 days before her death. And these? Igor leaned back, his lips pressed into a thin line. Peterson continued, "This is the same Andrea Douglas Brown who was found murdered." "We are all acutely aware of who she is," Stevens snapped. "Are you formally charging my client with her murder?" Erica brushed past the solicitor's question. "You were seen with Andrea mere hours before she died. At the Glue Pot pub in Forest Hill." "I don't have to answer you. I want to leave," Igor stated, rising from his chair. "Sit down," Erica commanded. He remained standing, arms folded defiantly across his chest. "You do have to answer. As I said, you were seen. No, I wasn't seen anywhere, because I wasn't in the country. I was in Romania from December 31st to January 15th. I have travel documents. You can verify the passport stamps." "Would those be the records for you or for George Mitchell?" Erica countered. "You know changing your name isn't a crime," Igor said, his eyes narrowing. "You're Slovak, correct? And you carry a name like Foster." "It's my married name." "Married?" Igor raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "And how did that little experiment work out for you?" Erica shot to her feet, her fists slamming down on the table. "I said sit down." "If you intend to charge my client," Stevens began, but Erica was already striding out of the room. "DCI Foster has exited the interview. I am terminating this interview at 11:12 a.m., Peterson announced formally before following her. Outside, Erica was trembling, her hands clenched. "He's an absolute bastard." "He is," Peterson agreed. "But you can't let him rattle you this early. We're just getting started. Should we go back in?" Erica took a long, steadying breath and shook her head. "No, not yet. I want to take a run at Simon Douglas Brown first." Simon Douglas Brown's solicitor, while as nondescript as Mr. Stevens, wore a significantly more expensive suit. He was adjusting his tie outside the interview room. "We're in here," Erica said, indicating the door. "I must advise that my client will not be answering any questions until he started," but Erica and Peterson moved past him into the room. Simon glared at them from his seat, his face flushed with anger. "Just know this," he seethed. "When I'm finished with you, you'll be directing traffic on the Old Kent Road for the remainder of your pathetic careers." They ignored the threat, taking their seats. Erica went through the recording formalities and opened a file. Simon interrupted before she could begin. "Where is Linda?" Erica didn't acknowledge him. "I have a right to know where my daughter is," he shouted. Peterson answered calmly. "Linda has been arrested and is being held in custody. You keep her out of this. Do you hear me? She's unwell," Simon roared. "Unwell?" Erica asked, her voice deceptively quiet. "She's under immense strain. She's not in a fit state for your interrogation." "And who told you we were planning to interrogate her?" Erica asked, her gaze locking onto his. "When police show up at my door at dawn, decked out in riot gear and carrying firearms, They aren't there for a friendly conversation. I think that much is obvious. I'm telling you now. Your wife is waiting in the lobby, Erica stated. Where is your son, David? He's on a bachelor party trip with friends in Prague. Do you have the address where he's staying? I don't have the specifics. Some pub, hotel, maybe even a hostel. It's a stag weekend. The details aren't exactly my concern. Who is getting married? Peterson inquired. One of his university friends. My assistant handled all the arrangements. I can have her provide the information. We'll take care of that, Peterson replied. Erica sifted through her file for a moment. You operate multiple companies for both business and personal matters. Is that accurate? What kind of question is that? Obviously it's accurate. One is named Millgate Lipidid, correct. Correct. And another called Peckinpah. Yes. Quantum Burbridge, Newton Quarry. The solicitor leaned forward, his voice low. DCI Foster. I fail to see the purpose of reciting this list to my client. He is fully aware of his business holdings. These are all public companies. The information is readily available. Simon sat back, his posture tense with controlled anger. That's true, Erica acknowledged. I simply required confirmation for the recording before proceeding. My apologies for using your client's precious time. So let me continue. Yes. Is that clear enough for your damn tape recorder? I'd like to direct your attention to one of your bank statements from last September. Erica retrieved a page from her folder and placed it on the table. Simon leaned in abruptly. Wait a minute. How did you obtain this? Under whose authorization? Under mine, Erica said calmly. It shows a payment you made to Cosgrove Holdings Limited, the registered company behind Yakka Events, Giles Osborne's enterprise. The amount was £46,000. She pointed to the figure on the statement. Yes, I invested in the company, Simon said, settling back and fixing Erica with a hard stare. She produced another document. I also have a bank statement for Cosgrove Holdings Limited from the same date. It shows your £46,000 being deposited. Where is this leading? The solicitor interjected. Erica raised a hand and continued. But on that very same day, your £46,000 was transferred back out. Simon let out a short, humourless laugh, glancing around the room as if seeking an ally. Peterson's expression remained impassive. Why don't you ask Giles? I'm not involved in the daily operations. I'm a silent partner. You invested £46,000. That's a significant amount for a silent partner, don't you think? Define significant to me. 46,000 isn't an extraordinary sum. I'm sure on a police salary it seems rather more substantial. Erica pressed on. Even so, you and Giles must have discussed what your investment would cover, surely. I trusted Giles, Simon said, his voice tightening. And if you recall, before my daughter was brutally murdered, I was in the process of welcoming Giles into my family as my future son-in-law. For a moment the angry facade slipped, revealing the gut-wrenching grief beneath. Understood. So, as your future son-in-law, did Giles explain why that £46,000 was immediately forwarded to a firm called Mercury Investments Limited? Simon's eyes flicked toward his solicitor. Yes or no? It's a straightforward question, Erica repeated. Did Giles share why the payment was sent to Mercury Investments Limited? No. Are you familiar with a company named Mercury Investments? No. It's registered to a Rebecca Kuserov, the wife of this man, Igor Kuserov. Just as a reminder, we recovered Andrea's second phone containing these images. Erica took the explicit photographs from her folder and spread them on the table in front of Simon. He looked down, then shut his eyes, his body beginning to tremble. The solicitor quickly moved to gather the pictures up. Simmons' voice cut through the tense air of the interview room. I must protest. Showing my client these upsetting images of his recently buried daughter is completely out of line. Erica remained steady. Let's focus on the £46,000. We have reason to believe Igor Kuserov is connected to smuggling young women from Eastern Europe into the UK. He was also previously tried for the murder of Nadia Greco. Was he found guilty? Simon shot back. No, he was not convicted, Erica admitted. But the pattern is concerning. So I'll ask once more. Why did Giles Osborne transfer that money to Igor Kuserov? Simon leaned back, his composure visibly fraying. My client declines to comment. Understood, Erica said. She exchanged a brief glance with Peterson, and they both rose from their chairs. What now? Simon demanded. We're pausing this interview for the moment, Erica stated. Simon checked his watch. What's the time? 12:15, Erica replied, already moving toward the door. I demand to speak with Linda immediately, Simon insisted, but Erica and Peterson were already exiting, leaving his words hanging in the quiet room. Back in the observation suite, Moss watched the monitors. He's starting to lose it in there, she noted. On screen, Simon was mid-rant, angrily complaining about being denied access to his daughter. Peterson shrugged. Maybe they all need to stew for a while. True, but our clock is ticking, Moss reminded him. We only have them for 24 hours. If we can't bring charges, they walk. Moss sighed. If only we could pin Kusarov for the Greco murder. We have no new evidence for that, Erica said firmly. Chasing that now is a waste of time. Our focus has to be the money trail linking Simon and Giles to Kusarov, and Linda is the connection between Andrea and Igor. They turned their attention to the other screens. In one room, Linda had rested her head on the table, her finger idly tracing patterns on the scratched surface. In another, Igor lounged with his legs spread, his head tilted back against the wall. Giles simply sat, looking around the room with a detached, almost bored expression, as if waiting for a service that would never come. Let's take 5, Erica said, grabbing her cigarettes and heading outside for a moment of air. As she stepped onto the front steps, she found Diana Douglas Brown already there, lighting a cigarette at the bottom of the staircase. Clad in a long black fur coat, her hair perfectly styled around a face etched with exhaustion, she looked every bit the grieving, wealthy mother. Erica considered turning back, but Diana spotted her. DCI Foster, what's going on in there? We are conducting our interviews, Erica replied, her tone leaving no room for discussion. She moved to go back inside. Please, Diana called out, her voice cracking, would you give this to Linda? She pulled a small stuffed cat keychain from her coat. It was black with soft brown eyes and a tiny, faded pink felt tongue. She needs something familiar. You have to understand. When Linda was born, there were complications. She was deprived of oxygen. She has emotional difficulties. The world is too much for her. The last sentence was nearly a shout. Erica softened slightly but held her ground. Our duty sergeant can have a doctor here in minutes if needed. Linda is fine. We just need to ask her some questions. Diana broke down, tears streaming as she bowed her head, her hair falling forward. She clutched the tiny stuffed cat to her face, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Erica, feeling a familiar pang of sympathy she couldn't afford, turned and went back inside. In the incident room, Crane met her with an update. It checks out. I have the passenger manifest. Igor Kusarov flew out of London Luton Airport to Romania on December 31st. He returned on January 15th. Damn it, Erica muttered, drawing the attention of the room. A thought struck her, sharp and urgent. What if he committed the crime during that window? Do we have CCTV footage of him actually passing through the departure gate? The boss took the file from Crane. This is from Passport and Immigration, I see. But we have documents here from the Crown Prosecution Service and court archives that have been tampered with. They indicate Igor Kusarov received preferential treatment in a past trial. Someone has accessed and modified official records. Is it possible he left the country and then returned? Could he have travelled by bus, car or coach, gone back and then? Crane ran a hand through his hair. It's possible, boss. I suppose it could work. Let's move past speculation and get answers. I need images from passport control and any CCTV footage from his arrival in Romania. I need a digital trail proving Igor Kusarov departed the country on December 31st and re-entered on January 15th. Understood, boss. And keep in mind, our time is limited, Erica said, glancing at her watch. We have 19 hours left. Stepping into the corridor, Erica met Peterson and Moss. She updated them on the possibility that Kusarov was abroad when Andrea disappeared. So he might not be responsible for Andrea or Ivy, Moss concluded. We can't directly connect him to their murders. Erica shook her head, a wave of frustration hitting her. What about the other victims? Tatiana Ivanova, Mirka Bratova, and Karolina Todorova. We have the dates their bodies were found. We need to verify his whereabouts for those periods. The forensic links for the first 3 are tenuous at best, and the timelines for their disappearances are vague, Peterson noted. Plus, you publicly connected those 3 murders to Andrea and Ivy's case. You still believe they're linked, don't you? Of course I do, Erica said, rubbing her temples. Unless we're dealing with a copycat. Good grief, this is a tangled mess. She noticed a silent exchange between Moss and Peterson. What is it? Just say it. Simon Douglas Brown's lawyer is making a serious fuss, Moss explained. He's been trying to call the assistant commissioner directly. He's trying to reach Oakley, Erica asked. Yes. And he didn't go through the switchboard. He has Oakley's direct line. Did he get through? Not yet. Oakley is apparently on a short vacation. A mini break. Marsh is off on a painting holiday, wining and dining his wife. Who exactly is running this place? Erica's tone shifted from weary to sharply sarcastic. Well, boss, Peterson said carefully. Technically, at this moment you are... Right, good point, Erica said, her determination snapping back into place. Okay then. Let's go and have a chat with Giles Osborne. Giles Osborne waited in the interview room, his expression sour. Erica and Peterson entered, followed by Osborne's solicitor, Philip Saunders, another impeccably dressed, nondescript man in a grey suit. After the formalities were recorded, Erica began her line of questioning, focusing on the £46,000 received from Simon Douglas Brown and its subsequent transfer to Igor Kusarov's Mercury investments. Giles leaned toward his solicitor, whispering closely. My client would require full access to his financial records to address that inquiry, the solicitor stated. Here are the bank statements, Erica said, sliding them across the table. You can clearly see the funds entering one account and exiting to the other. How much more appraisal do you need? Mercury Investments is a landscape gardening firm. Yaka Events doesn't exactly have extensive grounds. Giles tapped his lips thoughtfully, drawing out the silence. Finally he spoke. I believe the funds were allocated to procure a rare tree from New Zealand. A tree? Peterson asked, incredulous. Yes, a tree. I wanted it as a centrepiece for my courtyard. I forget the species name, Giles said smoothly. I can, in due time, provide an invoice with verification. You're aware Mr. Kusarov operates a landscaping business. We are, Erica confirmed. Then the mystery is solved. That is the reason for the transfer. He trims hedges and mows lawns, albeit on a commercial scale, Erica countered. And Simon Douglas Brown was unaware of this transaction, Peterson added. Why would he be? He was a silent partner. Our agreement was for him to purchase a specific share percentage, granting him part ownership of Yaka Events. I believe he now holds precisely 13.8%. Giles offered a thin, sarcastic smile. As you can see, I can't exactly pull up those details right now. You hauled me out of bed at dawn and took all my things. Erica pressed on, ignoring his tone. How did you first meet Igor Kusarov? Through Andrea, he replied. And were you aware that Andrea was involved in a sexual relationship with Kusarov at that time? Not then, no. You've since shown me the pictures, obviously. Do you know how Andrea met him? Giles hesitated, his brow furrowing. I believe she mentioned a friend. Barbora? Something like that. Barbora Kardasova? Yes, that sounds right. And were you aware that Barbora Kardasova was also involved with Igor Kusarov? Giles looked genuinely confused, shaking his head. His solicitor cut in sharply. My client has addressed the questions regarding the investment. I don't see the relevance of probing into the personal relationships of his fiancée's acquaintance. Erica and Peterson held Giles's gaze for a long moment.
We're done for now,
Erica stated flatly. The solicitor leaned forward. Is my client free to leave? I didn't say that, Erica replied. As she and Peterson stood, the solicitor demanded, What happens now? We'll be back, Erica said, her voice leaving no room for argument. They left the room and returned to the observation suite. Bloody hell, Erica muttered, turning to Moss and Peterson. Moss, who had watched the entire exchange on screen, asked, Do you think that story about the rare tree will hold up in court, if it even gets that far? Peterson sighed, rubbing his temples. We saw his office. It's full of over-the-top pretentious decor, The story fits his personality annoyingly enough. But where is the actual tree? Erica countered. The money changed hands over a year ago. You don't just order a £46,000 sapling and forget about it. Moss added darkly. Maybe they're waiting for it to grow. You know, patience is a virtue. A knock at the door interrupted them. It was Wolf. Boss, it's Marsh on the line. He's demanding to speak with you. He's in his car driving back to London. Did he say where he is now? Erica asked. Still in Devon, Wolf replied. Tell him you can't locate me, Erica instructed. Wolf shifted uncomfortably. Boss, he knows we're conducting interviews. Use your initiative, Wolf. Invent something. I'll deal with the fallout later. Just buy us more time. Yes, boss, Wolf said, departing. They turned their attention back to the monitors. Let's hear what Igor has to say about all this, Erica said, a new edge in her voice, and then we'll bring Linda into the mix. In the adjacent interview room, Igor Kusarov lounged in his chair, stretching his arms above his head. Erica noted the yellowing sweat stains under his arms. The room was beginning to smell of stale perspiration and tension. He wanted me to source a special tree for his office, Igor said with a dismissive wave. And you can arrange that as a landscape gardener? Erica asked. This is London. People want bizarre things for their gardens with the internet. Anything is possible. Why is the company registered in your wife's name? It just is, he shrugged. Peterson, already knowing the answer, asked, Who introduced you to Giles? Igor grinned. Andrea, of course. And does your wife know about Andrea? Erica followed up. What do you think? Igor retorted, his grin turning smug. Did she know about your relationship with Barbara Kardasova? Igor's posture stiffened. My wife is a good woman. What does that mean? Erica's tone shifted from serious to a sharp, sarcastic bite. That she knows when to stay quiet? To look the other way? Or does she know you're involved in trafficking young Eastern European girls into London? That you meet them at Victoria Coach Station? Igor's solicitor immediately interjected. My client does not have to answer these baseless accusations. This is pure speculation with no evidence. We have a recorded interview with Barbara Kardasova where she details all of this, Erica stated, her eyes locked on Igor. She also stated that you murdered Nadia Greco. And where is this witness now? The solicitor asked coolly. She took her own life shortly after giving her statement, Erica said, watching for a reaction from Igor. She was so terrified of the consequences of telling the truth about you that she chose death. The solicitor scoffed. A suicidal individual does not constitute a credible witness. That was not a sworn deposition. Igor settled back, his earlier confidence fully restored, looking utterly pleased with himself. His solicitor continued, While you have been occupied with these interviews, I reviewed the relevant case documents. What you're presenting is merely an allegation. Significant portions of the trial documentation have been legally sealed. In the eyes of the court, those sections are not present. You must understand that you will need to formally charge my client very shortly. The clock is moving, Detective Foster. It's Detective Chief Inspector Foster, Erica corrected, struggling to keep the irritation from her voice. She announced the interview was suspended, stated the time for the recording, and exited with Peterson. As Erica, Moss, and Peterson prepared to enter the third interview room to speak with Linda, her solicitor pointed out that their client was legally entitled to a meal break. An hour passed, and the late afternoon light was fading, the day slipping through their fingers. Linda, do you understand the reason for your arrest? Erica began. Linda leaned back, composed and detached. You believe I possess information? You think I was acquainted with whoever killed Andrea? Perhaps you suspect I killed Andrea myself, or maybe you fancy I shot JR? Or perhaps the president? This is not a joke, Linda. This is Igor Kutsarov, who also operated under the alias George Mitchell. Andrea was engaged in a sexual relationship with him both before and during her time with Giles, stated Erica, sliding his photograph across the table. Linda's gaze swept over the images, her expression unreadable even on the explicit ones. We have confirmed he is the photographer of this picture of you and Andrea, Erica added. You can't possibly know that, Linda retorted, her eyes flicking between the detectives. How could you? Because Igor Kusarov is currently in custody in the adjoining room, under suspicion for the murders of Andrea, Tatiana Ivanova, Mirka Bratova, Karolina Todorova, and Ivy Norris, Erica said. Linda's composure cracked into defiance. You're lying. I don't converse with liars. Do I have to entertain these lies? She asked, turning to her solicitor. The solicitor interjected. Do you possess evidence linking this photograph of my client to the individual you've named? Erica bypassed his question. Do you recall a young woman named Barbora? She was a friend of Andrea's. Yes. She joined your family for several summer vacations? She was pleasant, perhaps excessively so, and rather needy. Still too decent for Andrea and, predictably, Andrea drove her off. How did she manage that? Oh, the classic routine initially. Andrea thought Barbora was absolutely marvellous. Then her enthusiasm waned, and she made the girl feel like an unwelcome charity case. On the final holiday she spent with us, Barbora had become terribly thin, almost skeletal. Andrea considered it the pinnacle of chic. That was likely the final straw that exiled the poor girl. Did Andrea ever say where Barbora went? She simply said she moved away. Why? Linda asked, her eyes narrowing. Erica detailed Barbora's connection to Igor, revealing she had been sexually involved with him concurrently with Andrea. I must remind you that such details are subject to legal redaction, the solicitor stated. The facts that Barbora was in a sexual relationship with Igor Kusarov, that she entered witness protection, and that she later took her own life are not redacted, Erica countered. She observed Linda begin to tremble, tears welling and spilling down her cheeks. How did she do it? Linda whispered. She hanged herself. She was utterly terrified. Do you see now why it is critical we uncover the full truth about Igor Kusarov? His connection to Andrea is direct. Linda wiped her face. I met him a few times, at a club in Kensington and a pub in Chiswick. As I've told you, Andrea attracted male attention effortlessly. She was always leading them on. Andrea treated men like disposable items, useful for a brief period, then discarded without a second thought. A heavy silence filled the room, the solicitor unable to mask his discomfort. Erica opened a file, retrieved the note she had received and set it before Linda. What can you tell me about this? Erica asked, studying Linda's reaction. It's the same note you showed me previously when you visited the flower shop. Linda looked up, a new realization dawning. It was sent to you? Yes, you can see this isn't just aimed at me. It mocks the police over Andrea's death. And the others. Linda's voice was frosty. Why are you showing this to me? Linda, we've reviewed your history, Erica replied. Sending threatening mail seems to be a pattern for you. Letters to Giles Osborne, to others, teachers, a doctor, even some of Andrea's friends. You sent letters to Barbora too. She mentioned it during her interview, which we have recorded. DCI Foster. This remains entirely circumstantial, the solicitor interjected. You're making a clumsy effort to draw connections and bait my client into speaking. She will not. She can speak, or her silence can condemn her just the same, Erica countered. Linda, it's you, your father, Giles, Barbora, Igor, all of you are linked. We have your laptop and its hard drive is being examined. Computers from your father and Giles have been seized. It's only a matter of time before everything clicks into place. Talk to me, Linda. I can help you. No, I won't, Linda stated, leaning back in her chair. She plucked a piece of lint from her sweater, then coolly met the officer's gazes, her composure fully restored. Erica struggled to conceal her irritation. Do you like cats? Peterson asked, shifting tactics. Oh my, are we that desperate? Linda smiled, a teasing glint in her eye. She turned to her solicitor. Mr. Lloyd, should I answer that? I'd hate to find myself implicated in a feline controversy as well. The solicitor sighed and gave a curt nod. Yes, Detective Inspector, I like cats. Do you own one? Not at present, she replied tersely. Are there any further pertinent questions? Mr. Lloyd inquired. No, that's all for now, Erica said, working to salvage the situation. As they stepped out into the corridor, Wolfe was waiting. What is it? Erica snapped. It's Superintendent Marsh. Not now. I'll call him back. He's here in his office, and he's demanding to see you immediately. Marsh was pacing before the window when Erica knocked and entered his office. He halted and fixed her with a stare. He wore crisp white chinos, an open-collared shirt, and a stylish flat cap perched on his head. Despite the tension, Erica nearly smiled. Going for the David Beckham aesthetic, sir? Or is that your artistic ensemble? Sit down, he ordered, pulling off the cap and tossing it onto the cluttered papers on his desk. Have you lost your mind, DCI Foster? Do you have any idea the political firestorm you've ignited by arresting the Douglas Browns? My phone has been ringing off the hook with calls from the Cabinet Office. He looked exhausted, utterly drained by the ordeal. Sir, if you'll just let me explain. No, I'm ordering you to release Sir Simon, Linda, Giles Osborne and Igor Kuserov from custody. Do you understand? You've exposed an individual in the witness protection program. You've been openly discussing details of a trial marked for closed material proceedings. Sir, Barbora Kardazova took her own life, which means she is no longer in witness protection, Erica argued. She detailed the financial transfers between Simon, Giles and Igor and Barbora's statement, linking Igor to trafficking women from Eastern Europe, carefully omitting the uncertainty about his whereabouts during Andrea's murder. You have to admit, sir, even as a series of coincidences, this reeks. Marsh had listened closely. Now he breathed heavily, resuming his pacing. She could almost see the gears turning in his mind. What time is it? He asked. It's nearly 5 o'clock, Erica answered. And when does their 24-hour custody period expire? 9 tomorrow morning. Have they been given their evening meal break? Not yet, right. And they are entitled to 8 hours of uninterrupted rest. I know the procedure, sir. I need more time. Will you consider an extension? Grant me another 12 hours. I can't authorize it, but you can. I'm waiting on forensics from Simon's and Linda's laptops, and we're still combing through bank statements. No, I can't approve an extension. Marsh came and sat down. He let out a long, weary breath, the frustration momentarily giving way to something resembling paternal concern. Look, Erica, you are an exceptional officer. Sir, you always say that right before you tell me to stand down. Marsh paused, his expression softening. I say it because it's the truth. I can see exactly where this is headed. You're taking on some very powerful individuals, and frankly, the deck is stacked against you. Feels a bit like a dystopian thriller. I mean it, Erica. Let your suspects go, and I will personally do everything in my power to shield you from the fallout. Shield me, Erica replied, her voice thick with disbelief. Are you really that naive about how the system operates? The people at the top always come out on top. We've witnessed it time and again. You don't have the proof you need. Just walk away. Save yourself. There are moments when you have to accept that you can't win. No, I can't do that, sir. It's unacceptable. 5 women are dead. 5. What gives anyone, establishment or not, the right to bury the truth for profit, to protect their comfortable, privileged lives? You understand the potential cost, don't you? You could lose your job, your standing, everything. Sir, I've already lost nearly everything that mattered. Mark, the life and friends I had up north, a real home. The only thing I have left to cling to is my sense of right and wrong, and the slim chance that by 9 tomorrow morning I can still find justice for these women. Marsh held her gaze. The earlier tension had evaporated, leaving only the cluttered desk between them, yet it felt like they were standing on opposite cliffs of a deep ravine. Erica was on the side that was crumbling. All right, you have until 9 a.m. to build your case. And you will face the repercussions, Marsh stated. Thank you, sir. Erica rose and exited his office, the profound regret in his expression lingering with her. The interrogation of the suspects pressed on into the evening, but as night fell, so did the momentum of the case. Igor, Simon, Giles and Linda, sensing the weakness in the evidence, grew bold and evasive, their lawyers expressing outright shock when Erica declared they would be held overnight. Nearing midnight, only Crane remained with her in the incident room. Anything else I can do, boss? Crane asked, appearing beside her. We're still waiting on the airport security footage for Igor Kuserov. Nothing's likely to come through for several hours. Erica was poring over the case details from Andrea's abduction onward, her eyes struggling to focus on the glowing screen. No, go home and get some sleep, she said. You should do the same. Are you heading back to your apartment? No, the department put me up in a hotel for now. Until I find a proper place. Which one? The Park Hill crane let out a low whistle. Nice spot. Had my grandmother's 90th birthday there. They've got a great golf course night. See you first thing, Erica said as he departed. It was past midnight when she reached the hotel. Stepping into the tastefully decorated room, she felt a world away from the investigation, but the distance brought no peace. She awoke at 4:30, sheets soaked with sweat from the recurring nightmare. The echo of gunfire, Mark falling. She squeezed her eyes shut, the horrific final image seared into her mind. The room was stifling. She left the bed and went to the window, feeling the radiator blasting heat below. Her sixth-floor view looked out over the dark expanse of the golf course toward the dense rows of houses leading toward Lewisham. Only a few lights shone in the pre-dawn darkness. The window opened a mere 2 inches, restrained by a safety latch. "I just need some cold air," she muttered to the empty room. "I'm not jumping." After dressing, she went down to the vast, quiet lobby, deserted except for a tired-looking receptionist who glanced up from his card game and nodded. The bite of the freezing night air was a relief as she stepped outside. A line of benches sat along the front of the building. She took the first one, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, watching the smoke vanish into the black sky. She shivered, physically trying to shake off the dream, and forced her mind back to the investigation. A sudden, sharp memory intruded, a fragment of conversation with Mark about a camping trip, where everything went wrong, a shared laugh in the face of disaster. The bittersweet ache of it steeled her resolve. This might be the case that slipped through her fingers, but she wouldn't let it go without a fight. Every detective carried the ghost of a case they couldn't crack. She tapped her cigarette, scattering ash on the path, and a low meow sounded as a sleek black cat emerged from beneath the bench to wind around her ankles. "Hey there," she murmured, bending to scratch behind its ears. The animal rumbled with pleasure before sauntering over to a pair of small dishes tucked under a bay window. It took a few laps of water, then nudged the adjacent empty bowl with its nose. That simple act brought Linda Douglas Brown sharply into focus. Linda, the woman obsessed with cats. So many threads seemed to lead back to her. She was supposed to meet Andrea at the movies that night, but never showed. Instead, she'd sat through the film with David. They had that fact, but everything after was a void. Linda and her fixation. What did they really know about her? A perpetual victim? Her own family clearly kept their distance. She was resentful, jealous. She certainly had motive to kill Andrea, but what about the others? The sex workers connected to Igor. Linda knew Igor. She'd met him. What if she also knew he'd murdered those 3 women? Could she have seen a chance to disguise Andrea's death as a copycat crime? Copycat, Linda the cat lady. The irony circled in her mind, and yet Linda didn't own a cat. Peterson had asked her directly in the interview if she had one. Her reply was odd, not right now, and a peculiar expression had flickered across her face. Erica had missed it then, but now it screamed at her. She hurried back to her room, threw on her clothes, and passed the indifferent night clerk for a second time before driving to Lewisham Row station. It was just past 5. The unfamiliar desk sergeant handed over the keys to the Douglas Brown house without question. The roads were nearly empty as she drove toward Chiswick. Office towers stood dark and silent as she wound through Elephant and Castle, crossed the Thames at Blackfriars Bridge, and followed the river along the embankment. A low haze clung to the water, shifting to a pale blue as dawn began to bleed into the sky. She tried calling Moss but got voicemail. "It's Erica. Nearly 5:30. I'm heading to the Douglas Brown place. Something's off with Linda. I need to see her bedroom. If I'm not back by 7, interview her again. Have Peterson take the lead. She seems to like him. Get her talking about cats. I know it sounds unhinged, but there's something there. She's obsessed, but she doesn't have a cat." Her phone emitted 3 sharp beeps and died. "Damn it," she shouted, staring at the black screen. She hadn't been at the hotel long enough to get a proper charge. Turning onto Chiswick High Road, she stuffed the dead phone in her pocket, parked on a side street, and realised she'd have to be fast and take the tube back to have any shot at beating the 24-hour clock. The Douglas Brown house commanded the end of the cul-de-sac like a perfect pale block of butter. Mist hung in the air, and the streetlights winked out as she approached. The front gate swung open without a sound. The blank eyes of the bay windows watched her. She pressed the doorbell, hearing its chime echo inside. After a moment's wait, she began testing keys in the lock. The third one turned smoothly. She listened, then stepped inside, closing the door behind her. She moved through the hallway past the grandfather clock, with its steady pendulum swing, and into the vast kitchen of steel and granite. Everything was still and spotless. Copper pots hung above a large black island, and a wall of glass looked out onto the meticulously trimmed garden. A blackbird settled on the manicured lawn, only to startle and take wing as Erica's shadow passed the window. She emerged and ascended the grand staircase to the second floor, passing a series of tastefully decorated guest rooms and a marble-tiled bathroom. At the far end of the hallway, tucked into the quiet rear of the house, she found Linda's door. It was shut, bearing a small placard that read, "Welcome to Linda's bedroom. Please knock before entering." Beneath it, nearly scratched out by frantic pen marks, was an added line, "'Cause I might not be wearing any knickers." A faint smile touched Erica's lips. That had David written all over it. Little brothers never missed a chance to tease. She turned the knob and stepped inside. Back at the station, Moss entered the incident room just as Peterson arrived with a tray of steaming coffees. "Heard from the boss," Moss announced, watching Peterson hand out cups to the groggy coat-shedding officers. "We're to bring Linda in first for questioning. Is her solicitor here yet?" Peterson asked, passing a mug to a yawning constable. Saw him in reception. He didn't look thrilled about the early call. Moss replied. P.C. Singh approached and reached for the last remaining coffee. "This should all wrap up by 9, right?" "Sorry, that one's mine," Moss said sharply, pulling the cup closer. "Try the machine." Singh walked off, looking chastised. "That was a bit harsh," Peterson murmured. "She made it sound like we're just counting down the clock until 9. Like this is some procedural box-ticking exercise." "Isn't it?" Peterson asked, shifting his weight awkwardly. "No," Moss stated, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Now listen up. The boss has a new angle she wants us to pursue." Linda's room felt cramped and dim. A sash window with a plush cushion seat offered a view of the garden, where Erica could still see a few stubborn, grimy patches of snow spotting the lawn. Beside the window stood a heavy, dark wardrobe that groaned in protest as she opened it. Inside, a row of sombre, full skirts hung beside a stack of meticulously pressed white blouses, some adorned with delicate lace collars. The rest of the space was dominated by an extensive collection of thick, chunky cat-themed sweaters. The wardrobe floor was a chaotic pile: practical court shoes, sensible sandals, a pair of powder blue sneakers, dusty ice skates, and a forgotten pink Thighmaster. A single bed with a dark wood frame was nestled in the corner against the back wall. Above its curved headboard hung a substantial metal crucifix. Lined up with military precision on the neatly made patchwork quilt was a procession of toy cats, arranged by height. Their wide, Disney-fied eyes held a tragically hopeful gleam against the room's pervasive melancholy. Erica took a moment, struck by the thought that Linda had taken the time to make her bed and arrange these guardians before being escorted to a police car. The bedside table held a small lamp in the Tiffany style, a curved plastic case containing a clear bite guard, and a framed photograph from a few years prior. It showed Linda on a garden swing, a gorgeous black cat with white paws curled contentedly in her lap. Erica picked up the frame, turned it over, and carefully unhooked the backing. On the reverse of the photo, in neat handwriting, was inscribed, "My darling boy, Boots, and me." She kept the photo in hand as she continued her survey. Against the wall at the foot of the bed sat an old-fashioned secretary desk of matching dark wood, its cubbyholes stuffed with pens and a frilly stationery set. A conspicuous clean square in the layer of dust marked where the police had taken Linda's laptop. A dressing table positioned between the window and the desk held only the basics: a minimal assortment of makeup, a large tub of E45 cream, and a bag of cotton balls. A hairbrush lay on its side, a few strands of Linda's mousy hair catching the weak light. Finally, beside the door, a tall bookcase was crammed with paperback novels by Jackie Collins and Judith Krantz, alongside dozens of historical romances, their spines softened by frequent reading. The collection held a few snapshots from family trips to Croatia, Portugal and Slovakia. Most featured Linda and Andrea posing with various friendly stray cats. One photo showed Linda at the bottom of a climbing route, standing beside a tall, sun-bronzed man with tousled blonde hair. She was decked out in a harness and a bright red helmet, her grin so wide the strap dug into her glowing cheek. The back of the picture was blank. Near the door, a large corkboard displayed a chaotic collage of images, all centered on Boots, a stunning black cat with distinctive white feet. In one, Linda balanced on a bicycle, Boots nestled on a blanket in the wicker basket. Another captured her on a garden swing. The cat curled in her lap. A third showed Andrea and Linda sharing a kitchen breakfast. Boots sprawled dramatically across the countertop. A piece of toast clutched in his white paws as the two women laughed heartily. There was even a picture on Simon's desk of Boots lounging across a stack of important papers, a moment of work disruption he had good-naturedly allowed Linda to photograph. As Erica carefully unpinned the pictures, she noticed something odd. In several of the overlapping photos, a figure had been deliberately cut out or the edge crudely trimmed away. Studying the images of family gatherings more closely, Erica finally understood who was missing. Linda appeared exhausted when Peterson walked into the interview room. Her hair was a mess, and the night in a cell clearly hadn't offered much rest. Her solicitor finished cleaning his glasses and settled them back on his nose. "Brought you a coffee, Linda," Peterson said, taking the seat across from her and sliding a paper cup her way. The solicitor glanced at Peterson's own cup, his expression souring at being left out. Peterson held his cup up to the light with a sigh.
"They never get it right," I said. "Peterson."
"They wrote Peterson." Linda stared at him for a beat, then pulled her cup closer to check the side. "They spelled mine correctly," she noted flatly. She rotated the cup and a sudden, genuine smile broke through her weariness. "Oh, they drew a little cat. Look at that." She turned the cup to show him. "Thought you'd appreciate it," Peterson said with a grin. Linda's eyes sharpened. "I see what you're doing," she stated, leaning back and pushing the cup away. "I'm not that easily charmed." "I never assumed you were," Peterson replied. He stated his name and the time for the recording, and the tape began to roll. "Linda, you told us yesterday you didn't have a cat." "I don't. Not anymore," she said, taking a wary sip of coffee. "But you did have one?" "Yes," she whispered. "His name was Boots." "Boots?" "He was a black cat, but with 4 white paws. Like he was wearing little boots." As the minutes passed, Linda grew more lively, recounting stories about Boots. She was in the middle of describing how he would burrow under the duvet to sleep, his head sharing her pillow, when her solicitor cut in. "Detective Inspector, really? What does this have to do with your investigation?" "I'm discussing my cat, thank you." Linda fired back, her tone icy. "You're working for me, Miss Douglas Brown."
"Exactly. And I'm talking about my damn cat, all right?"
"Very well," the solicitor conceded, retreating. Linda turned her focus back to Peterson, her voice passionate. "I'm tired of people who think cats are just animals you own. They're not. They're incredibly intelligent, beautiful souls." In the observation room, Moss and Crane watched the feed. "Keep her talking about the cat," Moss murmured into her microphone, her voice soft in Peterson's earpiece. "Did Boots have a middle name?" Peterson asked, seamlessly picking up the thread. "My family dog was Barnaby Clive?" "No, just Boots Douglas Brown." "That was plenty. I always wished I had a middle name myself. Linda is so plain." "I don't know, I think Linda's a nice name," Peterson offered, "but Boots is definitely more unique." He let a moment of silence hang before gently asking, "What happened to Boots?" Peterson leaned forward, his voice softening. "I'm guessing Boots isn't around anymore?" he asked. Linda's knuckles whitened as she gripped the desk. "Boots was a he. And no, he's not. Does talking about his death upset you?" Peterson pressed gently. "Of course it does. He died." Linda's shout echoed in the small room before a heavy silence fell. In his earpiece, Moss's voice was a low murmur. "Keep going, Peterson. We're getting somewhere." Meanwhile, the Douglas Brown house stood quiet, its halls thick with unspoken truths. Erica hadn't realized how much time had slipped away in Linda's bedroom, surrounded by framed smiles that only deepened the sense of loss. She moved slowly down the corridor, the photos of the ginger cats still in her hand, peering into each open doorway. She passed vacant guest rooms, a spacious bathroom, and a linen closet overflowing with towels. 2 large windows offered a dismal view of the neighbouring house's blank brick wall. At the far end of the hallway, as far from Linda's room as possible, she found David's door ajar. His room was a stark contrast, modern, airy, dominated by a large metal-framed bed. A framed Che Guevara poster hung beside a Pirelli calendar, the January model smiling coyly. The scent of pricey cologne lingered. On a wide desk, a silver MacBook sat open, an iPod docked beside it in a speaker set. Above, a rack displayed 6 pairs of skull-candy headphones in neon colours. Spotting a phone charger behind the desk, Erica plugged in her own dead iPhone, watching as the screen flickered to life. She touched the laptop's trackpad, but a password prompt appeared. The walls were decorated with dramatic black and white prints of London landmarks: Battersea Power Station, the National Theatre, Billingsgate Fish Market. Shelves were crammed with architecture books, from flimsy paperbacks to massive glossy volumes. One bright blue spine caught her eye. Swimming London, 50 greatest swimming spots. As she flipped through pages showcasing pools and lidos, a cold, familiar dread began to coil in her stomach back at Lewisham Row. Moss and Crane watched the interview feed. Peterson was patiently listening to Linda reminisce about her cat when a knock interrupted. Wolfe appeared, handing Moss a sheet of paper. Just came for DCI Foster. It's from Linda Douglas Brown's private doctor on Harley Street. Says she's mentally unfit for police questioning. Good grief, what is this? Crane muttered. Who delivered it? Moss asked sharply. Diana Douglas Brown. She's here with another lawyer, Wolfe said. You need to stop the interview. They claim she knows nothing, yet this magically appears before 7 in the morning. Moss shook her head. I've got your back, but this smells of high-level interference. We're dancing near the edge here, Crane warned. Just a few more minutes, Wolfe. Come back in 10, Moss insisted. After Wolfe left, she spoke into the microphone. Push harder, Peterson. In the interview room, Peterson's tone shifted. How did Boots die, Linda? Her lip trembled as she clutched her coffee cup, tracing the tiny cartoon cat printed on its side. That's private. Was your family devastated when he passed? Yes. Andrea and David were quite young then, right? Obviously they were younger. Andrea was heartbroken, but David... Linda's voice trailed off, her gaze dropping to the table as if searching for an answer in the grainy wood. Linda's expression darkened, her teeth sinking into her lower lip. What about David? Peterson pressed. Nothing. He was upset as well, Linda replied, her tone devoid of emotion. You don't seem very sure. Was David truly upset, Linda, or not? Her breathing became rapid and shallow, a near hyperventilation. He was upset, too, she forced out, her gaze fixed on the floor, eyes wide. David was upset, Peterson continued. I just told you he was completely upset, Linda screamed. Her solicitor began. I believe this is becoming, but Peterson spoke over him. David's away at a bachelor party, correct, Linda? Yes. I was surprised by how difficult it was to see him leave, she admitted. She stopped, a frown creasing her forehead. It's only for a couple of days, isn't it? Peterson asked. Tears were now streaming down Linda's face. It's all right. He'll return, Linda. David is coming home, Peterson said softly. Linda's knuckles were white where she gripped the desk, her face flushed, her mouth twisted. Her solicitor tried again. My client is... I don't want him back, Linda spat, the words a venomous hiss. Linda, why don't you want David to come home? It's okay, you can tell me, Peterson urged, the air in the small room feeling charged and electric. Far away, Linda muttered, her voice low and ominous. I want him gone, far away. Gone. Gone! Why, Linda, tell me why you want him gone. Because he murdered my cat, she suddenly shrieked, the dam breaking. He killed Boots. He killed Boots. Nobody believed me. They all thought I was inventing it. But he murdered my kitten. He killed Giles's cat too and made it seem like I did it. That monster. David killed your cat? Peterson confirmed. Yes. How did he do it? Peterson asked. Linda's face was now a deep shade of purple, her hands gripping the desk as if trying to shake it loose from its bolts. The words tumbled out in a torrent. He choked him. He strangled him. Just like. Linda bit her lip with such force a bead of blood welled up. Like who, Linda? Like those women, she finished. The words a pained and ragged whisper. Erika's hands trembled as she opened the book in David's bedroom. Flipping through the pages, her heartbeat accelerated. She saw sections for the Serpentine Lido, Brockwell Lido, Hampstead Heath Ponds, all the crime scenes except for the Horniman Museum. Around the photos and text, notes were scrawled in a frantic, chaotic hand. Some pages were completely covered in writing, detailing entrances and exits, CCTV camera placements, operating hours and ideal spots to park and hide a vehicle nearby. Then Erika turned to a double-page map at the back. Every location was marked and circled, a perfect match for the map hanging in the incident room. The book fell from her hands with a heavy thud. She moved to the desk where her phone, now powered on, was charging. She picked it up, scrolling frantically for Moss or Crane's direct line at Lewisham Row. Then she felt a shift in the air. A presence and a shadow fell over her. A hand clamped over hers, wrenching the phone from her grip. Chief Superintendent Marsh had entered the observation room just as Linda shattered, naming David as the killer. He watched alongside Moss and Crane in a stunned silence as Linda unravelled. She was a tempest of rage, tearing at her hair, her face crimson, spittle flying from her lips. David killed Boots right in front of me. He strangled her. No one believed me when I said he did it. No one. They all thought I was a liar, that I was the one. You mentioned David killed girls. Which girls? Peterson asked. Girls, the kind you pay for. He spent a fortune on those girls. What do you mean, spent a fortune? Money, you idiot, Linda roared. And not even his own money. Oh no, his father paid it off. His father paid it all, but he wouldn't buy me a new cat. Because they said I lied about David killing her. They believe him over me, a damned murderer. Am I really worth less than a murderer, am I? Dad was thrilled to drop thousands. Thousands. Linda's voice cracked. Why did he need to spend that much, Linda? Who received all that money? Peterson pressed. To Igor, Andrea's disgusting lover. For the girls? She spat. And your father paid him off? Peterson asked. He handed Giles the cash to make it happen. He even gave David money to disappear abroad, all that cash, and he refused to buy me a simple kitten. Linda threw her head back and slammed it violently against the table. Once, then again. Stop, stop, Peterson shouted. The solicitor had shrunk into the corner. Peterson hit the wall, triggering a blaring panic alarm throughout the station. He turned to the camera. I need assistance in here, immediately. Where's DCI Foster? Marsh demanded in the observation room. Moss went pale. Oh no, she went to the Douglas Brown residence. Erika whirled around to find David standing opposite her in his bedroom, wearing a green sweater, a dark vest and jeans. He plucked the SIM card from her phone and snapped it in two. Dropping the handset, he crushed it under his boot heel with a sickening crack. Erika studied his face. The charming youthful mask was gone. His nostrils flared, his eyes burned with a malice she now recognized. How foolish she had been. I thought you were away, David, Erika managed. I will be a stag weekend, he said coolly. Erika glanced at the book splayed open on the carpet, its pages showing a map of London. It's not marked in there, but you killed Andrea too, didn't you? She stated calmly. Yes, a pity, really. She was far more entertaining than Linda, David replied. I see your mind working. Why Andrea and not Linda? Is that what you're wondering, David? Not at all. Linda has been surprisingly useful. She'll take the blame for Andrea. Igor Kusarov will go down for the prostitutes. They were his, after all. And Ivy Norris, that garbage belonged in the dirt. Can you hear the words coming out of your mouth? Perfectly, he sneered. Why did you do it? David merely shrugged. You can just shrug it off? I don't buy that. Erica said. Believe it, he hissed. You think you can analyze me, rationalize why I killed. I did it because I can. But you can't, David. You won't escape this. There are always consequences. You have no idea what it's like to be raised with privilege and power. It's a drug. Watching people bow to you, to your family. Power seeps from your pores and poisons everyone near you. It corrupts, it consumes, it seduces. The more powerful my father gets, the more terrified he is of losing it all. So he knew you killed Mirka, Tatiana, Karolina. Obviously. Not that he was pleased, but they were just Eastern European girls. They all think they can sleep their way to the top. Andrea was your sister, your father's favourite. She threatened to tell Mother. She said she'd go to the press. The stupid girl. First rule of our world, keep quiet, or someone will silence you forever. I can't believe your father would cover up even that, letting you kill his own daughter. Shut up. You don't understand. He fears a scandal more than anything. He's terrified the other wolves will circle and tear him apart. Fear is stronger than love. He had to choose between saving Linda or me. Linda's already halfway to insanity, and she despised Andrea enough that she might have done it herself. Linda would never have killed Andrea, Erica insisted. Defending her now? Unbelievable. Then again, most people feel sorry for her after they've seen her bedroom. You know, when my friends would stay over, we'd always find her little cat and trap it inside one of those big metal cash boxes from my dad's office. We made her do all kinds of things to earn the key back. Erica held David's gaze, forcing herself not to look away. Boots. That was the cat's name. Right. Good old Boots. Linda would fly into these awful tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted. I used one of these very hands to take care of Boots. Strangled her, if you're wondering. Ever tried to strangle a cat? No. Kill a rabbit. I hear that's a bit of a tradition where you're from. It's not. It's the claws with cats. They go absolutely wild. You have to admire the fight in them. Your parents are smart people, Erica said. They must have known it was you who killed that animal. She felt a cold anger settling in her chest. That's what happens when you outsource parenting. You hire nannies and become a guest star in your own kid's life. A quick visit before bed, an hour's squeezed between meetings. Don't hug me too tight, sweetheart. You'll wrinkle my gown. Your child just becomes a list of accomplishments, an A in algebra, can play a Mozart piece, needs a pony to keep up with the country club set. David's eyes glazed over for a second before he snapped back to the present. So, I assume your little interviews have gotten you nowhere. My father has made their silence very profitable, and Linda will confess to killing Andrea. I made her promise. Why would she ever agree to that? I told her if she did, she could get another cat and not have to worry about me paying it a visit. He said it with the casual ease of someone discussing the weather. He can't be serious. Completely. She'll plead insanity, spend a few comfortable years in a private clinic. Dad will probably slip an orderly some cash to visit her in that lonely place between her legs. They might even let her have a pet. A little trade, you could say. David began to laugh, a shrill, broken sound that filled the room. Erica seized the moment and bolted for the bedroom door, but David was faster. His hands closed around her throat and he hurled her against the bookcase, driving the breath from her body. This time she was prepared. She drove the heel of her hand up into his nose with a force that produced a sickening crunch of cartilage. His grip faltered and she shoved him back, scrambling for the door once more. His fingers closed on her arm just as she reached the threshold, spinning her back into the room. She crashed against the desk and he was on her again, blood now streaming down his chin, his face a mask of pure fury. Erica kicked and writhed, gasping, fighting to draw air into her burning lungs. She thrashed against his weight as he tried to pin her arms, climbing atop her. He managed to pin one of her arms with his knee. With her free hand, she frantically swept the desk behind her, her fingers closing over a cool, heavy glass paperweight. She swung it hard against the side of his head, catching him squarely on the ear. His hold broke, and she wrenched herself from under him, stumbling toward the door. He recovered with animal quickness, hooking a long leg around her ankles and sending her sprawling to the floor. He loomed over her, his face a grotesque mask of blood, coating his teeth in a crimson grin as he smiled. She fought like something cornered, scratching and kicking, but he pressed down, immobilizing her. He lifted his arm and drove his fist into her face. Once, twice. On the third blow, she felt a tooth break loose and hit the back of her throat, and then the world dissolved into darkness. "Sir, DCI Foster's phone signal activated 30 minutes ago."
"It's coming from the Douglas Brown estate," Peterson announced. The incident room was a hive of focused activity, a full-scale manhunt now underway. "I want an armed team dispatched to the house immediately. I want a full tactical search, establish a 5-mile perimeter. Get that arrest warrant for David Douglas Brown circulated to every unit. Get his picture out there," Marsh ordered.
Crane responded, "Sir, Simon and Diana Douglas Brown claim David was at a bachelor party in Prague, but passport control confirms he never left the country." Marsh's voice was urgent. "Find him immediately. DCI Foster's safety is at risk, and get Simon Douglas Brown out of his cell and into an interview room." 20 minutes later, Simon sat across from Marsh, a smug look on his face. "You do understand, of course, that none of this is admissible," he stated after hearing about Linda's confession. "My solicitor faxed a physician's statement declaring Linda mentally incompetent. As for David, he changed his plans without informing me. That's not a crime. The stag party location must have been moved." Simon began to rise from his chair. "Now I intend to call Assistant Commissioner Oakley and recommend." "Shut your mouth, Simon," Marsh cut in sharply. "I beg your pardon." I said, "Shut your mouth and sit down. You are still detained and I'm not finished. Sit down." Simon, visibly shocked, slowly lowered himself back into the seat. Marsh continued, "An arrest warrant has been issued for your son. We believe he is responsible for the murders of 5 women, including your daughter." Simon remained silent. "We've also uncovered that the phone Andrea reported stolen and claimed on insurance was registered in your name. We have the handset as evidence." Marsh opened an envelope and dropped the cracked, plastic-wrapped phone onto the table. "Here's how I see it. At best, you're looking at insurance fraud. Given the government's recent crackdown, that could mean prison time. You wouldn't be very popular inside, and it would invite every journalist and politician with a grudge to dig into your affairs. Combine that with your son murdering your daughter and you knowingly helping him flee the country while framing your other daughter." "Enough, all right," Simon shouted, his composure crumbling. "All right, I'll tell you everything. Simon Douglas Brown, Baron of Hunstanton. You're under arrest for perverting the course of justice and concealing criminal activity. We also suspect you used your influence to manipulate Crown prosecution trials. Now start talking and make it quick," Marsh stated. Meanwhile, David had hastily cleaned up in the bathroom, stuffing tissue into his nose to stem the bleeding. He grabbed his bag, passport and cash, then hauled Erica over his shoulder down the stairs, surprised by her weight. The lights flickered on as they entered the underground garage. He approached the car's trunk, inside which was the long-haired sex worker he'd picked up near Paddington Station. They had driven around for a while, her hand in his trousers, trying to arouse him, but he felt nothing. It had been a frustrating night. His usual spots were too active, with too many people and police patrols. He'd been forced to bring her back. She'd seemed almost giddy when they pulled up to his parents' house, checking her reflection as if she were on a real date. He'd almost laughed at the absurdity. Did she think this was some romantic movie? The moment they were out of the car in the garage, he slammed her head into the concrete wall. She never woke up, which made her eventual death feel oddly hollow. But now he had his ultimate prize, DCI Foster. He popped the trunk open. The dead woman lay on her back, staring at nothing. He had returned to her side 3 times since ending her life, and each visit revealed a new stage in her transformation. First came the stiff, unblinking gaze of rigor mortis, then a subtle purple hue settled over her skin, as if she were merely sleeping. Now, her once sharp cheekbones were lost beneath puffy, swollen flesh, the bruises spreading like spilled ink. He chuckled at her bloated face. She would have despised seeing herself grow so heavy after lifting Erica's unconscious form and placing it beside the other. He shut the trunk and turned the key. Though dawn was just breaking, he eased out of the underground garage and onto the quiet cul-de-sac, driving cautiously until he reached the M4. Merging with the rush-hour flow, he joined the stream of cars circling London on the M25. Inside the trunk, Erica drifted back to awareness in utter blackness. Her cheek was pressed against a coarse surface, one arm trapped awkwardly beneath her. When she tried to lift her other hand, it struck solid metal just inches above her head. Shifting brought a jolt of pain through her face. The taste of blood filled her mouth. Beneath her the world rumbled and swayed. Her fingers traced the curved walls, the lock mechanism, the low metal ceiling. She was in a car's trunk. Then the smell hit her, foul, pungent, ripe with decay. She gagged, struggling to breathe as the rancid air filled the cramped space. The car accelerated into a turn, jolting over uneven pavement. Momentum shoved Erica sideways, and something heavy rolled against her. In that moment, she knew she was not alone back here. Back at the incident room, updates were pouring in, and Moss and Peterson were facing a terrifying realization. DCI Foster might be next. The Douglas Brown residence had been swept and found empty. Erica's car was located 2 streets over, while a traffic camera had captured David's license plate exiting London's congestion charge zone toward the west. David's one-way Eurostar ticket to Paris was purchased by Simon's secretary, Crane reported, hanging up the phone. So not Prague after all, Moss muttered. What about Foster? Peterson pressed. She's not at home, not in her car, she must be in his, Moss concluded. Crane, how quickly can we get a helicopter in the air? 4 minutes once Chief Superintendent Marsh gives the order, Crane replied. Then I'm calling Marsh now, Moss said, reaching for the phone. The green sign for Ebbsfleet International Station appeared overhead. David signalled and eased off the motorway, slowing as the ramp curved into a single lane. The A2 was thick with morning traffic, but cars steadily peeled away toward the glass spires of the Bluewater shopping centre, rising from its old chalk quarry. David pushed on, speeding past stretches of industrial wasteland, patches of grass, and the occasional lone tree in the scrub. He slowed as a lay-by came into view, then turned off. After stopping, he stepped out to unhook a chain, blocking a narrow dirt path. All the while, Erica fought to keep her fear in check, the dread of being trapped with a corpse, and of what awaited when the car finally stopped. She made herself check for any sign of life, confirming the body beside her was a long-haired girl, long gone. Her eyes had adjusted to the dark enough to spot 2 faint pinpricks of light near the lock. Slowly, she ran her hands over the mechanism, feeling its greasy, sharp edges for any weakness, any chance to pry her way out. The vehicle jolted sharply, causing the lifeless form to slump heavily against her once more. A spike of raw terror shot through her, and her fingers scrambled desperately for the lock mechanism, 2 nails snapping painfully below the quick. That sharp, immediate agony acted like a bucket of ice water, shocking her back from the edge of panic. She forced air into her lungs, commanding herself to think, to stay calm, to find a way out. Her searching fingers found a small, frayed hole in the carpet beneath her. Lying awkwardly on her side, partially atop the other victim, she managed to hook her fingers in and peel the carpet back just enough to reach into the compartment below. Her hand closed around the cold, solid steel of a wrench. She gripped it tightly, her palms slick with sweat against the metal. She felt the car shudder to a halt and braced herself. A door opened. The vehicle's weight shifted, and then David returned, settling back into the driver's seat with a grunt. The engine coughed back to life, and they began moving again, the suspension groaning as they navigated a rough, uneven path. The body beside her shifted with the motion, rolling until its head was pressed against the back of her own. She squeezed her eyes shut, blocking out the sensation, and focused all her mental energy on formulating a plan. David guided the car slowly onto the expansive floor of an abandoned chalk quarry. At its heart lay a deep, water-filled pit. He stopped the car a short distance from the precipice and cut the engine. Stepping out, he walked to the edge and surveyed the scene. The quarry walls were sheer and pale. Patches of stubborn grass clung to crevices, and a lone twisted tree fought for life from a crack in the stone. Far below, the water was a sheet of dull glass with faint, blurry reflections of the weak morning sun highlighting patches of lingering ice. On the distant horizon to the left, the sprawling silhouette of the Bluewater Mall was just visible. A few miles in the opposite direction, A high-speed train slid silently out of Ebbsfleet International, beginning its swift journey toward the Channel Tunnel and France. David checked his wristwatch, calculating he still had time. He shrugged off his backpack, dropping it a few paces from the car. After opening a rear passenger door to confirm the child lock was engaged, he retrieved a heavy steering wheel lock from the front footwell. Positioning himself at the trunk, he took a steadying breath, hefted the lock, and popped the lid open. The stench of decay, now unleashed into the quarry's clean air, washed over him in a nauseating wave. Both figures inside appeared motionless. As he leaned in to grasp Erica, her arm lashed out. The wrench connected with a solid crack against his temple. Stars exploded in his vision, and he stumbled backward, disoriented. Seizing her chance, she tried to clamber out, but he recovered swiftly. Swinging the steering lock in a wide arc, he struck her hard on the side of her left knee. A cry was torn from her as her leg buckled, sending her collapsing to the gravel. He delivered a second, brutal blow to her right knee for good measure. "Stop fighting me," he growled, his voice flat. He grabbed her under the arms and dragged her, writhing in agony, toward the rear passenger door. "David, please, this isn't the only way," Erica gasped, the words strained with pain. The vast, still expanse of the quarry pool yawned below them, a silent threat. Her legs were useless, searing bundles of pain, and one arm was completely numb from being trapped beneath her in the trunk. Her head throbbed from the earlier blow, making coherent thought a struggle. Her skull connected sharply with the door frame as he heaved her into the back seat. The door slammed shut, sealing her inside. She found herself slumped behind the driver's seat. A glimpse in the rearview mirror revealed a stranger. Her blonde hair was matted with dark blood on one side, plastered to her scalp. One eye was swollen completely shut, a mess of purple and black. Frantically, she tried the door handle beside her. It didn't budge, groaning. She hauled herself across the seat to try the other door, with the same futile result. Then the front passenger door swung open. The movement sucked air from the cabin, immediately replaced by the thick, sickening odour of death. David was hauling the other girl's body from the trunk. The sight was even more horrific than Erica had imagined in the dark confines of the car. The young woman had long, dark hair, but her face was a swollen, bruised mask, marred by 2 black eyes and numerous lacerations. Cruelly, whole clumps of hair had been torn from her scalp. Erica glanced down, noticing strands of the young woman's hair clinging to her jacket. David forced the girl into the front seat, her head lolling limply to one side. Erica could make out the milky haze of her unseeing eyes, her tongue swollen and protruding from her mouth like a dark, discoloured slug. "David, just stop. Whatever you're doing, it won't work. If you turn yourself in now, I can help. You just don't get it, do you?" he snapped, glaring back through the seats. "Look at you, beaten, trapped in a car in the middle of nowhere, and you actually believe I'd surrender to you? David." He leaned over and struck her face with a brutal punch. Her head snapped back against the window, and for a moment everything went dark. When her vision cleared, she felt the seatbelt being yanked across her body and locked into place with a sharp click. Her door slammed shut. David released the handbrake, peering through the gap in the seats as the wheels shifted. "Going to be another cold one tonight," he remarked casually. The driver's door closed, and almost immediately the car began rolling toward the quarry's edge. It gained momentum quickly. David broke into a sprint, shoving it forward before pulling back just meters from the drop. The car plunged over the side and disappeared. Erica felt the wheels leave solid ground. The horizon tilted violently upward, then vanished, replaced by a rush of bright blue sky hurling itself at the windshield. Though David had secured both her and the dead girl with seat belts, the whiplash upon impact was agonizing for an instant. The car was engulfed in brilliant blue, then it righted itself and bobbed to the surface, the interior flooding with harsh daylight. Erica clawed desperately at the seatbelt buckle, but it refused to release. The windows were cracked open a few inches, and icy water was already pouring in, rapidly filling the cabin. She had assumed she'd have more time to think, to act. She tried the door, but the child lock was still engaged. The water rose with terrifying speed, reaching her chest in seconds. In a panic, Erica gulped the deepest breath she could manage, just as the roaring world above went silent, the water closing over her head. The car began to sink, plunging into deepening darkness. The engine's weight dragged it down until it struck the quarry floor with a jarring crash. Above, the police helicopter arrived at the quarry's edge just in time to see David's car roll over the ledge and hit the water far below. Moss and Peterson were aboard with a police pilot, maintaining an open radio link to the incident room at Lewisham Row. Backup units and an ambulance were en route. Suspect is on foot, moving north toward Ebbsfleet Station, Moss reported, aiming the gyro-stabilized camera mounted beneath the helicopter, its feed streaming live to the incident room. Alert all units. Damn it, what if she's in that car? How far out is backup? Peterson demanded. Backup is 4 to 5 minutes away, Marsh's voice crackled over the radio. DCI Foster has to be in that vehicle. Set down now, Moss shouted into her headset. The helicopter descended rapidly, the white chalk of the quarry rushing up to meet them. It had barely touched ground before Moss and Peterson leaped out, ducking under the still spinning rotors, hands raised against the swirling dust. Every second counted. Below the surface, a torrent of bubbles rushed upward, spreading into a wide, rippling circle on the water. You are cleared to use necessary force, but we need him alive, Marsh instructed over the comms. Peterson sprinted toward an access slope at the quarry's side, pushing himself to the limit. Moss followed close behind, yelling into her radio. We have an officer trapped in the submerged vehicle. I repeat, an officer is underwater in that car. 3 minutes out, a voice responded. We don't have 3 minutes. Moss cried out, her voice edged with desperation. The chopper hung in the air, clearing the quarry's rim before descending toward the churning water below. Peterson was already at the shoreline, stripping off his coat and weapon before plunging in. His strokes were powerful as he swam to the center of the spreading bubbles and dove beneath the surface. Over the radio, Marsh's voice crackled with urgency. Suspect is mobile, heading for Ebbsfleet Station. Do we have units en route? I repeat, if he boards that train. A response cut in. Backup is rolling and the station is being secured. Another voice followed. Moss report, we see Peterson in the water. Confirmed. Detective Inspector Peterson is submerged, Moss replied, her own feet now at the water's edge. For God's sake, Marsh muttered. A tense quiet fell, broken only by the rotor wash beating an indentation into the quarry pool. Seconds stretched unbearably. Please come up, Moss whispered, poised to enter the water herself. Then Peterson erupted from the depths, clutching Erica's motionless form. Suddenly, the cliffs above echoed with the converging wails of emergency vehicles. A rescue line snaked down from the helicopter. Peterson, with tremendous effort, secured it around himself and Erica. He signalled, and they were hauled up, skimming the surface as they were guided toward Moss on the bank. DCI Foster is critically injured and unconscious, Moss radioed, her voice rising. We need medics at the water's edge on the left side access road, now. The helicopter lowered them onto solid ground. A team of paramedics sprinted down the slope. They carefully detached Erica from the line and laid her on the gravel. Shivering violently, Peterson was wrapped in a thermal blanket while the medics worked over Erica. After several agonizing moments, her body convulsed and she choked out a stream of water. Easy, onto your side, a paramedic instructed, rolling her into position. She gasped, drawing in a ragged, cold breath. Moss let out a shuddering sigh into her radio. DCI Foster is out. She's breathing. A low mechanical hiss and a steady electronic beep pulled Erica back to consciousness. She was in a hospital bed near a window, the blinds drawn against the night. A soft lamp cast a dim glow. In the adjacent bed, she saw the blankets rise and fall in time with the breathing machine she now recognized. Her mouth was parched. She was swaddled in blue hospital linens. Vast sections of her body, her legs, one arm, part of her face, felt detached and void of sensation. There was no sharp pain yet, only a distant dread of its inevitable arrival. For now, she hovered in this numb limbo, a detached observer of her own battered shell. She let her eyes close and slipped away again. When she next awoke, the room was dark, and Chief Superintendent Marsh was seated beside her, still in his leather jacket over a crisp shirt. The numbness was receding, replaced by a deep, throbbing ache in her face, limbs, and a rising tide of raw emotion. The memories surged back, the certainty of death, the searing agony in her lungs as she finally inhaled water, the lifeless young woman in the car beside her. That girl's features blurring as the vehicle sank, her dark hair fanning out like a ghostly crown. "You're going to pull through this," Marsh said softly, reaching over to take her good hand in his. Erica became aware of the bandage on her left side and realized she could only hear from her right ear, which happened to be the side opposite where Marsh was seated. "You had surgery," he explained gently. "There's a pin in your leg and your cheekbone was fractured." His voice faded slightly. He was holding a cluster of grapes in his lap, a sight so ordinary it was almost absurd given the circumstances. "You're going to be okay. There's a card for you on the table. Everyone from the station signed it. You did incredibly well, Erica. I'm proud of you." With considerable effort, Erica formed a word on her third try. "David." "They took him into custody at Ebbsfleet," Marsh said. "He's being held along with his father, Giles Osborne, and Igor Kusarov." Isaac went back over the forensic reports and found a match. Tiny hair fibres on Mirka Bratova, the second victim. They linked directly to David's DNA. "We have Linda's full statement, and the forensics team is all over the car. They pulled it from the quarry with the young woman still inside." Marsh offered an awkward, sympathetic smile. He reached over and took her hand. "Look, we've got loads of time to go over all the details. What I really want you to know is that I'm here for you, for anything you need, and I mean that as a friend. Marcy sends her love, by the way. She picked up some things for you, toiletries and such. I put them in your locker." Erica attempted to return the smile, but a sharp, insistent pain cut through the effort. A nurse entered, checked the chart at the foot of the bed, and then adjusted the IV drip. "Peterson," Erica managed to say, her voice faint. "I need to thank Peterson." A soft beep sounded from the machine, and a cool sensation began to spread through her hand. Marsh's face and the sterile room dissolved into a peaceful, painless white. Erica took a long, deep breath, savouring the crisp air. On the wooden bench beside her, Edward did the same. They sat in a comfortable quiet, gazing out at the expansive moors painted in shades of green and umber. In the distance, heavy clouds churned into a deep blue-black mass, slowly drifting toward them. "Storm's coming," Edward observed. "Just a few more minutes," Erica replied. "I love it up here. Even the grass looks greener in the north." Edward chuckled.
Is that one of your metaphors, lass?
"No, I mean it literally. It really is greener." She smiled, then turned from the sweeping view to look at Edward, bundled in his heavy winter coat. A narrow gravel path lay between them and Mark's headstone. "It's getting easier for me to visit now," Edward shared. "Once you move past the shock of seeing his name and those dates in gold, well, I come often, I talk to him." Tears welled in Erica's eyes again. "I don't even know where to begin," she sobbed, fumbling in her coat pockets. "What do I say to him?" "You just start," Edward said softly, handing her a small packet of tissues. He gently tilted her chin up. The shaved patch on the side of her head, where a long line of stitches had been, was now showing signs of new growth. "All right," she whispered, dabbing her eyes. "Tell you what, I'll pop back and put the kettle on. You stay and talk. You'll feel a bit daft at first, but there's nobody else around." He gave her shoulder a reassuring pat and started down the path. Erica watched him go. He turned once, smiled warmly, then continued carefully between the graves toward the village below. She was struck by how much his walk and his mannerisms reminded her of Mark. Turning back to the headstone, she took a steadying breath. "So, I solved 5 murders and I almost became a victim myself. Twice," she began. "But that's not why I came here to talk to you today." Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw Moss's name on the screen. "Hello, boss. Thought it's been a few months. Figured I'd check in." "Hi," Erica answered. "Is this a bad time?" "No, I'm actually at Mark's grave." "Oh, blimey, I can ring back later." "It's all right, I was trying to talk to him. My father-in-law says it helps. I just don't know what to say. You could tell him the trial's set for May. Did you catch the news today? David Douglas Brown has been ruled fit to stand trial. The wind picked up, tugging at the grass as a heavy bank of clouds settled directly overhead. Moss's voice was a familiar anchor in her ear. So Simon's been removed from the House of Lords for good, and it looks like Igor Kuserov is facing a new trial for Nadia Greco's murder. We're just waiting on the Crown Prosecution Service regarding Giles Osborne. I'm certain they'll charge him with perverting the course of justice. You still with me, boss? I'm here. I saw the news, and Mark wouldn't want to hear all this. If I were the one planted 6 feet down, I'd want my people to keep me in the loop, Moss countered, her tone unflinching. A quiet stretched between them, filled only by the sigh of the wind. That was insensitive of me, Moss finally said. No, it was truthful. I prefer that. Did Peterson get the card I sent? He did. You know how he is, a man of few words. He visited you in the hospital, but you were still under sedation. I know he came. Another pause. So, what's your return date looking like? I'm not sure yet. Soon Marsh told me to take all the time I need. I'm staying up here in Yorkshire with Edward for a while longer. Well, the team's eager to have you back. You are coming back, right? Yes, Moss. I'm coming back, Erica affirmed. I'll call you soon. All right. Enjoy the countryside. And when you talk to Mark, tell him I said hello. Erica managed a dry chuckle. That is, without a doubt, the strangest request to pass along a greeting I've ever received. I just wish I'd had the chance to meet him, Moss said, her voice softening. Erica ended the call as a low growl of thunder echoed above. She turned back to face the sleek black granite, her eyes tracing the gilded letters. In memory of Mark Foster. August 1, 1970, July 8, 2014. Loved and remembered always. That's the hardest part, Mark, Erica whispered, her voice barely carrying over the rising wind. Always. It means I have to face every single day without you. Most mornings the weight of it feels impossible, like I can't take another step. But I have to. To move forward, I have to find a way to let you go, even though a part of me never will. The world is full of such darkness, and the only way I know how to face it, the only way I can possibly cope, is to keep doing the work. To try and claw back a little bit of light, to make some kind of difference. Because sitting still in this grief would swallow me whole. A cold drop landed on her cheek, and for once it wasn't a tear. The rain began in earnest, tapping a steady rhythm on the gravel path and drumming against the headstone. "Your dad's putting the kettle on for me," she said, brushing the moisture from her face. "So I should go, but I'll be back, I promise." She rose, touched her fingers to her lips, and pressed that fleeting warmth against the cold stone right beneath his name. Hitching her bag onto her shoulder, Erica turned and walked across the cemetery, heading toward the promise of strong tea, maybe a slice of Victoria sponge, and the steadfast warmth waiting in Edward's kitchen.